Your whole family is known for their loyalty and bravery. Yet here you are, bullied to the point of having to fight dogs for scraps. All because your grandfather, a veteran, told you not to be a burden to the country before he died. As a result, no one knows that your parents were martyrs awarded first-class honors. It's winter, and you, dressed in thin clothing, quickly sort through your memories. The original owner was too naive. With such a background, they ended up in such misery, and it seems the scholarship was taken by someone with connections. Just as you felt it was unfair for the original owner, everything suddenly went dark. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the corruption system. From this moment on, you can employ methods to complete tasks, and the system will reward you based on your performance, more enjoyment, more adherence to your true self, greater rewards. A random task is now released. The Revenge Against Connections Beginners Pack is being distributed. The host will receive an important piece of information. At 11:45 a.m. today, provincial leaders will visit the City Education Bureau. They will be inspecting Zhonghai University and will appear at the No. 2 Cafeteria. Seeing the system's notification, a smirk involuntarily appears on your face. Provincial leaders inspecting the site and a first-class martyr. This is interesting. Just then, a cocky voice came over. Isn't this mute donkey Lugio? Eating steamed buns early in the morning? Trying to lose weight? The speaker is the one who took your scholarship, dramatically recounting his tragic childhood with his girlfriend. Moreover, he is the counselor's nephew, so the scholarship naturally went to him and his girlfriend. Although many people know he's bragging, no one is foolish enough to offend the counselor. At this moment, Ding Zhang looks at you smugly, and your skinny figure reminds him of his Tibetan mastiff. Saying this, he slams a basket of lamb buns onto your table, boasting that he just received his scholarship and accidentally bought too much. He adds, "You can have the leftovers." Seeing his bravado, Ding Zhang slams the table and stands up, saying, "If you want to bully me, just say it." As soon as he finishes speaking, Ding Zhang's lackeys surround you, clearly bullying you. What can you do? They've been annoying you for a while now. Ding Zhang arrogantly slaps your face, saying, "Who are you trying to impress? You don't really want to hit me, do you? I'm so scared." His lackeys join in, laughing raucously. In an instant, many malicious eyes in the cafeteria turn towards them, and several students raise their phones. You know your performance is about to start. To bring about their downfall, you must first drive them mad. You want Ding Zhang to think he has you under control. The next moment, you lower your head and, with a very embarrassed expression, say, "Please don't hit me. I won't come to the No. 1 Cafeteria anymore." Beside you, lackey Wu Zihao laughs and scolds, "That won't do. If you don't come to the No. 1 Cafeteria, our food won't taste good. You have to come." Feigning fear, you try to escape from their encirclement, but Ding Zhang blocks your way. "Where do you think you're going? We're kindly feeding you, and you don't appreciate it." He spits a thick wad of phlegm onto the scattered buns on the table, calling you an ungrateful dog. As more and more onlookers gather, you feel panicked and want to escape. But each time, Ding Zhang and his friends, grinning mischievously, block your way. In your panic, you secretly step on Ding Zhang's foot. Ding Zhang immediately erupts in anger, grabbing your collar and shoving you away. You take advantage of the shove to fall backward. The cafeteria floor is slippery, and the sound of Wuga hitting the ground is dull. This silences the crowd, and everyone turns to look at the scene. You actually dared to dirty my sneakers. Do you know how expensive these limited edition AJs are? They could buy your life, you dirt dog. Ding Zhang angrily scolds from above. A kind-hearted, plump ant nearby quickly helps you up, shielding you and shouting at Ding Zhang, "Why are you hitting someone? You're all classmates." Ding Zhang, furious, points at the ant and curses, "You old hag, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost." At that moment, several striking figures walk in, including Jiang Shi, the vice president of the student council. She immediately grasps the situation upon entering. Ding Zhang and his friends, dressed in brand-name down jackets and holding the latest smartphones, tower over a frail boy, punching and kicking him. Even the cafeteria ant isn't spared. She immediately commands, "Stop." Jiang Shi's voice is powerful and leaves no room for doubt, drawing the attention of everyone present. It seems others might not fully understand, but Ding Zhang has connections in the school. He is most aware of Jiang Shi's background. Her father is Jiang Daxiao, the mayor of Zhonghai. Her grandfather is one of the founders of Zhonghai University. So when Jiang Shi calls for her assistant, even if Ding Zhang is reluctant, he has to show her respect. "Stop." Jiang Shi quickly approaches and first helps the ant to her feet. Then she reaches out to help you, but the moment she touches you, she feels the sharpness of your bones. She thought you looked pitiful from afar, but up close, Jiang Shi feels a pang of sadness. It's only 3 degrees, and you have no proper clothing, just a thin jacket covering your bony body, with visible bruises. They actually beat you like this. I'll take you to the infirmary first, then I'll help you report this. In fact, Ding Zhang and his group didn't really hit you that much, most of the bruises are from the original owner's fall last night. But how could you be foolish enough to explain that? You realize that Jiang Shi has a high status and a strong sense of justice. What you need now is someone with such a saintly aura to come to your rescue. You lower your head submissively and say, "No, please don't. If you report them, they'll just beat me again." Hearing this, they get furious, and Lume glares at Ding Zhang with narrowed eyes. At this point, the onlookers see someone standing up for justice and start to support you, insisting that the police must be called since they've beaten you like this. I remember Ding Zhang applied for a poverty scholarship. How can he afford limited edition shoes and the latest folding smartphone? That's the current environment. People aren't purely indifferent, they've just been cooled down by many things that once ignited their passion. At this moment, a cute girl squeezes in, timidly raising her phone. "Sister Jiang, I can testify. This student was just eating steamed buns alone when Ding Zhang and his friends deliberately provoked him. I have it on video." In a fit of rage, Ding Zhang reached for the phone, but after the cute girl dodged, he angrily shouted, "Damn, you must love to meddle. I'll remember you." Soon, a familiar figure rushed in from outside. It was Ding Zhang's uncle, the counselor Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo squeezed through the crowd, panting, and approached you with a facade of concern, saying, "Yuzhou, how could you be so careless and fall? Are you okay? Let me help you up." You pretended to be scared and dodged away. Hearing this, Jiang Shi's smile grew colder as he noticed your reaction. He instinctively hugged you and asked, "Teacher Zhang, is he your student?" Only then did Zhang Bo see Jiang Shi, and he felt a headache coming on. Other students were easy to handle, but Jiang Shi had an impressive background and was known for his kindness. If Dashang really decided to intervene, it would be difficult to manage. "Yes, Jiang, Luzhou is a student in our class. I just heard that he fell here, so I came to check on him," Zhang Bo replied. Jiang Shi coldly replied, "Luzhou didn't just fall, he was beaten up by Ding Zhang and his gang." "What?" Zhang Bo exclaimed in shock. He turned back and glared fiercely at Ding Zhang. This kid was a troublemaker back in his hometown on the grasslands, but he never expected him to stir up trouble at school like this. Feeling aggrieved under his uncle's gaze, Ding Zhang said, "I just pushed him lightly. It's because he stepped on my new shoes. You know how long I waited for these? Alright, you all need to apologize to Lu Jiao immediately. I'll take him to the infirmary for a checkup, and if he's fine, you can hurry to class," Zhang Bo ordered. Ding Zhang and the others knew there was no other option at this point. Even if they were unwilling, they had to apologize in front of you. "Sorry about that," they reluctantly said. Hearing Ding Zhang's apology, you smirked inwardly. Zhang Bo dared to protect his own, but the more he did so, the more this situation developed in a direction you hoped for. Remembering this, you quickly wriggled out of Jiang Shi's embrace, waving your hands nervously. No, I should be the one apologizing. I dirtied your new shoes. Can I pay you back for cleaning them in installments?" At these words, the anger of all the students present was instantly ignited. Jiang Shi was the first to question Teacher Zhang. "Luzhou is a student in your class. You should know his family situation best. He can't even qualify for the poverty assistance grant." As soon as this was said, the students erupted in outrage, and their collective criticism drowned out Zhang Bo and Ding Zhang. With your handling of the situation, it's no wonder that someone like Ding Zhang would emerge, receiving poverty assistance while spending extravagantly and still bullying weaker classmates. "Zhang Bo, you are not fit to be a teacher. I will report you to the Education Bureau. We must call the police. This isn't over. I've recorded the entire incident on video. Luzhou, don't be afraid, we have your back." Zhang Bo glared angrily at Ding Zhang, wishing he could immediately beat this troublemaker up for giving him so much trouble. Fortunately, having been a teacher for over 20 years, he had considerable experience in handling such matters. Zhang Bo raised his hands and clapped twice, then spoke loudly, "Students, as a teacher, I completely understand your feelings, and I am very pleased. It shows that the students of Zhenghai University are all passionate youths with a strong sense of justice. I assure you that this matter will be handled fairly and justly. I also hope everyone will refrain from posting this video online." Ding Zhang has apologized and received Lu Jiao's forgiveness. They are still just first-year students. The reason I want to handle this calmly is that I hope everyone can give these young people a chance to make amends. This situation shouldn't escalate to the level of involving the police. I hope everyone can restrain their emotions. As soon as he finished speaking, the school security personnel arrived. Seeing them, Zhang Bo visibly relaxed. What followed was straightforward and forceful. The security staff began checking all the students' phones, insisting that they delete the videos before they could leave. They also conducted a brief mediation with you, asking if you were hurt anywhere and if you had any complaints to voice. Throughout the process, you appeared submissive and compliant, leading both Zhang Bo and Security Chief Chen Bin to believe it wasn't a big deal. During this time, Jiang Shi wanted to stand up for you several times, but upon seeing your weak demeanor, she finally lost heart. It's truly frustrating. You've helped him so much, yet he can't even stand up for himself. Just forget about him, her friend whispered in suggestion. Jiang Shi wanted to shake you out of your submissiveness and urged you to be more assertive, to fight for your rights, such as applying for the poverty assistance grant right now. Instead, you looked at Jiang Shi with a face full of inferiority and expressed your gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior, for helping me, but I really don't want to trouble you." Seeing you like this, Jiang Shi felt a sense of helplessness, as if striking a pillow. He sighed and said, "If you encounter such troubles again in the future, you can call me." Then he took out a pen and wrote down his number. He handed you the number as he walked away angrily, and you noted it down. This senior was really nice. If you had the chance, you wanted to thank her properly. However, you couldn't just let things end as he suggested. You had finally grasped a significant piece of information, and there was no way it could be settled so easily. If you were going to make a scene, it had to be a big one. At this moment, Zhang Bo approached and patted you on the back, saying, "You've always been seen as a good kid in my eyes. I know that getting your application denied hit you hard, but those are organizational decisions. It has nothing to do with me." He then shot a glance at Ding Zhang, who was clueless. Ding Zhang quickly pulled out 1,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to you, saying, "Lu Jiu, I'm sorry. Take this money to buy some supplements. I didn't mean to earlier." Security Chief Chinbin smiled and said, "There we go. After all, we are all classmates. Just take this money and forget about it once you leave this door. You will be classmates for the next 4 years, so you could say this is how you get to know each other," he joked. You repeatedly waved your hands in refusal, saying, "Teachers, please, I really don't mind. I can't accept this money. After all, I did dirty Ding Zhang's shoes. Let's consider it even." Seeing that you seemed sincere, Zhang Bo relaxed and felt pleased to see you all getting along. "Now, hurry off to class." You politely bowed to Zhang Bo and Chen Bing before heading towards the classroom building. However, Ding Zhang and the others quickly caught up with you. He squeezed your shoulder and said, "You can refuse the money, but you better keep your mouth shut. Don't try any tricks on me." Wu Zihao cracked his knuckles and warned, "You'd better behave, or we'll come to your dorm every night to chat. It's not far, after all." You lowered your head and quietly said, "As long as you don't bully me, it's fine. I won't say anything if others ask." Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao exchanged a smile and agreed, "That's more like it. You better behave, or I'll beat you up 3 times a day in the dorm." Watching Ding Zhang and the others walk away, a flicker of something crossed your eyes. In a corner where no one was paying attention, you picked up a sharp stone and made a deep cut on your arm. You then quickly wrapped it with tissue paper before heading to class. The entire morning passed quietly as classes went on as usual. Checking the time, you saw it was already 11:20, about time to head to the second cafeteria for your act. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, you went to the counter as usual to buy 2 steamed buns and grabbed a bowl of free soup, keeping an eye on the entrance out of the corner of your eye. Sure enough, after 45 minutes, a group of middle-aged men in administrative jackets walked into the cafeteria. You quickly averted your gaze, focusing instead on your steamed buns, as the sound of heavy footsteps approached from behind. Suddenly, a tall figure stopped in front of you and asked loudly enough for everyone around to hear, "Hey, classmate, is this all you're having for lunch?" You were startled and looked up to see over a dozen middle-aged men in matching black jackets, all looking at you with curiosity. Among them was the principal of Zhonghai University, Lu Shida, who had a furrowed brow. Feeling nervous, you pointed at yourself and asked, "Are you asking me?" The middle-aged man with glasses nodded and said with a kind expression, "I see the cafeteria offers many dishes. Why are you only having steamed buns for lunch?" At this statement, all eyes turned to you. You were dressed in out-of-season clothing, looking gaunt, as if the words penniless could be written on your forehead. I just like steamed buns," you said cautiously, glancing at Principal Lu Shida. The leaders present were all shrewd individuals. Instead of moving forward, they simply stood around you. A burly man on your left said loudly, "Kid, you're going to eat me poor. At your age, how can 2 buns fill you up?" Even the bespectacled uncle in front of you reached out to check the temperature of the soup and frowned, asking, "Tell me, classmate, do you eat like this regularly?" You timidly met the uncle's gaze and replied, "I don't usually eat like this. It's my birthday today. I'm sorry, I didn't know there would be an inspection. I'll leave right now." At these words, the provincial and municipal leaders present felt a lump in their throats. The burly man shot a glare at Lu Shida and said, "You're doing a great job as a principal, aren't you?" The bespectacled uncle was about to reach out to stop you, but when he merely touched your arm, you yelped in pain. The uncle quickly withdrew his hand, asking with concern, "Classmate, what happened to you?" The leaders immediately sensed that there was more to the story and quickly urged you to sit down. The bespectacled uncle rolled up your sleeve, revealing a hastily bandaged wound wrapped in tissue, which was already soaked with blood. "What? What happened? Principal Lu Shirda was stunned after just one glance. These provincial and municipal leaders were visiting for an inspection, expecting it to be a mere formality, but didn't anticipate that the cafeteria, where nothing should go wrong, would present a significant issue. Lu Shirda felt overwhelmed and subtly signaled to the school director to investigate this student's background thoroughly. The bespectacled uncle helped you sit down and said with a loving gaze, "My surname is Pang. My daughter is about your age, you can call me Uncle Pang." Seeing you nod obediently, Pang Daji continued, "Now tell uncle how you got that injury on your hand." At this, you didn't respond but instead let a few tears fall. Lu Shirda slapped his thigh, thinking to himself, "This is bad." From behind the bespectacled uncle stepped out a young woman, exuding a capable demeanor. She handed you a tissue and gently wiped your tears, saying, "Tell me, who bullied you? The uncles here can help you, you don't need to be afraid." You glanced around nervously and said, "I accidentally dirted a classmate's hard work. Just for dirtying his shoes, he beat you up like this?" Pang Daji's tone was authoritative yet calm. This immediately made Lu Shirda's heart race. "Which class are you in? Have you applied for the poverty assistance grant?" Tears streamed down your face as you replied, "I applied, but the teacher gave the spots to the class committee and their girlfriends." "What? Is that true?" This statement piqued the interest of everyone present. Among those who came this time, not everyone was united. Many were looking to find trouble with Zhonghai University to undermine their competitor, Lu Shirda. Lu Shirda was genuinely starting to panic. "Classmate, tell me which class you're in, and I'll have someone investigate it immediately." "I'm Lu Jiu from Class 2 of the Chinese Language and Literature program." Lu Shirda turned to the education director and said, "Get Zheng Bo over here right away." Pang Daji waved his hand, saying, "No need for that, you can handle this privately." I need to continue asking, Lu Jiu, was your injury caused by a member of the class committee? As you were pondering how to respond appropriately, a loud voice from a nearby woman exclaimed, "Yes, it was that bad guy named Ding Zhang. The four of them bullied Lu Jiu alone this morning. I saw it with my own eyes." "This lady, are you saying you were present at the time?" a nearby leader began to inquire. The plump aunt nodded firmly. "Yes, Lu Jiu was just sitting there eating steamed buns. Ding Zhang and those bad kids blocked the table with a steamer of buns, forcing Lu Jiu to eat like a dog, or they'd hit him. When I tried to intervene, they even kicked me." Pang Daji's expression grew increasingly grim. "Lu Shirda, is this how you manage your students? This is simply outrageous." Lu Shirda felt dizzy, but he believed there was still room for maneuver. His former superior was present, he could suppress this incident. "Leaders, how about we call in those students and the counselor first, and after questioning them, we can discuss it further." The burly man spoke up, "Old Pang, I think we should clarify the situation first." Pang Daji nodded, "Yes, we need to determine whether this student qualifies for the assistance grant." At that moment, Zhang Bo ran over, panting. Upon seeing the mayor in front of him, he was curious as to why the director had called him to the cafeteria to accompany the leaders on their inspection. Was it a sign of wanting to promote him? However, as soon as he got close, he saw you surrounded by the leaders, and his mind went blank. Seeing Zhang Bo arrive, Lu Shirda coldly scoffed, "Zhang Bo, explain why Lu Jiu's application for the poverty assistance grant was denied." Wiping his forehead of sweat, Zhang Bo's mind raced, and suddenly he had an idea. "Leaders, you may not know this, but I inquired about Lu Jiu's family situation, and he wouldn't say anything. So at that time, I had to give the spot to another student who needed it more." Lu Shirda waved his hand, all right, just stay aside." Pang Daji curiously asked, "Classmate, tell uncle what your parents do for a living." Lu Shirda and Zhang Bo were fully focused, quietly coughing to remind you not to say anything that might jeopardize your future. You looked sorrowful and mumbled, "My dad sacrificed himself 10 years ago while on a mission at the border, leaving behind only a plaque. My mom says my dad was a hero who died for the country, and I should be respectful to my classmates." A collective gasp filled the room as everyone sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Wang Daji's eyes flashed with surprise as he asked, "What is your father's name? What kind of plaque did he leave behind? Do you have a photo?" "My dad's name is Lu Shanwu, and the plaque is for a first-class meritorious service family." "Oh my god." Lu Shirda felt a rush of blood to his head, as if a hammer were smashing into his brain, and he suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented. Everyone was greatly shocked. This was not just any impoverished student sitting before them, but the child of a martyr who had been wronged. Wang Daji swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice steady. "What about your mother?" "My mom is a nurse." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo and Lu Shirda finally patted their chests and let out a sigh of relief. But mom responded to the call to participate in the protest a few years ago, and then never came back. With a thud, the sound of someone slipping echoed from behind, and Zhang Bo, Lu Shirda, and other school leaders felt their legs go weak, collapsing to the ground. Even Lu Shirda's former superior, a burly middle-aged man, couldn't help but have his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He signaled to the secretary beside him to check, and the secretary quickly found out through the internal network, lowering his voice to say, "It's true." This was just loud enough for all the leaders to hear, and the way everyone looked at Lu Tu changed completely. If they had felt pity before, now it was guilt, their faces filled with remorse. The secretary immediately whispered a few words to the school director, urging them to disperse the students in the cafeteria to avoid causing a negative impact. Lu Tu kept his head down throughout, but he could hear the reactions of those around him. Since he had already thrown out his trump card, it wouldn't end so easily. "Uncle Pang, please don't make an exception for me because of my parents' situation. My grandfather told me since I was little not to trouble the country and the government. Our family is just one of millions of ordinary families." Pang Dawe's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart, while Lu Shirda and Zhang Bo had to support each other to barely stand. They were screaming internally, "My little ancestor, please don't scare us. Don't say anything more, I beg you." Pang Dawe kindly held Lu Tu's hand. "May I ask who your grandfather is?" Lu Tu remained silent, only pulling out 3 medals from his inner pocket and placing them on the table. "These were given to me by my grandfather before he passed away, to remind me of him when I miss him." Pang Dawe trembled as he took the medals, examining them closely, and discovered they were indeed the honor medals of a veteran. Moreover, they were engraved with names, Lu Yihu, Lu Yipeng, and Lu Yiting. With a snap, a few people present immediately stood at attention and saluted the medals with a standard military salute, their expressions solemn, eyes slightly reddened. "May I ask who these 3 old heroes are?" Lu Tu's throat choked up. "They are my great-uncle, my second uncle, and my grandfather. They went to war together, and only my grandfather returned." "Oh my god!" The plump ant was the first to lose control, exclaiming in shock. "With a family background like yours, how can you not have enough to eat? I've been watching you for 3 months, you only eat steamed buns and drink cold water at every meal." Pang Dawe, having held a high position for many years, had long cultivated the composure of a mountain crumbling before him without changing color, yet he was still trembling with anger at this moment. His familiar secretary quickly took out a quick-acting heart-saving pill for Pang Dawe to take. "Leader, take care of your health." Pang Dawe waved his hand heavily, turning to look at Lu Tu with pity. "Good child, you've been wronged." The burly middle-aged man's secretary also confirmed that what Lu Tu said was true, and he exploded with rage, disregarding that Lu Shirda had once been his subordinate, pointing a finger at him and cursing, "Lu Shirda, this is your good deed. A first-class meritorious martyr, a hero in the fight against the epidemic, a veteran of the country, such a family of loyalty. And under your management, he's been eating steamed buns with cold water every day. What kind of principal are you?" At this moment, Lu Shirda's face turned the color of liver, filled with despair, his once plump body soaked in sweat. "It's a misunderstanding. His file didn't record anything. I didn't know." The instigator of this matter, Zhang Bo, was also pushed to the forefront, trembling like a leaf under the pressure of provincial leaders. Pang Dawe tapped the table with his finger. "Speak. What should I say?" Zhang Bo looked to Lu Shirda for help. Lu Shirda's eyes were blazing with fire. "What are you looking at me for? Whatever mistakes you've made, say it all." Pang Dawe snorted, still not planning to speak. "Huh? This matter is only known to us. If it reaches the military, it won't be so simple." At this point, Zhang Bo knew he could no longer argue. He sighed helplessly. "Ding Zhang is my nephew. I was the one who gave him the qualification." Pang Dawe, struggling to hide his anger, spoke sternly. "The poverty scholarship is now a minor issue. Let's talk about how you condoned your nephew's deliberate harm to the children of martyrs." "Ha, it's not that serious, right?" I asked Ding Zhang, and he said he just pushed Lu Tu a bit. Pang Dawe slammed the dining table. His voice was not loud but carried an overwhelming authority. He stood up angrily, pointing at Zhang Bo's nose. "Just a push? How could that leave him with so many bruises? How could it cause such a shocking wound on his arm? I see you're still not being honest. Xiao Son, call the city bureau immediately and have them send someone over to investigate." "Yes." At this moment, Zhang Bo was truly panicking. If it were just about faking the poverty scholarship, it wouldn't be a matter of bottom lines. At worst, it would just delay his professional title evaluation for a few more years. But now, as it came out of Pang Dawe's mouth, it had escalated to a criminal case, requiring an investigation by the city bureau. This was no longer just about keeping his job. This could lead to imprisonment. The thought of Lu Tu's family background, and the fact that he had deliberately concealed it, ignited a surge of anger within him, making him feel suffocated. The burly middle-aged man then softened his tone, addressing Lu Tu with a friendly demeanor. "Comrade, we will definitely get to the bottom of your case. You must not have eaten enough. I'll have someone bring you more food." He then shot a glare at Lu Shirda, who had been standing there dumbfounded. The latter immediately understood, exclaimed, and hurried to the window to personally serve Lu Tu some food. Soon, Lu Shirda returned with a sumptuous lunch, the exquisite meat piled high like a small mountain, and there were even lobsters and abalone that had never appeared at the window before. He eagerly placed it in front of Lu Tu, smiling obsequiously, "Little Lu, let's eat some lunch first. I assure you in front of all the leaders here that I will thoroughly investigate this matter and impose severe penalties on certain individuals." Pang Dawei nodded as well. "Child, eat a bit. Uncle will just sit here and watch you eat." Lu Tu looked around. The leaders whose names he couldn't recall were all gazing at him with soft expressions. He obediently nodded and sat down, looking at the lavish food before him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. He hadn't touched meat in a long time, and the rich aroma made his mouth water. Lu Tu swallowed hard. "Thank you, uncles." He knew that at this moment, with someone standing up for him, he absolutely couldn't say too much or make more demands, lest he leave an impression of being scheming and deep-minded, which would be inappropriate. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat ravenously. This was not an act. Friends who have been hungry know that when the body lacks something, it craves it intensely. Pang Dawei watched Lu Tu eat heartily with satisfaction, secretly nodding. Despite being this hungry, he still didn't smack his lips while eating, which indicated that Lu Tu had good upbringing, aligning with his inherent impression of a family of loyalty and righteousness. Little did he know, just after Lu Tu finished a chicken leg, he put down his chopsticks and leaned over the trash can under the table to start vomiting. Pang Dawei, seeing this, concernedly asked his secretary to pass him mineral water and tissues, turning to Lu Shirda, ready to scold him about food safety issues. Xiao Son, the secretary beside him, bluntly pointed out, "He hasn't eaten meat in a long time. Suddenly having rich food is too much for his stomach." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking leaders present felt a slight warmth in their eyes, looking at Lu Tu with a sense of guilt. Yes, many of them had also endured hard times in the past, but the long-standing comfortable life within the system had made them forget this physiological reaction that didn't belong to this era. Aunt Fat and the other cafeteria ladies were wiping their tears nearby. As mothers themselves, they understood better than anyone how tragic a child without a mother could be. Seeing Lu Tu, who was of a similar age to their own children, suffering so much, they felt heartbroken and quickly brought him a light vegetable soup. Lu Tu was genuinely vomiting, likely because, as Secretary Song had said, his poor stomach couldn't handle the sudden influx of food. It wasn't until he had expelled all the food from his stomach, even starting to vomit bile, that he weakly slumped into a chair, looking worse than before. After rinsing his mouth with the water Secretary Song handed him, he looked at her with a flushed face and said, "I'm sorry, sister." Secretary Song looked closely at Lu Tu and noticed that although he was frail, he had strikingly handsome features. She suddenly understood why the young ladies of ancient wealthy families would be moved by a handsome but down-and-out scholar. Secretary Song gently patted Lu Tu's back, saying, "No need to blame yourself, you didn't want this. Let me go get you some porridge, okay?" "Thank you, sister." After this commotion, Lu Shirda felt utterly despondent. He knew that even if this matter was handled properly, it would still leave a stain on his work record, making promotion very difficult. Just a few minutes later, the sound of police sirens echoed outside, and a group of hurried police officers entered, their mere presence instilling a natural sense of awe, even without a word spoken. Behind them were Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao, looking confused and terrified. The leading officer approached Pang Dawei and respectfully nodded. "Governor Pang, I've brought those students." "Governor? Uncle Pang, you're actually the governor?" Lu Tu looked at Pang Dawei in disbelief. He only knew that the man was a high-ranking official, but he never expected him to be the governor. Pang Dawei ruffled Lu Tu's hair, saying, "Just the deputy, it's all for the people. You can still call me Uncle Pang. I like you, kid." After saying that, he stood up first and sternly addressed the middle-aged officer leading the group. "You handle everything according to the normal procedure. First, take Lu Tu to get his injuries checked. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll leave now." The middle-aged officer had already gathered some understanding of the situation before arriving, so he certainly didn't believe Pang Dawei's words about following normal procedures. If they truly followed normal procedures, his career would likely come to an end. How could a case personally overseen by the deputy governor be a small matter? The middle-aged officer waved his hand to those behind him. "Take the involved individuals back for a thorough investigation." It was only at this moment that Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao realized that the police were actually there to arrest them. They looked at Pang Dawei in terror, then at Lu Tu, who still appeared timid. Just a glance between them made them quickly avert their eyes in fear. The guy who had been too scared to even let out a fart in front of them just a few hours ago had now transformed into someone favored by the deputy governor. Given Pang Dawe's attitude towards him, everyone would believe he was Lu Tu's godfather. The police immediately pulled out handcuffs and advanced step by step towards Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao. This directly terrified the two of them. Although they usually bullied the weak at school, they were even more afraid of those stronger than themselves. When the cold handcuffs clamped around Ding Zhang's wrist, he cried out, "Officer, I'm innocent." The middle-aged officer glanced down at him, and with years of experience, he could tell that this kid probably hadn't done anything too terrible. It was just unfortunate that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He sternly reprimanded, "Whether you're innocent or not is not for you to decide, nor for me. It's the law that decides, and we will not let heroes bleed and cry." Hero? Who? Ding Zhang looked at Lu Tu in disbelief. Could it be him? This kid is so poor and cowardly, afraid of everything. This morning, Zhang Shi was willing to stand up for him, but he didn't even dare to speak up. How did he become a hero? He hurriedly shouted at Lu Tu, "Lu Tu, quickly explain to the police uncles that we are good classmates." Lu Tu lowered his head and weakly asked, "If I don't explain, will you still hit me in the dormitory later?" "So, does that mean they often hit you in the dormitory?" Upon hearing this, Pang Dawe let out a cold snort, which sounded different in the ears of the police. They immediately understood and directly handcuffed Ding Zhang and the others. No matter how much Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao shouted until their throats were hoarse, it was of no use as they were taken away in a car towards the police station. After Ding Zhang and the others left, Pang Dawe looked at Lu Shirda, who instantly understood. He knew that Pang Dawe was giving him a way out. Regardless of whether he had been negligent or not, he had to present an attitude that would satisfy Lu Tu in this matter. He immediately scolded Zhang Bo, "From today on, you are officially expelled from Zhanghai University. Ding Zhang, Wu Zihao, and the other 4 students are also expelled." Zhang Bo let out a bitter laugh upon hearing this. He had already thought of this worst outcome when he confessed earlier. He had been working for over 20 years, always in the comfort zone of a school. If he couldn't stay at Zhanghai University, he could just find another place to work, right? After all, his title was still intact. But then, a Mediterranean man stepped out from the crowd, cleared his throat, and said, "Zhang Bo, I am Mu Wonhan, and I represent the Shanghai City Education Bureau. I am revoking all your titles and permanently blacklisting you from the education system. You are unworthy to be a teacher." These few short sentences struck Zhang Bo like a bolt from the blue, equivalent to a death sentence for his career. He was nearly 50 now. If he wasn't a teacher, would he have to go out and find a job? How would he explain this to relatives and friends during holidays? After hearing this, Zhang Bo's face turned ashen, and his legs could no longer support his bloated body as he collapsed to the ground, speechless. Lu Shirda looked at him with disgust. "It's because of teachers like you who indulge students that bullying happens. Please leave here immediately. You are the greatest disgrace in the 60-year history of Shanghai University." Zhang Bo dejectedly got up and, from an angle unnoticed by everyone, shot a venomous glance at Lu Tu before turning to leave. However, Lu Tu caught all of this. He sneered inwardly, originally planning to let this old fool off, but he dared to blame me? After all this, Pang Dawe then asked Lu Tu, "Xiao Lu, now that those who bullied you have been punished according to the law, do you have any wishes?" Lu Tu looked at him sincerely. "Thank you, Uncle Pang, for upholding justice for me, and thank you to all the uncles and elders." As he said this, he was about to kneel down, which frightened those around him. If this kneel was captured by a media outlet, wouldn't it tarnish his own record? It seemed like an 18-year-old boy expressing gratitude, but behind it was a legacy of loyalty and sacrifice for the country. Who could bear that? Mu Wonhan quickly supported Lu Tu. "This won't do, Xiao Lu, please get up." "Yes, Xiao Lu, this is what we should do. These things shouldn't have happened, and you have endured so much injustice. It's still our work that was inadequate." Their words were actually meant for Pang Dawe and the other leaders. At such times, actively admitting mistakes is definitely much more effective than reflecting on them in a meeting later, especially after seeing that Pang Dawe seemed particularly concerned about Lu Tu. At this moment, Secretary Song quietly suggested, "Sister, let's take you to buy a few sets of winter clothes later. Look, your hands are all frozen and purple." Everyone looked and indeed saw that Lu Tu's fingers, curled up in his sleeves, were somewhat blackened. From the Education Bureau director to the school's teaching director, they all offered to help, and there was even a hint of competition among them. However, Pang Dawe stopped him. "Where were you earlier? If I hadn't discovered this, Lu Tu wouldn't know how much bullying he would have to endure. I see, some of our comrades have been in their positions for too long. Their eyes won't even look down anymore." This statement was heavy, and many people lowered their heads in shame, while those unrelated to the matter had already taken out their notebooks, looking serious as they began to take notes. Pang Dawe waved his hand and said, "In my opinion, let's not issue the financial aid for impoverished students. Let's leave it for those who need it more. Then your city's education bureau can allocate a special fund, transferring money to Xiao Lu's card on the first of every month until he graduates with his doctorate. Mu Wonhan nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Governor Pang, I will personally handle this. Moreover, I believe that Lu Tu has suffered bullying in the dormitory, and living there again will inevitably remind him of some unpleasant things. Let's just assign him a unit from the Education Bureau as his dormitory. Lu Shirda understood after hearing this. It meant that regardless of Lu Tu's grades, he would be guaranteed a spot for his doctorate. He had already made up his mind that as long as Lu Tu was willing, he would keep him at Zhenghai University after graduation. Concernedly patting Lu Tu's arm, he whispered, "Aren't you going to thank Director Mu?" Only then did Pang Dawei nod in satisfaction. But we still need to hear if Xiao Lu is willing. Everything should be based on his opinion. Mu Wonhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a housing unit. Not to mention that Lu Tu would only live there until he graduated with his doctorate, even if it were given to him. So what? As long as it could keep Lu Tu quiet, it was a small matter. Lu Tu almost blurted out his agreement. How could he refuse such a good thing? But before he could speak, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Revenge against Ding Zhang and others successful. Calculating the degree of this revenge. Revenge degree B level. Hearing B level, Lu Tu was somewhat puzzled. Was the system's requirement for revenge so high? Even if Ding Zhang wasn't criminally charged, he was expelled, and this was only AB level? System, if I continue to take revenge later, will the level be reassessed? Yes. At that time, a fair judgment will be given based on the entire incident. Lu Tu made up his mind. Ding Zhang, if you don't die, I'll write your surname backward. Receives B-level reward. Important message. Please move into Zhenghai University Teachers Dormitory 502 as soon as possible. What's with another message? At least it's a B-level reward. Can it be something direct, like giving me an invulnerability power or a time pause ability? However, since the system prompted this, it couldn't just leave it alone, right? Let's go stay in Dormitory 502 first. Seeing Lu Tu in a daze, Pang Dawei kindly reminded him, Xiao Lu, do you want to live in the Education Bureau's dormitory? Lu Tu came back to his senses and shook his head firmly. My grandfather taught me not to rely on family connections to trouble the government. Right now, the most important thing for me is to study. I still want to live on campus for convenience in my studies. I want to become a person like my grandfather and parents after I achieve success. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Everyone was sharp. They all knew what kind of specifications Mu Wonhan was talking about regarding the unit. Zhenghai is a provincial capital, and the living room of Mu Wonhan's unit would be spacious enough for playing table tennis, not to mention the surrounding medical, educational, and commercial facilities. Of course, some people secretly cursed Lu Tu for being a mountain pig who couldn't appreciate fine food. Although it was called a dormitory, as long as Lu Tu agreed now, they could easily transfer his household registration, arranging everything for his future marriage, children, and career. But Lu Tu actually refused. Pang Dawei was greatly shocked. He tried to see even a hint of pretense on Lu Tu's face, but after observing him for a full 10 seconds, Lu Tu's expression remained so resolute. What a pure family it must be to raise such a pure young man. He seemed to see his younger self in Lu Tu. Poverty cannot change one's character. Child, you truly make me see you in a new light. How about this, Principal Lu? Since Xiao Lu has great ambitions, let's have him stay at Zhenghai University. Alright, leader, but I would prefer for Lu Tu to stay in the faculty dormitory. After all, it's quieter there, and the original dormitory is too noisy. After hearing this, Lu Tu felt more at ease. He was just thinking about how to communicate with Lu Shirda privately, and now it seemed that those who could rise to this level were not simple people. They always made things comfortable for others. Pang Dawei nodded. Everything should be based on Xiao Lu's wishes. After saying this, he exchanged a glance with Secretary Song, who understood and handed Lu Tu a business card. Pang Dawei affectionately squeezed Lu Tu's shoulder. During this time, just rest well at school, take care of your health, and later come to my house for dinner to try your aunt's cooking. Got it, Uncle Pang. Lu Tu replied obediently, then bowed deeply to the people around him. Thank you, leaders. Everyone quickly insisted that he shouldn't be so polite and reminded him to take care of his health and focus on his studies, offering the usual platitudes. Only then did Pang Dawei lead his group out of the cafeteria. Today's inspection task was nearly complete. It didn't matter whether he looked at the rest of Zhenghai University or not. Anyway, he had already made Lu Shirda aware of the situation with Lu Tu, and he would check on it himself. Several coasters slowly drove away from Zhenghai University, and Lu Shirda finally breathed a sigh of relief, visibly exhausted. In the December weather, he was actually sweating profusely, but there were still important matters to handle. Ignoring the help from the director, he personally ran over to Lu Tu, saying warmly, Xiao Lu, let me take you to choose a dormitory. Seeing this, Lu Tu quickly jogged a couple of steps to support the over 50-year-old Lu Shirda. quickly apologizing. "I'm sorry, principal, I didn't know there were leaders coming to inspect today. It was a joke." After Pang Dawei left, Lu Shirda was the highest authority here, and he still had to study here, so he needed to build a good relationship with Lu Shirda. Relying on someone else's connections was not as good as building his own network. Lu Shirda patted his shoulder, comforting him. "This isn't your fault, it's my negligence at work. A little criticism is necessary for improvement." Lu Shirda was speaking from the heart. He had already investigated and found out that Lu Tu came to the second cafeteria because he was afraid of being troubled by Ding Zhang in the first cafeteria. Moreover, if Lu Tu wanted to seek justice through the leader's inspection, given his family background, why would he need to go through so much trouble? After all, he had been bullied for a long time, and such things couldn't be faked, especially since there were so many people and videos as evidence in the first cafeteria that morning. "Xiao Lu, you don't need to be so formal with me in private, just call me Uncle Lu." "Okay, Uncle Lu. Do you like staying in the faculty dormitory?" "I do." Lu Shirda looked at the director. "Which units in the faculty dormitory are available?" The director replied, "Building 1 has 401 and 502 currently unoccupied, and Building 2 has 202. Lu Shirda turned to Lu Tu. "Let's choose a lower floor, climbing stairs is troublesome, so how about we go with Building 2? The dormitory was built over a decade ago, only 5 stories high, and the 5th floor connected to the rooftop, where they could plant flowers and vegetables." Lu Tu had heard them talk about it when he helped Zhang Bo move things before. Pretending to be curious, he asked, "Uncle Lu, does the 5th floor connect to the rooftop garden?" "Yes. Do you like gardening?" Lu Tu replied candidly, "Actually, I want to keep the orchid that my grandfather loved most with me, but I couldn't take care of it while living in the dormitory, so can I stay in 502 of Building 1? Lu Shirda smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. "What's wrong with that? Filial piety comes first among all virtues. This aligns with my teaching philosophy. Filial children will never be bad. I'll personally take you to have a look." Then, Lu Tu, accompanied by Lu Shirda and the director, went to tour the faculty dormitory 502. Immediately, it caught the attention of the faculty and staff, as well as their families. It should be noted that Lu Shirda usually does not live here, and his sudden visit made many people rush to curry favor. Lu Shirda accepted all the attention and briefly explained that Lu Tu was a key student the school was focusing on, and he would be living here from now on, asking everyone to take care of this young boy. The faculty and staff assumed Lu Tu was Lu Shirda's relative, especially since he called him uncle repeatedly. Everyone patted their chests, assuring that it was no problem, and helped Lu Tu move his few belongings to room 502, even assisting in cleaning up. The director also brought in some furniture, equipped with brand new computers, and of course, smartphones and iPads were all included. 2 hours later, the city hospital sent a medical vehicle, which checked Lu Tu's body in the car, bandaged his wounds, and provided some imported medicines and nutritional supplements. Lu Shirda also called him, reminding him to rest for a week to recover from his injuries and not to rush back to class. That night, Lu Tu lay on the soft new mattress, calling out to the system. "System, you moved me to 502, what exactly is here? Please explore on your own. Your task completion level is only B, no further hints can be given." He was certain that the secret was inside 502, after all, secrets wouldn't run away. He thought it best to wait until things calmed down before investigating, as the incident he caused at school was already quite significant. Moreover, there were outsiders occasionally following him, and Lu Tu suspected these were arranged by Pangdi. Surely there were countless eyes watching him both openly and secretly. Lu Tu had been busy all day and was exhausted. He indeed needed to recover. His body was too weak from long-term malnutrition, and he planned to take revenge on Ding Xing only after he regained his strength. So many people had come and gone in 502 today, yet no one noticed anything unusual. He had searched thoroughly twice and still found nothing. Whether it was due to excessive physical exertion or something else, he suddenly experienced a cramp in his foot while lying in bed, causing his body to jerk uncontrollably and his head to hit the wall, producing a distinct hollow sound. Something's not right. All his fatigue vanished in an instant, and he quickly got out of bed, first checking the other tiles, finally locating a tile measuring 40 by 40 that he confirmed was hollow behind it. Could the secret the system mentioned about 502 be here? Driven by intense curiosity, he hurried to the storage room to find tools, but after rummaging through, he only found a fruit knife, which was given to him by teacher Wang downstairs along with some fruit. Carefully moving the bed aside, although it was just an ordinary wooden frame, Lu Tu's physical strength was indeed concerning, and it took him over 10 minutes to succeed. During this time, he had to be cautious not to make too much noise and attract the attention of the downstairs residents, especially since it was already late at night, around 10 p.m., and he didn't want to draw attention right after moving in. Who knew who had lived in 502 before? The spectacle of his moving in today was already quite large. He fetched a basin of water, dipped the small knife in it, and began to carefully dig out along the seams of the tile. Half an hour later, with a crisp sound, Lutu successfully pried the tile off without damaging it. Instantly, as he illuminated the inside with his phone, a blinding light made him freeze in place. He was completely stunned. Holy crap! Gold! Behind the tile was a hollow compartment, neatly stacked with gold. Lutu quickly took out a piece. The heavy weight made his heart surge with excitement. Just this small piece was so heavy, he was really going to get rich this time. He saw the gold bar clearly marked with Dragon Country Gold 100G. After biting it with his teeth and seeing the clear bite mark, Lutu couldn't help but laugh joyfully at the sky. He finally had money. As soon as Lutu laughed out loud, he immediately shut his mouth. Everyone in the teacher's dormitory went to bed early, and he suppressed his inner excitement, taking out all the gold bars and laying them on the bed. The pile of gold bars under the light was truly dazzling. He had thought the rewards from the system were poor, but unexpectedly, it was the money he needed the most. Moreover, it was not just money, this was solid hard currency gold. He counted a total of 20 gold bars, which meant a total of 2,000 G of gold. At the current price of 610 yuan per G, that amounted to 1.22 million. This was far better than a cash reward of 1.22 million. He didn't know how many people were watching his account and records. If such a huge sum suddenly appeared in his account, it would definitely raise questions. Although he had possessed wealth comparable to this in his past life, just that morning he was a poor student nibbling on steamed buns, and in just a few hours, he had acquired a fortune. After a moment, he woke from his extreme joy. So much gold could not be immediately liquidated, but it also couldn't be left hidden here. After all, the system had only informed him that there was gold here, it hadn't appeared out of thin air. So who had placed this batch of gold here? Those who could live in the teacher's apartment must have once worked at Zhenghai University. He could probably find out by investigating a bit. He took his backpack and wrapped the gold in books to hide it, planning to return to his hometown of Yongning County to exchange the gold. He reinstalled the tiles to their original position, moved the bed back, and placed the backpack containing the gold next to his pillow before finally falling asleep. The next morning, Lutu set out early with his backpack, heading to the bus station to take an intercity bus back to his hometown. He didn't have to worry about raising suspicions at school. He had told Lu Shirda the day before that he needed to go back to bring some orchids that his grandfather liked. Yongning County is a district under Zhanghai, a 50-kilometer journey, and he arrived at the happy community in Yongning County an hour later. Just as it struck 9 o'clock, Lutu received a bank notification on his phone. Your Rural Credit Cooperative Savings Card ending in 9191 has received 10,000 yuan. Balance, 10,025. 80 yuan. This should be the money Mu Wenhan mentioned. This was also the only memento left by his parents, an old 2-bedroom house. Previously, his parents lived in one room, his grandfather in another, while Lu Tu had partitioned off a small space in the living room with curtains. In the middle of the living room hung the honor his father had earned with his life, the plaque of first-class meritorious family, the red characters on it seeming to fade along with the decay of the home over the past decade. Lu Tu had always dreamed of having a room of his own since he was a child, but now that the entire 2-bedroom apartment belonged to him, he felt an emptiness in his heart. He first used a towel to wipe the dust off the portraits of his family, respectfully lighting incense. Staring at the faces in the portraits, Lu Tu hesitated for a long time before slowly speaking. Dad, Mum, Grandpa, Lu Tu is already dead. You must have seen him down there. Don't worry, from today onwards, I will fight for everything I want. I want to hang this plaque under the sun and let everyone know that I, Lu Tu, am not a useless person. It seemed as if there was a response from the unseen. The 3 incense sticks in front of him began to rise without wind, only settling down after a moment. Lu Tu did not plan to exchange all 2 kilograms of gold at once. First, he didn't have many places to spend money right now, and second, he was afraid of being poor. He went to his grandfather's room and pulled out an old-fashioned safe from under the bed. The iron surface was already worn and looked very vintage. A year ago, when his grandfather was on his deathbed, he had entrusted Lu Tu not to open this box unless he encountered an insurmountable obstacle. His parents were busy with work and rarely at home, so it was just the 2 of them relying on each other. Lu Tu had always listened to his grandfather since he was a child, so he had never opened it. He thought about it and concluded that hiding at home was the safest option, especially since a few months ago a thief had broken in. At that time, Lu Tu was still attending evening classes, and when he returned home, he found a note in 200 yuan on the table. The note read, I have been in this profession for 30 years, with countless apprentices under me. Tonight, an apprentice mistakenly entered your home and, seeing a hero's household in such decline, felt deep remorse. I have left a mark to ensure your home remains safe for 10 years. Lu Tu went outside to check but found no mark. It must have been something only they understood. Since then, not only Lu Tu's family but the entire happy community had not heard of any burglaries. He opened the safe, and inside was only an old cloth bag. Lu Tu lifted the bag and was astonished to find a handgun and a tattered gun permit. No wonder his grandfather had said he could only open it when he faced an insurmountable obstacle. Lu Tu had never touched a gun in his 2 lifetimes, but as soon as he held it, a surge of heroism welled up within him, stirring his emotions. This must be the bloodline legacy ingrained in every child of the Dragon Kingdom. The gun permit stated that in recognition of Comrade Liu Yiting's outstanding performance in the War of Defense, he was awarded a firearm, complete with an official seal and number at the bottom. His grandfather had responded to the country's call all his life and surprisingly hadn't surrendered this gun back then, perhaps anticipating a day like this. This gun could be a great help, and most importantly, this gun permit was like a get-out-of-jail-free card. Even if he used the gun to kill Ding Zhang, it would be reduced to a minor issue. Lu Tu took the gun and the permit with him, leaving 10 gold bars in the safe and keeping 10 on him. He planned to exchange some cash, and to maximize the exchange rate, he would go to the Dragon Kingdom Bank. However, the origin of this money was unclear, and without purchase records or receipts, it would raise suspicion. He didn't want to expose himself too soon, so he decided to find a larger gold shop, where he wouldn't lose much. He remembered there was an antique street not far from home, with several gold shops. As a child, he had gone there to sell copper coins he found in the countryside. Just a day later, Lu Tu was back on the street, feeling a newfound confidence that made him no longer timid. Especially with a gun on him, he felt even bolder and wasn't afraid that others would discover it. After all, who would suspect that a college student would carry a handgun? Before long, he arrived at the antique street and found a medium-sized, ordinary gold shop. He pushed the door open and walked in. Inside was a cultured man wearing glasses. Upon seeing a customer, he immediately put down the feather duster he was holding and approached with a smile. "Hello, can I help you with something?" "Just looking around." The shop owner smiled kindly. "Feel free to browse. All the jewelry here is made by me, and I support testing with a spectrometer." Lu Tu looked around at the gold jewelry from the old Qin family and had to admit the craftsmanship was indeed exquisite. He hadn't expected the seemingly frail old Qin to have such skill. He decided to get straight to the point and asked, "How much do you pay for gold?" Old Qin adjusted his glasses. "Today's gold price is 618, but I can only offer you 580. That's the going rate here, and I need to check the quality first." Lu Tu had searched online before. Not only would there be discounts at gold shops, but even direct exchanges with Dragon Kingdom gold would be below the market price. He took out a 100G gold bar from his bag and placed it on the counter. "Then check it. Are you selling this one entirely?" "Yes, at your price, but I have one requirement. You must give me cash." Old Qin seemed surprised at Lu Tu's young appearance. Those in his line of work wouldn't question the source of the goods. After all, gold was always melted down once acquired. "Please wait a moment while I take a look." He immediately called over a middle-aged woman behind him. "Wife, make a good cup of tea for this young brother, and take the bank card to withdraw some cash." After Old Qin verified it and confirmed everything was correct, the couple exchanged glances and led Lu Tu to the lounge, smiling at him. "Where are you from, young brother?" "Shanghai. Are you sure you want to sell?" "Sure. Then I'll have my partner go get the cash." "Wait a moment." After saying this, Lu Tu took out the remaining gold bars from his bag, placing 10 100G gold bars in front of Old Qin, which surprised the couple even more. Old Qin's eyes lit up, and he quickly urged in a low voice, "Wife, bring more cash." Half an hour later, Old Qin's wife came in with a large black leather bag, placing 580,000 cash in front of Lu Tu, along with a counting machine. Old Qin offered a heavy cigarette, which Lu Tu declined. Lu Tu casually picked up a stack of cash and started counting it in front of them. Not to mention the tea brewed by Old Qin and the cigarettes offered, he didn't even trust the counting machine provided by Old Qin. He only trusted the money that passed through his hands. After another half hour, confirming everything was correct, Lu Tu stuffed 570,000 into his backpack. "All right, happy cooperation." Lu Tu extended his hand and shook hands with Old Qin. The couple was very happy. They had just opened for business and already landed such a big deal in less than an hour, earning tens of thousands, and it was so straightforward. After refusing the business card offered by Old Qin, they added each other on WeChat. Just as Lu Tu was about to leave, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Triggered random task. A drop of water shall be returned with a burst of spring. Repay Jiangxi. Do you accept? Lu Tu paused, The image of Jiang Shi protecting him yesterday automatically surfaced in his mind, and a warmth surged from deep within. If one were to repay a woman, especially a beautiful woman, the best way would be to become her boyfriend. To be honest, if the system hadn't issued the task, Lu Tu would never have approached Jiang Shi. After all, she had helped him, and he only felt gratitude towards her, not romantic feelings. Now, with nothing to rely on, only the system, there was naturally no reason to refuse, especially since Jiang Shi really matched Lu Tu's aesthetic, so he decisively accepted. Standing by the jewelry counter, he looked at old Qin's wife, sister-in-law. I want to buy some jewelry for a girl. What would be appropriate? Upon hearing there was still business, old Qin immediately greeted him with a smile, enthusiastically introducing, "Is she your girlfriend or someone you're pursuing?" "I plan to pursue her." "Then you can't give her necklaces or rings. You can choose from earrings or bracelets, and don't make it too expensive. She won't accept it." Mrs. Qin saw that Lu Tu was straightforward and directly took out several bracelets for him to choose from, but Lu Tu seemed uninterested and continued to look around. "Young brother, do you think the bracelets are too thin? You might as well look at our pictures. Whatever thickness you want, old Qin can make it for you right away." Mrs. Qin was clearly confident in her husband's skills. Lu Tu slowly shook his head, his gaze finally landing on a silver bracelet in the corner. "How much is that one?" Mrs. Qin was momentarily taken aback. In her eyes, this 18-year-old boy was either rich or noble, and he was spending on 1 kilogram of gold, so how could he be interested in that plain silver bracelet? That one is made of 925 silver, originally over 200, if you really like it. I can give it to you." Lu Tu immediately agreed. "I'll take that one." Mrs. Qin was surprised. "Aren't you pursuing a girl?" "Yeah, who gives a girl something so expensive? I'm not a simp." Old Qin and his wife seemed to still be catching up with Lu Tu's thought process, and according to his request, they engraved yesterday's date on the bracelet with a laser, then packaged it up and sent Lu Tu on his way. Little did he know that a pair of greedy eyes in the distance had already set their sights on him. With the down payment for a house on his back, Lu Tu felt much more at ease now, or rather, he had gained a sense of composure and confidence. Just yesterday, he had only $8 to his name, a poor student who could barely afford a meal, but today he had a substantial sum of money. Indeed, money was a man's best aphrodisiac. As he walked down the street, he organized his recent goals. First and foremost, he was determined to return to Shanghai and take revenge on Ding Zhang. He harbored a particularly vicious idea of revenge that had yet to be put into action. As for Jiang Shi, Lu Tu didn't pay much attention. If she wanted the bracelet, she could have it, and if not, he would take it back. The reason he bought her a gift was purely out of a sense of gratitude. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay, and he didn't want to owe anyone or help anyone. After all, girls are not chased but attracted. As Lu Tu walked home, he passed by an alley when a man wearing a baseball cap approached from the other end, deliberately pulling the brim low, his hands in his pockets, looking hurried. Unfazed, Lu Tu reached for his backpack until he brushed past the burly man, their shoulders colliding solidly. Lu Tu stumbled from the impact, and before he could steady himself against the wall, the burly man pulled out a knife and pressed it against Lu Tu's lower back. "Be honest and hand over the money." Lu Tu, feeling nervous, replied, "Brother, have you run into some trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tu received a solid punch to his lower back, causing him to grimace in pain, and the burly man began to grab his bag. "Stop talking nonsense and hand over the money, or I'll take your life." Lu Tu quickly softened, weakly saying, "Brother, calm down. There are cameras everywhere. If you rob me, you won't get far." The burly man sneered, "You think I'm stupid? I've already scoped this alley. There are no cameras." Random task triggered, deal with the robber. Since he dared to rob him, Lu Tu wouldn't let this guy off easily, even without the system issuing a task. "Brother, please don't hurt me. I'll give you the money." Lu Tu shrugged his shoulders and offered his backpack. The burly man lifted the bag, feeling its weight. Even with a mask on, Lu Tu could tell the man was pleased. After all, hundreds of thousands in cash was definitely substantial. Seeing Lu Tu so compliant, the burly man spat at him disdainfully and eagerly opened the backpack. "What a pathetic loser. You think you deserve this much money? Let me be kind and spend it for you." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a dark, deep gun barrel pointed at him. The burly man was instantly drenched in cold sweat, forcing himself to calm down, repeatedly telling himself that the gun must be fake. Looking back at Lu Tu, he no longer saw the earlier cowardice. Despite his youthful appearance, there was a ruthlessness on his face that didn't belong to his age. "Go on, keep talking." The burly man feigned calmness, saying, "I've been in this game since I was 15, you think a toy gun can scare me?" Lu Tu curled his lips into a mocking smile, pressing the gun barrel against the man's forehead. "You don't even know what a real gun looks like, and you dare to call yourself in the game? What the hell are you doing?" The cold gun barrel touching the burly man's forehead made him abandon any hope. Up close, He couldn't deny it any longer, this young man was holding a real gun. He didn't have time to think about where the gun came from. He only felt regret for not bringing more people along. Initially, he thought it was just a rich student who had stolen gold from home to sell for money. But what kind of student carries a gun? With a thud, the burly man decisively knelt on the ground, throwing the knife and Lu Tu's backpack in front of him. Don't kill me, I'm just a worthless life. Even if you kill me, you'll have to pay for my life. Lu Tu raised an eyebrow at the words. So you're trying to bully me, thinking you've got me under your thumb? I see you as a student, surely with a bright future ahead. There's no need for you to shoot me. Killing me won't help you escape. After saying this, Lu Tu kicked the burly man in the face, and with a sharp crack, the man's nose twisted grotesquely. On my household registration, I'm the only one left. Do you think you have the right to bully me? The pain made the burly man howl in agony, struggling to grab Lu Tu's gun, but Lu Tu would not give him the chance. He quickly picked up the fallen spring knife and plunged it hard into the man's thigh, blood gushing out immediately. The burly man was already severely injured, and upon seeing the blood flowing from his thigh, he was stunned. He had only wanted to rob a little to make some gambling money, never expecting it to go so wrong. In fear, he crawled towards the alley's exit, calling for help, but it was lunchtime, and there was no one passing by. Seeing this, Lu Tu stepped forward, placing a foot on the man's back, and shouted, "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. Big brother, grandpa, ancestors, can you let me go?" The burly man regretted it deeply. This kid was nothing like a student when he got violent. He had been deceived by his appearance. A 3-year-old child holding a gold brick in a bustling market, everyone is a devil. If he had left home without a gun today, he would have been robbed, or worse, stabbed or even killed. Lu Tu had been careful with every step, yet he was still targeted by someone with ill intentions. He had underestimated the evil in human nature and overestimated himself. Don't panic, the place I stabbed you isn't on a major artery, so you won't die just yet. Tell me, besides you, who else is after me? Big brother, I really am alone. How could I tell anyone about such a good opportunity to make money? I see you're young and as thin as a greyhound. The burly man's voice grew quieter as he noticed a meaningful smile creeping up Lu Tu's lips. A terrifying thought crossed his mind, making his hair stand on end, and he momentarily forgot the pain. Big brother, there are cameras here. Please don't do anything foolish. Just let me go, and I'll leave Yongning immediately. Lu Tu coldly laughed, wiping the blood from the spring knife onto the burly man's face. You've got it all wrong. There are no cameras here. The burly man looked like he was about to cry, feeling dejected. Big brother, I was just lying to you. Lu Tu kicked him down. Stop wasting my time. According to your rules, you should at least leave me something, right? The burly man was terrified, looking at the frail college student before him, feeling a bit dazed. Who was really the one in control here? Fingers. Would Fingers be okay? Big brother, I can't go on living like this. My wife is seriously ill. She's had 9 rounds of chemotherapy, and I really can't go on. Before she dies, she just wants to eat some dumplings, so I came out to rob money. Lu Tu was taken aback by this, then looked at him deeply, seemingly moved. So you're still a good man? I can't say I'm a good man, but big brother, just spare my life and let me send my wife off with dignity. Fine, you can go. Lu Tu waved his hand. Ha! The burly man was stunned, thinking he had just told a casual lie, and the other party actually let him go. Was it really that simple? For a moment, he couldn't tell if Lu Tu was genuinely foolish or just pretending, kneeling on the ground without daring to move. Then he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Lu Tu pulled out a stack of cash from his backpack and casually handed it to him. Lu Tu wore a compassionate expression. Robbing to fill your stomach, that's not your fault. Blame this society instead. Take this 5,000 yuan. Big brother, you truly are a living bodhisattva with a heart of gold. The burly man swore that in his life he had committed countless bad deeds, but only this time did the 18-year-old boy in front of him make him feel the taste of guilt for the first time. He had never seen such a selfless person. After robbing him, this boy, in an absolute position of power, not only was willing to let him go but even gave him money to fulfill his wishes. What a shining example of humanity this was. The burly man felt regret and frustration as he stared at the slightly sentimental gaze of Lu Tu, almost blurting out that he was lying, but his rationality told him he couldn't confess and needed to leave quickly. Lu Tu patted the burly man's shoulder and returned the spring knife to him, saying, "Go on, it's really not your fault. You don't need to pay back this money." The burly man trembled as he took the 5,000 yuan in cash, unsteadily standing up, bowing respectfully to Lu Tu in thanks, and then fled in a hurry. Once the burly man was far away, Lu Tu took out his phone and dialed an emergency number. "Hello, police officer, I've been robbed at knife point." Yes, he took 5,000 yuan in tuition from me, and he ran towards H Harmonious Alley. After hanging up, Lu Tu chuckled to himself, he should thank me. Upon hearing about such a serious case, the dispatcher immediately notified the nearby police station to dispatch officers. Lu Tu initially thought about using the same trick again, but then decided against it. He had cut himself yesterday, and the wound had just started to scab over. Moreover, a thug bold enough to rob on the street would likely have a criminal record, even if he didn't, so what? At worst, it was just a matter of making a phone call, and in the end, Lu Tu would have to pull out his grandfather's gun permit. Even if it escalated to a big deal, Lu Tu had a story to tell. This was a relic left to him by his grandfather, and keeping it close was a way to remember him. Plus he hadn't even loaded it. But that was the worst-case scenario. Lu Tu went to a small shop across the alley, bought a bottle of cola and a toy gun, and chatted casually with the shop owner. After chatting for less than 5 minutes, he received a call from the police. "Hello, this is the H Harmonious police station. Did you just call to report being robbed of 5,000 yuan? Yes, officer, have you caught the bad guy? We have apprehended him, and the 5,000 yuan he stole is with him. Please come to the police station to cooperate with us in taking your statement and help identify him." "Okay, I'll be right there." Before long, Lu Tu arrived at the H Harmonious police station. As soon as he entered, he encountered a young male officer who curiously asked, "Are you the one who was robbed of tuition?" "Yes, that's me." The officer took Lu Tu to the office and asked about the events that transpired. Lu Tu first revealed how he had scared the burly man with a toy gun. The officer stared at the toy gun in Lu Tu's hand, puzzled. "You know, this toy gun looks quite realistic. Where did you buy it?" "Online." "Don't buy it again, it might cause a disturbance," the officer said as he confiscated the toy gun. "Understood." 10 minutes later, the officer closed the folder and took out the 5,000 yuan from the evidence bag, handing it to Lu Tu. "Count it and see if it's enough." Lu Tu knew he had to count it carefully to fit the persona of a panicked student. "It's enough, officer." The officer patted his shoulder. "This guy is a fugitive with several criminal records and a history of drug use. Your actions were commendable. You showed both courage and wisdom." Lu Tu sighed in relief. "Thank you. To be honest, I didn't think that much at the time. I just thought that losing money could avert disaster. You all are so brave to catch the criminal so quickly. I must send you a banner of appreciation." As soon as he heard the mention of the banner, a proud expression appeared on the young male officer's face. "No need to be so polite. It's our duty to serve the people." Until Lu Tu left the Harmony police station, he never caught a glimpse of the burly man. Perhaps the cases on this guy were already enough for him to handle, and there was no need for Lu Tu to identify him again. After all, the cases were reported by Lu Tu, and the street surveillance could confirm it. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. "Congratulations on completing the task of avenging the robber. Calculating the event's completion level." The completion level of this event is S rank, far exceeding the system's expectations. "You have received a bottle of physical enhancement potion. Please check your system backpack." Lu Tu suppressed his excitement as he took a taxi home, and only then did he see the green potion in his system backpack. With a thought, the potion appeared in Lu Tu's hand, only the size of a syringe, resembling a used bottle of medicated oil, its green hue quite striking. Without any hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank the potion. A warm current slid down his esophagus into his abdomen, instantly filling his limbs, especially the wound on his arm, which began to itch slightly. Rolling up his sleeve, he was astonished to see the wound healing at a visibly rapid pace. This was incredible. Had he evolved into Wolverine after drinking this potion? Not only was the wound healing, but his physique also underwent some changes. His previously thin limbs now appeared normal. His complexion, once yellowed from long-term malnutrition, had become fair and rosy. Standing in front of the mirror, Lu Tu observed closely. His already handsome features had transformed. His height increased from 182 centimeters and a weight of 50 kilograms to 191 centimeters and 68 kilograms. With the potion's enhancement, the only words to describe him were handsome to the extreme. If women who cared about their looks knew the effects of this potion, it would sell like crazy. It was 100 times more effective than any cosmetic procedure, with no side effects, truly an S-rank reward. To verify whether he had gained powerful self-healing abilities, he went to the kitchen, found a knife, and cut a small gash on his finger. Surprisingly, the wound did not heal as dramatically as before, but it was still significantly better than before. He had just cut himself for nothing. Nevertheless, Lu Tu was greatly encouraged and resolved to carry out his revenge on Ding Zhang more decisively, including repaying Jiang Shi. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Tu took cash and a gun with him, retrieved 10 bullets from the safe, and ordered a ride to Zhonghai University. Before leaving, he also took 2 pots of orchids that his grandfather had raised, planning to give one to Pang Dawei, who had invited him to visit once he had recovered. Even if Pang Dawei had only mentioned it casually, Lu Tu had to seize the opportunity. If you don't fight for it, there will always be others who will. The reason he achieved S rank while dealing with the robber was not only due to the system but also because of the support from Pang Dawei, so he had to grasp this chance. When he returned to the dormitory at Zhonghai University, it was already 5 p.m. Lu Tu still had 570,000 yuan in cash, plus an additional 10,000 yuan transferred to his bank account by Mu Wenhan. He first stored the 570,000 yuan in a shoebox under his bed. This money was still very useful and could not be squandered carelessly for now. Moreover, the current situation was not suitable for extravagance. Countless envious eyes were watching him, waiting for him to make a mistake. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to bring this hidden money into the open. He was still unclear about the situation on Ding Zhang's side. Perhaps Lu Shurda knew, but he couldn't ask directly. What he could do now was to wait quietly until the police station's handling results came out. Naturally, someone would inform him. His primary goal was to repay Jiang Shi well. He had Jiang Shi's phone number, and after clearing his throat, he dialed it directly. On the other end, Jiang Shi's voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Lu Tu got straight to the point and introduced himself. "Sister Jiang, I'm Lu Tu. We met yesterday morning at the cafeteria." After thinking for a moment, Jiang Shi suddenly realized, "I remember now. Is there something wrong? Did those people bully you again?" "Yes, sister, they are causing me trouble again. Can I come to find you now?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi seemed a bit angry. "Where are you now? I'll come find you right away. They are really out of control." "Sister, I've already run out. I don't dare go back to the dorm. Can I come find you now? Then you wait for me downstairs at the girls' dormitory. I'll be right down." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Lu Tu set off with the silver bracelet he had obtained for free. He didn't feel he had deceived Jiang Shi. If he had approached her in a normal way, expressing gratitude and inviting her out for a meal, she definitely wouldn't have agreed. Since Jiang Shi had a kind heart and loved to help others, he might as well make good use of that. What is the ultimate goal of asking a girl out? It's to get her to come out. No matter the method, as long as you get her out, you've succeeded by 50%. In fact, girls don't care much about whether you are deceiving them. What they care about is whether you can keep deceiving them. When asking a girl out for the first time, you definitely can't be late. That's the most basic courtesy. Lu Tu, dressed in a proper new outfit and shoes, along with the transformation from the system's potion, exuded a confident and generous aura, attracting many curious glances from girls along the way, with gasps of surprise. "Look at that guy, he's so handsome. His skin is so fair. He looks like the male lead from a comic. I think he looks like that actor who played Constantine. What's his name? Keanu Reeves. Yes, I think so too. How come I didn't notice him before? No need to look anymore, such a handsome guy must be gay. Look, he's going to the girls' dormitory. I wonder who is so lucky to be his girlfriend." This was the familiar campus life. Lu Tu was not at all accustomed to the state of being disliked like yesterday. A few bolder girls approached Lu Tu and asked for his WeChat, but they all said they wanted to introduce him to their roommates, not daring to say it was for themselves. Lu Tu welcomed them all and added them as friends. He was currently very short on friends, and a campus life without friends would greatly diminish the experience. Although he hadn't attended university in his previous life, he had certainly been around college students. Didn't the famous master of flirting say that if you want to improve your flirting skills, there's only one secret: kill the ugly ones? The fastest way to integrate into this world is to flirt with a few girls. I mean to make a few good friends. Walking from the teacher's dormitory to the girls' dormitory, Lu Tu's hands were already filled with sugar oranges and various snacks, along with a not-so-large bouquet of flowers. Standing under the banyan tree outside the girls' dormitory, surrounded by a group of chirping girls, he took a moment to confirm that Jiang Shi hadn't come out yet, so he continued chatting with the female classmates. "Hey, which year are you in?" A mature girl in a black wool coat smiled and blocked Lu Tu's path. "I'm Lu Tu from the 24th class of Chinese language and literature." "Oh, you're a junior. How come I haven't seen you before? Have you been hiding from me?" The mature girl playfully glared at Lu Tu and naturally placed her hand on his shoulder. Lu Tu smiled and gently removed her hand, feeling its smoothness, and instinctively scratched her palm. "I'm a bit introverted and don't like going out." The mature girl looked at Lu Tu with deep meaning and giggled. "You really are introverted. Do you have time later? Senior, let me treat you to hot pot." "I don't have time, I have an appointment." "Who is it that makes you so devoted?" Just then, a cold voice came from behind. "It's me." The group turned to see Jiang Shi staring at Lu Tu with an icy gaze. The senior thought Jiang Shi was declaring her territory and pouted sourly. "So it's Jiang, the campus beauty. No wonder, junior, you're so infatuated, but since you're used to main courses, you can occasionally snack on some side dishes." The senior deliberately pinched Lu Tu's arm at an angle where Jiang Shi could see, then laughed and left with the other girls. Only Lu Tu knew that Jiang Shi's attitude was definitely directed at him. "Sure enough," Jiang Shi coldly asked, You called me down just to show me how popular you are? Didn't someone bully you? Lu Tu seriously recounted the whole story, explaining that he had encountered a leadership inspection, and the school leaders had criticized Ding Zhang, also giving Lu Tu the subsidies he was entitled to. However, Ding Zhang and the others felt that Lu Tu had intentionally reported them, so they threatened to retaliate against him, saying that every time he returned to the dormitory, they would hit him. Lu Tu had sensed from their earlier phone call that Zhang Shi didn't understand the real situation, so he twisted the details a bit, but the overall outcome remained unchanged. After explaining, Zhang Shi's expression softened slightly as she pointed to the sugar oranges and snacks in Lu Tu's arms. Lu Tu took the opportunity to hand them to Zhang Shi. I was waiting for you here, and the passing classmates kindly shared their food with me. I couldn't refuse their enthusiasm. I see you didn't want to refuse, you enjoyed it, didn't you? Lu Tu frankly admitted, it was indeed a bit enjoyable. This is a gift from Senior. He handed the bouquet of flowers to Zhang Shi, who found Lu Tu's words quite sincere, especially since she had witnessed the whole scene upstairs, particularly when Wei Zixuan had placed her hand on Lu Tu's shoulder, only to be brushed off immediately. Thank you. Zhang Shi took the flowers, smelled them, and held them in her hands. Seeing that she didn't seem to mind his presence, Lu Tu seized the moment to suggest, Senior, do you like kittens? I do, why? Caught off guard by the sudden change of topic, Zhang Shi briefly forgot her earlier displeasure. I just saw a litter of newborn kittens in the flower bed by the teacher's dormitory. They seem to have lost their mother and look quite pitiful. Really? Hurry, take me to see. Senior, I'm a bit hungry. How about we eat first and then go see the kittens? No way. By the time we finish eating, the kittens might freeze to death. Hearing Zhang Shi say we, Lu Tu couldn't help but smile knowingly and reluctantly led the way. Zhang Shi indeed had a compassionate heart. Upon hearing that the kittens had no mother, she couldn't care about anything else and pulled Lu Tu's arm, heading towards the teacher's dormitory. There was indeed a litter of kittens in the teacher's dormitory, which Lu Tu had discovered when he moved in yesterday, and he hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. The two walked side by side at a brisk pace, forming a beautiful sight on campus with Lu Tu's handsome looks and Zhang Shi's beauty, drawing the attention of passing classmates. They speculated gossipingly about the nature of their relationship, as it appeared to them that Zhang Shi was dragging Lu Tu along, who looked quite unwilling. It was known that Zhang Shi was the aloof goddess of Shanghai University, and many suitors had tried to flirt with her without ever seeing any emotional response on her face. In no time, rumors about Zhang Shi began to spread throughout the Shanghai University WeChat groups, and Lu Tu was recognized by others. This included the senior Wei Zixuan, who had been chatting with her friends in the dormitory when she saw the photos of Lu Tu and Zhang Shi taken by classmates. Lu Tu had a swagger that was different from the average college student, along with a handsome face. Wei Zixuan could only squeeze a giant pillow between her legs and secretly vow, I must win you over. She had already added Lu Tu on WeChat, and at that moment, she revealed a sly smile, took a photo of her long, straight legs with her phone, and sent it to Lu Tu with a message. I accidentally twisted my ankle while going upstairs just now, it hurts so much. At this point, Lu Tu and Zhang Shi had arrived at the flower bed, where Zhang Shi was tenderly petting a kitten. Hearing the WeChat notification, Lu Tu opened his phone to see the photo sent by Wei Zixuan. He smirked and casually replied before shutting off his phone. If it itches, just slap it with a slipper, I'm busy. Lu Tu had figured out Wei Zixuan's type at first glance. A woman like her should never be given any sweet treatment. If Lu Tu acted like a lovesick puppy and eagerly offered to massage her, she would only look down on him, thinking he was easy to manipulate, and would instantly lose interest. Only by ignoring her and acting indifferent could he spark her competitive spirit, especially since Wei Zixuan knew Lu Tu was on a date with Zhang Shi. Sure enough, while Lu Tu was playing with the kitten with Zhang Shi, Wei Zixuan was in her dorm, angrily throwing pillows. Her roommate, Xiao Keiban, curiously asked, Xian, did your period come? Why are you so irritable today? Wei Zixuan grabbed Xiao Keiban's shoulder. Tian, let me ask you, am I pretty? Xiao Keiban Tian weakly nodded. Yes, you are the prettiest in our dorm. What about compared to Zhang Shi? I can't really say. Wei Zixuan stood in front of the full-length mirror in the dorm, muttering to herself, isn't it just that her face is a bit smaller and she's a bit better at pretending? Is she as flirty as I am? The other girls in the dorm seemed to be used to Wei Zixuan's personality, and no one dared to chime in. Over by the flower bed, Zhang Shi looked at Lu Tu with a pleading expression. Junior, can you help me with this? No, mainly because I have no experience. Just this once, I promise it's just this once. If you don't agree, I don't know who else to ask. But, Lu Tu was about to refuse when Zhang Shi interrupted him. Don't forget that I helped you in the cafeteria yesterday. Since you're living in the teacher's dorm now, just help me take care of the kitten. Zhang Shi sounded quite assertive, but the more she spoke, the more it sounded like she was whining. She knew many people didn't like cats, but right now, Lu2 was the most suitable to adopt one. At worst, I'll clean the litter every day, and I'll buy the cat food and litter. You just need to provide a place for the kitten to stay out of the wind and rain. That should be fine, right? At this moment, Jiangxi had completely lost her aloof school beauty demeanor, holding 3 little kittens in her arms, puffing up her cheeks and glaring at Lu2. Since Lu2 dared to invite Jiangxi to see the kittens, he naturally had plans to adopt them, as this would strengthen the bond between them, but he couldn't show his hand first. He had to make Jiangxi feel like she owed him a favor. Relationships need give and take to develop. Besides, if he didn't tease her a bit, he wouldn't have known that Jiangxi had such a cute side. Lu2 pretended to hesitate and sighed. Alright, just this once. But you can't send all the cats and dogs from school to me in the future. Yay! We have a home now. Jiangxi completely ignored Lu2 and vigorously rubbed the little kittens in her arms. The 3 kittens stretched out their little paws and began to knead on Jiangxi's chest, making Lu2 almost want to curse. That's mine, you stinky cat, don't touch. And so, Jiangxi, holding the kittens, followed Lu2 upstairs. As soon as they entered room 502, Jiangxi was shocked. She never expected the school would give Lu2 such a large dormitory, fully equipped with appliances. If it weren't for her knowing the true situation of Lu2, she would really suspect that Lu2 was the principal's nephew. Wow, your dorm is so big, the kittens will have plenty of space to play in the future. I was just worried they wouldn't have enough room to move around. Senior, don't move. Lu2 suddenly called out to Jiangxi. What's wrong? Senior, hold that pose. Let me take a picture to capture this moment. The composition is simply amazing. Hearing this, Jiangxi understood Lu2's intention. As a girl, she naturally liked taking photos, but she had never let a boy take pictures of her like this, so she felt a bit uneasy. However, seeing Lu2's serious expression, with only admiration in his eyes and no hint of mischief, she decided to stand on the balcony and let him take the photos. She also wanted to see what kind of pictures Lu2 could take. Lu2 directed Jiangxi like a pro, asking her to tilt her head and smile at different angles. He clearly had some knowledge of photography. After all, it was one of the easiest ways to impress girls. However, he kept an eye out and deliberately took a few shots from particularly awkward angles, distorting Jiangxi's figure, before taking some more serious ones. All done, senior. Let me see. After all, Jiangxi was a young girl who couldn't resist the temptation of beautiful photos, so she reached out to look at Lu2's phone. Lu2 swiped to the distorted photos and handed the phone to Jiangxi. Just as she eagerly took the phone, her mood visibly dropped in that instant. You made me look so ugly. Jiangxi pouted in dissatisfaction, her fingers scrolling through the photos, and the next second, her eyes lit up, a glimmer shining in her dark brown, delicate pupils. Did you really just take them? Do you like them, senior? In the photos, surrounded by greenery on the balcony, Jiangxi's eyes were full of joy, with 3 playful kittens scratching at her scarf, and the gentle breeze making her ponytail sway, looking as beautiful as a scene from a Japanese drama. A click interrupted Jiangxi's thoughts. She looked up to see that at some point, Lu2 had already stood beside her, taking a picture of the 2 of them with another phone. Jiangxi glanced at the photo, seeing herself looking down at the pictures on the phone, a happy smile unconsciously spreading across her face. Lu2 looked down at her with a doting expression, the sunset's afterglow casting a warm light on them, slightly overexposed, which made it seem like they had an extra layer of filter, enhancing the moment. The continuous emotional ups and downs made Jiangxi extremely happy, but she clearly felt that being with Lu2 seemed very interesting. The pleasant scent coming from Lu2's body made her cheeks flush pink, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what the scent was. She quickly hugged the 3 kittens and fled into the living room, squatting on the floor and pretending to be busy. Lu2 watched Jiangxi's retreating figure, and even he was momentarily lost in thought, standing there in a daze. Such a beautiful scene was something one could only encounter in the occasional midnight dream. He had forgotten how long it had been since he felt such pure emotions. Could this be the long-lost thrill of first love? Leaning against the balcony, Lu2 tilted his head back deeply until the sunlight hit his face. In that moment, the cold winter seemed to show signs of melting away under the warm sun, and he couldn't help but feel that youth was truly wonderful. Before this, Lu2's initial intention in pursuing Jiangxi was to complete a system task, but at this moment, he seemed to begin enjoying it. In his previous life, he had played enough, but every time he indulged, an endless emptiness would engulf him, and that immense sense of loss made him resist. Perhaps, taking it slow wasn't such a bad thing. It could also help him raise his reward level. Temporarily putting the task aside, he just wanted to immerse himself in this moment and truly feel this enchanting experience. Lu2 brought over the small blankets that others had sent and found a cardboard box and scissors. Sitting on the floor, he and Jiangxi cut out a nest for the kittens together. The 2 had taken a big step in their relationship, directly bypassing the initial awkwardness of strangers. During their collaboration, they chatted and laughed, playfully teasing each other, completely forgetting the earlier unhappiness. After finishing the cat nest, the sky gradually darkened, and Jiangxi suddenly remembered that they hadn't eaten yet, so she proposed, "Lu-tu, thank you so much today for not only taking in the kittens but also helping me take photos. How about I treat you to dinner?" Lu-tu didn't hesitate about who was treating whom and readily agreed, "Sure, I want to eat hot pot." Jiangxi went downstairs first to wait for Lu-tu and happened to run into a teacher she knew who was returning home. The teacher smiled and greeted her, "Jiangxi, have you eaten yet?" "Hello, Teacher Li, I haven't eaten yet. I'm waiting for someone." It's going to get colder tomorrow, remember to wear more clothes." Just as Teacher Li finished speaking, she saw Lu-tu coming downstairs, holding a beige scarf, which she naturally draped around Jiangxi's neck and tied for her, saying, "You forgot your scarf." Lu-tu also knew Teacher Li. He had delivered fruit to her yesterday and politely asked, "Have you eaten, Teacher Li? Did you just come down?" Teacher Li adjusted her glasses in surprise. As a woman, her sixth sense told her that things were just as she suspected. She suddenly thought of Lu-tu's relationship with the principal and Jiangxi's background, and her curiosity flared up. Looking at the two standing together, who seemed exceptionally well-matched, she smiled knowingly, "Be careful when you go out to play." Jiangxi immediately realized that Teacher Li had misunderstood, and just as she was about to explain, Lu-tu spoke up first, "Thank you, teacher. Goodbye." With that, he pulled Jiangxi's arm and walked away. Jiangxi angrily asked, "The teacher thinks we're in a relationship. Why didn't you clarify?" Lu-tu was puzzled. "What is there to explain about our pure and innocent friendship? Aren't you afraid they'll say we're dating? There will always be gossip. If you don't listen, it won't exist. Besides, even if we were dating, we are just friends with boundaries, so why worry about rumors?" Jiangxi looked at Lu-tu in slight surprise. Until now, her impression of him was that of a timid and self-deprecating boy, but in just over an hour of interaction today, he felt like a completely different person. Moreover, Lu-tu's slightly domineering statement gave her a sense of security, a feeling she had never seen in any of her previous suitors. Suddenly, Jiangxi remembered why she had become so sensitive. She had never been this way before. With that thought, she regained her usual confidence and walked side by side with Lu-tu on campus, accepting the astonished gazes of other students. They arrived at an old hot pot restaurant outside the school, which was one of Jiangxi's favorites, especially since the weather was perfect for hot pot. They arrived a bit late and had to wait outside in line, but fortunately, there were only 5 tables ahead of them. Jiangxi usually didn't talk much, otherwise, she wouldn't have been jokingly called the cold goddess. Luckily, Lu-tu was well-read and humorous, often making Jiangxi laugh heartily without caring about her image. Their presence attracted quite a few gazes. The diners were all students from Shanghai University. Although they didn't know Lu-tu, they almost all recognized Jiangxi. Seeing the aloof campus beauty so happy because of Lu-tu, several boys present felt heartbroken and shot hostile glances at Lu-tu, marking him as their number one rival. Lu-tu suddenly spotted a familiar face nearby, the freckled girl who had supported him in the cafeteria yesterday. Lu-tu greeted her warmly, "Classmate, do you remember me?" The freckled girl, focused on cooking tripe with her back to Lu-tu, turned around upon hearing his call and recognized him. "You're the classmate from the first cafeteria yesterday." "My name is Lu-tu. Thank you for speaking up for me yesterday," Lu-tu said politely, extending his fist. The freckled girl hesitated for a moment but still bumped fists with him. "No need to thank me. I'm Tian. Everyone would do the same, right?" Lu-tu called over a waiter and paid for Tian's table, which he considered a way to return the favor. Soon, a vacant table became available, and he handed the menu to Jiangxi, indicating that he had no dietary restrictions and could eat anything. Jiangxi, knowing that Lu-tu was quite easygoing, ordered her favorite dishes without hesitation. As they chatted and ate, they moved from discussing their childhoods to gossip around them. During this time, Lu-tu mainly listened, and Jiangxi had never felt so relaxed around a guy before. It seemed they had endless topics to talk about. This made the other men in the restaurant envious. They had never seen Jiangxi so talkative. Among them were a few who secretly had crushes on her. They had planned to wait for the right moment to confess, but they never expected that a freshman brat would get ahead of them. Jealousy twisted their faces, and in a corner, a man with a sinister gaze thought, "Since I can't have Jiangxi, I won't let you brat, have her either." He pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to the well-known rich second-generation student, Tao Chen. "Chen-gu, someone is harassing Jiangxi at the old hot pot place outside the school. Come check it out. Which bastard is so blind? He dares to touch my woman? I'm having dinner with Xiaomei right now. You go over and deal with him, just say I sent you." The man glanced at Lu-tu, who was broad-shouldered and 191 centimeters tall, and instinctively swallowed hard. "Xiange, I think this guy looks like a tough one. Why don't you come over and handle him? I twisted my ankle playing basketball today. Alright, you just hold him off. I'll be there soon." After saying that, he hung up. Unaware of the brewing trouble, Lu-tu was still enjoying his meal. Ever since he drank the body-enhancing potion, he had been in a constant state of hunger. He was used to being hungry, which was why he had managed to hold out until now. Now that he was in the hot pot restaurant, he let himself eat freely. After finishing the dishes Jiang Shi ordered, Lu-tu ordered another 10 plates of tripe and 20 plates of fatty beef, all of which he tossed into the pot to cook. Jiang Shi had never seen anyone eat like this before. Fortunately, although Lu-tu had a huge appetite, he ate very elegantly, without the off-putting mannerisms of an eating show host, which only made her appetite grow. She instinctively began to compete with Lu-tu for food. "Senior, you're eating the tripe I cooked." "Hee, but I cooked this one first." The two laughed and enjoyed the hot pot, further igniting the jealousy of those around them. Half an hour later, they were full, and Lu-tu called the waiter to settle the bill. After paying, they realized they had overeaten and exchanged a glance, bursting into laughter. "Senior, let's sit for a while and relax. There aren't many people coming in to eat now anyway." "Sounds good." Sitting idly was a bit boring, and Lu-tu had long noticed the envious glances from others. But the current Lu-tu was no longer the timid Lu-tu of the past. The more displeased others were, the happier he felt. After all, not being envied is a sign of mediocrity. He casually picked up a blank order slip and a pen from the table and said to Jiang Shi, "Senior, don't move, I'll draw you a sketch." "Okay." Jiang Shi recalled Lu-tu's excellent photography skills from the afternoon and thought he should be good at drawing too, as art has its commonalities. Not long after, Lu-tu drew a chibi version of Jiang Shi on the paper, but he deliberately doodled a few places, turning Jiang Shi into a chubby girl with her mouth stuffed full of food, looking comical and funny, which was one of his usual tricks. "It's done, senior sister, take a look." After handing it to Jiang Shi, she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she graciously held the drawing up to her face, pretending to be puffed up with anger, her cheeks bulging. "Take a good look, does it really look like me?" Just then, a Lamborghini Huracan stopped outside the shop, and a young man dressed head to toe in designer brands got out, wearing a pair of exaggerated yellow sunglasses. Without even turning off the engine, he took off his sunglasses and strode into the shop with an imposing air. Immediately spotting this scene, and his anger flared up as he marched towards Jiang Shi. "Shi baby, why are you eating in a place like this? If you wanted hot pot, you could have told me. I would have had the chef at home prepare the freshest wagyu flown in from the island for you. This place is so unsanitary." The man questioned loudly, with a hint of anger, drawing the attention of everyone in the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Shi turned her head in confusion and saw Tao Qian glaring at her with a face full of rage, as if she had done something to wrong him. Unable to help herself, she rolled her eyes at him coldly, not even bothering to look at him properly. Turning to Lu-tu, her smile returned. "You drew me so ugly, and I actually believed you, you owe me." Although Lu-tu didn't know the man, it was obvious what was going on. As a man, Lu-tu naturally wouldn't give him any good face. Lu-tu smiled as he took the sketch from Jiang Shi's hand and handed her a pen. "Alright, I'll compensate you. Come on, senior sister, draw a circle here, and I guarantee it will turn decay into wonder." "You better not trick me. Only puppies lie, and bastards tell falsehoods." The other customers in the shop turned to watch, knowing a good show was about to unfold. Jiang Shi skeptically took the pen and casually drew a circle on the paper. At Lu-tu's gesture, she blew a breath onto the paper, and then Lu-tu flicked the back of the paper with his index finger. Under everyone's gaze, a finely crafted bracelet suddenly appeared on the paper, sparkling under the light. Jiang Shi gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. This was beyond her expectations. She thought Lu-tu was just trying to annoy Tao Qian next to her, but she didn't expect him to actually perform magic. As the saying goes, a rogue can do magic, which woman can resist? There were many girls present, who had always envied the sweet romances seen in dramas. Now, witnessing the love they longed for right beside them, they all gasped in amazement, and some even clapped. "Wow, so cute. How did you do that? Senior sister, do you like it?" The surprise in Jiang Shi's eyes was impossible to hide. She smiled and carefully picked up the silver bracelet, putting it on her wrist. "Shi, when did your standards drop so low? If you like bracelets, just tell me, and I'll buy you a high-end one." Throughout, Jiang Shi had never looked at Tao Qian directly, still completely ignoring him, waving her slender wrist in front of Lu-tu, her eyes curving into a beautiful arc. "I really like it." After being ignored repeatedly, Tao Qian was completely furious. Almost everyone present was a student from Zhonghai University, and this embarrassing situation was intolerable for someone used to being the center of attention. He immediately turned his anger towards Lu-tu, pointing a finger at his nose and scolding, "You, get the hell away. What the hell do you, a stinky loser, think you are doing eating with Jiang Shi? Lu Tu didn't want to deal with this guy, but since he dared to provoke him, he was ready to bury him. First, she praised Jiang Shi, saying, "You look great wearing that." Then, she glanced sideways at the man and provocatively said, "Did your parents never teach you what manners are? Can't you see this romantic scene? You filthy little brat, why do you have to come and ruin it? Get lost." A sharp intake of breath echoed through the venue. Everyone present knew Jiang Shi and naturally recognized the infamous rich second-generation Tao Qian from Zhonghai University. How dare Lu Tu speak to Tao Qian like that? It should be noted that Tao Qian had a history of violence. Once, when a boy accidentally bumped into him while playing soccer, he had beaten the other boy so badly that he ended up in the hospital with broken ribs. Who knows how much his family spent to smooth things over? In the end, he only received a major demerit, and then his father donated a cinema to the school. Tao Qian was so enraged by Lu Tu's words that he laughed in disbelief. How could someone he didn't even know dare to insult his upbringing? Accustomed to being domineering, he reached out to grab Lu Tu by the collar, cursing, "What the hell, you filthy loser." But as soon as he made a move, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Looking down, he saw Lu Tu gripping his hand tightly, as if it were caught in a wrench. Tao Qian didn't even see when Lu Tu had made his move. He was so used to a pampered life that he couldn't handle this kind of pain. Gritting his teeth, he swung his other fist at Lu Tu's face. With a loud slap, Lu Tu blocked it effortlessly and pushed him forward, causing him to stumble. Thankfully, others were there to help him regain his balance. "Tao Qian, you're going too far. What do you think you're doing?" Jiang Shi exclaimed, rising to her feet, her once bright eyes now filled with frost. Tao Qian looked at Jiang Shi in shock. He had pursued her for 2 whole years. Who at Zhonghai University didn't know that? In his heart, he had long considered Jiang Shi his girlfriend, yet here she was helping the other guy, not even acknowledging that he had just been pushed down. But he couldn't take his anger out on Jiang Shi. He could only glare at Lu Tu and shout, "Do you even know who I am? You dare to hit me?" Lu Tu stood up, towering at 191 centimeters, casting a huge shadow over Tao Qian as he looked down at him with disdain, curling his lip. "Do you know who I am? Can you tell me who you are?" At this moment, Tao Qian was somewhat confused about Lu Tu's background. Normally, he would know any guy with a bit of background at Zhonghai University, but this person seemed unfamiliar, as if he had never seen him before. "I am Lu Tu." Lu Tu. Tao Qian thought hard but had no impression of him. Fortunately, the guy who had messaged him earlier stepped forward and whispered a reminder. Only then did Tao Qian ask, "From Ding Zhang's class?" He shouldn't have mentioned that name. Upon hearing it, Lu Tu's expression turned even colder. "What's your relationship with Ding Zhang?" "Ding Zhang is my lackey. Tonight, he'll deal with you." Tao Qian had never suffered such humiliation in his life. He got up from the ground and was about to charge at Lu Tu, but was held back by someone nearby, who whispered something to him. Comparing the strength between the two, Tao Qian decided he couldn't provoke Lu Tu in an area where he was weak. If it were someone else, he wouldn't mind beating them up, but after the brief encounter with Lu Tu, he realized that fighting was no longer his strong suit. "I thought you were someone important, but it turns out you're just a little loser applying for poverty assistance. Do you know what happens when you offend me?" Looking directly into Tao Qian's eyes, Lu Tu enunciated each word. "From a minute ago, you've already insulted my mother twice." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 loud slaps rang out, striking Tao Qian's face. The entire venue was in shock. No one expected Lu Tu would dare to slap Tao Qian, the rich second generation who had donated a cinema to the school. The engine of the little sports car outside continued to rumble lowly, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction on behalf of its owner. Even Jiang Shi looked at Lu Tu with disbelief. Was this really the same Lu Tu who had cowered in her arms yesterday after being scared by Ding Zhang? Moreover, Lu Tu spoke with an extraordinary nonchalance and confidence. Jiang Shi, coming from a distinguished family and having seen many capable individuals through her elders, now saw a charisma in Lu Tu that was completely uncharacteristic of a poor student. More accurately, Lu Tu exuded a thick rebellious air that was hard for students to possess. This was definitely not something that could be faked. Boys of the same age generally cared a lot about insults directed at their mothers, but someone like Lu Tu, who would decisively retaliate without a second thought against those who insulted his mother, was something Jiang Shi had never encountered before. After taking 2 slaps, Tao Qian glared at Lu Tu with a venomous look. He never expected Lu Tu would dare to hit him. After all, his pursuit of Jiang Shi was sanctioned by his family patriarch, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. But now, he was publicly slapped by a poor student. With so many eyes on him, if he didn't take revenge, how could he continue to hold his head high at Zhonghai University? However, with no one around him, it would be unwise to confront Lu Tu directly. As long as Lu Tu was at Zhonghai, he had countless ways to deal with him. Thinking of this, Tao Qian stood up, adjusted the collar of his Balenciaga jacket, and rubbed his swollen cheek as he looked at Lu Tu with malice. I initially didn't want to argue with you over the pushing incident because you're a poor student, but since you dared to hit me, I can only call the police. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi quickly intervened. Tao Qian, please don't call the police. I'm willing to pay for your medical expenses. Tao Qian glared at Jiang Shi. You ignored me time and again before, and now that I want to call the police on this little loser, you're begging for him? Hearing this, Lu Tu pulled Jiang Shi behind him and looked at Tao Qian with a mocking smile. Do I need my senior sister to plead for me? Since you're so cowardly, go ahead and call the police. But I've heard that you've been bullying others at school for a long time. Why choose to be a coward today? At this moment, Tao Qian was already struggling to contain his anger. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Lu Tu, he would have acted long ago. Hearing Lu Tu's continuous taunts ignited him like a powder keg. Lu Tu, I want you dead. Jiang Shi knew Tao Qian's family background was not something an ordinary student like Lu Tu could contend with. Even if he didn't cross the line legally, Lu Tu had indeed slapped Tao Qian twice. It was one thing to pay for medical expenses, but the key issue was if Tao Qian pursued this matter further, he might even go to the hospital for an injury report. If he slipped the doctor some benefits to get a light injury certificate, Lu Tu could end up in jail. After all, Tao Qian's face was still swollen like a pig's head, and it was hard to believe that the frail Lu Tu from yesterday had such strength. Jiang Shi spoke up. Tao Qian, consider it a favor owed to you. Please don't call the police. I'm willing to pay for your medical expenses. But Jiang Shi didn't expect that this statement would sound like an insult to Tao Qian. From his perspective, the woman who would eventually be his was now paying medical expenses for a guy who had hit him. What was the difference from being cuckolded? He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Tao Qian almost roared at Jiang Shi, you shameless bitch. You actually want to pay for his medical expenses? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Many among them knew Jiang Shi's identity. She was the mayor's daughter. Tao Qian's unrestrained insults towards her showed just how completely his anger had clouded his judgment. Losing his rationality, Tao Qian no longer cared about anything else. After all, their Tao Group's gaming company was a pillar industry and a major taxpayer in Zhanghai. Even Jiang Shi's father treated his own elder with courtesy. He clearly saw the expression of shame and anger appear on Jiang Shi's face, and Tao Qian felt a wave of satisfaction from his own retort. The next moment, he felt a lightness under his feet, and his whole body flew out. Tao Qian, fuck your mother. Lu Tu shouted violently as soon as Tao Qian finished speaking, kicking out with one foot, striking Tao Qian in the abdomen and sending him flying, rolling twice on the street. A gasp erupted from the crowd, but the most shocked was Jiang Shi. When Lu Tu shouted the curse, her heart contracted for a moment, but it was immediately filled with immense joy. Jiang Shi looked at Lu Tu with eyes that sparkled with excitement. She was never short of admirers, but those people either made grand promises or did things that only moved themselves. Only Lu Tu, just because Tao Qian insulted her, kicked him directly. In the heart of Jiang Shi, who had always been a good girl, Lu Tu was simply stunning. At that moment, she seemed to understand why Lu Tu felt different to her. The hot pot restaurant owner rushed over to stop Lu Tu. Young man, don't fight in my place. Lu Tu looked at the mess he had caused, pulled out his phone, and said, how much for the tables and chairs? You're a student, so let's say 800 yuan. Before Lu Tu could pay, Jiang Shi spoke up first. Sorry, uncle, for the trouble. A notification of 1,000 yuan arriving via WeChat came from the cash register. Lu Tu didn't mind this and was about to go out to settle accounts with Tao Qian when his arm was grabbed by Jiang Shi. He turned back with a hint of confusion, thinking Jiang Shi was going to lecture him again. But to his surprise, Jiang Shi smiled encouragingly at Lu Tu, gathered her hair with her left hand, and naturally linked her right arm, adorned with a bracelet, with Lu Tu's. No matter what, we'll bear it together. Lu Tu looked at Jiang Shi and noticed her gaze had changed. If the earlier moments of adopting a kitten or taking photos were just appetizers, then the kick he had just delivered in defense of Jiang Shi seemed to have opened the door to her heart. Jiang Shi squeezed Lu Tu's arm and asked him, are you afraid of dragging me down? Hearing this, Lu Tu stood there in a daze. He had seen too many cold-hearted women, not to mention that he and Jiang Shi were still just ordinary friends. Even among couples, it was not uncommon for them to abandon each other in times of crisis. In this environment where women's empowerment was prevalent, how could there still be such a loyal woman? If Jiang Shi, a woman, could reach this level, how could he, Lu Tu, be hesitant and act like a coward? Suddenly filled with heroic spirit, he smiled freely. All right, we'll bear it together. Lu Tu and Jiang Shi, under the gaze of everyone, stepped out of the hot pot restaurant and approached Tao Qian. At that moment, Tao Qian was hunched over, rolling on the ground, still cursing. Lu Tu, you're dead for sure, I'll take your life. Lu Tu chose not to deliver a finishing blow, After all, he was a student, not a thug, and he didn't dare to do anything illegal in front of so many witnesses. He could still justify the earlier act of hitting, but if he kicked him again now, it would solidify the charge of intentional injury. Soon, several police officers squeezed through the crowd and rushed in. After questioning those around, they glared at Lu Tu. "Did you do it?" Lu Tu admitted frankly, "I did." One police officer went ahead to check the hot pot restaurant's surveillance, while the others checked Tao Qian's condition and asked, "Can you stand up?" Tao Qian saw the main backbone and shouted at the police, "Help me! This guy wants to kill me!" Nonsense! This is a society governed by law. Who dares to kill someone in the street? The older policeman beside him had already checked Tao Qian's body and found no serious injuries, telling him to stand up on his own. After being helped up by a sycophant nearby, Tao Qian hurriedly ordered the police, "I am Tao Qian from the Tao Group. You need to notify my lawyer and family, and I need to go to the hospital for an injury examination." "Don't worry, I'll take you there," the middle-aged policeman said as he approached Lu Tu, giving him a discreet signal that others couldn't see. Only then did Lu Tu realize that this policeman had also been at the cafeteria yesterday, escorting Ding Zheng out. With so many people around, Lu Tu wouldn't be foolish enough to show it. He could only feign innocence and say, "Officer, if you check the surveillance here, you'll know the whole story." This guy started the trouble. The middle-aged policeman immediately put on a stern face and coldly snorted, "We don't need you to direct our investigation. Come back with us to take a statement." Jiang Shi stepped forward, "I was involved too. I want to go with you." The middle-aged policeman, being the person in charge of this area, naturally recognized the daughter of Mayor Jiang. Seeing her and Lu Tu acting intimately, he gave them both a deep look before nodding, "You can come along. The other students don't need to stick around. Go back to school and be safe." He then had someone take Tao Qian to the hospital for an injury examination and brought Lu Tu and Jiang Shi to a conference room at the station. After signaling for them to sit down, the middle-aged policeman introduced himself, "My surname is Su. Now, tell me what happened." Throughout this, Jiang Shi held Lu Tu's hand tightly, and Lu Tu spoke first, "Hello, Officer Su. Here's what happened." He recounted the events without embellishment, knowing that the hot pot restaurant had surveillance footage, making lying pointless and annoying. Officer Su took notes and spoke seriously, "What you said is basically true, but I want to ask you, why did you kick him in the end?" Jiang Shi blurted out, "Tao Qian insulted me. It was really nasty, and that's why Lu Tu acted." Officer Su glanced at her and then looked at Lu Tu. "Do you know Tao Qian's identity?" "I do." "Knowing that, you still dared to kick him in the stomach?" "His family's lawyer is already here. This kind of case is very troublesome and has a terrible impact. You better hope he's okay, otherwise, no one can protect you." Lu Tu replied calmly, "I'm willing to take responsibility for what I did." Jiang Shi looked at Lu Tu with determination. "You were teaching him a lesson for me. I'll take responsibility too." Officer Su helplessly glanced at the two of them and sighed at her. "Jiang Shi, your father is here." As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the conference room opened, and a refined middle-aged man walked in, resembling Jiang Shi closely. Although his expression was calm, his eyes were chillingly cold. Lu Tu recognized this as Jiang Shi's father, Mayor Jiang Daqiao of Zhonghai City. He suddenly recalled that Jiang Daqiao had also been present at the cafeteria yesterday but had hardly spoken the entire time. Jiang Daqiao first looked at Jiang Shi, and upon seeing that she was unharmed, he turned to Lu Tu, wanting to see which brat dared to lead his precious daughter astray. After locking eyes with Lu Tu, Jiang Daqiao recognized him, and a hint of confusion flashed in his gaze. Jiang Shi stood up obediently and timidly called out, "Dad." Jiang Daqiao directly bypassed the two of them and approached Officer Su, extending his hand, "Old Su, thank you for your hard work." "Mayor Jiang, you don't need to say that. This is what I should do. Fortunately, it's not a big deal." "Not a big deal?" If it had gone any further, the Tao family would have been cut off. Jiang Daqiao's voice rose a few notches, exuding an intimidating presence. Seeing this, Officer Su found an excuse to leave the conference room, leaving them to their discussion. Jiang Daqiao sat beside the two, and at a glance, he saw their fingers intertwined, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. His precious daughter had been easily deceived by this brawling punk in front of him? He looked at Jiang Shi. "I've been busy with work and neglected your upbringing. Have you forgotten what you promised me?" In front of others, Jiang Shi could maintain a cold goddess demeanor, but she seemed to fear Jiang Daqiao. Lu Tu could clearly sense her body tremble. "No dating during college. We'll talk about it when you return from studying abroad." Jiang Daqiao heavily tapped his finger on the table. "Is this how you keep your promises? You don't study well, and now you've learned to fight." Jiang Shi pouted in grievance. "Tao Qian insulted me." "He insulted you, and you could have told your dad. I would naturally stand up for you. Was it necessary to use such a foolish method?" Jiang Daqiao said this while casting a vague glance at Lu Tu. Jiang Shi huffed and fell silent, but Jiang Daqiao's next words made her collapse. it seems I need to move the plan up. You'll go to England next month to avoid messing around in Shanghai all day. I won't go. You have no say in this. The father and daughter faced off, and Lu Tu knew it was time for him to speak. The current situation arose because of him. He stood up and deeply bowed to Jiang Daqiao. Uncle Jiang, I'm Lu Tu. We met yesterday. Yes, Jiang Daqiao replied coldly. Today's incident was entirely caused by my impulsiveness, and it has brought you negative effects. I'm sorry. You don't need to worry about it. You can leave. Jiang Daqiao's tone was unquestionable, directly issuing an eviction order. Lu Tu knew he couldn't leave, even without turning back. He knew Jiang Shi was watching him. Jiang Shi chose to bear it together for his sake. If he left now, would he still be a man? In front of Jiang Daqiao, Lu Tu firmly held Jiang Shi's hand and said with conviction, I won't leave. Jiang Daqiao frowned. You won't leave? Do you want to take responsibility for the whole thing? Yes. To be precise, I will bear it together with Jiang Shi. On what grounds do you take my daughter with you? On what grounds do you make decisions for her and for me as her father? Jiang Daqiao was furious. Lu Tu calmly met Jiang Daqiao's gaze, showing no fear. Because I promised her, we'll bear it together. Ridiculous. Do you think you can handle it just because of your so-called passion? We can handle it. Hearing this, Jiang Shi gazed at Lu Tu's determined profile, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. After she smiled and wiped them away, the earlier panic of having done something wrong vanished, replaced by a powerful sense of security. Even she didn't know why, after just 2 days of knowing Lu Tu, she could trust his words so completely. Jiang Daqiao was so angered by Lu Tu that he almost laughed. He looked at the stubborn young man who was half a head taller than him. If I remember correctly, you were crying in the cafeteria yesterday because you were bullied and couldn't apply for a grant. How can you be so arrogant today, speaking such shameless words in front of me? Lu Tu didn't care about the facts he mentioned and nodded calmly. I am indeed very cowardly, but when Jiang Shi is with me and is insulted, if I don't even have the courage to protect her, I don't deserve to bear the surname Lu. Jiang Shi suddenly understood. She finally realized why Lu Tu had been so timid yesterday but had become exceptionally brave today. It was all because of her. Jiang Shi raised her head and murmured, Lu Tu, I don't want to go to England. I want to be with you. You don't have to go to England. Give me time. I can protect you and give you everything you want. Hearing this, Jiang Shi felt a weight lift from her heart. At that moment, she finally realized what kind of man she liked. She firmly hugged Lu Tu's arm and said, I'm not going anywhere. I want to be with you. Ridiculous. Immature. Naive. Jiang Daqiao slammed the table in anger. No longer caring about his position as mayor, he pointed at Lu Tu's nose and questioned, on what basis do you think you can give Jiang Shi everything she wants? If I weren't Jiang Shi's father today, you would already be detained. How do you know Tao Qian won't bribe a doctor to issue a false certificate? If you have even a minor injury, you would be detained. Your family is indeed loyal and brave, but if you break the law, no one can protect you. Even your father, your grandfather, your entire family will be shamed because of you. By then, what will you use to give Jiang Shi happiness? You are just a social outcast with a criminal record. After Jiang Daqiao finished speaking, perhaps due to his emotional agitation, his face turned red. Jiang Shi suddenly woke up to the reality of how serious the situation had become. If Jiang Daqiao hadn't arrived, Lu Tu might have really been taken advantage of by Tao Qian and sent to a detention center. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi felt a wave of fear and quickly ran to Jiang Daqiao's side, gently patting his back to help calm him down. Dad, we know we were wrong. This will never happen again. Uncle Jiang, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through, Lu Tu said. Although he had considered all of this, he currently had no good solution. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to trouble Pang Dawei, especially since he wasn't sure if the other party would be willing to help him in such matters. Moreover, Jiang Daqiao's words were all true. He had to give Jiang Daqiao a way out. After Jiang Daqiao's anger subsided, he waved his hand helplessly. You don't need to say anything more. This matter ends here. I have only one request. You are not allowed to date Jiang Shi. Dad, I won't. Jiang Daqiao changed his previously strong attitude and spoke earnestly. It's because Dad has been too focused on work and hasn't spent enough time with you. You can temporarily not go to England, but you two really have no future. He then looked at Lu Tu. Young man, I actually have a good impression of you. You come from a decent background, but if you think from the perspective of a father, you will understand my actions. Lu Tu nodded. I understand, but every word I say counts. I can give Jiang Shi everything. Jiang Daqiao and Lu Tu stared at each other for a long time, both seemingly trying to use their presence to make the other back down. In the large conference room, time seemed to freeze. After a full minute, Jiang Daqiao smiled and said, a real man should do rather than just speak. Wait until you can truly do it. After all, you are still young, and anything is possible. With that, he stood up and walked towards the exit of the conference room. Looking at Jiang Shi, I'll wait for you outside. It was clear he was giving them time to say goodbye. At that moment, in the conference room, there were only Lu Tu and Jiang Shi. They quietly looked at each other, but their eyes were filled with burning affection. Earlier that morning, Lu Tu had no interest in Jiang Shi at all. After taking the photo, he admitted he had developed some feelings for her. And when Jiang Shi said, "Let's bear it together," Lu Tu had already decided to put away his restless heart and be with this caring woman. At this moment, even if there were thorns between them, Lu Tu would resolutely walk towards Jiang Shi and fulfill all his promises. "Senior, I like you," Lu Tu broke the silence first. "Idiot, still calling me senior." Jiang Shi's face turned crimson. The two quickly walked towards each other and embraced tightly, melting away the sealed-off part of Lu Tu's heart. "Jiang Shi, be my girlfriend." Jiang Shi did not answer immediately but raised her head seriously to look at him. "Lu Tu, do you know? Just now, when you said in front of my dad that you could protect me, I believed that my boyfriend could definitely do it." As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed a light kiss on Lu Tu's cheek, then pushed him away and ran out of the conference room without looking back. "Remember what you said in front of my dad." Left with a surge of emotions, Lu Tu clenched his fists, watching Jiang Shi's departing figure, feeling a rush of power coursing through him. In his past life, he had been flirtatious, but this was the first time he felt this way, more captivating than any night of indulgence. Is this the feeling of first love? Intense and unforgettable. The system's prompt broke his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Repay Jiang Shi. Calculating event completion level. The completion level of this event exceeds the system's estimate. Rated as S level. Reward: 1 first prize lottery ticket for the Super Lotto. Awesome! A first prize lottery ticket for the Super Lotto. As long as I know the numbers, I can buy 100 tickets myself. Isn't that a direct leap across classes? But then he was dumbfounded, as he saw a solitary lottery ticket appear in his system backpack. He instinctively grasped the ticket in his hand and quickly took out his phone to check. After looking, he was almost furious enough to curse. The lottery was actually drawn tonight, and glancing at the clock, it was already past the draw time, which meant Lu Tu could only redeem it once and couldn't fulfill his grand wish of buying 100 tickets. System, are you doing this on purpose? I achieved S-level completion. Lu Tu was clearly not satisfied with this reward. Ding! This system did not do this on purpose. Rather, the Dragon Country lottery is not a conventional lottery. Even if the prediction is accurate, the winning numbers can suddenly change, so only one physical ticket can be materialized. Lu Tu felt the system's reasoning made sense. Having one is better than none. After all, this is the first prize of the Super Lotto, a solid 10 million. Even after taxes, there would still be 8 million. Footsteps were heard outside the conference room, and Lu Tu quickly tucked the ticket into his pocket. Officer Su came over and handed Lu Tu a note. "We have investigated and found that Tao Qian instigated the trouble first. You can go back to school now. This is my number. If you encounter any trouble at school, you can call me." "Thank you, officer." Lu Tu left the station and walked towards the dormitory. Passing by a pet store, he casually bought some cat food and cat litter. Since he was now with Jiang Shi, he naturally had to take care of these little creatures too. Lu Tu actually liked small animals very much. It was just that his previous way of enjoying them was somewhat different from Jiang Shi's. He couldn't go a meal without small animals. However, since he was now with Jiang Shi, raising them casually was no trouble, and it could also help deepen his relationship with her. After walking for a while, Lu Tu sensed something was off. 2 men had been tailing him since he left the station. He found a place with surveillance and stopped, turning to look at the 2 men. "I'm about to get to school. Are you still following me?" The 2 clearly did not expect to be discovered and, without further ado, approached Lu Tu, their eyes glinting with menace as they threatened. "Our young master wants you to kneel and apologize at Caesar KTV tomorrow night, or this matter won't end." Lu Tu sneered, looking directly at the 2. "What if I don't?" One of them flicked away his cigarette butt and provocatively blew a puff of smoke at Lu Tu. "Then you better be careful. Our brothers will often come to find you for fun." At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! Task triggered, revenge on Tao Qian. Does the host accept? Does it even need to be asked? Tao Qian has already sent people to find me. Can I still be a turtle hiding its head? Even if the system doesn't trigger a task, this grudge has been thoroughly established, and I will immediately accept the task. Lu Tuchong coldly laughed at the 2 men, saying, "Tell Tao Qian, this useless fool, that I'm waiting for him. I'm just afraid he won't dare to come." After saying this, he turned and strode away, confident that the other party wouldn't dare to ambush him. If they had the guts to act, they would have done so long ago. Did they think they could scare him with such tactics? After returning home, he sent a WeChat message to Jiang Shi, not mentioning anything about Tao Qian, as the visible trouble had already been settled by Jiang Daqiao. The reason Tao Qian still dared to seek revenge, Lu Tu speculated, was that Zhang Duqiu was doing it on purpose, testing whether Lu Tu had the ability to resolve matters on his own. Lying in bed, he pondered. Although he had won the first prize in the lottery, it was hardly enough to contend with the Tao group. It was even less than a fraction of what others had. If he wanted to take revenge on Tao Qian, he would have to approach it from other angles, but there weren't many resources he could rely on at the moment. One was the system. He had completed 3 tasks so far, but the rewards from those tasks were not very substantial. Aside from the body improvement potion, money didn't hold much value for him right now. After all, he spent every day at school, with so many eyes on him as a poor student, making it difficult to maneuver. The second was Pang Dawei. It seemed it was time to shamelessly reach out to this high branch, even though Zhang Duqiu had already shown Lu Tu considerable face yesterday. However, the undertones still revealed the class gap between Lu Tu and their family. He was merely relying on the little residual favor from his ancestors and had not yet reached the level of crossing classes. If he wanted to continue climbing up, he needed time and, more importantly, a background. After thinking it over, he came up with the most risky yet potentially rewarding plan. The next morning at 9 a.m., Lu Tu did not rush to the lottery center to claim his prize. He already had a plan in mind. First, he found the phone number that Officer Su had given him last night and dialed it. "Hello, Officer Su, this is Lu Tu." Go ahead. It's like this. Can I know how Ding Zhang and the others who bullied me are being dealt with? Officer Su had no intention of hiding anything from Lu Tu. After all, he was the victim. Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao, among others, have been detained for 6 months for suspected campus bullying, which caused you minor injuries. As long as I don't want to sign a letter of understanding, they have to stay in the detention center until their time is up, right? Hearing this, Officer Su was puzzled. According to legal procedures, that's correct. Have their families come to find you? No, I was just thinking, since we're all classmates, what if we run into each other in the future? You don't need to worry about that. Even if their families come to find you, you can completely ignore them and refuse any of their requests. They wouldn't dare to retaliate against you. Then I'm relieved, thank you, Officer Su. After receiving this news, Lu Tu became even more determined in his plan. He found the business card that Secretary Xiaosong had given him earlier, which had her number on it, and he directly called her. His tone returned to that of an honest, poor student as he weakly asked, "Is this Sister Xiaosong?" "This is Lu Tu." After a moment of thought, the other party gently replied, "Hello, Xiao Lu, is there something you need? Is Uncle Pang busy?" "The leader isn't busy right now. Are you looking for him? You can tell me first, and I'll pass it on. Uncle Pang has helped me a lot, and I want to thank him in person." Xiaosong, being Pang Dawei's secretary, understood Lu Tu's implied meaning immediately and recalled that Pang Dawei had asked Lu Tu to come over to his house once he had recuperated. Politely, she replied, "Please hold on, I'll go ask." The sound of leather shoes on the tiles came through the receiver, and after a moment, Pang Dawei spoke. "Xiao Lu, how have you been lately? Are you getting used to it?" "I'm doing well now. The principal and teachers are taking good care of me." "Thank you, Uncle Pang, for your concern. That's good to hear. I was worried you might not get used to it. I told your aunt about you. She really wants to meet you. Why don't you come over for a simple dinner tonight?" "Okay, Uncle Pang. I called today just to thank you in person. At 5 p.m., I'll have Xiaosong come to pick you up from school." "Got it, Uncle Pang. Alright, go to class now." After handing the phone to Secretary Xiaosong and confirming the exact time with Lu Tu, he hung up. Whether he could quickly establish himself in Zhonghai depended on this meal. Lu Tu opened the hidden compartment where he kept his things and took out the pistol his grandfather had treasured. Anyway, Lu Shirda had told him that he didn't need to attend classes recently. Studying was merely a formality for him. With his current mindset, sitting in the classroom to study was harder than killing him. After lunch, Zhang Shi came to Lu Tu's dormitory, saying she wanted to see the kitten. This was agreed upon yesterday. Zhang Shi would take care of the cat litter every day. The two had just established their relationship, and when Zhang Shi saw Lu Tu, her eyes were full of shyness, completely losing the aloofness of a school beauty. Zhang Shi shook the packed lunch in her hand. "Haven't you eaten? I brought you some." Lu Tu took the lunch and casually set it aside, gently pulling Zhang Shi into his embrace. Zhang Shi gasped and fell into Lu Tu's arms. Under Lu Tu's intense gaze, Zhang Shi's cheeks flushed. "Am I really that good-looking?" As an experienced man, Lu Tu instinctively placed his hands on Zhang Shi's waist, gazing into her shy eyes. "Your bright eyes are like streams of water." I suddenly feel an impulse. "What impulse?" "I really want to lick your eyes. You're so perverted." "Well, I can't help it. I just want to be perverted towards you." Zhang Shi had never heard such indecent words before. Nervously, she closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly. "You performed well in front of my dad last night, so I'll let you lick a little." "Ha!" Lu Tu was surprised. He had just said it casually, not expecting Jiangxi to be completely unbothered. Looking at Jiangxi, who seemed to be inviting him, how could Lu Tu really be that perverted? He leaned down slightly and kissed Jiangxi's warm lips. The moment their lips touched, Jiangxi instinctively shivered, then opened her eyes to stare at Lu Tu. Their eyes met, and for a moment, it felt awkward. Lu Tu mumbled, "Who kisses with their eyes open? I just want to see what kind of pervert you really are. Then I won't be polite to you." "Then come chase me," Jiangxi said with a smile, pushing Lu Tu away and running towards the living room, with Lu Tu chasing after her. He quickly blocked Jiangxi, pinning her against the wall in the living room, and leaned down to kiss her deeply again. This time, Jiangxi didn't open her eyes. She was like a well-behaved kitten, allowing Lu Tu to pry her lips open and savor the moment. Jiangxi naturally wrapped her arms around Lu Tu's neck, responding passionately yet awkwardly. They held each other tightly, wishing they could merge into one. After a long while, Lu Tu released Jiangxi, and they both breathed heavily, gazing at each other, their love thick and palpable. Even Jiangxi herself didn't know why she could easily forget all her reservations in front of Lu Tu. In her understanding, this must be love. "Little Lu, this is quite uncomfortable." Jiangxi's warm breath brushed against Lu Tu's face, making the hairs on his body stand on end, and her eyes began to squint. Lu Tu glanced down and smiled wickedly. Being held at gunpoint is definitely uncomfortable. After saying that, he picked Jiangxi up in a surprise and carried her towards the bedroom. One hand rested on Jiangxi's waist, teasing her sensitive spot, causing her to squirm and giggle. "Don't tickle me. Ha, let me down." Lu Tu tossed Jiangxi onto the bed, and in less than 10 seconds, he had taken off his armor, naturally placing his hand back on her waist, only to be grabbed by Jiangxi. "No, Xiaolu, give me some time," Jiangxi suddenly said, her voice tinged with tears. Lu Tu looked up and saw that, at some point, tears had welled up in Jiangxi's eyes, her delicate lips tightly pressed together, making Lu Tu's heart tighten as he cursed himself for being a jerk. Jiangxi had disregarded Jiang Daqiao's objections to be with him, and he was thinking of sleeping with her so soon. He still hadn't changed his bad habit of subconsciously treating Jiangxi like those casual women from before. Things that come too easily are often not cherished, and with that thought, he kissed Jiangxi on the forehead. "I was too anxious." Jiangxi, being considerate, picked up her coat and draped it over Lu Tu's back. "Please don't be mad at me, okay? I don't know how to date. I just want to save it for a sacred moment. Whether you want me or not, I am your girlfriend." Lu Tu was indeed anxious. He had only known Jiangxi for a few days, and he shouldn't project his past habits onto her. Seeing Lu Tu silent, Jiangxi took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck and kissed him. Then, she rested her head on Lu Tu's shoulder, sharing amusing stories from her life, pulling out her phone to tell him the background of each photo, talking about her family and friends. Lu Tu listened attentively the whole time, occasionally giving emotional feedback until Jiangxi had to go to class in the afternoon. After changing into a new outfit that had been delivered, she took a bag and filled it with orchids from the balcony before heading outside the school. In the distance, an S6 drove up and stopped in front of Lu Tu. Secretary Song rolled down the window and waved at Lu Tu. "Xiaolu, have you been waiting long?" Lu Tu smiled. "Sister Song, I just arrived." After getting in the car and checking the time, it was exactly 5 o'clock. One must say, Secretary Song was indeed very punctual. "My name is Song Yushi. If you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to call me." "Okay, Sister Song." Throughout the ride, Song Yushi asked questions, and Lu Tu answered without saying much else. Soon, the car drove into a family compound with a guard and stopped in front of a standalone house. Song Yushi waved. "Director Pang is home. You can go right in. I have some matters to attend to, so we'll see each other next time." "Thank you, Sister Song." Lu Tu politely bid farewell and stood at the doorstep of the provincial leader's home. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. When the door opened, to Lu Tu's surprise, a woman in her mid-20s with long hair stood there, exuding a sense of heroism and striking beauty. The woman looked at Lu Tu with a hint of surprise in her eyes and spoke first. "You must be Lu Tu. Come in and sit." Lu Tu smiled and nodded. "Hello, I am Lu Tu, here to visit Uncle Pang and Auntie. I know it's you. Come in, no need to be so polite." Lu Tu realized this must be Pang Dawe's daughter, but he didn't want to ask her name, so he followed her into the living room. He didn't have time to admire the antique decor before a kind-looking woman in an apron came out of the kitchen. She waved at Lu Tu. "You must be Xiaolu, such a handsome young man. Please sit down, dinner will be ready soon." "Hello, Auntie, do you need any help?" "No need to be polite, just call me Aunt Lin." Warner, quickly pour tea for Xiaolu. At that moment, Pang Dawe came down from the study upstairs. Lu Tu quickly stood up to greet him. Pang Dawe patted his shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Being young is great. Your body has recovered so quickly. It's all the doctors at the city hospital who are responsible. They prescribed me medication that works very well." Pang Dawe nodded to indicate that he could sit down, while Pangwon quietly poured a cup of tea for Lu Tu and sat beside him, curiously observing him. She also wanted to know what exceptional qualities Lu Tu possessed that made her father value him so highly. Ever since Pang Dawei returned from inspecting Zhonghai University, he had mentioned Lu Tu several times, saying that this young man was quite impressive. Health is the foundation of revolution. As long as you have a good body, you can handle anything with ease, Pang Dawei chatted casually. Seeing that this was a good opportunity, Lu Tu first took out a pot of orchids. Uncle Pang, this is one of the 2 pots of orchids my grandfather loved most in his lifetime. I hope you won't dislike it. At Pang Dawei's level, what precious things had he not seen? He initially wanted to refuse, but upon hearing that it was his grandfather's favorite, he took it and examined it closely. He found that this pot of orchids had indeed been carefully tended to and praised. Orchids grow in secluded valleys, not fragrant because there are no people. A gentleman cultivates his character and establishes virtue, not changing his principles due to poverty. With such a family background, it's no wonder you can remain humble and steadfast in your virtues despite adversity. I'll take care of this pot of orchids for the old hero. Pang Dawei changed the subject. Little Lu, do you usually like to raise green plants? Lu Tu was dumbfounded. Just a pot of orchids, and Pang Dawei could elevate it to such a level, making Lu Tu, a rough man, feel embarrassed. I don't like raising flowers, I can't settle down. That's normal. At your age, if you could calm down to cultivate green plants, that would be strange. Young people should have the vitality of youth. Lu Tu knew that although Pang Dawei's words were full of praise, they also revealed a sense of distance. If he wanted to change the situation, he had to come up with something substantial, otherwise, this meal would be his last chance to see Pang Dawei. Sure enough, seeing Lu Tu's hesitance, Pang Dawei took the initiative to ask, "Did you come to see me for something?" Lu Tu knew that he couldn't pretend in front of Pang Dawei with his limited experience. If he wanted to earn the others' respect, he could only speak honestly, just like that day in the cafeteria. After all, sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Uncle Pang, when I went back to my hometown in Yongning to get the orchids, I found something under my grandfather's bed. I didn't know what to do with it, so I came to ask you how I should handle it. Upon hearing this, both Pang Dawei and Pang Wan became interested. What could be so mysterious that he had to bring it all the way to Pang Dawei? The old hero's relic? Let me see it. As Pang Dawei and Pang Wan stared intently at Lu Tu as he took the item out of his backpack, Pang Dawei's pupils quickly contracted. Although the item was wrapped in cloth, he could still make out its shape. Pang Dawei said in a deep voice, "A gun." Upon hearing the word gun, Pang Wan's expression also became serious. She couldn't understand why this young man dared to bring a gun to her home, and she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Lu Tu adjusted the direction of the gun towards himself, holding it with both hands and placing it on the coffee table in front of him, then unveiled the cloth, revealing a vintage handgun right before Pang Dawei's eyes. Pang Wan glared at Lu Tu with displeasure. "What do you mean? It's your first time visiting my home, and you bring a gun? It's a shame my dad often mentions you, saying you seem quite pitiful." Even Aunt Lin, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, quickly came out and gave Pang Wan a look, signaling her to be quiet. Pang Dawei looked deeply at Lu Tu. If he hadn't investigated Lu Tu's background, he would have started to doubt that Lu Tu was a fool for bringing a gun to the home of a provincial governor. "Uncle Pang, there's also this, please take a look." Lu Tu took out the gun permit and handed it to Pang Dawei. Pang Dawei cautiously took the gun permit, and when his gaze fell on the official seal at the bottom, he could no longer hide the shock in his eyes. This gun was actually issued by that war god from 502? Yes, so I don't know how to handle it. Although it's my grandfather's relic, the national law no longer allows private gun ownership. Pang Wan also took a glance at the gun permit, looking at Lu Tu in disbelief. No wonder Lu Tu was so tall and strong. It turned out his family had such formidable elders. At this moment, she finally understood why her father valued Lu Tu so much. Clearly, the family had such a background, yet they didn't fight for anything. Logically speaking, with a grandfather like Lu Tu's, if he had a stronger sense of self-interest, Lu Tu would never have lived such a difficult life. Pang Dawei picked up the gun again, gently stroking it in his hand as if feeling the marks of the era engraved on it, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. That era really makes one yearn for it. To fight alongside a figure like a war god, to fight for the ideals in one's heart, truly makes this life worthwhile. Seeing Pang Dawei so enamored, Lu Tu knew that the initial plan had succeeded. He spoke with neither arrogance nor servility. "Uncle Pang, although this is my grandfather's relic, I am still a student. I would like to ask you for a favor, hoping you can help me keep this gun." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Pang Dawei's eyes. This gun had a legitimate background and could even be said to represent honor. Even if he accepted the gun, it wouldn't violate organizational regulations, but he still awkwardly waved his hand to refuse. "How can this be? This is the sidearm of an old hero, not to mention it was personally issued by the war god. I can't accept it." Aunt Lin also advised from the side, yes, Xiaolu, your good intentions are appreciated by uncle and aunt. This is still your grandfather's relic. Keeping it close can help you remember him. Uncle Pang, ever since my grandfather passed away last year, I have become an orphan and have not felt any warmth since. To be honest, I was thinking of committing suicide that day because I didn't have enough money to buy a bun. Upon hearing this, Pang Dawei scolded, nonsense. Your body and skin were given to you by your parents. If you die, how can you face your ancestors? At that moment, Lu Tu deeply bowed to Pang Dawei. Uncle Pang, it was you who discovered me that day in the cafeteria. Perhaps for you, it was just a small matter, but for me, you gave me dignity and the courage to continue living. You made me realize that not everyone in this world would turn away from someone as unfortunate as I am. This great kindness, Lu Tu has no way to repay. This is the only thing I can offer. Please accept it. Lu Tu's expression was resolute, his eyes sincere, and he wasn't speaking falsely. Pang Dawei's help could be considered a life-saving grace, a rebirth. If it weren't for him at that time, perhaps that group of leaders would have walked right past him. So when he spoke from the heart, he was moved himself. Aunt Lin's eyes turned red. She had heard Pang Dawei talk about Lu Tu, who at just 18 or 19 years old, was already alone on the household registration. But hearing about it was one thing, seeing it in person was another. As a mother and someone from the medical system, she naturally empathized with Lu Tu's mother and immediately stepped forward to help Lu Tu up. Child, get up quickly. If your mother saw you suffering so much, how heartbroken would she be? Pang Wan suddenly spoke, Mom, doesn't his profile look like Big Brother? After Pang Wan's reminder, Aunt Lin stood beside Lu Tu at an angle, carefully examining his profile. She was so surprised that she covered her mouth, signaling Pang Dawei to look quickly. Pang Dawei also scrutinized him closely. The outline of his profile and the resolute gaze were remarkably similar to his deceased son. The elderly couple exchanged glances, seeing the same answer in each other's eyes. 3 parts resemblance in appearance, 7 parts in spirit. Pang Wan knew that ever since her elder brother had the car accident 10 years ago, their mother had suffered from neurosis, waking up every night at the slightest sound, with a photo of her brother always placed by the bedside. After the series of events that had just unfolded, she had a rough understanding of Lu Tu's character and suddenly spoke up. Mom and Dad, how about? Pang Dawei stepped forward, brushing off Lu Tu's clothes. Child, if you don't mind your uncle and aunt, I would like to take you as my godson. Lu Tu looked at Pang Dawei and Aunt Lin in shock. His astonishment was genuine, as he never expected things to progress so smoothly. In his original plan, this was the best outcome. As long as he could acknowledge Pang Dawei as his godfather, his future would be smooth sailing. Lin Lan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and gently adjusted his collar. Do you want to be Auntie's godson? I do. Old Pang, I like this child, Aunt Lin urged. Pang Dawei was also beaming with joy, squeezing Lu Tu's shoulder and laughing heartily. We should choose an auspicious day for the ceremony, but since you are all alone, we don't care for those complicated rituals. From today on, you are my godson, Pang Dawei. Lin Lan laughed from the side, called him, silly child, don't just stand there. At that moment, without any hesitation, Lu Tu knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times, Godfather, Godmother. The elderly couple was overjoyed, and Aunt Lin quickly helped Lu Tu up. Son, get up. Let your godmother have a good look at you. She pulled Lu Tu's arm to make him sit down, holding his face and examining it closely, while Pang Wan sat beside Lu Tu with a grin. I finally have a little brother, huh? I can bully him from now on. Then she reached out to Lin Lan, Mom and Dad. On such a joyous day, aren't you going to give a red envelope? Sure, I'll prepare a big red envelope for you and your brother later. Saying this, Lin Lan happily ran back to her room and took out a jade pendant, hanging it around Lu Tu's neck. Son, do you like it? Lu Tu looked down. The jade pendant was smooth and warm. Even in the cold winter, it felt pleasantly warm to the touch. He knew he couldn't be polite at this moment. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, godmother. He looked at Pang Wan, sister. Ah, so obedient. I don't have anything to give you, but if anyone bullies you in Shanghai, just call me. Pang Dawei wore a kind smile throughout, carefully observing Lu Tu. He could clearly feel that Lu Tu had changed significantly in temperament compared to a few days ago. Although he had restrained himself in front of him, Pang Dawei could still see that Lu Tu exuded a sharp aura. With a full forehead and slightly raised brow bones, thick eyebrows and big eyes, he had a righteous look, yet there was a hint of mischief in his fine features. If a person's temperament changes significantly in a short time, it likely indicates that their fortune has arrived. The end of science is metaphysics. Even though Pang Dawei considered himself a materialist in his youth, he increasingly believed in metaphysics as he aged, and the more he looked at Lu Tu, the more he liked him. Lin Lan, stop pulling on Xiao Tu, let him wash his hands and get ready for dinner. The nanny brought the dishes to the table, and Lin Lan let Lu Tu sit between her and Pang Dawei, constantly serving him food. Godmother doesn't know what you like to eat, so I made a bit of everything, give it a try. Thank you, Godmother, I'm not picky. Lu-tu indeed accepted everything, enjoying every dish, but he noticed a piece of seemingly ordinary cream bread in front of him. Lin-lan gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Eat a little, child, treat it like home here. At that moment, Lu-tu seemed to feel the warmth of family, perhaps in Lin-lan's eyes. No matter how mature and steady he appeared, he would always be a child who loved sweet treats. Pang Dawei got up and opened a bottle of white liquor, bringing over 2 cups. I'm really happy today, let's have a drink, just the 2 of us. Lin-lan scolded, Xiao-tu is still growing. What are you drinking for? Lu-tu proactively took the bottle and poured for Pang Dawei. Godfather, I can drink. Pang Wan watched Lu-tu with a smile. Although they hadn't known each other for long, she trusted her parents' judgment. Anyone who caught their eye must have good character. Moreover, Lu-tu genuinely appealed to her, and she sincerely wanted to accept this boy who looked like her brother. At the table, whenever Lu-tu held the bottle, a certain dominance at the drinking table unconsciously emerged. Even when drinking with someone as high-ranking as Pang Dawei, he didn't fall behind, which made Lin-lan and Pang Dawei particularly happy. Lu-tu also felt the warmth and care akin to family here. In his previous life, he was an orphan. Even though he had earned a little money through luck, he had always been alone, finding it hard to accept others deep down. But he could clearly feel that Pang Dawei's family truly did not treat him as an outsider. Most importantly, they had no ulterior motives regarding him. After dinner, Pang Dawei took Lu-tu to the study. As soon as they entered, he saw a calligraphy piece on the wall that read "The world is for the public." Sit down, Xiao-tu, and keep your godfather company for a while. Godfather, let me brew you a cup of tea to sober up. Lu-tu noticed the tea set nearby and began to make tea for Pang Dawei. He wasn't skilled in tea art, just using the most common methods, which instead made Pang Dawei feel quite comfortable. After taking a sip of the tea, Pang Dawei set down the cup, and his gaze suddenly radiated a different, imposing aura than before. Lu-tu, 19 years old, birthday November 12th, born into an ordinary family in Yongning County. In elementary school, he was bullied by classmates due to his father's long absence, which continued until high school. With bonus points, he was admitted to Zhonghai University, has never been in a relationship, nor has he had friends, and works part-time at a milk tea shop. The day before yesterday, he encountered a knife robbery in Yongning County. Not only was he unharmed, but the 5,000 yuan he lost was also successfully recovered. Yesterday, he officially established a romantic relationship with Jiang Shi, the daughter of Jiang Daqiao, and later had a conflict with Tao Qian, the son of Tao Tianming from the Tao group, almost kicking Tao Qian into a cripple. Tell me, how can a person undergo such a drastic change in just a few days, transforming from a dull, impoverished student into someone so utilitarian and domineering, even charming enough to pursue the school beauty? Every word from Pang Dawei sent chills down Lu-tu's spine. He thought he had disguised himself well, but all his actions over the past few days had been thoroughly grasped by Pang Dawei. Pang Dawei continued, you cannot imagine the hardships I endured to rise from an ordinary person to my current position, whether it was for the protection of my family or for my own safety. I need to understand clearly how you have changed so much. Lu-tu quickly calmed down. He gazed into Pang Dawei's eyes, having intended to come clean, and now there was no need to lie. Aside from the secret of having a system, which he could never reveal, he believed that even if he didn't confess, Pang Dawei would find out about everything else. What was the point of hiding? Foster father, before meeting you, I had never felt even a hint of warmth in this society. I always thought I was a burden to it. Everyone despised me, fearing that associating with someone as unfortunate as me would bring them misfortune. But in the cafeteria, you found me and used the power in your hands. With just one sentence, you gave me a new lease on life, even beyond the best life I could have imagined. You showed me the importance of power. I did go home once, and I encountered a robber. That was because I found a kilogram of gold in the dormitory assigned to me at school. I knew I had struck gold, so I didn't want to hand it over according to my previous beliefs. What heaven has bestowed upon me is mine. If I remain passive and unambitious like before, I would just be an ant that anyone could step on. I've lived enough of that kind of life. As for the robber who tried to take my money, he didn't succeed. I scared him off with my grandfather's gun and took his knife, wounding him and rendering him powerless, making him kneel before me in regret for his actions. Pang Dawei curiously asked, what about the 5,000 yuan you were robbed of? Lu-tu did not hide the ambition and cunning he displayed at that moment, stating firmly, that was the 5,000 yuan I specifically gave him because I knew a robbery requires a certain amount. I forgot how much exactly, but I forced him to take the money, and then I called the police to arrest him. If he dared to threaten my life with a knife, I would make sure he spends the rest of his life in prison. I'm not afraid of you calling me dark-hearted or looking down on me. With a worthless life, I can only do this. I don't want to live the humble life I had before. I want to live brilliantly, and I want to live like a person. After saying all this in one breath, Lu Tu stood boldly in front of Pang Dawei, raised his cup of tea, and drank it all. After revealing these secrets without any concealment, Lu Tu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Lu Tu did not continue to call him foster father shamelessly but politely addressed him, Uncle Pang, I did come here today seeking help. It's normal for you not to trust me, but I still have to thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have awakened. After saying this, he bowed deeply to Pang Dawei, then placed the jade pendant that Lin Lan had given him in front of Pang Dawei, clasped his hands, and turned to leave. Pang Dawei quietly watched Lu Tu, saying nothing and showing no intention of stopping him, allowing Lu Tu to leave. Until Lu Tu went to the living room to bid farewell to Lin Lan with a smile, he did not let Lin Lan see any problems with him. He knew he had earned Lin Lan's admiration, but that did not mean he would use Lin Lan to blackmail Pang Dawei. Such a despicable tactic of exploiting someone's feelings for their deceased loved ones was beneath him, and he scorned the idea. Politely refusing Lin Lan's kind offer to have the driver take Lu Tu, he walked out of the courtyard and headed towards the dormitory, wanting to clear his mind. The mental pressure he felt earlier with Pang Dawei was indeed quite heavy. Dealing with such a person was truly exhausting. He had performed almost flawlessly, yet still could not gain Pang Dawei's trust, but Lu Tu would not feel regret. After all, no one is obligated to willingly help someone. However, the fact that Pang Dawei accepted the gun at least proved that a connection had been established, and there might be one more chance to trouble Pang Dawei, which could perhaps only be used against Tao Qian. Meanwhile, Pang Dawei was irritably smoking, feeling quite complex inside. In truth, if he followed his heart, he would be willing to genuinely accept Lu Tu. But everything was just too coincidental. Why had Lu Tu been bullied for so long, only to be seen by him in the cafeteria? Why did Lu Tu's profile and temperament resemble that of his deceased son? At that moment, Lin Lan pushed open the study door and curiously asked, "Give me my godson's phone number. Tomorrow, I'll go shopping and buy him some clothes." A child without a mother is so pitiful. As Lin Lan spoke, she suddenly noticed the jade pendant in Pang Dawei's hand, and her expression turned cold. After being married to Pang Dawei for decades, how could she not guess what was happening? "You chased my godson away?" Pang Dawei was taken aback. "Did he not say anything to you when he left just now?" "Oh, you Pang Dawei, such a good child, one you personally acknowledged, and you just chased him away? I was wondering why he didn't have the driver take him." Pang Dawei rubbed the jade pendant and suddenly laughed. "I just asked him why he changed so much in just a few days. I had to ask clearly for various reasons, but I didn't expect him to throw a tantrum and just leave the pendant behind. When I see this child, I think of Tian when he was young. I felt at ease with him by my side." "You actually chased my godson away, and you can still laugh?" Lin Lan started wiping her tears again. "What a considerate child, afraid I'd trouble you," pretending nothing happened. "If I hadn't seen this pendant in your hand, you would have continued to hide it from me, right?" Ever since Pang Tian died in a car accident, Pang Dawei had always felt guilty towards Lin Lan, and now he found it difficult to explain. Lan, I just wanted to test him. If he can't even handle a little pressure here, how can he take on greater responsibilities? I don't care. Don't try to scare me with your work tactics. He is not your subordinate, he is my godson who has bowed to you, and even gave you his grandfather's relic gun. You still want to test him? What kind of heart do you have?" Pang Dawei quietly smoked a cigarette, already having the answer in his mind. He extinguished the cigarette and stood up, holding Lin Lan in his arms to comfort her. "But I have to say, the test just now was very successful. I can give him a score of 98. Scoring, that's all you know how to do. Then give me a score too. I've taken care of you for so many years, did I pass? What did you promise my father before?" Upon hearing this, Pang Dawei felt like crying without tears. "Why are you bringing up your father-in-law? He has been resting for so many years, he shouldn't be involved in this matter, right? I'll go find my godson right now." Lin Lan huffed and wiped her tears. "If you can't find him, just go sleep in your governor's office." Pang Dawei put on the jade pendant, called the driver, and went out. After asking the sentry a few questions, he headed in the direction Lu Tu had left. Meanwhile, Lu Tu received a call from Jiang Shi. Hearing that Lu Tu was in a bad mood, Jiang Shi coaxed him from afar. With a screech, a car stopped in front of him, startling him and causing him to exclaim, "What the hell?" After cursing, he looked at the license plate under the streetlight and realized it was Pang Dawei's car. On the other end of the line, Jiang Shi asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Xiaolu?" "Oh, it's nothing. I almost crashed into a tree just now. I'll talk to you later, bye." The car door opened, and Pang Dawei sat inside, locking eyes with Lu Tu. He simply waved his hand, "Get in." Lu Tu ducked in and curiously asked, "Uncle Pang, is there something you need?" Pang Dawei playfully punched his shoulder and scolded with a smile, "You little rascal, still mad at me, not even calling me Godfather. Don't you not trust me? Lu Tu was puzzled. When he left just now, he had deliberately slowed down, waiting for Pang Dai to call him back, but after walking quite a distance, he had given up hope. Son, don't blame your godfather. When you reach my position, you'll understand the importance of being cautious. Anyone who has a close connection with you must be treated with care, got it? Lu Tu knew this was heartfelt advice. He wanted to retort but realized Pang Dai still cared for him, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to find him personally and said these things. Got it, godfather. Pang Dai patted Lu Tu's arm and said earnestly, sometimes fate is quite mysterious. In fact, the first time I saw you in the cafeteria that day, I had a good impression of you. I always felt that you reminded me of my younger self, when I was ostracized in the countryside. Lu Tu nodded and listened quietly. Being born into a humble background is not a shame. The ability to bend and stretch is what makes a man. Child, what you have done is enough to prove that the hardships you've endured over the years were not in vain. Now it's time to stretch out a bit and tell your godfather what troubles you have, and I will help you solve them all. Since Pang Dai had taken the initiative to express his stance, this was not the time for Lu Tu to act tough. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up, Godfather, I am willing to sign a letter of understanding regarding the students who bullied me. Can you let them go? Pang Dai glanced at Lu Tu, seemingly indifferent. Tell me your thoughts. With only Pang Dai's driver in the car, and since Pang Dai was not avoiding the topic, Lu Tu had nothing to fear. He spoke directly, I think a 6-month detention is too lenient for those bastards. I want them to spend the rest of their lives in regret. It must be done? It must be done. Pang Dai nodded. You don't need to involve me in this matter. Just go to the police station and sign the letter of understanding to withdraw it. I only have one request. You must not break the law for the time being. The way he said for the time being was clever. Upon hearing this, Lu Tu couldn't help but smile and quickly assured, I promise I won't break the law. I'll just wait for them to make mistakes. Go on, what's the next thing? I hit Tao Qian, and the bodyguards of the Tao group found me, demanding that I kneel and apologize to Tao Qian, or they would kill me. After hearing this, Pang Dai did not speak but his gaze became extremely profound. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will handle it. With his words, it was enough. No matter how wealthy and powerful the Tao group was in Zhonghai, they were nothing in the face of absolute power. He then took the initiative to ask, you managed to win over Jiang Daqiao's precious daughter in just a few days. Has Jiang Daqiao not caused you any trouble? Lu Tu shrugged helplessly. He has decent character and hasn't made things difficult for me. He just asked me to have less contact with Jiang Shi. After all, we are not from the same class. Pang Dai smiled without speaking. How could he not understand what Lu Tu meant? Do you really like her? I really do. There are only 2 months until the new year. Bring your girlfriend home for dinner then, and let your godmother be happy. Hee, thank you, godfather. As they were about to arrive at Zhonghai University, Pang Dai looked at him with fondness. At school, you should study when it's time to study, and date when it's time to date. No one can make things difficult for you anymore. Godfather, actually, I have another troublesome matter I want to consult you about. You little rascal, in just a few days, what kind of trouble have you gotten me into? Even the driver, who had been driving for Pang Dai for many years, couldn't help but laugh. Lu Tu felt helpless as he took out the lottery ticket from his pocket. Godfather, this is a lottery ticket I bought yesterday afternoon, and it actually won 10 million. I never expected that. If it weren't for your connections, I would have gone to claim the prize immediately, but now I'm afraid it might affect you. Pang Dai took the ticket and checked it, laughing and scolding, you little rascal, your luck has turned, and nothing can stop it. How about this? I'll give you a piece of advice. Take this ticket and go find your principal, Lu Shirda, and ask him if he has any thoughts. Thank you, godfather, I want to. Pang Dai held his forehead. You little rascal, don't make me kick you out of the car when I'm in a good mood. Godfather, I want to get back the jade pendant that my godmother gave me. It would be good for you to take it back as well. Only then did Pang Dai relax, putting the jade pendant on Lu Tu and saying earnestly, I know you have a pure heart and great ambitions, and now your luck has come. But the more it is like this, the less one can be anxious. Your godfather sends you a message. Being a person is like playing chess, advancing a pawn every day. Going slow is actually the fastest. After hearing this, Lu Tu was greatly shocked. Even he hadn't realized that he had indeed been too impatient lately, neglecting many details. At this moment, he sincerely admired Pang Dai. Just from a short interaction, he could pinpoint Lu Tu's weaknesses. Such a person was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Pang Dai was his godfather. If he were an enemy, just thinking about it made Lu Tu's scalp tingle, not knowing how many times he would have died. He willingly replied, Thank you for your guidance, godfather. I will remember it. I'll take you this far. I'll also bring some bread back for your godmother that she loves. Lu Tu obediently got out of the car, feeling the cold wind dampen his back, and noted the old-fashioned bakery that Pang Dawei entered. Back in the dormitory, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Today's gains were simply too great, and he felt a bit excited. Tomorrow, the first thing to do was to find Officer Su to sign the letter of understanding, to release Ding Zhang and Wu Zihao, and then the main event of revenge would follow. My godfather just told me not to break the law, but I still have ways to make you die without a burial place. He received a text from an unknown number. Lu Tu, have you made up your mind? Before midnight tonight is the last deadline to earn my forgiveness. After midnight, your good days will come to an end. Lu Tu looked at the text and sneered, replying, are you being polite with me? If you have the guts, come and kill me. I'm waiting for you. On the other end, Tao Qian was drinking in a private room. Seeing the text from Lu Tu made him so angry that he smashed his phone on the spot, roaring, get someone to deal with that bastard Lu Tu right now. The people around were frightened by Tao Qian's furious demeanor, especially the few busty girls nearby, who turned pale with fear. Tao Qian directly grabbed a woman's hair beside him, saying fiercely, what are you standing there for? I'm really angry right now. The woman bit her lip in grievance, took off the hair tie from her wrist, and tied her hair up. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Lu Tu finished washing up and went to the cafeteria for breakfast, as he had arranged with Jiang Shi yesterday. Jiang Shi had some complaints about Lu Tu. When other people's boyfriends just established their relationship, they couldn't wait to be together all the time, but Lu Tu seemed to always ignore her, and she had to take the initiative to find him every time. Lu Tu had taken out some cash in advance, wrapped it in a red envelope, and walked into the familiar cafeteria. He immediately spotted Jiang Shi sitting alone. As he passed by a few aunties, he quietly slipped the red envelope to one of them. The auntie wanted to refuse but couldn't withstand Lu Tu's insistence, so she awkwardly accepted it. He sat down opposite Jiang Shi, naturally took the steamed bun from her hand, and stuffed it into his mouth to eat. Jiang Shi was in a daze when she suddenly saw her bun being snatched away. Looking up, she saw Lu Tu grinning at her. You promised to meet at 8, and you're late again. Lu Tu shrugged innocently, it's so cold outside today. Are your hands cold? You didn't even bring gloves. Saying this, he held Jiang Shi's delicate little hand. Jiang Shi's face instantly turned red. Even though she had already kissed Lu Tu, many classmates were watching them. Don't make a scene, there are so many classmates here. Lu Tu smiled casually and directly held both her hands, warming her cold fingers with his hot palms. I dare to hold your hand in front of your dad. Why should I be afraid of classmates seeing? Jiang Shi recalled how Lu Tu had acted in front of Jiang Daqiao that night, and she shyly nodded, pulling her hand back to pick up a soup dumpling with her chopsticks and feed it to Lu Tu. This scene caused heartbreak among the secret admirers in the cafeteria. The attendees were all adolescent boys, and it was perfectly normal to have a crush on the school beauty. Earlier, they had heard rumors that Jiang Shi was dating Lu Tu, a freshman, and many people didn't believe it because they didn't even know who this freshman was. But today, the two publicly displayed their affection in the cafeteria, which confirmed the gossip. The campus beauty had really been swept off her feet. Jiang Shi herself didn't know what was happening. Before meeting Lu Tu, she doubted she liked men at all. But after spending time with Lu Tu, she was surprised to find that he not only fulfilled her fantasies about a partner but also completely matched her aesthetic. Moreover, Lu Tu spoke and acted with a maturity and openness far beyond his peers. Simply put, he looked very smart, and as someone who valued intellect, she was thoroughly attracted to him, even captivated. Baby, look into my eyes. What do you see? I see me. Jiang Shi blurted out, not expecting to say such cheesy words one day, and she actually enjoyed it. Lu Tu smiled and shook his head. Wrong, what you see is home. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tu pulled a key from Jiang Shi's hair, opened his palm, and placed it in her hand. This is the key to my dormitory, here's one for you. Jiang Shi certainly knew what it meant to give a key to someone of the opposite sex. She felt a surge of joy and instantly cast aside her previous thoughts about Lu Tu not being proactive. Without caring about anything else, she got up and sat next to Lu Tu, intimately linking her arm with his. After a sweet exchange between them, they finally left under the fiery gazes of the other boys. Lu Tu told Jiang Shi, if you feel uncomfortable with so many people at school, I can move out. Let me tell you a secret. I have a little treasure chest. I'll show it to you tomorrow. You can buy a nicer house. Lu Tu was taken aback. He could actually live off her? He teased, little rich girl, how much do you have? Jiang Shi calculated with her fingers, about 500,000. I think that's not quite enough. Don't worry about the money. I'll definitely buy you a big house that can fit you and 3 little cats. Lu Tu was touched by her words and held Jiang Shi's face, kissing her repeatedly. Wife, you're too good to me. What are you saying? Upon hearing that title, Jiang Shi's face turned as red as her neck. Since being with Lu Tu, she had blushed more times than in her entire life combined. She still couldn't figure out what was going on, if she didn't know Lu Tu so well, she might even suspect he was a seasoned player in romance. Lu Tu stopped teasing her and squeezed her hand. I think what you just said is problematic. What problem? It's me who should buy you a house. I've said it in front of your dad. I want to give you everything you desire. How could I let you buy one for me? Alright then, I'll wait for you to buy me a house. But it doesn't have to be too big. I like those small, cozy homes. Okay, give me a day to buy us a home. Jiangxi took Lu Tu's words as just a grand promise, but he even looked handsome while making such promises, making it sound so real, and she liked it very much. After Lu Tu dropped Jiangxi off at the teaching building, he headed straight to the principal's office. On the way, he found a female classmate selling oranges, spent 10 yuan to buy 4, and knocked on Lu Shirda's office door. Come in. Lu Shirda was reading a newspaper. Seeing Lu Tu, he put down what he was holding and smiled. Little Lu, how have you been lately? Feeling better? Thank you for your concern, principal. I'm much better now. I mainly went home yesterday and brought you some hometown fruits. Lu Tu placed the 4 oranges on Lu Shirda's desk without a hint of embarrassment or hesitation. Naturally, he wouldn't make a fuss over such matters, and besides, what was a few oranges when a student was thanking the principal? As long as you get better, just focus on your studies from now on. If you have any problems, just come to me directly. By the way, are you still comfortable in the dorm? Uncle Lu, actually, I came to find you today because there's something I can't handle. What is it? I bought a lottery ticket at the betting station outside the school yesterday, and I won the first prize. Really? Congratulations! Lu Shirda clearly didn't believe it, but he was also puzzled as to why Lu Tu would come to him with such news. Lu Tu noticed his skepticism and directly took out the lottery ticket and handed it over. Lu Shirda checked it and found that it was indeed a winning ticket, and it was for 10 million. Uncle Lu, I thought you might need this lottery ticket, Lu Tu said, winking at Lu Shirda. Lu Shirda suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. Ah, don't say that. You might actually be able to help me solve this problem. Lu Tu didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, how about I give you this lottery ticket? Lu Shirda waved his hands repeatedly. Little Lu, you can't do that to your uncle. How can I take your lottery ticket for free? This is your luck. Uncle Lu, I haven't told anyone about winning the lottery, only the two of us know, so I want to share this luck with you. Seeing that the conversation had opened up completely, Lu Shirda cautiously asked, really? Since I've come to find you, I have no reason to lie to you. Lu Shirda stood up and personally poured a cup of tea for Lu Tu. It's rare for you to have this kind of heart. You're thinking of your Uncle Lu even in such good fortune. In this restless society, young people rarely possess such valuable qualities. How about this? I'll give you money to buy this lottery ticket. Lu Tu feigned surprise. How can that be? I can stay in the teacher's dormitory and receive subsidies. All of this is thanks to your help, Uncle Lu. I'm already grateful enough, so I should give it to you. Lu Shirda was startled. He really didn't dare to accept Lu Tu's first prize lottery ticket. He knew well that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and the saying that the free things are the most expensive was clear to him. Little Lu, how about this? Since you have to pay 20% tax on that 10 million anyway, I'll give you 8 million to buy this lottery ticket, okay? Lu Tu looked at Lu Shirda with a knowing smile, the meaning unspoken, and then said, of course, no problem, but I've been missing the days of living with my classmates lately, and I want to move back to the dorm. Uncle Lu, you don't know how good my roommates are to me. I've loved talking in my sleep since I was little, and they aren't bothered by it at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Shirda quickly added, since you have a habit of talking in your sleep, I think it's better not to go back to the dorm, so as not to disturb the other students' rest. How about I give you 10 million to buy this lottery ticket? Isn't that too much? After all, I have to pay 20% tax. Not too much at all. I think it's quite appropriate. Alright then, just transfer it to my bank card. 10 minutes later, 10 million successfully arrived in Lu Tu's bank account, transferred from an unfamiliar name. Lu Tu couldn't be bothered with these details. Anyway, once this transaction was done, he was completely tied to Lu Shirda. Lu Shirda held Lu Tu's hand and said gratefully, Little Lu, I feel a connection with you as soon as I see you. How about you be my godson? Lu Tu scoffed inwardly, thinking, with your character, you think you deserve to be my godfather? But on the surface, he feigned surprise. Uncle Lu, I'm sorry, but I can't take you as my godfather because I already have one. Who is your godfather? Lu Shirda's eyes sparkled with curiosity, excited to verify his guess. When I was a child, I was frail and sickly. My mother took me to the village to pay respects to a godfather, who was a willow tree. Lu Shirda suddenly realized that there was indeed such a custom in folk culture, hoping to seek protection. Moreover, one could only have one godfather, otherwise, it would not be effective. He felt no disappointment at being rejected. Instead, he happily patted Lu Tu's shoulder and said, once you have money, make sure to stay away from gambling and drugs, and keep yourself clean. Okay, Uncle Lu, I'll take my leave now. As he exited the office, Lu Tu hummed a cheerful tune. If he hadn't asked Pang Dawei, he wouldn't have imagined that Lu Shirta had so much gray income, transferring 10 million without even furrowing his brow. It seemed that his godfather truly had connections everywhere, and Lu Tu felt increasingly that his plan was right. Now he still had to find Officer Su to sign the letter of understanding and get Ding Zhang and the others released. After calling Officer Su in advance and learning that he was in a meeting at the station, Lu Tu waited for half an hour before sharing his intentions. Officer Su was puzzled. Are you really willing to sign the letter of understanding? You should know that once signed, they won't be detained anymore. Lu Tu nodded. I think we are all classmates after all. Getting into Shanghai University is already quite difficult. One should be forgiving. I have no need to ruin their futures. Present were not only Officer Su but also several other police officers in the office. When they heard Lu Tu's words, they all looked at him in shock. They were the ones handling Lu Tu's case and were well aware of his situation, especially since it was personally highlighted by the governor for special attention. He actually had such a broad mind, willing to release these already defined individuals. They couldn't tell if he was magnanimous or just foolish. Officer Su also looked at Lu Tu in surprise. Based on his years of experience in law enforcement, he felt that Lu Tu didn't seem to be speaking the truth, but whether Lu Tu was truthful or not didn't matter. As long as he was willing to release them, they would follow the procedure. Alright, I'll notify their families to come over right away. Before long, several middle-aged people hurriedly ran into the station. Upon learning that their sons would not be detained, they rushed over without delay. Lu Tu quickly spotted Ding Zhang's father among them, a dark-skinned, long-haired strong man whose fingers were adorned with rings inlaid with gold and gems, and a celestial bead hung around his neck. His first reaction upon seeing Lu Tu was disdain, but he quickly masked it with a fawning smile. He sneered inwardly. A family like Ding Zhang still had the audacity to apply for poverty assistance, truly a greedy bunch. Among them, Wu Ziheo's mother appeared much simpler, dressed in an ordinary cotton coat with sleeve protectors. Upon seeing Lu Tu, she suddenly knelt on the ground, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, young man. I apologize on behalf of my useless son. Lu Tu hurriedly helped her up. Auntie, please get up. But Wu Ziheo's mother was very stubborn, refusing to rise as she cried. I have no education, and his father died in a work accident 10 years ago. I only focused on supporting his education, never expecting him to be so bad, bullying you like this. I'm so sorry. While speaking, Wu Ziheo's mother pulled out a crumpled stack of money from her bag. Here's 86,000 yuan. Please be sure to accept it. Lu Tu frowned. Auntie, please get up. You're of such an age kneeling to me. Isn't that shortening my life? Only then did Wu Ziheo's mother stand up, wiping her tears. At that moment, Ding Zhang's father spoke up with his rough voice. Other young men are willing to sign the letter of understanding. Who cares about your little money? Hurry and take it back. Don't ruin someone else's good deed. Ding Zhang's father stepped forward and took Lu Tu's hand. I am Ding Zhang's father, Ding De. I said, how could such a trivial matter lead to detention? Look at you, you're still lively and kicking, aren't you? Ha ha. Officer Su beside them snorted coldly. Are you doubting the results from the city hospital? Or are you questioning the evidence we've gathered? No, I'm just praising the young man's strong physique, unlike my own stinky son. Ding De first shot a glare at Wu Ziheo's mother, then reluctantly pulled out cash from his pocket. In front of Lu Tu, he counted it out and placed half on the table. Here is 18,000 yuan. My family is from the countryside and conditions are tough. I gathered this by selling cattle overnight, so please don't look down on it. Lu Tu sneered inwardly, like father, like son. No wonder he could raise a scum like Ding Zhang. Since he had no intention of letting Ding Zhang off, the more Ding De acted this way, the more at ease Lu Tu felt. In contrast, Wu Ziheo's mother truly knew how to apologize. Seeing Lu Tu silent, Officer Su kindly reminded him, Lu Tu, this is voluntary compensation from the family, you can accept it. Upon hearing this, Wu Ziheo's mother immediately stuffed the money into Lu Tu's pocket, her face full of regret. I'm sorry, young man. Auntie will definitely discipline Wu Ziheo well from now on. Lu Tu did not refuse the money from Wu Ziheo's mother, it was what he deserved. He wouldn't refuse it just because Wu Ziheo's family was poor. At most, considering his mother's attitude, he would go easy on Wu Ziheo when taking revenge on Ding Zhang. As for Ding De, he was truly giving Ding Zhang a boost in pride. The 18,000 yuan was almost crushed in his ring-laden hand. He was reluctant to give it to Lu Tu. In the end, it was only after Officer Su asked if he was willing to give it that he reluctantly handed the money over to Lu Tu. The parents of the other three also compensated Lu Tu to varying degrees. Without a word, Lu Tu signed the letter of understanding, declined Wu Ziheo's mother's invitation for lunch, and left the police station directly. Not far from there, a domineering SUV stopped beside Lu Tu. The window rolled down to reveal Ding Da's dark face, grinning to show 2 rows of yellow teeth, and he laughed arrogantly at Lu Tu. Kid, if the mountain won't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad must go to the mountain. We'll see about this. Lu Tu pretended to be foolish and curiously asked, Uncle, are you talking to me? Yes, young man. I saw you walking with your mind elsewhere. Do you want me to give you a ride? No need, Uncle. My school is very close. Then we'll meet again sometime. He still dared to come looking for him? Since Ding Da dared to say that, Ding Zhang would definitely come looking for him after he got out. Lu Tu was already thinking about how to approach Ding Zhang, and now it was all too convenient. Just thinking about what he would do next made Lu Tu unable to suppress a smile. In the following days, Lu Tu did not continue resting in the dormitory but started attending classes normally. To be honest, with his current mindset, he couldn't absorb a single word while sitting in class. Fortunately, almost all the teachers knew him and were aware of the principal's special care for Lu Tu, so they turned a blind eye, even if he didn't show up for roll call. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, Lu Tu saw the person he had been thinking about day and night, Ding Zhang. Wu Zihao and the others were not around him. He was alone, wearing a pair of frog sunglasses and a leather jacket, looking quite flashy. The only difference from before was that he was wearing a hat, probably because he had gotten a buzz cut. Ding Zhang rode a motorcycle, and Lu Tu wondered if he was cold in this winter weather. From a distance, he shouted at Lu Tu, come here. Lu Tu met his gaze, pretending to be timid and wanting to leave, but Ding Zhang quickly ran a couple of steps to block him, then grabbed Lu Tu's shoulder. Why are you running? Am I that scary? Ding Zhang, are you looking for trouble with me again? Ding Zhang laughed recklessly. What do you think I am, Ding Zhang? I heard my dad say that this was already set in stone, but you took the initiative to sign the letter of understanding. Otherwise, I would have to stay in there for another 6 months. Then what do you want from me? Lu Tu asked weakly. Of course, I want to treat you to a meal and drinks. After all, I was in the wrong before. I really shouldn't have bullied you. Who told you to be so easy to bully? Ha, just kidding. I won't bully you anymore. I won't eat, and I don't drink either. Don't drink? Are you trying to embarrass me? Ding Zhang's voice instantly turned cold, laced with a hint of threat. Lu Tu pretended to be scared and shivered, remaining silent. Ding Zhang saw this and laughed heartily. I'm just joking with you. Look at you, still as timid as before. I'm not blaming you. Come on, I've already booked a place. After some persuasion, Lu Tu got on Ding Zhang's motorcycle, and he didn't even have a helmet on. To be honest, Lu Tu didn't want to ride, but if he didn't, it would go against the image he had in Ding Zhang's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he decided to sit, but as soon as he got on the motorcycle, he saw Jiang Shi just exiting the school gate. Jiang Shi happened to be attracted by the roar of the motorcycle and looked over, locking eyes with Lu Tu. When she saw Ding Zhang in front of Lu Tu, her expression shifted from confusion to anger. Lu Tu's phone quickly rang, and upon answering, he found it was Jiang Shi calling. Lu Tu, why are you with Ding Zhang? Didn't he bully you before? Why are you hanging out with him? I know what I'm doing, trust me, don't call the police. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shi calmly replied, okay, then I'll wait for you at home. She emphasized the word home before hanging up. Before long, Ding Zhang took Lu Tu to a well-known KTV in Zhanghai City called Jinding International. As soon as they pushed the door open, Lu Tu keenly caught a strange fragrance and suddenly grinned. Inside were 3 people, all of whom had bullied him, except for Wu Zihao who wasn't there. Lu Tu took the initiative to greet them. Ho Bin, He Chang, Wang Hao, long time no see. The 3 of them looked somewhat excited, their smiles not reaching their eyes as they stared at Lu Tu. Ho Bin said sarcastically, long time no see, Lu Tu. You look slick and well-fed, seems like you're doing well. He Chang snorted coldly, we've been eating plain food in detention, and I heard you've moved into the teacher's dormitory. The bulliest of them, Wang Hao, was glaring at Lu Tu, not saying a word. Lu Tu quickly asked Ding Zhang, what did you bring me here for? I want to go back to school. Ding Zhang scolded the others, how many times have I told you? We've all been on record, you're not allowed to do anything to Lu Tu. He forcibly pushed Lu Tu onto the sofa. The reason I brought you here today is to settle some matters. I heard from my dad that you received quite a bit of compensation, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Tu looked miserable. I didn't want it. It was the police officer who made me take it. If you want, I can return it to you. Just don't hit me. He Chang laughed heartily. You're still the same useless piece of trash. Truly a hopeless case. Hoban spat on the ground. We actually fell into the hands of a coward like you. We must have been cursed for 8 generations. Lu Tu innocently replied, you know it's not my fault, I was just eating there. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ding Zhang. Of course, I know. Otherwise, I would have invited you to a knife instead of for drinks. I left the money in the dormitory. Can I go back and get it for you? Just don't hit me. Ding Zhang smiled slightly, there's no rush. I told you today is for eating and drinking. With so many people watching me take you away at the school gate, how could we possibly hit you? The robust Wang Hao brought over a huge cup, pouring in 5 bottles of beer until it was full, and pushed it in front of Lu Tu. Do you want to settle our grievances? Lu Tu weakly nodded. Yes, after we settle it, you won't trouble me again, right? Wang Hao pointed at the large cup. Drink this beer, and bring the money here tomorrow. Not only will we have no grievances, but you'll be our friend from now on. Lu Tu looked at Ding Zhang again, knowing that Ding Zhang was the one who kept his word here. Really? Stop with the nonsense. Ding Zhang laughed loudly, raising his hand to slap Lu Tu across the face. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? I even told you in advance that I would hit you, remember? Lu Tu's throat rolled with difficulty. Aren't you afraid I'll drink myself to death? He Chang, standing nearby, slammed his palm on the coffee table and scolded. Are you bargaining with me like you're at a market? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you drink 10 boxes before you leave. He then looked at the others. We're just letting a friend drink to clear the air. That's not illegal, right? Of course not. We're apologizing. The group exchanged glances and burst into laughter. I won't drink. I'm allergic to alcohol. If I drink this much, I'll end up in the hospital. You bastard. He Chang, seeing Lu Tu's lack of respect, turned red and was about to walk over, but Ding Zhang stopped him, pulling out a piece of paper and slapping it in front of Lu Tu. We're friends. If you don't want to drink, that's fine. Just sign this and leave your fingerprint. Lu Tu picked it up and saw that it stated he had borrowed 200,000 from Ding Zhang, exactly the amount he had received as compensation, likely told to him by Ding Zhang's father. It seemed that Ding Zhang and his friends had learned a bit after being detained for a few days and decided not to use force but to get a written acknowledgement instead. Ding Zhang, do you really consider me a friend? Of course. As long as you sign this and bring the money tomorrow, we'll be good friends. Lu Tu nodded. Alright, I'll sign. Just a signature. What does that matter? Seeing Lu Tu sign without hesitation, Ding Zhang and the others laughed heartily. They had already planned to get the money back. Since they couldn't go to school now, they might as well spend the money themselves. Ding Zhang smiled as he put away the contract, called the waiter on the electronic screen in the private room, and soon the door opened, letting in a line of women. Each one was dressed flamboyantly, flirting and sending coy glances at Ding Zhang and the others. This group of women was above average. Some looked like younger classmates, some like neighbors, some like mature women, and others like stepmothers. Ding Zhang and Wang Hao were mesmerized, nearly tears of joy streaming from the corners of their mouths. They hadn't been with women for several days, and now that their families had let them out, they were determined to indulge. The leader was a charming woman around 26, clearly familiar with Ding Zhang and the others, winking at Ding Zhang. Young Master Ding, I know you're nearsighted, why don't you come up and feel it? Ding Zhang laughed recklessly and pulled Lu Tu forward, standing in front of the women, smiling at the charming woman. Sister Hui Hui, you must make my brother here happy today, he's my lucky charm. The woman, Hui Hui, smiled seductively, her gaze wandering over Lu Tu. Seeing that Lu Tu was not only handsome but also fit, she thought he was several levels above the male models she usually had, making her smile even wider. What should I call you, boss? Lu Tu, though experienced, tried to act like a novice, which was a bit difficult for him, but he still shyly replied, my surname is Lu. Boss Lu, tell your sister what kind of girl you like. Lu Tu hesitated, looking at Ding Zhang. Is this really okay? I think I'll pass, you all have fun. Ding Zhang widened his eyes. How can that be? If you want to reconcile with me and be my friend, you have to play together. Lu Tu scoffed inwardly, not knowing what kind of thought process Ding Zhang had, feeling like he had watched too many Hong Kong movies from the 90s. Well, okay, I like girls who wear glasses. Hui Hui licked her lips at Lu Tu, her gaze lingering. So you like office ladies, huh? She then brought over a girl in a black mini skirt, about 172 centimeters tall, and pushed her into Lu Tu's arms. The girl let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lu Tu's waist, revealing a deep cleavage, and gently pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Brother, your body is so nice. Lu Tu almost instinctively embraced the girl, but he quickly remembered that he was still a pure, innocent virgin and hurriedly turned his head away. Be careful. It's not be careful, it's Zixin. I'm a mixed-race girl, Ding Zhang teased. You really hit the jackpot with a mixed-race girl. Lu Tu could only let Zixin take his hand and sit on the sofa in the corner, chatting aimlessly. During this time, Ding Zhang and the others had also picked their partners and were excitedly starting to get hands-on, with Wang Hao and the girl who looked like a stepmother being the closest to Lu Tu. Wang Hao eagerly caressed the girl's legs, almost causing her black stockings to pill, even generating static electricity that made her squeal. Big brother, why don't you take off your sweater? Hee hee, you help me take it off. Lu Tu looked at the others, and they were in a similar situation, nibbling on each other's necks. When he entered earlier, he had already caught a whiff of something illicit, and judging by Wang Hao and He Chang's state, they must have used some banned substances. According to Lu Tu's guess, since Ding Zhang had called a girl for him, he would definitely bring out some drugs to get Lu Tu to join them. After all, in the mindset of these drug users, only those who have partied together are considered friends on the same boat. He had been thinking about how to implement his plan, but unexpectedly, they were digging their own graves. However, Lu Tu did not intend to simply report Ding Zhang and the others for using drugs. At most, it would send them to a rehabilitation center for half a year, and after he had gone through the trouble to get them out, how could he let them off easily? Zixian's hand kept wandering on Lu Tu's arm, occasionally pinching him, and she whispered hotly in his ear, "Little brother, do you know you're very handsome? The first time I saw you, I wanted to eat you up." Ding Zhang took a breath and suddenly saw Lu Tu still sitting there stiffly, urging, "What's wrong with you? I said my friend is a rookie. You need to teach him well so he can fully integrate into our team." Seeing that Ding Zhang was unhappy, Zixian immediately understood that she hadn't teased enough, and she lightly bit Lu Tu's earlobe. "See? You made me get scolded." Lu Tu noticed that Ding Zhang and the others were already getting heated, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the room. He turned to Zixian. "What do you want me to do? Is this how?" After saying that, Lu Tu naturally wrapped his arms around Zixian's shoulders and pulled her into his embrace. Zixian gasped and quickly wrapped her arms around Lu Tu's neck. "Brother, don't be so rough." "Rough? Don't you want me to be a bit rough with you?" When it came to playing, Ding Zhang and the others were probably nowhere near Lu Tu's level. He just had to put on an act earlier. "I didn't expect you to be so shy. You looked like a gentleman just now. How did you turn into a rogue so quickly?" "It's mainly because you taught me well. Otherwise, how would I know?" Zixian unconsciously tilted her neck, trying to kiss Lu Tu, but he dodged, not wanting to have that kind of contact with her. Although eating out also involves using the restaurant's utensils, it's easy to tell if those utensils are dirty, but this one is not so obvious. Lu Tu didn't want to catch Helicobacter pylori because of that. When Zixian saw Lu Tu dodge, she naturally understood what he meant. In their line of work, self-esteem had long been thrown to the clouds. At this moment, she smiled foolishly, sliding her finger across Lu Tu's face. "Do you know how many sisters envied me when Sister Hui Hui pushed me to you just now?" Lu Tu was just putting on an act. He had already lost interest in Zixian. Compared to Jiang Shi, her figure was lacking by a long shot. He absent-mindedly asked, "Why?" "Because you're so handsome. To be honest, even if you didn't pay me, I'd still be willing to drink with you." As a veteran of the pleasure quarters in his past life, Lu Tu didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what these women said. Old lines, say something new. However, Zixian unexpectedly sat up straight and serious. "Really? You have to know that the customers who usually come here are either middle-aged men with big bellies or sleazy types. I've never seen anyone as handsome as you." Lu Tu smiled without speaking, even too lazy to respond. Receiving a compliment from a princess wasn't something to be proud of. Seeing that he was unmoved, Zixian, after her verification, knew that this man in front of her was definitely not simple, at least not as simple as the other men in the private room. "Actually, I've only been here for 3 days. If it weren't for my sister's illness, I wouldn't have come to work here. The other disgusting men always try to touch me as soon as they arrive. I only let them hold my hand at most, but you're different. You can do whatever you want with me." Lu Tu was puzzled. He was just thinking about how to deal with Ding Zhang and hadn't really paid attention to Zixian. How had they gotten to this point of heart-to-heart talk? Was the next step for her to ask him to take her out and then borrow money? Take good care of your sister." Zixian was speechless. She was waiting for Lu Tu to continue asking, but this seemingly naive kid was surprisingly difficult to deal with. She secretly vowed, "I don't believe I can't win you over today. I must make you mine." Zixian adjusted Lu Tu's head so they were eye to eye. "What do you do?" Lu Tu stared into her eyes. "I'm a police officer." "Do you have handcuffs?" "I like being handcuffed," Zixian said, twisting her body and pretending to be scared. Lu Tu smiled wickedly. "I do, but it's not a good time to take them out." Zixian's eyes twinkled. "Then let's go to a quiet place, and you can show me the handcuffs. I've loved watching shows about catching bad guys since I was a kid." "Then you go get your phone first. I'll wait for you here." Zixian obediently nodded and left the private room. Ding Zhang, seeing this, curiously asked, "Lu Tu, why did she leave?" "She said she was going to get her phone to add me on WeChat." The woman in Ding Zhang's arms whispered something in his ear, and Ding Zhang laughed heartily. "You really are lucky, getting to enjoy all this for free. You're something else." When Zixian returned, her expression was a bit unnatural. Lu Tu asked, "What's wrong?" Zixian sat down, wrapped her arms around Lu Tu's waist, and acted coy. "Sister Hui Hui just bumped into me when I went to get my phone. She said it's still working hours and won't let me go out. That's really a pity. I'll let you see the handcuffs another day." Zixian's eyes darted, glancing toward the bathroom, and she stood up, pulling Lu Tu inside. The others exchanged knowing glances. Once inside the bathroom, Zixian could no longer hold back. she directly lunged at Lu Tu, tiptoeing to kiss him, but Lu Tu blocked her. Lu Tu closed the bathroom door and pushed her away. Wait a moment, I have a few questions to ask you. Zixian's breathing became heavy as she took out her phone and pulled up a photo. This is my health check report from last week. Don't worry, I'm not sick. I ask you, how long have you been here? 3 days. Speak the truth. Otherwise, I'll change people immediately. It's been over a year. As soon as Zixuan finished speaking, she saw Lutu reaching down with his hand. She greedily licked her lips, thinking that if she could have Lutu, her girlfriends would be so envious of her. Not only could she win over such a handsome man, but she could also make money off him. But when she saw what Lutu pulled out, she was stunned. Lutu held up his phone, opened the scanning app, and said to her, "Take out the payment code. Are you going to give me a tip?" "I said I won't take your money." Lutu couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect you to have such principles." "Then let me ask you a few questions." "I don't have a boyfriend, I'm only like this with you." After Zixuan said this, she lunged at him again. Lutu felt a headache coming on. This girl was too much. "Let me ask you, have you seen the people outside before?" "I've seen them many times, they play really wild." "How wild?" Zixuan's eyes sparkled. "I don't have the vocabulary to describe it. Should I simulate it for you? Do they use prohibited substances?" At the mention of this, Zixuan froze, quickly adjusting her strap. "Why are you asking this? You heard it when you came in. If I don't choose people, they think I'm not a friend. I'm afraid they'll make me touch prohibited substances later. So I've been a bit worried." Lutu reached out to stroke Zixuan's relatively delicate face. "Baby, you wouldn't want me to get involved with that stuff, right?" At this moment, Zixuan was in a huge psychological struggle. According to the rules, she absolutely couldn't say anything, but he called her baby. "My sisters have drunk with him a few times. Once, he took her downstairs, and that stuff was brought by them." "Do you have hotels here?" "Because we have a bathhouse and KTV all in one. Every time he comes to play, he books a room, so it gets really wild. Once, he even hit my sister," Zixuan said, her eyes turning red. Lutu pretended to be full of sympathy and could only pat her perky bottom. "I apologize on their behalf." "I'm sorry, Zixuan." "It's okay, who told us we were born unlucky? We can only do this, right? I've gotten used to it." "Baby, I won't allow you to say that about yourself. You've helped me so much. Next time, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot." As he said this, Lutu was about to walk out, but Zixuan grabbed his belt and pulled him into her embrace. As Lutu turned around, his hands unconsciously rested on Zixuan's heart. At that moment, the air in the bathroom seemed to freeze. Lutu awkwardly smiled. "Your heart is beating pretty fast, huh? Do you need to say that? Aren't you supposed to thank me? I don't want spicy hot pot. I want you." Saying this, she prepared to squat down, but Lutu pushed her away. "I think I should just give you money, I'm impotent." He opened his phone and tipped Zixuan's live streaming account 10,000 yuan, also giving her some instructions. He didn't want anyone to find out about his transaction record with Zixuan. After the two stood in the bathroom smoking for over 10 minutes, Lutu returned to his seat. Ding Zhang shouted at him, "I didn't expect it. You really have some skills. From now on, I'll allow you to be my little brother." Lutu raised his glass and drank it all without saying a word. At that moment, Zixuan came out with a beaming smile, deliberately wiping her mouth in front of Ding Zhang and the others, then gracefully sat down next to Lutu. After Lutu gave her a glance, he immediately picked up the bottle and walked towards Ding Zhang and the other girls. "Brother Ding Zhang, our sister's toast to you." Ding Zhang was in a great mood, thinking that tomorrow he could not only get back their money but also the over 80,000 compensation from Wu Ziheo's family, allowing him to enjoy a few carefree days. Lutu saw that they were drinking happily, pretended to take a phone call and left the private room. After asking a waiter, he found Mommy Hui Hui in a small booth. Hui Hui was reeking of alcohol, her already slightly mature cheeks flushed. Just as Lutu entered, he happened to see Hui Hui taking off her high heels and rubbing her ankles. Surprised to see Lutu, Hui Hui asked, "What's wrong, little brother? Did Zixuan upset you?" Lutu casually closed the door and boldly sat down next to Hui Hui, wrapping his arms around her. "I came to find you." Hui Hui's expression shifted from surprise to delight. "With so many young and beautiful little sisters, why are you looking for me?" Lutu smiled wickedly and pinched her perky bottom. "None of them can compare to your charm. Only those who have experienced it know the allure of a mature woman. You little rascal, I misjudged you earlier. Turns out you're quite the seasoned one." Hearing Hui Hui's accent, Lutu grabbed her hand. "Sister Hui Hui, is your hometown Yongning?" "Yes. Are you from there too?" "Yeah, I didn't expect to meet a fellow townsman here. No wonder I felt so close to you at first sight." Hui Hui pinched Lutu's hand and looked at him with sultry eyes. "How close?" "You'll have to kiss to find out." At that moment, Hui Hui curled her legs on the sofa, her delicate toes wrapped in black stockings slightly curling up from nervousness, forming a perfect arc. Even she couldn't explain why she felt so defenseless in front of this young man. Their gazes gradually became hazy, and Hui Hui licked her slightly dry lips, slowly leaning in. Just as they were about to touch, Hui Hui suddenly pushed Lu Tu away, laughing uncontrollably. Alright, stop messing around. You should have said you liked older sisters. I can find you a few hot sisters to drink with. Seeing Hui Hui in this state, Lu Tu confirmed the timing was right and asked, why do you need so many? I don't have money to pay. Can you let go of me first? If it comes to it, I'll pay for you. Lu Tu released Hui Hui, and after she tidied her hair, she changed to a comfortable position leaning on Lu Tu's shoulder. I didn't expect your shoulder to be so comfortable. Have other girls leaned on you? Yes, many. Are they pretty? All very pretty. Then why are you looking for me? I want to ask you for a favor. I won't help. Hui Hui huffed, acting coy. Lu Tu didn't indulge her. His free hand went straight for her heart, causing Hui Hui to giggle and plead for mercy. Alright, just tell me. As long as it's not too much, I'll agree. Help me get the room card for Ding Zhang's room. Hearing this, Hui Hui sat up in confusion, staring at Lu Tu. What do you want to do? I need to find something. What if I don't help? Lu Tu took out his phone. In this line of work, you have no reason to turn down money. Name your price. Will this cause a big fuss? It will. Lu Tu had no intention of deceiving her. Even if he hid it from her, if it blew up later, she would end up getting implicated. At that moment, Hui Hui's walkie-talkie at her waist rang. She casually dismissed the other party, downed her glass of red wine, looking very hesitant. Lu Tu also poured himself a drink into an empty cup and leisurely started drinking, while Hui Hui looked at the man in front of her in surprise. She had entered this line of work in her teens, believing she had seen countless men. Just a glance could tell her what the other person was thinking, yet now she found it hard to read Lu Tu. Clearly only 18 or 19, yet he exuded a mysterious aura that was inconsistent with his age, sometimes serious and other times provocatively flirtatious. He could ask her for help with a task on their first meeting, and it was obvious it wasn't for anything good. Hui Hui recalled the honest appearance of Lu Tu being called in and out by Ding Zhang in the private room, and she felt a chill run down her back. Hui Hui spoke up, 100,000. Lu Tu said nothing, just shook his wine glass. You give me 80,000, and I'll help you. Deal. Lu Tu immediately took out his phone to transfer money to Hui Hui, but at that moment, Hui Hui was taken aback. She had no idea about the man's background, yet Lu Tu was ready to transfer money to her without hesitation. Didn't he fear that she would take the money and not do anything? What exactly do you want me to do? You need to tell me first, or I won't agree. Lu Tu took a cigarette from Hui Hui's cigarette case, lit it, and exhaled a thick smoke ring, his gaze ahead unusually deep, like a deep well. He slowly spoke, now you not only need to help me get a room card, but also help me sneak something in. Don't worry, it's absolutely legal. Once it's done, I'll give you 200,000. What if I don't want to do it? Hui's voice had a hint of pleading in it. Lu Tu said nothing, just glanced at her indifferently. You've already heard my plan. If you still want to mix in Shanghai, you can only help me. Hui suddenly laughed. Who do you think you are? Trying to scare me? Do you know who my boss is? He can invest tens of millions to open a club here, and you, a little brat, dare to threaten me? She had been observing Lu Tu's reaction, saying this both to verify the truth of his words and to remind him not to act recklessly, as she was not someone to be trifled with. But gradually, Hui noticed that Lu Tu showed no reaction at all, and there was even a hint of pity in his gaze. He was pitying her. Considering Lu Tu's demeanor, Hui suddenly had a terrifying guess. I'll give you a minute to think. Hui slowly calmed down, obediently poured Lu Tu some wine, and quietly asked, what does your old man do? You wouldn't want to know. Hui felt very confused. Although she doubted her guess, she was still afraid. What if Lu Tu's background was indeed something she couldn't afford to provoke? She steeled her heart. At least give me a hint. Just like this, leaving me to carry such a big burden, or else just kill me. At worst, I won't work here anymore and will go home to find an honest person to take over. Lu Tu didn't expect Hui to have such a shameless side. It seemed he had indeed pushed her to the edge, and he couldn't help but laugh. Your boss, in my old man's eyes, is just a small-time businessman, believe it or not. Hiss. Hui asked the question she was most curious about. Then why are you being called in and out by Ding Zhang? My family told me to hide my identity and not to do anything illegal. Alright, time's up. Lu Tu stood up, gave Hui one last look, and walked straight to the door. I'll help you with this. 500,000, not a penny less. Lu Tu stopped, returned to sit down. 500,000 was not a small amount, but the risk was indeed great. As long as the goal could be achieved, he was willing to pay that amount. However, paying 500,000 couldn't be done through live streaming rewards, otherwise, the platform would take half, and Lu Tu would have to pay double to make it 500,000. After asking Hui, he learned that she had previously run an online store, and he transferred the 500,000 to her through online shopping. Hui Hui looked at the 500,000 that had arrived. Although she couldn't withdraw it immediately, she felt much more at ease. What exactly do you want me to do? Hui Hui, trembling with fear, lit a cigarette for Lu Tu and handed it to his lips. There should be cocaine or similar illegal substances in Ding Zhang's room. You need to help me find it. If you want to deal with them, can't you just call the police? Hui Hui asked curiously. Lu Tu sneered, of course, I will call the police, but the fire isn't hot enough yet. You must have a place with water here. Go get some milk powder or soy milk powder, and after you find the contraband in Ding Zhang's room, mix it together. I have just one request. It must exceed 1 kilogram. Isn't this a bit redundant? Lu Tu looked at Hui Hui as if she were a fool. In our dragon country, we don't judge by purity, only by quantity. Oh my god. Hui Hui dropped the lighter in her hand, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at Lu Tu. She instantly understood what Lu Tu was planning. He wanted Ding Zhang and the others to have no place to be buried. Once you've made up your mind, hurry up. You should know where the surveillance cameras are here. Remember, only you can do this, no one else can know. Be discreet. Lu Tu clapped his hands and stood up, suddenly turning back to say, by the way, add me on WeChat. After it's done, send me a message. Don't think about running away and hiding. The police will definitely come to check, and it will only draw attention. With that, he pushed the door and left the private room, leaving Hui Hui frozen in place. Hui Hui greedily inhaled her cigarette until the burning tip scalded her fingers, jolting her back to reality. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the 500,000 balance, and with a steely resolve, she thought, damn it, anyway, the contraband was brought by Ding Zhang and the others themselves. If they aren't breaking the law, how can I frame them? Without hesitation, she stood up, rubbed her slightly flushed face, took a few deep breaths to calm herself, straightened her clothes, and walked towards the water bar. Leaning against the bar, she said to the only young man there, I drank too much today, do you have anything to warm my stomach? The young man was also a familiar face to Hui Hui. They had to play around in this line of work, and Hui Hui had many capable subordinates. Knowing that this was the time to get on Hui Hui's good side, he suggested, Sister Hui Hui, how about I make you a cup of black tea? Hui Hui nodded, sure, by the way, do you have any milk? We do, but it's cold. Can you drink cold milk these days, Sister Hui Hui? Hui Hui held her stomach, get me some milk powder, I'll make it hot myself when I get back. The young man chuckled and handed her a bag of milk powder, Sister Hui Hui, I've noted the date. Next month, I'll make you some brown sugar water. Hui Hui playfully rolled her eyes at him, so considerate? Didn't you say you had a crush on ZZ last time? I'll help you ask her out for dinner tomorrow. Thank you, Sister Hui Hui, take care. Hui Hui left the water bar, weighing the milk powder in her hand and feeling it wasn't enough for a kilogram. She pretended to go to the restroom, bypassed the surveillance, and slipped into the adjacent cleaning storage room. She grabbed a transparent sealing bag, scooped 2 large spoonfuls of bleach, and now she had enough weight. She also took a pair of disposable gloves. Using her usual connections, she easily accessed the internal computer and found out that Ding Zhang was staying in room 1508, while also checking how many rooms on the 15th floor had guests resting. It felt as if the heavens were helping her earn this 500,000 smoothly. It was still early, only 7 p.m., and the guests who had booked rooms hadn't checked in yet. Moreover, months ago, she had obtained a universal card for the hotel, which was due to a situation where one of her subordinates was forcibly taken to a hotel room by a guest. When Hui Hui arrived on the 15th floor, she turned off all the circuit breakers, including the weak current valve for the surveillance, and then entered room 1508 with a flashlight. After spending a minute in a black bag, she found a small packet of contraband. Hui Hui couldn't afford to feel pleased. She quickly poured that small packet into the milk powder and bleach she had prepared, shook it well, and hurriedly left the scene. After doing all this, Hui Hui quickly turned the circuit breaker back on in the blind spot of the surveillance, taking no more than 3 minutes to return to her own resting room without anyone noticing. After entering the private room, she collapsed directly onto the floor, gasping for breath, and tremblingly took out her phone to send a message to Lu Tu. Xiao Lu, are you satisfied with Zi Xian? If not, I can get you a replacement. Soon, Lu Tu's reply came, thank you, Sister Hui Hui. Zi Xian is very cheerful, and chatting with her is quite enjoyable. Receiving the message, Lu Tu glanced sideways at Ding Zhang and the others who were still fidgeting with their fingers. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then raised his glass and said loudly, Ding Zhang, Ho Bin, He Chang, Wang Hao, I toast to you. He coldly sneered in his heart, sending you on your way. Wang Hao complained loudly, aren't you the one who doesn't drink? Now you want to toast us? Lu Tu's smile remained unchanged. I just want to finish my studies well. After I give you the money tomorrow, please just leave me alone and don't trouble me anymore. Ding Zhang grinned wickedly. How can that be? I heard you got a scholarship, right? How can someone who eats steamed buns every day spend all that money? I'll come looking for you every semester from now on. Lu Tu sighed helplessly. Do you really have to be so excessive? Stop fucking talking back. Are you not listening to me? Do you want to get beaten? Lu Tu pretended to be frightened and quickly dodged to the side, causing Ding Zhang and the others to burst into laughter. Even the other girls in the room looked at Lu Tu with disdain. They looked down on weak men the most. Even if Lu Tu was tall and handsome, a man without guts was not a man at all. Among everyone, only Zi Xian remained expressionless. She was well aware of Lu Tu's capabilities. Just from the fact that he could transfer money to her through live streaming, she could tell that Lu Tu was definitely not a brainless person. How could a smart man with good looks and temperament be bullied like this? There could only be one reason. Lu Tu was deliberately showing weakness. Combining this with the questions Lu Tu had asked her earlier, Zi Xian roughly guessed the reason and thought perhaps she could use this as leverage to threaten him. After all, someone who could casually give away 10,000 yuan was the easiest to make money from, but she wasn't foolish enough to reveal her intentions just yet. After drinking with Ding Zhang and the others, Lu Tu found an excuse to leave the private room to go study, and Zi Xian naturally had no choice but to follow him out. When she sent Lu Tu to the elevator door, she reluctantly hugged him and said, "Remember me, okay? I'll treat you to late-night snacks when I have the chance." Lu Tu glanced at her, fully understanding her meaning, and immediately reminded her, "You'd better forget what we talked about today." Zi Xian smiled charmingly, "I can't forget. I'll remember it forever." Lu Tu's expression instantly darkened, and his demeanor became fierce. "I'm not joking with you. If you want to live well, forget about today." After saying that, Lu Tu pressed the close button. Zi Xian watched the elevator doors slowly close, a bit stunned by the cold aura that erupted from Lu Tu at that moment. She had never seen a client with such a presence. At that moment, she truly felt fear because she had a strong sixth sense that Lu Tu seemed capable of following through on his words. During this time, Hui kept sending messages to Lu Tu, and just from the text, he could tell that Hui was very anxious at that moment. Lu Tu comforted her, "Just think about how you'll look a week from now when you have 500,000 to buy a bag." Sure enough, after saying this, Hui's mood improved a lot. Anyway, it was done, and now she could only hope that Lu Tu's connections were strong enough. On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Tu directly called Officer Su. "Hello, Officer Su, are you available now?" "I am. What do you want to say?" "If you have time, I would like to talk to you in person." "Where are you?" 20 minutes later, Lu Tu got into Officer Su's car. Officer Su frowned and asked, "What exactly is going on?" Lu Tu got straight to the point. "I discovered someone suspected of selling contraband." "What?" Officer Su slammed on the brakes, leaving a long black mark on the road. He drove the car to a deserted tree-lined path before speaking seriously, "This is no joke." "Are you sure?" "I am." Lu Tu then recounted how Ding had found him at the school gate and taken him to a private room, where he smelled that peculiar scent. "How could you recognize the smell of contraband?" "The anti-drug center held an anti-drug event at school when the semester started, and it was all written in the anti-drug manual." "Are you saying they were gathering in the KTV room to use drugs?" Lu Tu nodded. "They didn't do it in front of me, but they must have just done it." He pointed to his slightly swollen face. "Their eyes were wild. They forced me to drink and even hit me." "All right, I'll take you back to school." After dropping Lu Tu off at Zhengda, Officer Su hurriedly drove away. Lu Tu watched Officer Su leave, a smile creeping onto his lips. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. Downstairs in the dormitory, Lu Tu found that the light in his room was still on. Jiang Shi was actually waiting for him. It had been a long time since he felt the warmth of someone waiting for him at home. When the door opened, Jiang Shi rushed over anxiously, checking him all over, and finally noticed his face. "Who hit you?" "It must be Ding. I'm calling my dad right now. I want to send him to jail." Jiang Shi, looking worried, took out her phone, but before she could dial, Lu Tu snatched the phone away and tossed it aside. She was puzzled by Lu Tu's actions when he leaned in closer. "You're so good." With that, Lu Tu kissed her lips possessively. Jiang Shi felt the heat of Lu Tu's words and, shedding her earlier restraint, responded passionately to his kiss. The kiss was deep and fervent. Lu Tu pried open Jiang Shi's lips, pouring out all the emotions he had been holding back, kissing her upper gums and the back of her teeth. They kissed passionately from the doorway to the living room, unintentionally turning off the living room light, leaving only their heavy breaths in the world. After a long while, they slowly parted. Jiang Shi's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked up and said firmly, "I don't like this anxious feeling. You promised me that we would face everything together. There can't be a next time." "Okay, Lu Tu, I'm so worried about you." Tears fell from Jiang Shi's eyes in the darkness, dripping onto Lu Tu's hand. "I know, I'm sorry, but I had to do it." Jiang Shi stood on her tiptoes, leaning closer to Lu Tu, whispering, "Don't talk, kiss me." At that moment, they both felt each other's importance. They kissed from the living room to the bedroom, with Jiang Shi nervously curling up in Lu Tu's embrace. I've made up my mind, I want to be your woman. At such a moment, how could Lu Tu act like a eunuch? He could only physically comfort Jiang Shi. An hour later, Lu Tu stood by the window smoking, gazing towards the direction of Caesar KTV, wondering how things were progressing. Until now, Hui hadn't sent him any messages. At this moment, no news was the best news. A coat was draped over his shoulders as Jiang Shi hugged his waist from behind. What are you thinking about? I was thinking about what to name our child. Jiang Shi smiled sweetly. Have you thought of one? Yes, since the new year is coming, let's call him New Year. At least it's not some trendy name like Zishuan or Zihan. Lu Tu held her hand. How could I give him those trendy names? Does it still hurt? A little. Then let's rest. Jiang Shi felt overwhelmed upon hearing this. Still coming? Lu Tu picked her up and walked towards the bed, gently saying, just a simple rest. Jiang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had never seen what other men were like, she had taken biology classes and was well aware of the average standards of men in Manhwa. Lu Tu had far exceeded that benchmark, which was a bit too much for her to handle. The two of them cuddled and slept soundly until dawn, and for Lu Tu, this night brought an unprecedented calmness to his heart. Usually, he was burdened with heavy thoughts, often suffering from insomnia and sleeping late, but holding Jiang Shi allowed him to fall asleep in an instant. The lazy winter sunlight streamed through the glass, waking Lu Tu up. He stretched comfortably, forgetting how long it had been since he had slept so soundly. It felt really good. Glancing at the still sleeping Jiang Shi, he didn't rush to go to class since it was still early. Instead, he decided to do some morning exercises. Fortunately, Jiang Shi had practiced ethnic dance since childhood, so her physical fitness was good, and she recovered quickly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to withstand Lu Tu's demands. After being woken up by Lu Tu, Jiang Shi had an indescribable blush on her face, giving her a healthy beauty that seemed perfectly normal. You're a bad guy, always bullying me. Lu Tu leaned down and whispered in her ear, not only do I want to bully you, but I also want to bully you until you're 80. Jiang Shi's ability to handle Lu Tu's flirtation had improved tremendously over the past 2 days. She bit her lip shyly and said, I read in a magazine that men can't do it after 30. Can you really bully me until 80? Then I'll give you all the experiences of the next 50 years before I turn 30. No, I was joking, but Lu Tu wouldn't listen to her. When a woman says no at this moment, it really means she wants it badly. 2 hours later, the takeout Lu Tu ordered arrived, and the two finally replenished some energy. Fortunately, Jiang Shi had no classes today, otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to attend. After breakfast, Lu Tu received a call from Officer Su. Although Officer Su sounded tired, Lu Tu could detect a hint of excitement in his voice. Xiao Lu, you've done a great job. Lu Tu was confused. Huh? Me? That's right. Didn't you report Ding Zhang and the others for using illegal substances yesterday? After our investigation and search, we found a large amount of illegal substances in their hotel room. This is no longer just about use, it's about trafficking. Lu Tu was astonished. They were really trafficking? But they still asked me to give them the money. If I had given them the money, Officer Su said seriously, you don't need to worry. Based on the surveillance footage and testimonies we've gathered, and a death note we found from Ding Zhang, we know you were innocent and coerced when they took you to the KTV room. This matter has nothing to do with you, you just need to go to the hospital for a test. We need to know if you were involved in using illegal substances. Lu Tu quickly replied, no problem, I'll go right now. Good, after you're done, bring the test results to the station to find me. Lu Tu weakly asked, Officer Su, can I ask how long Ding Zhang and the others will be sentenced? I'm afraid they might find out I reported them. Officer Su snorted coldly. If it was just for using illegal substances, the sentence wouldn't be long, but now they are involved in trafficking, and the amount exceeds 2 kilograms. Don't worry, you won't see them for the rest of your life. Lu Tu finally felt at ease. Thank you, Officer Su, I'll go for the test right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tu sneered inwardly. Hui's actions were indeed ruthless. He had only asked her to mix in 1 kilogram of milk powder, but she ended up with 2 kilograms. Now Ding Zhang could figure out he was doomed just by thinking about it. Jiang Shi also heard Lu Tu making a phone call, looking at him with a worried expression, and then anxiously asked, Lu Tu, what happened to Ding Zhang and the others? Will it implicate you? Lu Tu recounted how he had taken Ding Zhang away after he wrote an IOU, how Ding Zhang and the others had used prohibited substances, and how he had reported it himself, along with Officer Su's investigation results. After analyzing the situation, Jiang Shi finally felt relieved and gently stroked his face, saying, I believe you wouldn't get involved with those things. I'll accompany you for the test later. Once the results come out, it will naturally prove you weren't involved. Okay. The two of them took a DD and headed straight to the nearest top-tier hospital. The hospital was crowded in the morning, but with just a phone call, a chief doctor warmly led them to the testing area, saving them a lot of trouble. Lu Tu observed this and sighed, realizing that this was the power of deep-rooted connections. He still had a long way to go to reach this level. Even the testing time was significantly shortened, and half an hour later, Lu Tu's test results came out. Uncle Kai, how is Lu Tu's health? Dr. Kai adjusted his glasses and examined Lu Tu. As someone with experience, he could easily tell that their relationship was not ordinary. Only those who had truly been together would inadvertently overlook many small details. Dr. Kai looked at Lu Tu with satisfaction and praised, "Young man, your health is quite good." "Thank you, doctor. To be honest, your health status is not just good, it's beyond simple. In my 30 years of practice, I've never seen such perfect indicators, even surpassing many professional athletes. You're incredibly healthy, absolutely perfect." Hearing Dr. Kai praise Lu Tu made Jiangxi feel happy inside. Who wouldn't want their partner to be in good health? Just thinking about Lu Tu's endless strength made Jiangxi blush, quickly pushing those shy thoughts aside, and quietly asked, "Uncle Kai, can you issue a certificate proving that Lu Tu hasn't used any prohibited substances? In theory, this test report already proves that, but since you want me to issue a separate one, you can use it." After Dr. Kai provided the certificate and stamped it, he sent the two off. Naturally, having the chief doctor personally see them out attracted the attention of others in the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Lu Tu intended to let Jiangxi go back to rest, as he could see she was still walking a bit awkwardly. But Jiangxi was unusually determined to stay with Lu Tu until everything was confirmed, and Lu Tu was happy to have her by his side as they headed to Officer Su's station. As soon as they entered, they saw Ding Zhang's father, Ding De, helplessly squatting in a corner, holding his head. At that moment, a system prompt flashed in Lu Tu's mind. "Ding, task triggered, revenge on Ding De. Do you accept?" "Accept." Like father, like son, since he had already taken revenge on Ding Zhang, how could he let this old man Ding De off the hook? Lu Tu clearly remembered that not long ago, Ding De had come to threaten him. As soon as Ding De saw Lu Tu, his eyes darted, and he rushed over to question, "Lu Tu, you were with my son yesterday. How come you're fine? Why should I have any problems?" Lu Tu replied, staring directly at Ding De. "You need to explain to the police that Ding Zhang would never sell prohibited substances. He doesn't have the guts." Jiangxi, understanding the situation from the side, questioned, "Ding Zhang forcibly took Lu Tu away at the school gate yesterday and even hit him. I don't think he lacks courage." Ding De glared at Jiangxi, pointing at her and scolding, "Who the hell are you? How dare you slander my son? When did it become a woman's place to butt in here?" Lu Tu directly swatted away Ding Da's hand. "This is not a place for you to act wild. Whether your son is innocent or not has nothing to do with me. Everything depends on the evidence." At that moment, Officer Su stepped out and scolded, "Ding De, if you cause any more trouble, you'll be thrown out immediately. We don't need you to point fingers while we handle the case." After the reprimand, he turned to Lu Tu and Jiangxi with a softened expression, waving them in. "Come in, let me see your test results." Lu Tu walked straight past Ding De into the office, handing the test results and proof to Officer Su. In a corner where he couldn't be seen, a flicker of resentment flashed in Ding Da's eyes. He knew exactly why his son had called Lu Tu over, and now seeing how familiar Lu Tu was with the police, he naturally guessed that Lu Tu must have reported him. After Officer Su reviewed the documents and passed them to other colleagues for record-keeping, he looked at Lu Tu's face and said, "I saw the slap mark on your face from yesterday when Ding hit you. I can testify to that. You should give a statement." "Okay." Lu Tu quickly completed his statement in the conference room. The process was swift, as most of Lu Tu's movements and the things he said aligned with the police's findings. After signing his name, he smoothly left the police station. He ran into Ding De, who had been waiting there for a long time. Ding De called out to them, "Stop right there, kid, I want to ask you something." With the matter almost settled, Lu Tu had no intention of giving this old man any face. He directly ignored him and walked away. "I told you to stop." Ding De had seen Lu Tu before, when he was weak as a lamb in front of him, yet today he dared to ignore him. Lu Tu turned around, looking at him disdainfully. "What are you, a family of social scum, and you think you can order me around? Fuck you, just wait." Ding De spat angrily. Jiangxi, linking her arm with Lu Tu's, said with relief, "Lu Tu, let's ignore him. I just heard at the police station that Ding is suspected of trafficking over 2 kilograms of drugs this time. A case has already been filed, and he will soon be prosecuted. According to the law, he should be sentenced to death." Lu Tu nodded calmly. "It's a good thing for this kind of social scum to be judged sooner rather than later. It benefits not just me, but society as a whole." At that moment, a loud engine roar came from behind them. Lu Tu turned around to see Ding De driving his SUV. his eyes wild as he charged towards them. Lu Tu's muscles tensed, and with lightning-fast reflexes, he pushed Jiang Shi aside, narrowly avoiding the car's impact. Jiang Shi realized he had saved her and, seeing Lu Tu almost hit, screamed, "Lu Tu!" With nowhere to hide, Lu Tu could only dodge with all his might, under the terrified gazes of Jiang Shi and Ding De. In a surprising display, Lu Tu leaped like a frog, using his incredible jumping ability to clear the top of the SUV, causing Ding De to miss and crash into a roadside tree. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, quickly attracting nearby vehicles and pedestrians, who immediately gathered to watch the commotion. Smoke billowed from the front of Ding Da's car as he quickly shifted into reverse, intent on running over Lu Tu again. "Ding Da, fuck your mother, are you crazy?" Lu Tu's extraordinary physical abilities were pushed to the limit as he swiftly carried Jiang Shi to safety on a nearby step. Hearing Lu Tu curse at him, Ding Da had already suspected back at the police station that even if his son was indeed selling illegal goods, it was this pathetic kid who reported him. Enemies meeting each other were particularly hostile. Seeing that his car was useless, Ding De came down with a machete, charging towards Lu Tu and Jiang Shi. The crowd surrounding them was immediately frightened. In this day and age, someone was actually brandishing a knife in public? Wasn't that insane? Lu Tu didn't want to get entangled with him any further. Even if he had to face the knife-wielding thug alone, he wouldn't rush in to fight, especially with Jiang Shi by his side. In fact, while running, he carried Jiang Shi on his back and sprinted towards the police station. Ding De never expected that he couldn't outrun a brat carrying a burden. Even with his adrenaline pumping, he still couldn't throw the knife effectively. Just 2 minutes later, Ding De was panting heavily, but he was close to the police station. At that moment, Lu Tu shouted from a distance towards the duty room, "Help!" The police in the duty room recognized Lu Tu. Just moments ago, he had greeted them. Now, seeing Ding De with a knife behind Lu Tu, the duty officer immediately called for backup over the intercom. In less than 30 seconds, a group of officers with riot shields and batons surrounded Ding De. It was then that Ding De realized he was up against the state's violent machinery. Just as he thought about throwing away the knife, he heard Lu Tu provocatively say, "Ding De, you threatened me last time. Now that your son has been caught, you still come at me with a knife?" "Officer Su, I suspect he was also involved in Ding Zhang's case." The officers present glared at Ding De with serious expressions. It wasn't Lu Tu's words that had an effect. It was the fact that brandishing a knife in front of the police station was simply too heinous, equivalent to slapping their faces. Officer Su took the lead, holding up his riot shield and charging forward, loudly commanding, "I order you to drop the knife immediately. This is your first warning, your second warning." Ding De was furious. He knew Lu Tu was deliberately provoking him, but when he looked at Lu Tu, the guy was leisurely swinging his arms and legs. Thinking about his son's dire situation, Ding De was enraged. He wanted to trade his life for Lu Tu's and charged at him with the knife, fearless of death. Bang! At the same time, Officer Su issued his third warning. Seeing that Ding De still looked like a thug, someone immediately struck him on the head with a baton and riot shield, causing blood to gush from Ding Da's head. The powerful blow incapacitated Ding De, and the surrounding officers swarmed in. Seeing this, Lu Tu also rushed forward and kicked Ding Da's stomach several times with all his might. Lu Tu's physical condition was now vastly improved. Just a few kicks shattered Ding Da's teeth. When Lu Tu was about to continue kicking, Officer Su pulled him away and whispered, "That's enough. Don't make it too excessive." Ding De painfully spat blood on the ground, glaring at Lu Tu with bloodshot eyes. "I want to die with you." Lu Tu, who had been pulled away, felt quite regretful. Ding De had come at the police station with a knife. Why hadn't they just shot him dead? If that bastard had been taken out with a single shot, his reward level would surely skyrocket. The restrictions on police firing their weapons in Longwa were still too great. Even in Ding Da's situation, even if they had to shoot out of necessity, they would have to write numerous reports and checks afterward, which was particularly troublesome. Lu Tu stopped Officer Su and asked, "Officer Su, you can check the surveillance to see what just happened. How long do you think this guy will be sentenced?" "At least 5 years minimum. You should head back now. It's my fault for not ensuring your safety as a witness. I overlooked this. I didn't expect Ding De would dare to attack you in broad daylight." Normally, Officer Su wouldn't apologize to Lu Tu, but now that Jiang Shi was still on the scene, it involved the safety of the mayor's daughter, which was no longer a simple assault case. After Lu Tu and Jiang Shi left the police station, the system's rewards arrived. Ding! You have successfully retaliated against Ding De, calculating event completion. Event completion level, A, reward, human limit physical condition. Handsome. So damn handsome. As the system's prompt sound ended, Lu Tu felt his entire body crackling with the sound of bones, and his muscles began to contract intensely. This process was excruciating, as if someone were tearing his bones and flesh apart. But soon, this pain came to an end, and his bones and flesh rapidly grew back, visibly becoming more solid. This meant that his bone density had become 100 times stronger than before. The entire process lasted for half an hour, and when Lu Tu stood up from a pile of filth, he felt an unprecedented strength. This strength was not external, it was an incomparable power that brought him confidence from within. Now, he could lift the refrigerator in the dormitory with just one finger. Other aspects had yet to be tested, so it remained unknown. However, according to the system's description, Lu Tu's physique had already surpassed the limits of humanity. How exaggerated was that? This meant that his speed, strength, agility, jumping ability, and even lung capacity had exceeded the limits achievable by world champions. In other words, aside from being invulnerable to blades and bullets, he could almost be considered a kind of superhuman in a certain sense. He had thought that being transported here was already miserable enough, but he didn't expect the system to be so generous, offering rewards one after another. He wondered what superpower he would receive for the upcoming revenge on Ding Zhang. His clothes had been reduced to tatters during the previous transformation process. Standing in the cold of December, he didn't even feel the chill, equivalent to the coolness of early autumn. Lu Tu clenched his fists, feeling the powerful sense of strength within him. This was the true ability to stand at the pinnacle of the world. If he encountered Ding Di again, who had run him over with a car, he even felt he could directly flip that car over with his bare hands. With a weapon in hand and a murderous intent rising, he had one task at hand: to take revenge on Tao Qian. When I was poor and destitute, I could only use schemes to deal with you. Now that I have the power to shatter you with a single punch, I hope you can withstand it. Now, with his godfather Pang Dawei as a protective umbrella above him and his own physique surpassing human limits below, taking revenge on a rich second generation who had been hollowed out by wine and women was as easy as flipping his hand. The only difficulty was that Pang Dawei had instructed him not to break the law for the time being. If he killed Tao Qian within the borders of Long Country, it would be a bit troublesome. But what if he went abroad? Then it wouldn't be violating Long Country's laws. After cleaning up the room, Lu Tu found a set of clean clothes and went out. He was eager to know his true strength now and headed to a boxing club near the school. He had seen this place on Douyin before and knew that the club's owner was particularly arrogant, often mocking other boxing and Sanda practitioners online, challenging them to come and fight him. He also posted many videos of himself defeating challengers, all of whom left battered and humiliated. But since they always signed agreements, the club didn't have to pay any compensation. Lu Tu had his sights set on them because he had once worked there part-time as a cleaner. They had promised him 2,800 a month, but seeing that Lu Tu was honest, they only gave him 1,000. And he still hadn't received part of his wages. He almost forgot about them, but now it was time to settle the score. Having lived two lives, the type of person he hated the most was those who deliberately withheld workers' wages. These bastards had money but wouldn't pay, just because they thought the working class was easy to bully. If they had paid Lu Tu on time, he wouldn't have had to eat steamed buns every day. Thinking of this, Lu Tu unconsciously quickened his pace and soon arrived at the Fighting Spirit Boxing Club, pushing the door open with ease. At this moment, the receptionist Xiao Zhan was still focused on applying nail polish. All her other fingers were done, but she had no intention of doing her middle fingers. Those who understood knew why. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang felt the light in front of her obstructed. She didn't even need to look up to guess that it was some mischievous kid from the club teasing her. Impatiently, she clicked her tongue. "Is it that annoying? Can't you see I'm doing my nails?" Seeing that the other party didn't respond and showed no intention of moving to let in the light, she slammed the table and prepared to scold. However, what entered her line of sight was a strikingly handsome man with a strong masculine charm. With a slightly tousled hairstyle that couldn't hide his exquisite features, the 191 centimeters tall Lu Tu stood there like a statue. "Hello, are you here to get a membership card?" Xiao Zhang stammered a bit. She usually dealt with rough men, and she had never seen such a handsome guy before. A smile crept onto Lu Tu's face. A few months ago, when he worked here as a cleaner, he had wanted to get a cup of hot water at the front desk to soak some steamed buns, but he had been scolded by Xiao Zhang. "Don't you recognize me? You do look a bit familiar, but who are you?" Zhang Qingqing tilted her head, trying to think. "I'm Lu Tu, the one who cleaned here 3 months ago." "Ah, it's you. How come?" Zhang Qingqing seemed to want to ask Lu Tu why he had changed so much and suddenly become so handsome. The only impression he had left on her was that he was tall, but a poor guy like him was never in her sights, no matter how tall he was equated with being ugly. Now that she recognized Lu Tu, the expression of shyness on Zhang Qingqing's face instantly vanished, replaced by disdain and contempt. In her view, a man had to be either extraordinarily strong or wealthy, otherwise, he was no better than a dog. What are you doing at the club? We're not hiring cleaners anymore. Lu Tu maintained his smile without changing his expression. I'm here to collect my previous wages. Last time I left, I was only given 1,000 yuan. I still have 1,400 yuan left to collect. Zhang Qingqing chuckled lightly and shouted into the club, stop practicing, someone's here to collect a debt. As soon as she said this, the burly men practicing vigorously in the club all turned to look with furrowed brows. Upon seeing Lu Tu, they were momentarily stunned, and then someone recognized him. Isn't that the cleaner from before? You spilled my water, and you still want your wages? At that moment, the club owner, Zhou Taishan, strode over, chewing betel nut. Standing in front of Lu Tu, he deliberately spat a mouthful of dark brown betel nut juice onto Lu Tu's feet. You want your wages, huh? Why don't you clean the floor? Business has been good lately, and the floor is getting dirty fast. Lu Tu glanced sideways at Zhou Taishan. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that ugly woman talking? You! Who are you calling an ugly woman? You bastard, how dare you insult me? Zhang Qingqing screamed excitedly from the side. Lu Tu retaliated with a slap to Zhang Qingqing's face, sending her flying 3 meters away until she crashed into the wall, finally stopping her momentum with a heavy thud on the ground. Zhang Qingqing was still in a daze, completely unaware of how Lu Tu had struck. Then she felt a sharp pain throughout her body, like a broken kite, and lost consciousness on the spot. An expert knows the strength of a strike at first glance. Zhou Taishan certainly recognized the power behind Lu Tu's slap. He imagined if that slap had been aimed at him, he wouldn't have been sure he could avoid it. 3 months ago, when Lu Tu worked here as a cleaner, he had often been bullied by the club's people. Back then, Lu Tu was famously a soft target. How had he become so fierce in just 3 months? Zhou Taishan felt a bit weak inside, but with so many paying students watching him from behind, he absolutely couldn't show any fear. Gritting his teeth, he said, so you're here to challenge me? Challenge your mother. Lu Tu kicked out, landing a blow right in Zhou Taishan's abdomen, sending him flying 10 meters away, crashing into several people like a heavy torpedo. The 2 quick strikes happened in the blink of an eye. The students present were still laughing and hadn't reacted yet, but after a chorus of wails, they finally saw Zhou Taishan's miserable state. He vomited a mouthful of yellow liquid onto the ground, lying on the floor in immense pain, clutching his stomach and groaning, quick, quick, take him down. He ambushed me. Ambush? You come to challenge me and talk about ambush? I'll kill you today, you bastard. There were about a dozen people in the club, all local thugs. Usually, they were restrained by the rule of law and wanted to fight but couldn't. Now, seeing Lu Tu alone, no matter how strong he was, they wanted to take a shot at him, otherwise, how would they maintain their reputation? A dozen strong men surrounded Lu Tu, baring their teeth and making exaggerated noises to intimidate him, occasionally throwing punches to distract him. Lu Tu stood firm among the crowd. Once his physical abilities surpassed human limits, his reaction speed and focus were far beyond ordinary people. Even the top esports players couldn't match his speed. Behind him, a burly man swung a punch, aiming for Lu Tu's back of the head. A gust of wind rushed in, and Lu Tu instinctively tilted his head, narrowly dodging the deadly blow, then countered with an elbow strike to the man's chest. There was a sound of bones cracking, and the man fell to the ground in pain. The onlookers shouted, "Everyone, go together! Take down this bastard!" They rushed in, not wanting to give Lu Tu any chance. Lu Tu, utilizing his exaggerated speed, dodged while counterattacking. In his perspective, their punches seemed to slow down to half speed. If he couldn't dodge this, then all the system rewards would be wasted. Strong men kept charging in, only to be sent flying out, screams echoing everywhere. Lu Tu had never fought so freely. The overwhelming power he wielded over others was intoxicating. However, even though he had surpassed human limits, he still took a couple of punches from blind spots. But to him, those punches were nothing. Have you all not eaten? Hitting people feels like tickling, and you still have the nerve to bully others? Lu Tu taunted while beating down the fallen. All the members of the fighting club combined couldn't last 2 minutes. At this moment, Lu Tu grabbed Zhou Taishan's arm and dragged him to the center of the arena like a dead dog, looking down at him from above, still arrogant. I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Please let me go. You didn't do anything wrong. The survival of the fittest is the way of life. Saying this, Lu Tu stepped on Zhou Taishan's toes, causing him to scream helplessly, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'm sorry. I'll pay you back the money right away. I don't want your money. Keep it for your medical expenses. How about that? Lu Tu sneered at Zhou Taishan. You still don't plan to let me go. Big brother, I, Zhou Taishan, didn't recognize the mountain and offended you. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. I'll give you whatever money you want. Want money? Then wouldn't that be extortion? I came to challenge you today. Since the challenge failed and we ended up fighting, what do I need your measly money for? With that, he kicked Joe Taishan in the face, sending him sprawling with blood everywhere. At this moment, the other members of the club saw the opportunity to slip away, but were quickly spotted by Lu Tu. In just a few breaths, Lu Tu darted to block the main entrance, staring at the few bruised individuals before him and smiling. Gentlemen, where do you think you're going without dealing with this scum of mine? Big brother, we have no grievances with you. You've already beaten us once, there's no need to hold a grudge, right? Lu Tu remained unmoved, fixing his gaze on them as he stepped forward, causing the group to retreat in fear. One of them blustered, "Don't come any closer. You must be a student from Shanghai University. Do you know who my big brother is?" "Who? My big brother is MP3. No one in this area doesn't know my big brother. If you touch me, you won't have an easy time at school." It was better not to say that. The one thing Lu Tu feared the least was threats. Even if you were a small thug, what could a person who played both sides do? In a flash, Lu Tu threw a punch that sent MP3's lackey spitting blood. Lu Tu stood at the door with his hands behind his back. "You bunch of scum, bullying others isn't something new for you. This beating isn't for nothing. If you want to leave today, a few of you can stay and have a good fight with me." Hearing this, everyone trembled in fear, and someone even cried out, "We still have to fight?" Lu Tu kicked out at the person who spoke, sending him flying. With a cold smile, he said to the crowd, "What the hell is this? Didn't you all think it wasn't enough when you bullied me before?" Without waiting for their reaction, Lu Tu quickly moved forward and tossed them one by one onto the central ring. These guys were all over 180 pounds, but Lu Tu handled them as easily as if they were chicks. Joe Taishan was someone Lu Tu paid special attention to. Not only did he not throw him, but he also held him up and repeatedly punched his abdomen. Joe Taishan, terrified, cried out, "Don't do this. Let's talk it out. Hitting people is wrong." Lu Tu smiled wickedly, crying? Crying counts as time. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Qingqing at the front desk trying to escape. Lu Tu sneered, "Xiao Shang, come here." Zhang Qingqing, with a mournful face, stammered, "Big brother, you've already hit me. I'm not running, I just want to get you a glass of water." Lu Tu beckoned her with a finger, "Bring me a chair." Zhang Qingqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't hit, she was fine with anything. She hurriedly moved a chair over, poured a cup of tea, and after Lu Tu sat down, she even kindly massaged his shoulders and neck. Lu Tu gestured to the crowd, "Fight. Don't you all have plenty of strength to vent? Show me your training results by fighting each other. Big brother, can we not fight? We're already injured. It won't be good if we keep going." Lu Tu glared, "If you don't fight each other, I'll come and hit you." The crowd shrank back in fear. "Fight. We'll fight." The strong men on the stage began to look for suitable opponents, as they had all been hurt not long ago and knew each other well as members of the same club. At that moment, all the strong men's gazes fell on Joe Taishan, who was the most seriously injured. Usually, Joe Taishan was extremely domineering. Many members had joined by paying fees. However, Joe Taishan treated this as a sect, acting like a leader, often bossing them around, hitting or scolding them. Moreover, Joe Taishan was clearly unable to move. If they didn't practice on him, who else could they find? The quickest among them rushed up to put Joe Taishan in a naked choke and shouted to the others running over, "Joe Taishan is mine. You all go find your own opponents." Poor Joe Taishan. First he was closely monitored by Lu Tu, and just when he finally had a moment to breathe, he was caught in a chokehold by his own club brothers, the overwhelming feeling of suffocation turning his chubby face bright red as he continuously tapped the other's hand to signal surrender. The others could only reluctantly search for opponents again. Lu Tu watched for a while, feeling utterly bored, and suddenly shouted, "The thing I hate most in my life is when others throw fake punches." After saying that, he directly jumped onto the ring and punched each of those who were unwilling to fight, knocking them down to the ground. Spitting at them disdainfully, he said, "You bunch of useless cowards dare to claim you're invincible and welcome others to challenge you?" The crowd could only feel anger but not voice it, thinking who could be as freakish as him. Not only was he tall and long-armed, but his speed and punching power were also frighteningly exaggerated. Who the hell could be his opponent? But no one dared to be tough, and even after being beaten by Lu Tu again, their gazes towards him became clearer, as if they were the college students and Lu Tu was the street bully causing trouble. Zhang Qingqing watched from the sidelines, somewhat stunned. She looked at these guys who usually bullied others, and in front of the young and handsome college student Lu Tu, they were surprisingly obedient like a flock of sheep. Seeing Lu Tu sit down, Zhang Qingqing quickly used all her strength to massage him. Although she didn't understand massage, she knew how to please and seduce men. From the initial shoulder and neck massage, she gradually squatted in front of Lu Tu, massaging his strong thigh, occasionally letting her hair brush against his arm. Lu Tu slapped Zhang Qingqing's face with a backhand, angrily scolding, "If you're going to massage, then do it properly. Who told you to be so flirtatious?" Zhang Qingqing received another slap, but to her surprise, she found herself not angry at all, even thinking that Lu Tu's scolding looked quite handsome. She obediently nodded and sweetly smiled at Lu Tu. "I understand now." After saying that, she worked even harder to massage his shoulders and arms. The strong men on the stage watched with burning jealousy. The club already had more wolves than meat, and with Zhang Qingqing's decent looks and her usual flirtatiousness, she was the object of secret admiration for almost everyone present. But she was Zhou Taishan's sister-in-law, so no one could pursue her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qingqing was actually developed into a hidden attribute by Lu Tu. Even Zhou Taishan cursed inwardly after seeing this. "You filthy bitch, turns out you're a submissive too. Once I'm healed, I'll teach you a good lesson." Half an hour passed, and no one was left standing on the stage. They were all sprawled on the ring, either beaten down or exhausted. After all, if they didn't fight hard, they would be defined by Lu Tu as throwing fake punches and would have to endure his fists as big as a sandpot. Finding it truly uninteresting, Lu Tu looked at everyone and said, "I'm leaving now. Does anyone want to call the police?" Who would dare to mention calling the police? They wished for Lu Tu to leave quickly and give them a way out. Everyone waved their hands repeatedly. "We wouldn't dare. It's just friendly sparring." Lu Tu laughed. "Then with all your injuries, what will you say when you go out and others ask?" As martial artists, it's inevitable to have some bumps and bruises. A few injuries are normal, you can rest assured. Look, after beating these thugs into submission, they all started using respectful language. Lu Tu looked at their pathetic appearance and stood up. "I, Lu Tu, have always believed in winning people over with virtue. If you want to call the police, I can help you report it right now. But if anyone dares to scheme against me afterward, I will come looking for you again. Big brother, we really wouldn't dare. Please take care." After leaving the boxing club, Lu Tu finally understood his true strength, and to be honest, it felt a bit exaggerated. The guys at the boxing club have fighting skills that are at least stronger than the average person, but even if a dozen of them rush at him, Lu Tu could withstand at most a couple of insignificant punches. If there were still any fools daring to bully him now, why would he need any underhanded tactics? A full-force punch could send them straight to the afterlife. In a great mood, Lu Tu was humming a little tune on his way home when his phone rang. Officer Su's slightly excited voice came through. "Lu Tu, I have good news for you. Your report was very useful and helped us crack a major case involving a gang selling contraband. Our department has decided to reward you with 10,000 yuan and present you with a Good Citizen Award." "That's great, as long as we can bring these bad guys to justice. By the way, Officer Su, what was the verdict for Ding Zhang and the others?" "The public prosecution results are out. Ding Zhang, Ho Bin, He Chang, Wang Hao, and the others have been sentenced to death. When can you come to the department to collect your certificate and prize? We've already informed your school leaders about this, and they will also commend you." "Thank you, Officer Su. This is what I should do." After hanging up, the system's reward finally arrived. Ding! Detecting the completion level of the revenge against Ding Zhang. Task completion level, SSS grade, reward skill, foreknowledge of the future. You can foresee events happening within the next 10 seconds, limited to matters related to you. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lu Tu couldn't help but shiver. His thoughts began to feel very strange. It was as if a room that was originally whole suddenly had a small section partitioned off, and this small area was constantly rehearsing what would happen in 10 seconds. He sensed that in 10 seconds, a sparrow would land in front of his window, and he counted silently in his mind. Sure enough, as the 10 seconds elapsed, the sparrow arrived as expected. Lu Tu could no longer contain his excitement. He had just gained 2 incredibly powerful skills, and this foreknowledge of the future was simply too useful for him. Not to mention anything else, if he were to face off against a dozen strong men right now, there was absolutely no way they could touch even a hair on him. Moreover, this ability was a guaranteed kill in one particular place, the casino. Before acquiring the foreknowledge skill, Lu Tu was still pondering where to get his first pot of gold, but now he felt that the road ahead was clear, and what could possibly stop his rise? To test his ability to foresee the future, Lu Tu didn't rush home but instead walked into a park, sat down on a bench, and opened the Happy Landlord game on his phone. As soon as he got his cards, Lu Tu sensed that the landlord would play 3 with 1, followed by a few more plays of 3 with 1, meaning the landlord had all 3 with 1. Holding 4 Q bombs in his hand, when the landlord played 333 with a 4, Lu Tu immediately detonated all 4 QS, leaving the landlord stunned. He quickly sent Lu Tu a voice message, "Your play is just too good." Even Lu Tu's next player sent him a T emoji to hint at his advantage. With his foresight, even if it was only for 10 seconds, he still saw through the landlord's hand and played a pair of 4s. This move made the landlord uncomfortable. He had all 3 with 1 in hand, and to respond with a pair, he would have to break them up. He glanced at his cards, still holding a king bomb, and decided to let Lu Tu continue playing, not believing that Lu Tu could throw down a pair to finish his cards. After playing a pair of 4s, Lu Tu immediately followed up with a pair of aces and a pair of kings, nearly making the landlord curse. He had never seen anyone play cards like Lu Tu. Just after discarding a pair of 4s, he could have continued with a small pair, but Lu Tu's style seemed deliberately designed to frustrate him, leaving the landlord hesitating with the king bomb in hand. After all, Lu Tu's foresight only lasts for 10 seconds. Now he finally senses the hand of his next teammate. Besides a pair of aces, it's all straights. Lu Tu casually plays a pair of 5s, and seeing Lu Tu go from a pair of aces to a pair of 5s, the next player knows it's time for him to play. He quickly plays a pair of XS, which really puts the landlord in a tough spot. He knows Lu Tu can't play all his cards anymore, and wanting to help his teammate, he grits his teeth and breaks up a 3 with a pair of 7s. The next player then plays a pair of 8s, and the landlord can only follow with a pair of 9s. But to his surprise, the next player actually has a pair of 2s, and now the dilemma is right in front of the landlord. Should he blow up this pair of 2s? But seeing that the next player still has 12 cards, he grits his teeth and shouts in anger at his phone, "I'll let you play. You have the guts to take me out with 12 cards." He then clicks pass. The next player immediately plays a straight, throwing down all 12 cards. The landlord is dumbfounded, staring blankly at the screen. He clearly has a complete hand, and logically, he should be able to win no matter how he plays, yet he still loses. This feeling of frustration is unbearable, and all of this was sensed in advance by Lu Tu's ability to foresee 10 seconds into the future. This is what it means to cheat. A life of cheating is actually so exhilarating. It's as if the whole world revolves around me. However, this skill has a downside. It makes Lu Tu's mind very chaotic. His brain processes the current information while also receiving information about what will happen in 10 seconds, creating a huge sense of disconnection that gives him a splitting headache. System, can you optimize this ability? I feel like I won't be long before I have a split personality. Sure, I've already filtered out unnecessary information. Warnings will only be generated when important events are about to happen. Thank you. My goodness, this system is so considerate. He doesn't know how other people's systems are, but Lu Tu is 120% satisfied with his. Now his goal is very clear: to earn his first pot of gold in life. He already has a capital of 10 million, and with the ability to foresee 10 seconds into the future, making money is a piece of cake, right? Even if gambling is illegal in Long Country, can't he just play small? Moreover, private or underground casinos exist everywhere. What he lacks now is a way to find them. Finding these is incredibly easy. In his previous life, Lu Tu managed to rise from the bottom by himself. Although his business wasn't big, he at least understood some of the logic behind how things operate. Looking at the time, it's still early, so he sends a message to Jiang Shi, telling her to study hard and that they will have dinner together in the evening. Lu Tu hails a taxi, and after getting in, he hands a cigarette to the driver and smiles. "Master, can I ask you something?" Taxi drivers are usually quite talkative, and they won't frown at polite passengers. "Don't be shy, go ahead." Lu Tu rubs his hands, pretending to be eager. "I just came to Shanghai for university. Where can I find a place to play mahjong?" The driver chuckles. "Isn't that easy to find? Just gather a few classmates and find a tea house to play." "How much money do my classmates have? Playing too small is boring." The driver looks at him in surprise through the rearview mirror, noticing he's dressed in brand-name clothes and has an extraordinary demeanor, and curiously asks, "What stakes do you usually play for?" "Not much, just for fun. I can't be playing for 10 or 20, right?" "Little brother, you don't look like someone who plays cards. You're not a reporter here for an undercover investigation, are you?" "If I were a reporter, would I go undercover in a mahjong parlor? Don't I know to go undercover in a bathhouse?" After saying this, Lu Tu locks eyes with the driver, and they both burst into laughter. "True, I'll take you to a place my good buddy runs. The main thing is that it's safe." The taxi arrived at a small courtyard in the suburbs. It was said to be the suburban area, which was actually the urban-rural fringe, where the population was highly mobile and management was relatively lax, creating fertile ground for such mahjong parlors. "You're here, brother. Once you go in, just say you were introduced by Wu Lauer. They will arrange things for you." "Thanks, master." Lu Tu got out of the car and walked towards the small courtyard. In fact, as soon as the taxi stopped at the entrance, someone in the courtyard noticed him. A middle-aged woman dressed simply, munching on sunflower seeds, approached with a friendly smile and greeted him. "Are you here to have fun at the farm stay, little brother?" "Yes, I was introduced by Wu Lauer." "Hey, I know. It's your first time here, right? How do you want to play?" As she spoke, Lu Tu noticed that although the middle-aged woman was simply dressed, she wore quite substantial gold jewelry on her neck and wrists, indicating she was likely one of the people in charge here and probably made a good profit. Lu Tu pretended to be addicted to gambling and smiled. "I just learned how to play mahjong, but the people I know play too small. Sister, can you arrange something for me?" "No problem. Just call me Sister Wei. People around here love to come play with us. It's absolutely safe." Sister Wei led Lu Tu into a self-built house in the courtyard. As soon as they entered, they heard the lively sounds of mahjong from inside. She took Lu Tu directly into a private room where a game was already in progress. At the table were 3 men and 1 woman. Sister Wei smiled at one of the men, Xiaosu. "Let the new little brother play for a while." Xiaosu glanced at Lu Tu with a hint of displeasure but immediately suppressed his emotions when his gaze met Sister Wei's, forcing a smile. "Just a moment, I'll finish this round." Lu Tu keenly caught the different expressions on the faces of the others when Sister Wei said newcomer. Besides Xiaosu's dissatisfaction, the other 3 seemed to harbor a subtle excitement. It appeared they all regarded Lu Tu as a fat sheep ready for slaughter. He wondered if they had the skill to back it up. From the moment Wu Lauer brought him here, he sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. Sure enough, Xiaosu lost over 2,000 in that round, and they were playing Sichuan Mahjong, where one person pays 3 others. After Xiaosu left, Sister Wei kindly patted Lu Tu on the shoulder and said to the other 3, "The little brother just learned how to play Mahjong. Don't bully him." One of the skinny, monkey-like men looked at Lu Tu with a half-smile. "In the gambling world, there are no fathers and sons. It's all about skill. If you're afraid of losing, don't come here and waste our time." The only young woman at the table rolled her eyes at him. "You make it sound like you're so great. Don't be afraid, little brother. Beginners usually have good luck." The last man with glasses adjusted his glasses and asked, "We play at least 50 around here. Can you handle that?" Everyone looked at Lu Tu with expectant eyes. He slightly shook his head, and a flicker of disappointment crossed their faces. The woman, unwilling to give up, asked, "What about 20? Seeing Lu Tu continue to shake his head, the skinny man suddenly slammed the table. "Then what are you doing here? Go play at the Senior Activity Center." Lu Tu stared directly at the skinny man. "That's too small. 100 around is easier to calculate." At this, everyone, including Sister Wei, was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. They were seasoned players in this line of work and could easily tell who was a pro and who was a novice. Moreover, although Lu Tu appeared tall and strong, he looked barely out of his teens, dressed entirely in brand-name clothes, clearly a child overly protected by his family. "All right, we'll listen to the little brother and play 100 around." After handing Sister Wei 10,000 yuan, he exchanged it for cash and sat down to start playing. In the first round, Lu Tu deliberately didn't win a single hand, even intentionally playing a flower pig and losing to all 3. This series of actions delighted the other 3, and by the end of the round, Lu Tu had lost over 6,000. The skinny monkey pouted, "Little brother, it seems you don't have a beginner's protection period." The young woman shot him a glance. "You guys are too ruthless, knowing others can't play, just making it big." The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, having hardly spoken the whole time, like a silent gourd, and now he finally said, "I think you should go exchange some cash. With what you have left, you can't even make a full round." Lu Tu waved his big hand like a naive young man, a bit agitated. "My family just got relocated. Do you think I don't have money? Let's play, let's play." Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of the 3 couldn't help but curl into smiles as they continued to play. From the looks of it, Lu Tu seemed to be losing the whole time, but in reality, he had already grasped the patterns of the 3. The young woman and the skinny monkey appeared to be at odds, but they were actually in cahoots. The skinny monkey would deliberately feed the young woman cards, while the silent gourd, the bespectacled man, was simply good at card skills and counting cards. But under Lu Tu's ability to foresee the future, what did that matter? That 6,000 yuan was just an appetizer. This was just the beginning. Starting from the second round, Lu Tu began to use his ability to win hands. Although he could only foresee 10 seconds ahead, in Sichuan Mahjong, one needs to be missing a suit, and it was easy to calculate the cards in hand. After 2 consecutive rounds, Lu Tu hadn't lost a single hand, but all he won were trivial hands, which disgusted the other 3. They knew Lu Tu was a novice, and the card types were all aimed at making big hands, but every time they just finished forming their hands, Lu Tu would win with a trivial hand first, leaving the 3 of them to fight among themselves. Winning this novice's money was more painful than killing them. The 3 became increasingly frustrated as they played, their mindset starting to change, and they grew more anxious. In contrast, Lu Tu played casually, drawing and playing cards, his face showing no emotion at all. he just needed to avoid the dangerous cards and predict what the 3 would play in 10 seconds, making a corresponding trivial hand. After 4 rounds, the 3 were actually sweating slightly in the air-conditioned box, smoking one cigarette after another. The skinny monkey couldn't hold back any longer and questioned Lu Tu. You said it was 100 for a round, so why is it that every hand you win is a trivial hand? Lu Tu shrugged nonchalantly. I also want to make big hands, but after the first round, I lost over 6,000. Am I not allowed to win trivial hands? Is there anyone who plays like you? The skinny monkey pressed. Hearing this, Lu Tu put down his cards, grabbed the cash, and stood up to leave. Then I'll go play with someone else. The young woman and the bespectacled man quickly stopped him. Little brother, don't mind him, he's just annoying. The skinny monkey was now a bit flustered. He didn't want to let this fat sheep go, and he smiled awkwardly at Lu Tu. Little brother, don't be angry, I was just joking. Come on, sit down, and continue to win back your money. After sitting down, Lu Tu grumbled like a little wife. You said there are no fathers and sons in gambling. Playing cards is all about skill. I can't make big hands, and I'm not allowed to win trivial hands? Hey, it was my mistake. I apologize, the skinny monkey laughed. The bespectacled man spoke up at the right moment. I think this isn't exciting at all. Why don't we just remove the cap? The young woman looked at Lu Tu. Little brother, what do you think? No cap is quite a lot. Lu Tu nodded. Since we're just playing, I only like the feeling of winning. How much we play doesn't matter. The skinny monkey slapped his thigh. Then let's go with no cap. The game continued, and after Lu Tu won a few trivial hands, he drew a hand of all one suit with 4 pairs, preparing to reel them in. Lu Tu casually mentioned, if there's no cap, will you guys give me money? The skinny monkey was taken aback, then laughed. Don't you want to know who I am? Do you think I won't have money to give? Be careful you lose your pants. At that moment, Sister Wei's voice was heard nearby, and the young woman called her in. Sister Wei, this little brother is worried we won't have money to give. At this moment, Lu Tu was leaning against Sister Wei, so she had seen all his cards. She scratched her left shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, little brother. In my presence, there's never a case where you win and can't get your money. Everyone here is trustworthy. Sister Wei casually picked up the kettle beside her to refill their teacups while glancing at the game. Naturally, no one refused, and the game continued. However, after just 2 rounds, Lu Tu sensed something was off. He had previously predicted that the young woman next to him would play a 20,000, as he had a pair that could match, but suddenly his intuition changed to a 5. Sure enough, the young woman played a 5, which was matched by the player opposite her, and all his predictions from the last 10 seconds changed as well. Lu Tu smiled. He had tested so many rounds without error before, but now there was a variable, which seemed to be related to Sister Wei, who had just entered. Lu Tu smiled at Sister Wei. I want to exchange 30,000 cash. Don't you have money? You can exchange it later if you run out, Sister Wei replied. Lu Tu fixed her with an unyielding gaze. I want it now. Sister Wei hesitated but couldn't refuse, so she took out her payment code and collected 30,000, leaving the room to get cash for Lu Tu. The situation that followed was just as Lu Tu had anticipated. Among the 3 players, only one was missing the 10,000, while the other 2 had not played a single 10,000. Lu Tu was not in a hurry. Without Sister Wei covering for them, and with the ability to foresee the future, it was like playing with half-open cards. How could he lose? Soon, Lu Tu's hand was complete, all 3 pairs. He deliberately played a 9 to the player above him, the bespectacled man, successfully letting him go. It wasn't that he wanted to let him go, but only after he won could he draw the 10,000 he wanted. The bespectacled man excitedly grabbed the 9. I won. Ha ha, this was the first time he had such a big reaction. The thin monkey snorted sarcastically. You run fast, aren't you going to self-draw? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. No self-draw, I'm satisfied. The thin monkey and the young woman exchanged glances, urging Lu Tu to draw. Hurry up and play, wasting time means we get to play less. They had not played a card yet and were anxious. Lu Tu reached out to draw a card and, as he wished, drew a 10, placing down the 3 cards in his hand. Kong. He continued to draw and smiled. Another Kong. At this point, the young woman frowned slightly. They had just received a message from Sister Wei, knowing that Lu Tu had a pure hand of 10,000s. They had both deliberately kept all the 10,000s in their hands, yet Lu Tu could still make consecutive Kongs? His luck was too good. Another Kong. Lu Tu laid down his 3rd Kong. Now the young woman and the thin monkey could no longer sit still. Lu Tu had already made Kongs of 1, 3, and 4 10,000s. Roughly calculating, if it was a pure hand plus 3 Kongs, that would be 7 rounds. After drawing a card, Lu Tu did not look at it immediately but kept rubbing it. The thin monkey couldn't help but mock. Are you done rubbing? Can you rub out a flower? The bespectacled man's voice trembled slightly. You're not going to make the full Qing dynasty's 18 scholars, are you? Not to mention anything else, even if Lu Tu didn't win this round, he could still collect the Kong's reign money, but if Lu Tu won, it would be a disaster. At this moment, after drawing a card, Lu Tu still had 2 cards left. The young woman tidied her hair. Little brother, don't scare me. My heart isn't good. If you frighten me, you'll have to compensate. The attention of the thin monkey and the others was entirely on Lu Tu, holding their breath and waiting for his next move. Just at this tense moment, the door to the room suddenly opened, and Sister Wei walked in. She placed the 30,000 next to Lu Tu, glanced at the table, and was so shocked that she didn't dare to breathe. Lu Tu slowly played the card he had just drawn, 5. The people present finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. The bespectacled man had calculated well. After all, he had won and left first, leaving the rest of the matters behind him. But for the skinny monkey and the young woman, it wasn't so easy. The pressure had now shifted onto them, as Lu Tu's golden hook was almost in a clear winning state. They just needed to hold onto the winning tile tightly and avoid discarding it, then make a small win, and they wouldn't be called out. But there was one prerequisite. They couldn't let Lu Tu draw the winning tile himself. Sister Wei simply decided not to leave. To avoid risk, she stood not far away watching, not daring to speak. It had been a long time since she had seen such a big hand. As long as Lu Tu could win, she could make a significant profit just from the cut. After 2 more rounds, the atmosphere had become extremely tense. Aside from Lu Tu, the young woman and the skinny monkey were being exceedingly cautious with every tile they played. The skinny monkey occasionally glanced at Sister Wei, but she had only entered after Lu Tu had finished his turn, and even she didn't know what tiles Lu Tu had. She only saw that there were 2 tiles left in the pile. At that moment, Lu Tu picked up a tile and suddenly laughed, saying, "Another meld. Damn it, is your luck really that good? Hurry up and play already. I don't believe you can draw the winning tile again." The young woman shot him a glare. "Shut your crow's mouth." Everyone craned their necks, waiting for Lu Tu to draw a tile, while the young woman and the skinny monkey kept praying in their hearts. Then, with a loud slap, Lu Tu placed 2 tiles of 2,000 on the table. "Sorry everyone, I won." The young woman could no longer maintain her previous composure. "What the hell? I still have a pair of 2,000 in hand, and you just happened to draw the last tile? And it's a winning tile on top of that? Boom!" The skinny monkey slumped back in his chair, his eyes red, muttering, "Impossible." Seeing their state, Sister Wei comforted them. "It's not that much, anyway, it's capped." "Capped? We just started this round without a cap, and he drew the winning tile. What? You guys are playing so big with a student?" Even Sister Wei was shocked. She had indeed reminded them earlier that Lu Tu had a pure hand. After all, the skinny monkey and the young woman were regulars here, and she didn't want them to lose too much, fearing they wouldn't come back. But she never expected they would dare to play without a cap and encounter such a strong hand. Now she had nothing to say. Lu Tu looked at Sister Wei and asked, "Sister Wei, can you help me calculate how many points this is?" Sister Wei swallowed hard. "Golden hook 2 points plus pure hand 2 points plus 4 melds 4 points plus self-draw 1 point plus winning tile on a meld 1 point plus last tile 1 point, a total of 11 points. Lu Tu smiled. "That's right, a total of 2048 points. We played for 100, which means each of you owes me 204,800. The skinny monkey stiffened his neck. "I don't believe it. You must have cheated." Hearing this, Lu Tu wiped the smile off his face. "If you say I cheated, then bring out the evidence. If you can't, you won't get a single cent." They had played mahjong with Lu Tu for 2 hours, and seeing him so amiable, they thought he was just a naive rich kid who had recently come into money. The young woman pushed the mahjong tiles in front of her away and threw a tantrum. "If you dare to cheat, this round doesn't count." Lu Tu wasn't angry. He turned to Sister Wei. "This is your place. I'll ask you what you think." Sister Wei quickly smiled and smoothed things over. "Everyone should say less and make money peacefully. Don't say the young brother cheated. You've been playing with him for hours. If you knew he was cheating, why didn't you say so earlier? Why wait until now?" This statement left the young woman and the skinny monkey speechless. They just wanted to play dirty, of course knowing that Lu Tu couldn't possibly cheat in front of them. Sister Wei shifted her tone. "Although it said that one must accept the outcome of a bet, you suddenly changed the rules and raised the stakes so high. That's not just a number for anyone. How about we just stick to the capped amount?" The young woman and the thin monkey nodded excitedly at her words. "Exactly. We were just joking about no cap before. Now we'll give you the money. Consider yourself lucky." Lu Tu sat quietly in his seat, watching their performance. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and then slowly spoke. "So, you mean to say you can make the decision for me?" The thin monkey, seeing that Lu Tu seemed unwilling to budge, slammed the table angrily. "What the hell do you want? Even if you didn't cheat, I've never seen such a big pot in my life. What if we don't give you the money? The young woman chimed in sarcastically, young people should learn that suffering is a blessing, to avoid getting burned. Lu Tu smiled and nodded, standing up to stare at the thin monkey and the young woman, then glanced at Sister Wei. So, you all have decided to take me for granted and don't want to give this 400,000? Sister Wei advised, what they said makes some sense. How about this, I won't take your water anymore, and we'll just go with the capped amount. Lu Tu shot her a glance. Who do you think you are to make decisions for me? Sister Wei was taken aback. She had seen tough people before but never someone this audacious. Who in this place didn't know her background? How dare he speak to her like that? Her expression turned cold. Young man, are you talking to me? Did you not inquire about my background, Wei Guifan, before coming here? Lu Tu nodded. Let's hear it. Wei Guifan shouted outside, and immediately 7 or 8 strong men rushed over to block the entrance of the private room, wielding clubs and other weapons, glaring at Lu Tu. Back in my day, I wielded 2 blades from the east to the west of Zhuke Bridge. Who doesn't know me, the double-blade phoenix, Wei Guifan? Lu Tu laughed. What do they have to do with you? Are you going to ruin your reputation for this little money? Wei Guifan's tone turned severe. Don't worry about that. Here, we do things by my rules. You have no right to say anything else. The thin monkey and the young woman, seeing Wei Guifan standing up for them, immediately supported her. We've been neighbors with Sister Wei for decades. How can we let an outsider bully us? You think you can take my 200,000? Dream on. Lu Tu took a puff of his cigarette, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, and smiled. So, you all have decided to take me for granted? Exactly. Either you take 10,000 and leave, or you leave some parts here. Who gave you the guts to cheat here? At this point, Wei Guifan's tone had also changed, starting to accuse Lu Tu of cheating. The strong men blocking the door shouted, Sister Wei, why waste words with this kid? Just take him down. The thin monkey chimed in. He just said his family is being relocated. Let his family bring money to redeem him. But the next second, Lu Tu moved. He flicked the cigarette but at the thin monkey, startling him into a strange scream. Lu Tu stepped forward, dodging to stand in front of Wei Guifan, and threw a punch right at her face, smashing it and causing her to bleed profusely, knocking her out cold. The thugs at the door, seeing this, felt their anger rise. Who dared to cause trouble in their territory? They were part-time enforcers collecting protection money, and they usually bullied others. When had they ever been bullied? Gripping their clubs and knives, they charged in, swinging at Lu Tu. But to Lu Tu, their attacks were as slow as snails. He seized the opportunity, kicking each of them in the groin, and in an instant, 7 or 8 thugs lost their fighting ability, collapsing to the ground, clutching their groins in agony, unable to even scream. A few who couldn't withstand the pain had already started to vomit bile, a physiological reaction to extreme pain. With a bang, Lu Tu kicked the scrawny monkey trying to escape back into the room and then closed the door. All of this happened in just a minute. With a series of strikes, he swiftly took down 7 or 8 burly men armed with weapons. Such fierce power left the scrawny monkey and his companions completely dumbfounded. At that moment, only the bespectacled man was cowering in the corner, trembling as he said, we have no financial disputes. I haven't said anything. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Tu grinned, his clear smile making the others feel a bit dazed. Hard to connect him to the violent thug from a minute ago. I know, but you have to stay here and be my witness. Well, okay then. The young woman was already terrified, her face pale. She quickly put on a flirtatious expression, tugged at the neckline of her clothes, and approached him, cooing, Hey there, you're so handsome. I'm willing to give you that money. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. You think a cheap whore like you deserves to eat with me? Lu Tu slapped her hard across the face, causing half of her pretty face to swell up like a pig's head. After crashing against the wall and falling, she sat up straight in pain, looking at Lu Tu with terror in her eyes, crawling back into the corner. I really want to give you the money. You don't have to hit me just because you don't like me, right? She shouldn't have said that. As soon as she did, Lu Tu got angry and couldn't help but kick her a few more times, nearly crippling her. You were all over me while playing cards, and you don't even take a look in the mirror? The young woman had never encountered such a brutal man. No matter how she looked, she had some charm, and the men around her would drool over her. But this guy actually called her ugly, yet she knew to keep her mouth shut, not daring to provoke Lu Tu further. Seeing her quiet down, Lu Tu turned to the scrawny monkey. What do you think I should do to you to relieve my anger? The scrawny monkey, realizing that soft tactics wouldn't work, bluffed. You've already committed intentional injury. If you hit me, you'll have to go to jail. Lu Tu laughed, kicking the scrawny monkey's shin and breaking it, then kicked him to the ground, pressing his hand down with the leg of a chair before sitting on it. You, a useless good-for-nothing, dare to talk to me about the law? You guys robbed me with knives. Even if I took the knife and killed you, that would still be self-defense. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, the scrawny monkey, already small in stature, couldn't bear the weight of Lu Tu's 180 pounds pressing down on the chair leg. I'm willing to give you money, 200,000 without a penny less, just let me go. If you had agreed so readily before, I would have taken the money and left. But now, it's too late. Big brother, you can't be unreasonable. If you win, I'll give you the money. You can't just kill me for this, right? Lu Tu completely pressed his weight down on the scrawny monkey, sneering, aren't you good at playing tricks? How come you realize that playing hard with me doesn't work and start trying to reason with me? Well, I refuse to reason with you. The room echoed with the scrawny monkey's heart-wrenching pleas for mercy, which also woke up Wei Guifan, who had fainted. The first thing she did upon waking was wipe the blood off her face, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Tu tormenting the scrawny monkey. Just as she was about to call for help, she noticed that the burly men she had hired to maintain order were now all lying on the ground, looking worse than she was. At that moment, she realized she had messed with someone tough. Having seen some of the world, Wei Guifan quickly calmed down and analyzed the situation before speaking. Little brother, please stop hitting them. I'll make sure they pay you what they owe. I won't shortchange you a single cent. Lu Tu grabbed one of Wei Guifan's hands and placed it under the leg of the chair, sneering, then if I hadn't hit your people, how would you treat me now? Would you beat me up and then have my family pay to redeem me? Or would you say I cheated and chop off one of my arms? Although Wei Guifan was a woman, she was quite tough. When her hand was pinned under the leg of a stool, she remained silent, even as her teeth ground together in pain, which made Lu Tu regard her with a bit more respect. At least she was more promising than the skinny monkey. Today, I, Wei Guifan, admit defeat. I shouldn't have tried to take advantage of you by caring for a regular customer. I'll give you an extra 200,000, let me off the hook, and we can call today's event settled. How about that? Lu Tu smiled wickedly. 200,000? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? You said I had to break an arm for cheating, and now it's only worth 200,000? Lu Tu had them completely at his mercy now. It was different from the situation at the boxing club. The people there hadn't done anything illegal, and if he demanded money from them, he could easily be accused of extortion. But Wei Guifan was already engaged in illegal activities. She might argue that it was just an ordinary game room. However, some things can't be measured lightly. Once weighed, they can't be stopped, especially since they were threatening him with knives. No matter how big this incident got, as long as no one died, Lu Tu had nothing to worry about, not to mention that Pang De was there as a stabilizing force. Wei Guifan was trembling all over, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and she forced herself to ask through gritted teeth, then how much do you want? 200,000 should be a small matter for you, right? I want to see the money in 30 minutes, or you all can go to jail together. Are you going to call the police? Wei Guifan looked at Lu Tu in disbelief. She never expected this guy would threaten her with the police. After all, she had been running this place for so many years. How could there not be a protective umbrella locally? She just feared complications that would delay her business. How fresh. You threaten me with knives, and I'll first cripple a few of you before calling the police. Wei Guifan gritted her teeth. I'll get it. Just wait for me to make a call. Put it on speaker. In front of Lu Tu, Wei Guifan dialed a number, taking a few deep breaths to calm her tone as much as possible. Sister, bring me 4 million in cash, it's urgent. A sultry woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Sister, what happened? Do you need me to call Big Brother over? No need. Just bring 4 million by yourself, and be quick. After saying that, she hung up the phone. The next steps were much simpler. Lu Tu had no intention of letting them off easily. He called over the bespectacled man to sit in a chair and continue pressing down on the hands of the skinny monkey and Wei Guifan. Lu Tu then approached the burly men, dislocating their arm bones, and tied them all up. After throwing the weapons on the mahjong table, he leisurely sat down to wait for the money to arrive. The young woman was very attentive, quickly coming to Lu Tu's side to serve tea and water. In less than 20 minutes, the sound of a car came from outside. Lu Tu looked out the window and, after confirming that only one car was approaching, he felt relieved. Soon, a stylish modern woman arrived in the courtyard and asked the remaining gamblers inside, "Where's my sister?" The crowd, frightened, pointed to the room where Lu Tu was. The woman, with a serious expression, walked over with a bag and knocked on the door, calling out, "Sister, I'm here." Wei Guifan shouted, "Just put the money at the door and go back." But the woman was unusually firm. "No, I must see you safe." Lu Tu spoke up, "In that case, you can come in." As the doorknob turned and the woman opened the door, the scene inside made her eyes widen in terror, instinctively hiding the bag behind her. She looked at Wei Guifan in disbelief. "Sister, what's going on?" Wei Guifan, in pain, replied, "I've lost this time. I'll pay him as agreed." She looked at Lu Tu, carefully examining the young man with a delicate appearance before her. "Did you do all this?" Lu Tu shrugged. "Hard to believe? Did you bring enough money?" "I have enough. I just withdrew it from the bank. Count it." The woman didn't waste words and directly poured the cash onto the table. Lu Tu gestured to the young woman, who obediently began to help count the money. Wei Guifan spoke up, "Can you let me go first? You've already suffered enough, does it matter for a moment?" Wei Guifan hadn't seen someone as ruthless as Lu Tu in a long time, especially someone so young. It was quite unexpected. However, she had already taken note of this kid, and this matter was definitely not over. 2 million is my compensation to you, and the other 400,000 is the gambling debt they owe you. Lu Tu ignored him until the young woman finished counting and quietly said, "Big brother, the amount is correct. Can you let my sister go now?" The modern woman kept her cold gaze fixed on Lu Tu the entire time. She had been observing since she entered. Although everyone was injured, it was only superficial, and she knew Lu Tu was after money, so he probably wouldn't continue to harm anyone. Lu Tu slightly disappointedly picked up the money and leisurely walked over to the woman, leaning in with an aggressive posture and whispering in her ear, "You look very familiar. I wonder where I've seen you before." The woman feigned calmness and coldly replied, "You must be mistaken. I've never seen you before. Let's talk about your purpose today." Lu Tu immediately became interested upon hearing this. "Oh, what do you think my purpose is?" "Before coming here, I watched the surveillance footage of this room. Your gambling skills are excellent yet hard to assess. Although your style seems very amateur, you often anticipate your opponent's moves and minimize your losses, giving a very strange impression. If you want, perhaps we can cooperate." Lu Tu looked at her in slight surprise. Finally, there was a smart person. Communicating with fools like Wei Guifan and the skinny monkey had really been exhausting. "On what basis do you think I would cooperate with you? You're young and skilled, so you're naturally not afraid of our retaliation, and we wouldn't be foolish enough to actually retaliate against you. But right now, you're lacking connections. I can take you to the largest underground casino in Shanghai City. Without a recommendation, you can't get in. Once you're there, you'll have the chance to showcase your gambling skills." Lu Tu smiled casually. "What if I don't cooperate with you? Will you retaliate against me?" The woman shook her head. "No. Not to mention that the people we brought are no match for you. I feel your background is too big for us to provoke." Lu Tu lifted her chin with his finger. "Tell me, what's your name?" "Susi, here's my business card. You can call me anytime." Lu Tu didn't even look at the card, pinching her soft earlobe with his fingertip and smiling. "Good." After saying that, he swaggered out of the small courtyard with a bag of money, and the onlookers parted ways, all knowing what Lu Tu was carrying, yet none dared to show a greedy expression. "Are you kidding? With so many people unable to deal with this kid, who would dare to provoke him?" After leaving the small courtyard, Lu Tu was somewhat puzzled as to why he hadn't triggered a mission this time. He inquired with the system in his mind, but the system didn't even respond to him. It seemed that mission triggers were indeed very random. However, he wasn't greedy. Having gained 2 superpowers in one day was enough for him to rise quickly in this world. After playing mahjong for 2 hours, he had made 4 million. Such a speed of making money was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. To think that when he completed a B-level mission earlier, the reward was only 2 kilograms of gold. It seemed that to continue becoming stronger, he had to complete every task as thoroughly as possible. When he returned to school, it was already afternoon. Zhang Shi had sent him a message earlier saying she would be going home that night, so she didn't come over. Lu Tu finally had a chance to be alone. Just thinking about the aloof campus beauty, who had become so clingy after he had pursued her, made him unable to suppress a laugh. As he walked through the school, he ran into his former roommate, Zhu Zhaozhou. Their relationship wasn't particularly close, but both came from ordinary families and would often talk about where to find part-time jobs. Upon seeing Lu Tu, Zhu Zhaozhou's eyes widened. "Wow, Lu Tu, how have you become so handsome after just a few days? Old Zhu, didn't you go to your part-time job today?" Zhu Zhaozhou sighed helplessly. "You mean that hot pot restaurant? The boss said my appetite was too big and didn't want me anymore." Lu Tu comfortingly patted his shoulder. "Wherever you go, there will be a place for you. It's fine, take your time to find another. Ever since you moved out, He Chang and Wang Hao moved out too. Now the dorm is empty, just me alone. I can't even bear to turn on the air conditioning. There's no one to share it with." Hearing the names He Chang and Wang Hao, Lu Tu thought they probably wouldn't be able to enjoy air conditioning for the rest of their lives. It wouldn't be long before they faced dire consequences. Lu Tu smiled and took out 1,000 yuan, handing it to him. "Consider this my share while I was still in the dorm." Zhu Zhaozhou pushed the money back. "How can I take your money now that you've moved out? It's fine if I don't turn it on. I won't freeze to death. But can I use the quilt you don't want? What about your living expenses?" Zhu Zhaozhou's expression darkened. "My mom is in the hospital, so I didn't ask my family for living expenses." Hearing this, Lu Tu felt a pang of sadness. Once upon a time, he had lived like that too, but he was lucky enough to awaken a system. If he hadn't awakened the system, even if Lu Tu lived 2 lives, climbing up from the bottom would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. People like Tao Qian, who were arrogant and domineering, could drive luxury cars and live in villas from birth, while he and Zhu Xiaozhou had to hustle every day just to fill their stomachs, constantly facing the risk of being laid off. Thinking of this, Lu Tu forcefully shoved the money into his hands. Take the money and buy a thick quilt first. I'll introduce you to a part-time job in a while. Zhu Xiaozhou awkwardly accepted the money, repeatedly thanking him. I'll consider it a loan from you. I will definitely pay you back. I'll write an IOU for you tomorrow. Lu Tu nodded. All right, no rush. If you need money, just call me. Have you eaten? Let me treat you to the cafeteria. I've eaten already, you go ahead. Lu Tu still had 2.4 million yuan in cash, so it was definitely not appropriate for him to go to the cafeteria with him and draw attention. He also couldn't give Zhu Xiaozhou too much money. After all, they weren't that familiar yet and trust was still a work in progress. From today's events, he had fully grasped his ability to foresee the future, which was equivalent to having an unbreakable financial chain, allowing him to pursue bigger ventures. He took out Su Si's business card and dialed the number. This is Lu Tu. Su Si was silent for 3 seconds before asking, have you decided to go? You take me, how much do you want? I don't want your money, I just want a friendship, your friendship. Lu Tu chuckled lightly. You really know how to calculate. Come pick me up at Zhenghai University in half an hour. He understood that what was free was often the most expensive, and since Su Si was so direct, he didn't need to beat around the bush. Okay. When the agreed time arrived, Lu Tu saw Su Si's car, still that black Land Rover Defender. After getting in, Su Si was surprised. You're still in school? Do I not look like it? Su Si pouted, recalling how Lu Tu had teased her in the afternoon. There was no trace of a student in him. She would believe it if someone said he was a seasoned rogue from society. She drove directly onto the city bypass highway, heading straight for the wetland park in the eastern suburbs, which had developed into a wealthy area in recent years, filled with luxurious standalone villas. Su Si began to introduce him on the way. Have you heard of the Tao Group? Lu Tu instantly became interested. I've heard of it. This is run by the Tao family, and it's currently the largest underground casino in Zhenghai. You could say it's a den of iniquity. Lu Tu had originally planned to come here to gather some startup funds, but unexpectedly stumbled into the Tao family's casino. He had been contemplating how to leave if he won too much, but now everything seemed so simple. Pang De had already contacted the Tao family to ensure they wouldn't make things difficult for him, and now that he was in the Tao family's casino, wasn't it like the sky was the limit? Lu Tu only knew that the most profitable project for the Tao family was their insurance company. He had checked their financial reports online and found that they had over 8 billion in profits last year. He hadn't expected them to be so bold as to open a casino in Zhenghai. Su Si parked the car in front of a 10-story building and seriously asked Lu Tu, the casino is in this building, but you have to tell me the truth first. Are you a cheater? Lu Tu laughed. If I were a cheater, would I dare to come to a place like this? Do you think I have too many fingers? I hope you're not lying to me. After all, you're the one I brought here. If you get into trouble, I'll be in trouble too. Understood. No matter how it goes tonight, I'll give you 1 million. Su Si was shocked to hear this. It was well known that even in the casinos of Portugal and Macau, they made money through mathematical probabilities. As long as gamblers kept betting, they would eventually run out of money and be unable to win from the casino. But this handsome man, who looked only 19, what kind of trump card did he have to be so confident? I hope your confidence isn't blind. Let's go. I'll take you up. After parking in the underground garage, Su Si naturally linked her arm with Lu Tu's, and he didn't think much of it. Once in the elevator, Su Si waved at the camera, and the elevator automatically pressed the button for the 8th floor. As soon as they exited the elevator, they were drawn to a 5-meter-tall money tree made of pure gold, with every leaf crafted from gold, rotating with a mechanism at the base. Standing at the entrance were about 20 tall, young women, all dressed in kipeos that reached their waists, who greeted them in unison, welcome. Su Si walked forward with Lu Tu, whispering with a smile in his ear, isn't it stunning? Lu Tu nodded, indeed, I didn't expect there to be such a casino in inland Zhenghai. It seems the people behind this have great power. Of course, the Tao family's company is a leading enterprise in Zhenghai. Who else could have such a big operation here? Lu Tu took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. He guessed that the new air system here must have oxygen generators, designed to keep gamblers from feeling tired while playing, maintaining an excited state, making it easier to get carried away. Entering the hall, which spanned thousands of square meters, it was filled with various tables and slot machines, with over 1,000 people fervently placing their bets. In the center of the hall stood a black and white Bugatti supercar, next to a lucky wheel. What does this mean? Su Si explained, according to the Tao family's rules, any customer who spends over 10 million here can spin the lucky wheel once, with the grand prize being that supercar. It really is a den of iniquity, quite interesting, but it's a pity I can't participate in the lottery. Why? Su Si blurted out. because I won't lose. Susie was stunned into silence by this statement. She had been suppressing her emotions and looked up at Lu Tu's profile, wanting to know what he was relying on to be so arrogant. Even a true master of gambling wouldn't be this presumptuous. Countless people wanted to gamble big in the casino, but such individuals were few and far between. Lu Tu went to the chip exchange, pulling out the 2.4 million he had gotten from Wei Guweifen. The staff at the chip exchange were very professional. Upon seeing a customer using cash, they immediately sent over 5 people to help count the money without any rudeness. In less than 2 minutes, he successfully exchanged for chips. Susie curiously asked, "What do you want to play first, Texas Hold'em or blackjack?" Lu Tu smiled deeply. "I prefer something simple and straightforward, like dice." Susie was somewhat taken aback. Typically, seasoned gamblers would choose tables like Texas Hold'em where they could showcase their skills, while dice, being purely luck-based, were generally avoided. She suddenly remembered a gambling movie she had seen, where the character Chen Xiaodao chose dice right away. Could this 18-year-old boy before her be trying to emulate Chen Xiaodao? Susie couldn't help but feel disappointed. It seemed she had placed her bets wrong this time, as this kid was just a young man influenced by old-fashioned movies. But regardless, she had to stay by Lu Tu's side. In her heart, she had already made up her mind that if Lu Tu lost all 2.4 million, she would advise him to stop and leave. After all, she had brought him here. If he really got carried away and went to borrow from loan sharks, she would also get entangled with them, which would be counterproductive. Lu Tu took the chips and went straight to the dice betting table, where there were no empty seats left. He directly handed 100,000 yuan to a dejected-looking man in a suit next to him, saying, "Buddy, go try your luck at another table." The man in the suit was taken aback, but upon seeing the chips Lu Tu offered, he immediately put on a smile, took the chips, and said, "All right, may your words bring good luck." The man had just lost the previous round. After Lu Tu sat down, he ordered a glass of iced cola from the waiter. The man in the suit didn't leave immediately. He could tell Lu Tu was not an ordinary person, as he was betting while standing. Yet, he insisted on giving himself 100,000 in chips and stood behind this strange young man, reminding him, "Bro, it's been 6 rounds in a row with high numbers, keep betting on high. I just didn't believe in bad luck." Lu Tu smiled and nodded without speaking, focusing on drinking his cola, while Susie sat down beside him. Since they entered the casino, many people had been eyeing them. The combination of a beautiful girl and a young college student who came in and spent 100,000 to show off was indeed strange, especially since he had only exchanged for 2.4 million in chips. After the dealer shook the dice, he tapped the cup, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bets." The people at the table gradually placed their bets, almost all betting on high. Meanwhile, Lu Tu continued to hold the chips and drink his cola. Susie couldn't hold back any longer and whispered, "Aren't you going to bet?" Lu Tu shrugged nonchalantly, "I'm thirsty from the journey. I'm not betting this round, just drinking some water." "Ha!" The people at the table looked at him as if he were a fool. He spent 100,000 just to sit and drink cola? He was indeed just a naive kid. The dealer revealed the result, 133, a small number, and the table sighed in unison. At this moment, the man in the suit who had been urging Lu Tu to bet fell silent, quickly leaving with his chips. Susie glanced at Lu Tu, unsure if he was doing this on purpose or not, but since he appeared so calm, he must have his own strategy. Lu Tu was not pretending to be mysterious. He wanted to see if there were any tricks in this casino. Although he had never gambled much, he had watched movies. For instance, there might be some device under the table that would change the dice with the press of a button. Now that it had been confirmed that such a thing did not exist, Lu Tu felt relieved. After the dealer shook the dice, he continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bets." Lu Tu still did not move. He was waiting, his foresight extended to 10 seconds, and he could only place his bet last to accurately know the value of the dice in the cup. Bet locked. "Wait a moment, I want a bet." Lu Tu directly placed his remaining 2.3 million on the big bet. Everyone, including Susie, looked at him as if he were a fool. Was this kid really so confident that he would bet all his chips like that? The dealer did not show any impatience but cast a strange glance at Lu Tu. His behavior was odd, but it did not interfere with the game or any cheating, so he could only let him place his bet. 436, 13 points big. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Susie's eyes. Lu Tu's chips had doubled. 4.6 million. The crowd's gaze towards Lu Tu also flickered with envy. Some admired his boldness, others his luck, but not many were jealous, as there were always people who got lucky in places like this. Especially the seasoned gamblers, who had all gone through this phase. They knew it was often a precursor to losing everything. Many of them looked at Lu Tu with disdain. The dealer continued shaking the dice. "Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bets." At that moment, a plump noblewoman nearby looked at Lu Tu and smiled. "Little brother, your luck is so good. What do you think? Should we bet big or small next? Lu Tu completely ignored her and turned to Su Si. What do you think? Su Si was taken aback. How would she know whether to bet big or small? Seeing that Lu Tu didn't seem to be joking, she casually said, small. Lu Tu nodded slightly and directly placed all 6 million in front of him on small. The plump noblewoman quickly followed suit, betting 200,000, but more people trusted their own judgment and placed their bets. The dice cup was revealed, 334, 10 points small. The dealer promptly added 6 million in chips to Lu Tu's stack. In just 2 rounds, Lu Tu had 2 million. At this point, the others could no longer remain calm, especially after seeing the plump noblewoman beaming with joy. They all regretted not following Lu Tu's lead. Everyone looked at Lu Tu with eager anticipation, waiting to see what he would bet on next so they could follow suit. But Lu Tu remained calm, sitting in place sipping his cola, his hand naturally resting on Su Si's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze to signal her not to speak out of turn. The dealer, seeing this scene, urged, "Ladies and gentlemen, please continue placing your bets." The crowd urged Lu Tu, "Little brother, keep betting. We can all make money." Lu Tu smiled mischievously. "Why should I help you all make money?" As soon as he said this, the others instantly became furious. "How can you be so selfish?" Lu Tu slammed the table. "I am selfish. If you can't stand it, place your own bets. Want to follow me to make money? On what grounds?" His sudden outburst of momentum stunned those who tried to morally pressure him. No one expected this seemingly young college student to be so fierce. The dealer sneered inwardly. He had seen this kind of thing too many times. Gambling was about winning money from others' pockets. Who would be so selfless as to help others win? He urged again, "Bet locked. Stop betting." Only then did the other gamblers reluctantly glare at Lu Tu. Seeing that Lu Tu had not placed a bet either and realizing he was not easy to fool, many gamblers lost interest and left. In the next round, Lu Tu still wore that expression that kept others at a distance, ignoring anyone who tried to strike up a conversation with him. Only then did the others begin to place their bets, but everyone's gaze remained fixed on him, curious to see just how lucky he was. However, they were disappointed. Lu Tu did not place a bet for 5 consecutive rounds. At this moment, someone couldn't stand it anymore. A man wearing an exaggerated gold chain pointed at Lu Tu and disdainfully said, "Since you're not playing, get up and let me sit." Lu Tu shot him a sidelong glance. "I exchanged 100,000 for the seat. Why should I let you sit? Just because you have a big face?" The man sneered at Lu Tu, showing his teeth. "Kid, you're too arrogant. Is this your first time here? You don't even know who I am." Lu Tu directly swatted his hand away. "Who do you think you are? Do I have to know you to play here?" He then turned to the dealer and asked, "Do I have to know him to be qualified to play for money here?" The dealer smiled politely. "That's not the case, sir. You can sit as long as you like. However, our casino has a rule. If you don't place a bet for 8 rounds, we ask you to change to a different area to rest. We have a VIP lounge with professional massage services." While this was reasonable, it was also a reminder for Lu Tu not to cause trouble. He hadn't intended to stir up trouble today, but this was the Tao family's casino, and he was indeed here to cause a scene. The man sneered, "Kid, remember my name, Tang Xiaohu. When you lose all your money later, you'll know who I am." Lu Tu scoffed, "Then you'll be disappointed. I will never remember a small fry like you. Everyone, please place your bets." After what had just happened, the people around no longer paid attention to Lu Tu and focused on placing their own bets. In their eyes, Lu Tu was probably just a kid who had stolen money from home to gamble, having won a couple of rounds but too scared to continue betting. However, knowing when to stop is something many people fail to do. Just then, Lu Tu made his move. He pushed 2 million chips directly to the 666 leopard spot, instantly igniting the atmosphere at the table. "Holy crap, you're all in on the leopard? Do you even understand the rules?" Someone nearby questioned him, feeling a pang of pain at his reckless spending. Tang Xiaowu sneered, "Looks like you'll know me soon enough." Even Su Si looked at Lu Tu in shock, whispering in a voice only the two could hear, "You can't be serious, right?" Lu Tu confidently nodded. "Don't you believe me?" Su Si shook his head. "Whether I believe you or not doesn't matter, the money is yours anyway." The commotion drew the attention of nearby people, all eyes turning to the pile of chips at the 666 spot on the table. Did someone really bet on 666 leopard? That only has a 1 in 36 chance. Is someone really doing that? Not just that, but they went all in for a total of 2 million. Who is this bold? Look, it's that handsome young man over there. The newcomers, unaware of Lu Tu's track record, saw his youthful appearance and the woman he was with, and they mentally categorized him as a fool with too much money, waiting to see his downfall. At this moment, the dealer's expression was somewhat unnatural. He was afraid of such gamblers. If they lost, it would be fine, but if they won, it would be a big problem. The Tao family casino was not as generous as other casinos, and their salaries were tied to daily earnings. If too much was lost, his salary would be affected, and he could only silently pray that Lu Tu wouldn't win. At this time, a plump lady was the first to urge the dealer, roll the dice. I don't mind losing some money, I just want to see if it's a leopard. Others chimed in, exactly. Seeing how confident this young brother is, I actually believe him a bit. Hurry up and roll the dice. The dealer was so nervous that he wiped his sweat, but he could only open the dice cup. At that moment, everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixed on his every move. When the dice cup was lifted, everyone erupted in exclamations. Holy crap, it's really a 666 triple. Am I seeing things? A 1 in 36 chance, and he hit it? He bet 2 million, that's a whopping 330 million. My god, over 300 million, will the casino really pay that? If they don't pay, that would be interesting. It means the Tao family isn't trustworthy, and no one will come to this casino anymore. The dealer was nearly exhausted, his shirt soaked with cold sweat, while everyone stared in disbelief at the 3 dice on the table. They were more excited than the main player, Lu Tu, at seeing someone hit a triple. Su Si was so thrilled that he stood up, pointing at the dice in shock. He really hit it, he really hit it. You're amazing. Among everyone present, Lu Tu remained the calmest, his expression unchanged, maintaining his composure as he leisurely took a sip of the cola beside him. He gestured to the dealer, time to pay up. At that moment, someone roughly pushed through the crowd. A refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, protected by security personnel, squeezed in and smiled as he extended his hand to Lu Tu. Hello, sir. I'm Peng Wanson, the manager here. Not one to turn down a friendly face, Lu Tu shook his hand. Manager Peng, what's with this grand display? Could I invite you to the VIP room for a moment? Don't worry, we won't shortchange you a single cent. Lu Tu had come to stir trouble at the Tao family's casino, so how could he go to the VIP room with him? Although he wasn't afraid of what Peng Wanson might do, it was clear that being in the public eye had a better effect. I don't think that's necessary. Everyone here is a regular. It's better to resolve this in front of everyone. Peng Wanson's smile instantly froze. He had noticed Lu Tu on the surveillance long ago, but after Lu Tu only placed 2 bets and then stopped, he didn't think much of it, as it was common to encounter lucky gamblers. However, he never expected Lu Tu to suddenly pull such a stunt, going all in on a triple, which complicated matters. The main issue was that he was responsible for all the business here. Although this was the largest underground casino in Shanghai, it was worlds apart from the real casinos in Macau and Portugal. Such large wins and losses were rare. So, Peng Wanson could only consult his boss at the first opportunity, but without a response, he had to think of a way to stall Lu Tu. Seeing Peng Wanson hesitate, the other gamblers began to shout, exactly. Why go to the VIP room? Let us see if the Tao family's casino is trustworthy and if they will pay this 330 million. That's right. If you pay this young man, it shows your casino is reliable, and will keep coming back. Lu Tu listened as those around him said everything that needed to be said, patting Peng Wanson on the shoulder. I know you can't make this decision. Go consult your boss. Peng Wanson could only grit his teeth and nod. At this point, nearly all the gambling tables in the casino had stopped, and the gamblers had all come to watch the commotion. Even if the casino paused for just an hour, it would mean a huge loss of income. Please wait a moment. Someone bring a bottle of Romani Conti for the gentleman. Peng Wanson's actions surprised those around him. Everyone present knew the value, and even a cheap bottle of Conti would cost hundreds of thousands. However, considering Lu Tu had just won 330 million, this bottle didn't even cover the interest, so it seemed quite reasonable. But when a sexy woman with a figure comparable to a supermodel walked over holding a bottle of Romani Conti, many people present couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, most of them had never tasted such an expensive wine. Lu Tu had the woman open the bottle directly, pour 2 glasses, and then clink glasses with Su Si, exuding an extremely suave demeanor. Soon, the surveillance video of Lu Tu was sent to Tao Tian, the head of the Tao family, on his phone. Looking at Lu Tu's youthful appearance and his betting process that showed no signs of cheating, Tao Tian furrowed his brows. At that moment, 3 people were sitting in his office, all of whom were his trusted aides. They had all watched the entire video of Lu Tu and unanimously concluded, this kid didn't cheat. Tao Tian nodded. I know he didn't cheat, but it's no longer just a matter of losing 3 billion. This person clearly came prepared, specifically targeting my Tao family's casino. What kind of grudge does he have against me? Boss, I've found out that this person is called Lu Tu, a freshman at Shanghai University. Just a student? Tao Tian was clearly dissatisfied with this result. He knew it couldn't be that simple. Boss, don't forget, Governor Peng once called you. Tao Tian suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Pang Dawei had told him to keep an eye on Tao Qian. Could it be related to this kid? He immediately took out his phone and called Tao Qian, who was currently in a luxury hotel discussing life with two young models and was very displeased to be interrupted by the call. Suppressing his anger, he glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his father, so he impatiently answered, "Hey Dad, I'm busy right now, can it wait?" Tao Tian immediately knew what was going on and angrily shouted, "You little brat, all you know is to chase after women. Get your act together. I'm asking you a question, and you better answer honestly." Tao Qian didn't take it seriously but felt a vague sense of unease. His father rarely spoke to him in such a tone. However, still caught up in the moment, he pushed the model's head down again. "Do you know someone named Lu Tu?" "Yeah, what about it? Have you had a falling out with him?" "Not just a falling out, he stole my girl, Jiangxi, and even got physical with me." Upon hearing this, Tao Tian probably had his answer and scolded, "You hurry over to the casino and formally apologize to him when you see him. You must get his forgiveness, no matter what." Tao Qian felt like the sky was falling. He was just looking for someone to take revenge on Lu Tu, and now it suddenly reached his father's ears, and he was being told to apologize? Did he complain to you? "Dad, you're the head of the Tao group, and you've been fooled by a little punk?" Tao Tian angrily retorted, "Shut your mouth. Do you know who you've messed with? Do you know what Lu Tu just did? What can that little punk do? He can only fight a bit. Tonight, Lu Tu went to the casino and won 3 billion from me without cheating. Damn, he's really got some guts. Just wait until I get my hands on him." Tao Qian immediately deflated, pushed the people beside him away, and hurriedly started getting dressed. "Dad, don't worry, I'll handle this." Tao Tian knew his son was useless. He didn't even think about how the other party could win 3 billion without cheating, nor did he consider why he was receiving this call. Tao Tian sighed helplessly, "You wait for me at the casino. If I don't arrive, you are not allowed to meet Lu Tu." After saying that, he took everyone with him to the casino and called manager Peng Wanson, "Old Peng, pay him that money and calm him down so he doesn't continue betting. I'll be there soon." While Lu Tu was leisurely enjoying his drink, the onlookers beside him were even more excited, urging the casino to pay up, which left him with some peace. Peng Wanson was sweating profusely, as this was 330 million in cash. Even a listed company might not be able to produce such cash flow immediately. Moreover, the longer they delayed, the more the situation would escalate. Many gamblers who had lost a lot were already shouting that the casino was unfair and demanding their previous money back. How could that be possible? Fortunately, Peng Wanson finally received a call from Tao Tian, which made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the boss was backing him, everything would be easier. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached Lu Tu. "Sir, our boss has said that the transfer will be made to you immediately. Our casino has always been honest and never defaults on any customer's earnings, so please rest assured." Lu Tu nodded slightly, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his face. "How long will it take?" "Within 10 minutes, every penny will be in your account. Please provide your bank card number." However, Lu Tu shook his head and refused. "I've thought about it and I'd rather not convert it to cash for now. Just give me 330 million in chips." As soon as he said this, everyone present lost their composure, especially Peng Wanson, whose face turned beet red, as if he were about to cry at any moment. This living Yama had only played 3 hands to win 330 million. If he were to go all in again with another 330 million, who could afford that? Was this guy here to boost GDP? The casino was not short of women looking to hook up with rich men, and they had long set their sights on Lu Tu, but if they hadn't been worried that the casino would play tricks, they would have made their move already. Now that the casino was not playing tricks and Lu Tu was boldly exchanging chips to continue gambling, several flamboyantly dressed women immediately rushed over. They approached Lu Tu, posing and speaking in a coy voice. "Hey there, do you mind if there are more fish in the pond?" Lu Tu glanced at them, frowning in annoyance. "I don't mind, but I don't like plastic faces." However, these women were clearly not so easy to dismiss, continuing to cling to Lu Tu and pester him. Lu Tu didn't want to get involved with these women. Who knew if any of them were biological mothers? "Get lost," he coldly scolded, and only then did the women reluctantly leave, but no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. Peng Wanson was feeling overwhelmed. Earlier, Tao Tian had clearly instructed him that the money could be given immediately, but he absolutely could not let him continue betting. He quickly forced a flattering smile. "Sir, please be merciful. I will send someone to transfer the money to your account right away. Even if you want gold, we can deliver it to your door, but we really cannot continue to exchange chips for you." The onlooking gamblers were enjoying the spectacle and chimed in. "Old Peng, just exchange chips for this young brother. We want to see the style of the young gambling god." "Exactly, there's no guarantee he'll lose, but if he does, your casino won't have to pay out real money." Peng Wanson dared not make such a decision, feeling miserable inside, secretly noting down the names of those who had just cheered, thinking of revenge later. But he didn't dare to retaliate against this young man in front of him. After all, it was clear that he was unfathomable, and he guessed he must be a wealthy heir from a prominent family. How could he resolve this with the usual violent methods? Pang Wanson looked at Lu Tu and lowered his voice. Sir, I beg you to be merciful and not make things difficult for a worker like me. The boss has given me a strict order, and I really can't exchange chips for you. Lu Tu smiled casually. Alright then, you can transfer 330 million to this card of mine, but you have to return my 9.2 million principal chips, right? Pang Wanson finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took the card that Lu Tu handed over. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Lu Tu received the notification that the money had been credited. Sir, can I invite you to the VIP room for a chat? Our boss has arrived. Sure. Lu Tu took out 2 million chips and handed them to Su Si. You can go back now. Su Si understood his meaning. The 1 million they had previously agreed upon was now overshadowed by this 2 million, which effectively severed their ties. Moreover, the subsequent matters were beyond her level of involvement. Although she had just won 36 times her bet, Su Si had always worried that the casino would take action against them. Now that she had her money, she finally felt at ease and left the casino with the cash. The others looked on with envy, admiring how Lu Tu, at such a young age, had achieved financial freedom just by betting. This also indirectly stirred the passion of other gamblers, each wanting to become the next Lu Tu, and they all began to bet more and more, dreaming of sudden wealth. But within half an hour, nearly all of them had lost everything, their fortunes wiped out. Upon arriving at the VIP room, Lu Tu found that someone had been waiting there, including an acquaintance of his, Tao Qian. At that moment, Tao Qian was unusually well behaved, standing behind a middle-aged man, his posture no longer as carefree as before. When he saw Lu Tu, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. Lu Tu didn't care how he viewed him. After all, who would have a good expression when someone had taken 330 million from their pocket? The middle-aged man first sized up Lu Tu, then nodded slightly and gestured to the side. Lu Tu, sit. Lu Tu was not polite and boldly sat down opposite Tao Tian, saying loudly, Tao Chen, long time no see. Tao Chen shot him a glare. Who the hell are you to say long time no see? No manners. Shut that mouth of yours. Tao Tian scolded sharply. Despite Tao Qian's arrogance at school, he was as meek as a lamb in front of Tao Tian, having to sulkily close his mouth after being reprimanded. Tao Tian then smiled self-deprecatingly. It's the father's fault for not teaching the son. I only found out today that my son had a little conflict with you. Lu Tu had come looking for trouble, so he naturally didn't shy away. It wasn't just a little conflict. Tao Qian simply wanted my life, even hired bodyguards to follow and threaten me, demanding that I go to his place and kneel to apologize. Tao Tian waved his hand dismissively. You are all students of Zhengde University, you should be classmates. Boys will fight and play, it's normal. Lu Tu interrupted him directly. But I, for one, do not like being threatened. Tao Tian's expression changed upon hearing this. He had anticipated Lu Tu's youthful arrogance but did not expect him to be so overbearing, so audacious as to disregard his face. He said in a deep voice, Young man, I have investigated you. Your family is indeed full of loyal and brave individuals. I, Tao Tian, genuinely admire your ancestors, and you have also received the favor of Governor Pang. But that does not give you the capital to be arrogant in front of me. So why did you call me here? What do you want? Tao Tian tapped the armrest with his fingers and laughed loudly. The wood that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Young people shouldn't be too greedy, otherwise, be careful not to choke. Tao Qian beside him rolled his eyes, showing a mocking expression. Lu Tu smiled wickedly at this and directly ignored Tao Tian's threat, instead dialing Pang Daoi's number and putting it on speaker. Hello, Godfather, have you eaten? A deep voice came from the other end, laughing and scolding. You little brat, have you caused trouble again? Tao Tian was puzzled about who Lu Tu was calling, but when he heard the voice clearly, his pupils shook, and he stood up in disbelief. Tao Qian looked at his usually composed father, confused as to why he would become so tense just from a voice. Only the three most trusted subordinates of Tao Tian noticed something was off. They had met the person on the other end of the phone before, and at that moment, all previous arrangements were completely dismissed. Lu Tu observed the reactions of everyone present and, canceling the speakerphone, picked up the phone with a smile, saying, Godfather, I found a fun place and thought I'd take you there when you have some free time. You're quite thoughtful. Take your godmother along, she's been talking about you all day. Alright, Godfather, I'll come by tomorrow to see you and godmother. Good, I'll have your godmother make your favorite garlic ribs. Thank you, Godfather. Bye. After hanging up, Lu Tu looked at Tao Tian with confusion and asked, Mr. Tao, what's wrong? Tao Tian awkwardly cleared his throat, then sat back down, changing from his earlier stern expression to a warm smile. Who was that on the phone? It was my godfather. Oh, Mr. Tao, you might know him. Is it Governor Pang? Lu Tu nodded. Mr. Tao has good hearing, you recognized him from just one sentence. It seems you're quite familiar with my godfather? Familiar? Very familiar. As far as I know, Governor Pang has a son, right? Lu Tu slammed the table beside him in anger, shouting, Tao Tian, you know very well that my godfather's son died in a car accident years ago, yet you deliberately bring him up in front of me. Do you want my godfather and godmother to keep reliving that pain? Tao Tian had intended to test Lu Tu, but he didn't expect Lu Tu to be so impulsive. He quickly tried to clarify, don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant. I've been friends with Governor Pang for many years. Since you're his adopted son, everything can be discussed. Someone, bring wine for young Master Lu. Lu Tu had already noticed the footsteps outside and guessed they must be the bodyguards arranged by Tao Tian, intending to take action against him. Now that he knew about his relationship with Pang Dawei, he thought it would end here, but it wouldn't be that simple. He still had to complete the system's task. He stood up and walked towards Tao Tian, a provocative smile on his face. Mr. Tao, you didn't bring me here just to invite me for a drink, did you? Of course, it's not that simple. Mainly, I want you and my son to turn hostility into friendship. Upon hearing this, Lu Tu raised his hand and slapped Tao Qian's face, sending him spinning 2.5 times. Tao Qian angrily cursed, Lu Tu, are you crazy? You dare hit me? At that moment, the bodyguards outside heard the commotion and rushed in, all wielding batons. As soon as they entered, Tao Tian waved them back, saying, this is none of your business. Who let you in? After the bodyguards retreated, Tao Qian continued to curse Lu Tu, you little punk. Don't think just because you have a backer you can do whatever you want. I don't believe in this evil. Tao Tian didn't stop Tao Qian. After all, hitting Tao Qian in front of him was like hitting him. Even a clay figurine has some temper. As the head of the leading enterprise in Zhonghai City, how could he allow himself to be bullied? But Lu Tu seemed completely unafraid of his fierce gaze, smiling wickedly at Tao Qian. Do you know why I hit you? Not only did you harass Jiangxi, but you also keep cursing my deceased parents. I'm hitting scum like you who weren't taught by their parents. This remark was extremely vicious, and it also insulted Tao Tian. Even with Tao Tian's good upbringing and demeanor, being constantly provoked by a young man was unbearable. He slammed the table and said in a deep voice, Lu Tu, you are going too far. Lu Tu remained unafraid. I'm going too far? If I didn't have a godfather, I would have been beaten to death by your bodyguards just now, and they would have taken back the money I won. Am I right? Tao Tian glared at Lu Tu with a sinister look but said nothing. However, Lu Tu didn't take his threats seriously at all. As long as those bodyguards didn't have guns, bringing in a few more wouldn't be a concern. Moreover, if Tao Tian really dared to let his bodyguard carry a gun, the situation would be entirely different. Not to mention that he had already made a call to Pang Dawei. With Pang Dawei's shrewdness, he probably had already grasped Lu Tu's location at this moment. If anything unexpected happened to Lu Tu, the entire Tao family would be in trouble. Since they were here to take revenge on Tao Qian, they had to make a big deal out of it. After all, the Tao family even dared to run an underground casino. What was there to fear? At most, they would just reclaim his gambling winnings. With the ability to foresee the future, money was as easy for him as taking candy from a child. Fortunately, Tao Tian had cultivated his qi over the years, which prevented him from being controlled by Lu Tu. He forced a smile and said, young Master Lu, you flatter me. My Tao family is in the credit business. How could we take the money back? Lu Tu laughed at this, clearly not interested in playing along. He provocatively said, in that case, let me continue betting. I really want to lose all 330 million today. Do you dare? Tao Qian shouted angrily, you bastard. I'll bet with you. Do you really think you're the reincarnation of a gambling god? Tao Tian was also incited by Lu Tu's provocation. He glared coldly at Lu Tu, and seeing his indifferent expression made him even angrier. He thought, even if he is Pang Dawei's adopted son, so what? The casino is his. He has plenty of professional cheaters. He could just let Lu Tu lose and end up in a mountain of high-interest debt. At that point, Pang Dawei wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Resolutely, he declared, all right, I'll let young Master Lu continue betting. Lu Tu glanced dismissively at Tao Qian. Tao Qian, come on, let's play a couple of rounds. Do you dare? Tao Qian looked at Tao Tian and nodded. Let's do it. As they exited the VIP room, someone spotted Lu Tu and suddenly shouted, the young gambling god is out. Everyone paused their actions and looked at Lu Tu with envy, inviting him, gambling god, show us your skills. We want to place some bets too. At this moment, Tao Tian called over Pang Wanson and instructed, let the ghost hand prince, Mr. Sheen, come out to roll the dice. I don't believe this kid has any special abilities. Tao Qian sneered from the side, you're not just a low-level player who only knows how to roll dice, are you? Lu Tu completely ignored his provocation. I like things simple, and I enjoy playing dice. Do you dare? If you don't dare, go back and drink milk, and let your father come gamble with me. Tao Qian was furious. He didn't understand why his proud arrogance was completely ineffective in front of Lu Tu. He couldn't even curse back at him. Let's do it, but I want to change the rules a bit. We'll each put in 10 million in chips, and after 10 rounds, whoever has fewer chips will pay the winner 300 million. Lu Tu didn't even look at him but turned to Tao Tian, as Tao Tian was the one with decision-making power. Tao Tian shouted, "What my son says is what I say." Lu Tu readily agreed. Alright. Just as Lu Tu was about to sit down, he noticed a familiar face in the crowd smiling at him. He suddenly remembered that this person was Pang Dawei's driver. He got up to go to the restroom, and the man followed him. After confirming that there was no one in the restroom, he approached the urinal next to Lu Tu and began to relieve himself, both of them staring straight ahead without looking at each other. "What's your surname, big brother?" "My surname is Lu. I'm the third in the family. I was asked to pass a message to you. This kind of place is illegal, so just play freely." Upon hearing this, Lu Tu laughed. "Brother Lu, thank you for your hard work." Both of them shook off their bodies simultaneously, and Brother Lu said, "I will protect you, no need to worry." "Thanks." Lu Tu turned and left without a moment's hesitation. It seemed that his earlier phone call had been a good gamble. The Tao family's influence in Zhanghai was too great, and he was betting on whether Pang Dawei wanted to take the opportunity to bring down the Tao family. After all, the Tao family is not just running an underground casino, their insurance business has caused countless tragedies, with refusals to pay claims leading to families being torn apart becoming almost a daily occurrence. This time, Lu Sange conveyed Pang Dawei's attitude, which made Lu Tu feel more at ease. If he couldn't take revenge on Tao Qian, he would have no face to show to anyone. Sitting down at the dice table in the hall, Lu Tu noticed a refined croupier had just arrived. Someone in the crowd recognized him and whispered, "The Prince of Ghost Hands, Mr. Sheen." Lu Tu curiously asked, "So you must be the expert hired by the Tao family?" The croupier smiled humbly. "What expert? I'm just a part-time croupier. My main job is as a primary school math teacher." "Oh, Mr. Sheen, nice to meet you. Let's get started." Tao Qian scoffed and coldly snorted, placing 500,000 in chips on the big bet. Ghost Hand is his nickname. His last name is Wang. What an ignorant little brat. Lu Tu made a motion with his wrist as if to continue slapping Tao Qian, scaring him so much that he fell to the ground, causing the surrounding crowd to burst into laughter. Even Tao Tian couldn't help but scold, "Useless coward." Tao Qian was almost traumatized by Lu Tu's slaps, and now being laughed at by everyone, he felt utterly humiliated and furiously shouted at Lu Tu, "Hurry up and place your bet, you little loser. I'm going to win everything from you today." Lu Tu sensed his confidence. This Prince Qin was likely a cheater. However, Lu Tu was still unafraid. He could foresee the next 10 seconds, and no matter how he cheated, he would still have to reveal the dice. But at that moment, Lu Tu had not yet predicted the dice numbers and asked the waiter to bring a bottle of cola. Tao Qian urged from the side, "What are you wasting time for? Can you hurry up?" Lu Tu completely ignored him, and only after he could foresee the numbers did he place a bet of 1 million on the small. He didn't go all in right away. After all, this croupier claimed to be a ghost hand, and he couldn't act recklessly without knowing his true abilities. Prince Qin tapped the top of the dice cup. Bet locked. Just then, Lu Tu suddenly sensed that the dice, which should have been 134, with a small total of 8, had suddenly changed to 446, totaling 14. Sure enough, when Prince Qin lifted the dice cup, he announced loudly, 446, 16 points big. Tao Qian laughed heartily, finally getting the upper hand over Lu Tu. He collected the winning chips and mocked, "You think you can call yourself a gambling god? You really overestimate yourself." Lu Tu's smile remained unchanged throughout, signaling for Prince Qin to continue, secretly amazed at how fast his hands were. Prince Qin confidently began shaking the dice again. Bet locked. Lu Tu had a feeling he should bet small this time, so he placed another 500,000 in chips on the small. But just as Prince Qin was about to reveal the dice after changing them somehow, Lu Tu interrupted, "Wait a minute. What's wrong, sir? Are you having second thoughts?" Prince Qin's smile instantly froze. In that moment, he had altered the dice, and now Lu Tu was calling him out. Was it really such a coincidence? Did this kid discover he was cheating? Seeing Lu Tu hesitate, Tao Qian immediately mocked, "A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. There's no reason to back out once you've placed a bet. You should practice more. I don't mind collecting a little more tuition from you." Even the onlookers felt that Lu Tu's actions were a bit excessive. Rules are rules, and they couldn't change just because of one person. If everyone could back out, who would want to play dice in the future? In truth, Lu Tu had not discovered his cheating methods. Prince Qin indeed had some skills, but his ability to foresee the future made him change his mind. Lu Tu smiled wickedly, "I never intended to back out. I'm still betting small, but I just want to raise my bet a little. Just as everyone was filled with puzzled expressions, Lu Tu placed the remaining 9 million chips on 3 ones, a bold move that left everyone present stunned. Damn, the gambling god is at it again, betting on a triplet with odds of 36. It can't be real, right? Such things happen once in many years. How could he hit it twice in one night? Is his luck really that good? Or can he see through the dice cup? Tao Qian laughed heartily, having absolute confidence in the ghost hand Prince Qin, a master of cheating whom the Tao family had hired at great expense. Whenever Prince Qin was in charge of a gambling game, they had never lost. Since you dare to die, I dare to bury you. Let him place his bet. Tao Qian thought excitedly, initially believing there were still 8 rounds to go, but now realizing that this round could determine the outcome. As long as they won the 9 million chips in Lu Tu's hands, there would be no need for further gambling. They could directly make him pull out 300 million. However, Tao Qian did not notice that Prince Qin's face had already stiffened, looking extremely grim. He stared intently at Lu Tu and confirmed, "Sir, are you serious?" Lu Tu slammed the table and shouted, "Cut the crap. You will immediately release the dice cup and let someone else roll. If you dare to use even a fraction of your strength, I will take your ghost hand." Prince Qin's face darkened. After hearing Lu Tu's words, everyone present focused on their own hands. Even if he was merely called the ghost hand, he could not continue cheating under everyone's watch. It is known that in the entire dragon country, the tolerance for cheating is 0. Once caught, the lightest punishment is losing a hand or foot, and the heaviest could be losing one's life. Cold sweat broke out on Prince Qin's forehead, and under the constant urging of others, he had no choice but to slowly retract his hand and step back a few paces. Tao Qian was dissatisfied. "What exactly are you trying to pull? Do you think Prince Qin is cheating?" Lu Tu snorted coldly. "Whether he is cheating or not, he knows in his heart. We can find someone everyone trusts to open the dice cup." Tao Qian sneered. "You want to find your own people? Or do you plan to do it yourself?" Lu Tu lit a cigarette, stood up with a charming smile, and shouted to the second floor, "Mr. Tao Tian, please come down and personally open the dice cup." Tao Qian slammed the table in anger. "Lu Tu, what the hell are you trying to pull? My patience has limits." Lu Tu completely ignored Tao Qian's threat. In this situation, his opponent was no longer a small character like Tao Qian, but the behind-the-scenes figure, Tao Tian. All eyes in the room turned to Tao Tian, many recognizing him and urging, "Mr. Tao is the only one here with more authority than you. Why don't you come and reveal the dice cup?" Tao Tian's face was as cold as water. He didn't know what Lu Tu meant, but he could see something was off from Prince Qin's face. He had been observing Lu Tu's every move, and even with several professionals in the office checking frame by frame in slow motion, they found no evidence of Lu Tu cheating. No one's hand speed could surpass science. Thus, Tao Tian felt even more confused. He had navigated the business world for many years, and such situations were rare, but now, faced with the urging of many and Lu Tu's provocative gaze, he had to go. Tao Tian laughed heartily. "Since everyone is in such high spirits, I will be the dealer." The onlookers made way for Tao Tian, and as Prince Qin stepped forward to speak in a low voice, he was interrupted by Tao Tian. "Mr. Wang, you've worked hard. You can go rest now." Upon hearing this, Prince Qin realized the situation was dire because the dice had been altered by his ghost hand, and now that Lu Tu had hit a triplet, losing this round would likely cost him a fortune, not to mention the 3 million wagered against Lu Tu. 300 million, such a consequence was something Tao Tian could not accept. His fate was all too clear. After nodding silently, he tried to leave, but was grabbed by Tao Tian's bodyguard. Lu Tu witnessed all of this and cursed under his breath that it served him right. Those who cheat have no good ending, and this was what he deserved. At that moment, Tao Tian stood before the dice cup, his gaze deep as he stared at Lu Tu. "Mr. Lu, are you sure you want me to open the dice cup?" How could Lu Tu not hear the hidden meaning in his words? It was merely a suggestion to leave him a way out, but Lu Tu had already received permission from Pang Dawei to deal with the Tao group. What was there to hesitate about? Of course, is Mr. Tao afraid to open it? Tao Tian laughed heartily. "I, Tao Tian, have never been afraid to do anything. Losing a few 100 million is nothing." Lu Tu nodded and extinguished his cigarette. "Then go ahead, everyone is waiting." The surrounding gamblers urged him on again. If they could hit 2 triples in one night, it would be outrageous. They wanted to see if this young man was truly a gambling god. Tao Tian's hand slowly rested on the dice cup, yet he still smiled at Lu Tu, unwilling to give up. "I am willing to use money beyond this gamble to reclaim this game, Mr. Lu, are you willing?" His address had changed from calling him by name to Mr. Lu, clearly indicating he had guessed the situation inside the dice cup and hoped to minimize his losses, not wanting his casino to become a laughingstock in the entire Shanghai. Tao Qian, still nearby, disdainfully asked, "Dad, hurry up and open it. I don't believe this bastard can be that lucky. Tao Tian took a deep breath and angrily hissed, "Idiot, shut up." This time it was Lu Tu's turn to go wild. Seeing the once mighty head of the Tao group humbling himself before him, he sneered, "Mr. Tao, I am not a greedy person, I only earn what I deserve, so you should just open it. Even if I lose everything, I will accept it." Seeing the situation, Tao Tian exchanged a glance with his subordinate on the second floor and then opened the dice cup. Wow! Inside the cup were 3 ones, the bright red dice like a sharp blade, piercing Tao Tian's heart. The surrounding gamblers went crazy. People rushed forward, but were stopped by the casino's security. My God, could he really be a gambling god? How could he hit that? Is he like in the movies, able to hear the numbers with his ears? This is too damn strange. Useless. The casino's dice cups are made of soft material at the bottom to prevent sound. So how could he hear anything? 9 million times 36 is 320 million, plus the 330 million bet between Tao Qian and Lu Tu. This round would cost the Tao family a total of 650 million, equivalent to their entire group's net profit for a quarter. Tao Tian's heart felt like it was bleeding. He glared fiercely at Lu Tu and said in a deep voice, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. You hit another triple." Tao Qian slumped directly in his chair, staring at the dice in shock, his lips trembling. "Impossible, absolutely impossible, he must have cheated." Lu Tu shrugged indifferently. "I still say, if you think I cheated, bring out the evidence. I haven't moved from my spot the entire time, how could I cheat?" Seeing the Tao family in distress, Lu Tu felt an indescribable joy, especially at the sight of the dejected Tao Qian. He couldn't help but sneer. This was just the beginning. Lu Tu smiled at Tao Tian. "Mr. Tao, I believe you wouldn't default on your debts, considering you can run such a large underground casino, right?" The corner of Tao Tian's eye twitched. Even though he was the head of a listed company, he couldn't withstand such a financial blow. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes and nodded. "Of course I won't default on my debts. My reputation, Tao Tian, is worth more than this amount of money. Just wait a moment. I'll have someone bring it to you right away." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted, "What are you doing?" At that moment, the gamblers around finally realized that the casino's main door had been completely shut, and dozens of security personnel in black suits, armed with batons and other weapons, had completely blocked the only exit. Lu Tu had long suspected that Tao Tian would be cautious. After all, over 600 million. Even if he could come up with it, he would never let Lu Tu take it away so easily. However, Lu Tu did not expect him to dare to act so recklessly in front of so many citizens of Zhenghai City. The consequence of this was that even if they managed to placate Lu Tu, they would not be able to silence the public outcry. Did he intend to eliminate everyone present? Lu Tu dismissed this thought. Tao Tian didn't have the guts for that. At this moment, Tao Qian jumped up excitedly. "Dad, I told you not to give him face. Let this bastard be so arrogant. So what if he has a background? As long as it's done cleanly, no one will know." Tao Tian shot him a glare and said, "Shut your mouth. You don't even have 1/10 of Lu Tu's ability. If it weren't for you, would I take such a huge risk?" With this statement, he had completely laid his cards on the table. He fixed his piercing gaze on Lu Tu and sneered, "Lu Tu, aren't you the young gambling god? Then let's gamble once. Do you think you can get this money today?" Lu Tu didn't regard Tao Tian's bodyguards as a threat at all. His face remained calm and composed as he toyed with a chip in his hand. "You won't lose a single cent of my money, and your Tao family is doomed." Tao Tian laughed dismissively. "Is that so? I admit you're talented. At such a young age, you have such strong gambling skills, but many geniuses don't live long." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards blocking the door rudely pushed forward, and the other gamblers quickly made way, surrounding Lu Tu. Faced with the menacing stares of dozens of people, Lu Tu showed no fear, still sitting firmly like a mountain. He casually glanced at the people around him and sighed. "I thought you would use some high-end tactics, like deceit and coercion, but I didn't expect it to be so straightforward. At least try using a beauty trap. Who knows, I might just agree. It seems that a person like you can climb to this point purely by luck and boldness." Lu Tu's heartfelt disdain completely enraged Tao Tian. He didn't care whether Lu Tu was really Pang Dawei's adopted son. Even if he were Pang Dawei's biological son, it wouldn't matter. For him to come up with over 600 million in cash was like cutting off his flesh. He glared at Lu Tu fiercely. "A stubborn dead duck. Even if I kill you, Pang Dawei won't be able to say anything. Is that so?" At that moment, a deep male voice came from the crowd of gamblers. Tao Tian and the others turned to look, only to see an unremarkable middle-aged man striding confidently through the crowd, roughly pushing aside the security guards, and standing behind Lu Tu with his hands clasped behind his back. The newcomer was Lu Sangu, and his calm demeanor and assured tone made Tao Tian question, "Who are you?" Lu Sangu sneered disdainfully, directly reaching into his pocket, causing the surrounding bodyguards to tense up and shout, "Don't move, put down the gun." Lu Sangu completely ignored them, his hand slowly pulled out a business card, and with a flick of his fingers, the next second it was thrust into the gambling table in front of Tao Tian, embedding itself about 3 centimeters deep. Tao Tian's pupils constricted sharply, astonished by the other party's forceful method. If this business card was aimed at him, he would likely be hurt. He struggled to pull the card out from the table, carefully examining its contents. 2005 Zhang's Air Conditioning Cup Shanghai City Rural Road Racing Championship, Lusan. Tao Tian instantly erupted in anger. Damn it, a worthless driver. What are you trying to show off in front of me? Someone, take down these 2 bastards. Lu Sang suddenly shouted, wait, you have the business card upside down, look at the back. Tao Tian, puzzled, glanced at the back of the card, his eyes widening in shock. Represented the Dragon Country in the 1999 World Special Forces Free Fighting Championship, won the championship. You? Lu Sang nodded coldly, that's me. Tao Qian, unable to hold back any longer, had just been scolded by Tao Tian and thought they were about to deal with Lu Tu, but unexpectedly, some insignificant characters dared to jump out. He signaled to the bodyguard behind Lu Sang, and the burly bodyguard swung his baton towards Lu Sang's head. Everyone present was caught off guard, except for Lu Tu and Lu Sang, who moved simultaneously. Lu Tu sprang up from his chair with a fish leap, delivering a whip kick to the nearby bodyguard's head, knocking him out cold. Meanwhile, Lu Sang calmly raised his arm to withstand the blow, and with a sound of metal clashing, the baton in the bodyguard's hand bent. Lu Sang retaliated with an elbow strike that shattered the bodyguard's nose, rendering him unconscious. In just a moment, the two had taken down one person, and amidst the chaos, they exchanged glances, both recognizing the mutual admiration for a fellow hero. Without further hesitation, they charged forward, weaving through the numerous bodyguards. Amidst the flurry of movement, only the wails of the bodyguards could be heard, mixed with the sounds of bones breaking. It was only then that Tao Tian and his son realized what was happening and hurriedly ran towards the exit. They never expected that the situation they thought they had completely under control would change because of a driver. What surprised them even more was that Lu Tu possessed such formidable strength. The many bodyguards were like toys in his hands. If Lu Sang was a special forces veteran capable of taking on several opponents, what about Lu Tu? He was merely a college freshman. Although his fighting moves weren't as clean and precise as Lu Sang's, his speed and agility far surpassed that of the Special Forces King. Lu Sang had at least taken a few hits during the brawl, but no one could land a blow on Lu Tu, who even found time to taunt Tao Tian. Where are you going? Don't you want my life anymore? Tao Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He had no time to ponder why Lu Tu was so strong, only wanting to escape quickly. After Lu Tu shattered the ribs of the bodyguard in front of him, he took several large strides over a few gambling tables, blocking the entrance to the casino, smiling as he stared at Tao Qian and his son. Run? This is your place, don't you want it anymore? Lu Tu, don't go too far. Tao Qian threatened in a low voice. Lu Tu grabbed him and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing Tao Qian to nearly have his eyes pop out from the pain. His eyes filled with blood vessels, mouth agape but unable to make a sound, he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mush, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Seeing this, Tao Tian felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly woke up to the reality, looking at Lu Tu in disbelief, asking, who exactly are you? You two are just too noisy. Lu Tu had no intention of wasting words with him. He first slapped Tao Tian's old face several times, dragging the father and son to the gambling table like a dead dog. He grabbed an ice bucket from a nearby server's cart and forcefully stuffed hard ice cubes into their mouths, then picked up an iron hammer brought by a bodyguard and smashed it down into Tao Qian's mouth. Ah! 1 hammer, 2 hammers. Lu Tu couldn't help but curse with each strike. Tao Qian, I told you before, if you insult my mother once, I'll tear your mouth apart. You've insulted my mother 4 times tonight, and I remember every single one. He then swung 2 hammers at Tao Tian. Aren't you just relying on your numbers to be fierce? Show me your fierceness. Don't you want my life? Come and take it. This scene terrified the surrounding gamblers, who didn't dare to breathe, each one quiet as a little rabbit. They watched Lu Tu, who had previously been as polite as a college student, now looking like a ferocious Asura emerging from hell. With each hammer Lu Tu brought down, blood, ice shards, and broken teeth were pulled out. Under the reflection of the luxurious crystal chandelier in the Tao family's home, it shone with an exceptionally dazzling brilliance, almost blinding. For a moment, the onlookers felt a stirring in their hearts, an impulse to step up and take a few swings themselves. After just a few blows, Tao Tian and his son were like a pile of rotten meat, completely drained of strength. On Lu Sanji's side, he had also dealt with his opponent. Dozens of bodyguards were now on the ground, rolling and groaning. He stood there, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and gave Lu Tu a thumbs up, smiling in appreciation. Kid, not bad at all. You're not too shabby yourself. An expert could see the details. From the way Lu Tu fought just now, it was clear he was top-notch. Even among the strongest special forces in Long Country, he would be a unique presence. This left Lu Sang-gu somewhat puzzled. He knew as much about Lu Tu as he did about Pang Dawei. Lu Tu had previously been a poor kid bullied in school. If he had such strong skills, why was he bullied? It was evident that it was intentional. After pondering for a moment, he decided to inform Pang Dawei about this matter and let him decide. After hammering Tao Tian and his son for a while, Lu Tu finally stopped. He could teach them a lesson now, but he absolutely couldn't kill them in front of so many people. Since Pang Dawei had sent Lu Sang-gu to protect him, the underlying meaning must be more than just teaching Tao Tian and his son a lesson. Although he was just Pang Dawei's driver, a driver was also a trusted person. Through his actions, it was clear that Pang Dawei had long harbored grievances against the Tao family, who ruled over Zhonghai with an iron fist. Perhaps after dealing with the Tao family, nationalizing the entire Tao group wouldn't be impossible. Glancing at the nearly unconscious father and son, Lu Tu smiled wickedly. Looks like you've calmed down. Now let's talk about your bullying. He signaled to the casino staff standing far away, and several of them understood, immediately rushing over to help Tao Tian and his son up, bringing medical gauze to clean the filth from their mouths. Throughout the entire scene, not a single gambler spoke. The silence was somewhat terrifying, especially the way they looked at Lu Tu, filled with awe. A young gambling god with such skills, able to take down dozens of armed professional bodyguards, it was more exaggerated than a movie. They knew that someone like him definitely had an extraordinary background and was not someone they could provoke. Observant staff brought chairs for Lu Tu and Lu Sang-gu. Lu Tu casually sat across from Tao Tian, looking down at him and asking, "Old man, you can't even handle this? With such little skill, you still want to bully me?" Tao Tian, now missing all his teeth, panted like a bellows without saying a word. "I'll pay you back, I'll pay you back." Lu Tu showed him no mercy, slapping him across the face in front of everyone, scolding him like a grandson. "If I had known it would come to this, why the hell didn't you do something earlier? Is your skin so cheap that you have to take a beating?" Tao Tian's eyes flashed with intense anger, which quickly faded, replaced by an attitude of surrender. "I accept the bet and the loss. I was blind to not recognize the greatness of the Taishan. I will have someone settle the money with you immediately, and in 3 days, I will host a banquet for you at the Zhanghai building and publicly apologize." Lu Tu nodded. "That's more like it. Then you go ahead." Tao Tian called for Pang Wanson. "You go pay Mr. Lu the money." 3 minutes later, 650 million landed in Lu Tu's account. Looking at the long string of zeros, Lu Tu felt a surge of excitement. This money could do so much, and he never expected it to come so easily. At this moment, Tao Qian was still in a coma, and after obtaining Lu Tu's consent, Tao Tian had a private doctor treat him. It was then that Tao Tian finally asked a question he had long wanted to pose. "Mr. Lu, why do you harbor such animosity towards my Tao family? Can you tell me?" The gamblers present perked up their ears, eagerly listening to this explosive gossip, many imagining that Lu Tu would say it was because his ancestors had suffered at the hands of the Tao family, and today he was avenging his family, a tale of ruin and vengeance. Lu Tu took a cigarette from Lu Sange, lit it, and then smiled indifferently. "Because your son, Tao Qian, has his eyes on my woman." At this statement, the room erupted in an uproar. No one expected that it was merely a matter of jealousy that had driven Lu Tu to come to the Tao family's casino and win 650 million. Not only that, but he had also beaten Tao Tian and his son into a pulp. Tao Tian was dumbfounded. His expression was a roller coaster in just 30 seconds: frustration, anger, gritted teeth, grievance, and finally, a deep sigh as he looked at Lu Tu with despair and asked, "Is that really all? Which woman is worth you taking such revenge on my Tao family?" Lu Tu's face was as calm as water. "My woman is not to be coveted by anyone. Since Tao Qian dared to provoke me over this, it shows he is not afraid of me, so I will make him have nightmares every night thinking of me." Tao Tian was speechless. He stared at Lu Tu, trying to discern any deeper reasons from the young man's face. He had considered many possibilities before. Perhaps someone thought the Tao family was too ostentatious and wanted to take them down, or maybe he had offended some enemy. But he never expected that it was merely a case of jealousy between college students that had led Lu Tu to escalate things to this level. Did he really not fear himself and the forces behind him? At that moment, Tao Qian also slowly regained consciousness under the doctor's care. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Tu grinning at him, which scared him so much that he let out a yelp and tried to back away. However, he was slapped in the face by Tao Tian, who angrily scolded, "You useless brat, all you do is get me into trouble. Speak, are you coveting Mr. Lu's girlfriend?" Tao Qian didn't understand why Tao Tian would ask him that, but seeing Tao Tian's expression, it didn't seem like a joke, so he hesitantly nodded. "I've been pursuing Jiangxi for 2 years, but he was taken by him, so I was unwilling. That day, I went to the hot pot restaurant to find Jiangxi and had a bit of a quarrel with Lu Tu." Seeing Lu Tu staring at him intently, Tao Tian realized that this matter wouldn't end just with paying money. To escape this calamity, he had to satisfy the other party. From today on, you won't get a single penny from me. You need to go apologize to Mr. Lu immediately and earn his forgiveness. No one knows a son better than his father. Depriving Tao Qin of money was the best way to strike him. As long as he could muddle through with Lu Tu, everything else could be dealt with later. Unfortunately, Lu Tu's next words sent Tao Tian's heart plummeting. No need to pretend in front of me, this matter won't end so simply. I only took back what I was owed, our grudge is far from settled. As he spoke, Lu Tu disregarded the astonished gazes of those present and left with Lu Sange. Once they reached the underground parking lot and got into the car, Lu Tu asked, Lu Sange, you've worked hard. What does the old man want me to achieve today? Lu Sange smiled deeply, he wants you to take his place. Lu Tu's heart jolted at this. The old man really has been planning this for a long time. I need to report to him. Just as he finished speaking, a large group of police burst into the building, rushing past them directly to the elevator, clearly heading for the Tao family's casino. Lu Tu ignored them and called Pang Dawei, getting straight to the point with a smile. Godfather, you're still awake? Pang Dawei's voice sounded a bit weary. Is everything taken care of? Sort of, but I'm not sure what you mean by well done. As long as no one died, you can go to sleep. I'll handle the rest. You really got me into quite a mess. Lu Tu knew he had indeed gone a bit overboard. Have the forces behind Tao Tian and Tao Qian found you? Pang Dawei nodded, exactly. Although I have a lot of evidence against them, in front of their backing, these matters can be smoothed over. But since you've made such a big fuss, I'll definitely protect you, don't worry. Lu Tu felt guilty. Godfather, this was my doing after all. What can I do to help you? Pang Dawei hesitated for a moment. I just received a call from the capital, telling me not to escalate this matter for now. The Song family from the capital has already sent someone over. They insist on meeting you. They'll find you tomorrow, but don't worry, they won't harm you. I understand, Godfather. To put it another way, the money I won from the Tao family, I can donate to the country. As long as you know what to do. Sleep well tonight, tomorrow is bound to be a troublesome day. Thank you, Godfather. If I can still stay in Shanghai after tomorrow, I'll come to see you and Godmother. After returning to his dorm, Lu Tu realized that Zhang Shi had sent him many messages, all worried about why he wasn't answering his phone and where he had gone. Lu Tu didn't plan to hide it from her, as Zhang Dachia would soon find out about this matter anyway, so he simply told Zhang Shi about it. Zhang Shi was shocked to hear this. She hadn't expected Lu Tu to make such a big deal out of it to take revenge on Tao Qian. However, she didn't blame Lu Tu, she just comforted him, telling him not to panic, and that she would ask Zhang Dachia if there was any way to turn things around. Lu Tu stopped her, knowing that Zhang Dachia would be of no help in this matter, and besides, how could he let Zhang Dachia assist him? Even Pang Dawei could only mediate with the Song family from the capital. Zhang Dachia was just a mayor, what could he do? After reassuring Zhang Shi not to worry and that he would be fine, he hung up the phone. He then received a call from Lu Sange. The police have arrested Tao Tian and Tao Qian on charges of running a casino and illegal fundraising, and they've frozen all their family's asset accounts. Remember my number. If you need to go anywhere tomorrow, you can call me to drive you. His meaning was clear. He was worried that Lu Tu might encounter trouble. This was definitely not Pang Dawei's intention. It should be Lu Sange's own concern. As Pang Dawei's trusted aide, he was naturally well informed. Lu Tu expressed his gratitude. Thanks, Sange. I should be safe. Alright, if anything happens, call me anytime. I like your spirit. Goodbye, Sange. After hanging up, Lu Tu lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, he heard the system's notification sound in his mind again. You have completed the task of taking revenge on Tao Qian. The system is evaluating the completion level of the event. The completion level of this event is rated A, reward, production blueprints for the 7th generation fighter jet, which have already been integrated into the host's mind. In Lu Tu's mind, very complex aircraft blueprints quickly emerged. He knew that the 6th generation fighter jet had just been developed by the Dragon country and was already the pinnacle of world technology. Compared to the 5th generation aircraft's damage ratio, simulations had shown an astonishing 10-to-1, and this was just the 6th generation. This meant that the production blueprints for the 7th generation fighter jet he now possessed represented future technology. The maximum flight speed of the 6th generation fighter jet could reach 6 Mach, while the 7th generation fighter jet he had knowledge of could achieve an unprecedented 15 Mach, more than double. Whether it was supersonic endurance, stealth capabilities, or supersensory abilities, it surpassed the 6th generation by more than double. Most importantly, the term mass production. It should be noted that even the 6th generation fighter jet has the major drawback of being extremely expensive to produce, and even the two superpowers, Dragon Country and America, cannot achieve mass production capabilities. However, the blueprints for the 7th-generation fighter jet that Lu Tu now possessed not only included the design principles and technological innovations of the 7th generation, it also contained research directions for various materials, meaning that the information Lu Tu held could completely revolutionize the entire industrial system of Dragon Country. Both heavy and light industries would experience a technological productivity revolution, leading to more high-tech industries and job opportunities in manual manufacturing. It could even overturn all previous research in materials science, allowing the time and costs saved from this research to be used for mass production. This would not only significantly strengthen Dragon Country militarily but also improve the current situation of rising unemployment caused by lagging productivity. Once productivity increased, the economy would begin to thrive, curbing deflation, and the impact would extend beyond just the industrial sector. Just thinking about it made it clear how much improvement it would bring to Dragon Country. Previously, Lu Tu was somewhat worried about being pressured by the Song family from the capital, but now that he had this blueprint, it was equivalent to having a powerful sword. With this 7th-generation fighter jet blueprint, it wasn't just a matter of a noble from the capital, even across the entire Dragon Country. As long as he revealed a glimpse of this blueprint, it would surely shake the whole nation. He felt a surge of excitement. This was even more important than the favor shown to him by Pangdi, completely becoming his final support. Now, he was actually looking forward to meeting the Song family in the capital tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lu Tu indeed received a call from an unfamiliar number. On the other end was a young woman with a cold tone, commanding in an unquestionable manner, "You have 10 minutes to come downstairs. Someone will take you to see me." Lu Tu was amused by her lofty tone and retorted, "What if I don't?" The woman sneered, seemingly having anticipated Lu Tu's reaction. "Don't think you're so tough. In the face of the state's violent machinery, human strength has its limits. You wouldn't want to involve innocent teachers and students, would you?" Lu Tu thought this sounded a lot like something he would usually say. He went to the window and saw a military vehicle parked below the dormitory building, and he instantly felt relieved. If it were someone from another department looking for him, he might have been worried, but since it was a military vehicle, it was much simpler. After all, how could the military resist the temptation of the 7th-generation fighter jet? As Lu Tu stepped out of the building, he was surrounded by several young men with robust physiques. "Are you Lu Tu?" "That's me. Please come with us. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, just some matters we need to ask you about." Lu Tu didn't waste any words and got into the car, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout. His composed attitude even surprised the soldiers who came to take him away. As soon as he sat in the back seat, 2 burly men came in from either side, making the back seat feel completely cramped. The man in the passenger seat pulled out a pair of handcuffs and turned around with a smile, saying, "Lu Tu, cooperate a bit, don't make it hard for me." Lu Tu was amused by them. "I'm just an ordinary college student. Do you really need so many soldiers to escort me and put handcuffs on me?" Ignoring Lu Tu's objections, the man still put the handcuffs on him and instructed the driver to start the car. "I've seen the surveillance video from yesterday. Even in his youth, Tyson couldn't match your strength in real combat. Although it's clear you don't know any fighting techniques, relying solely on your physical abilities to reach this level, do you think we wouldn't be extra cautious?" Lu Tu raised his hands and shook the handcuffs, making a clinking sound. "If that's the case, do you really think these can hold me?" As he spoke, Lu Tu simply tensed his arm muscles, and with a crisp sound, the handcuffs broke into several pieces. The soldiers on either side, responsible for escorting him, were taken aback and quickly reached for their guns at their waists. However, Lu Tu placed his hands flat on his legs and snorted coldly, "Don't worry, I'm just naturally strong, not a brainless fool." This series of actions made the others in the car feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Although they had seen the video and had a rough understanding of Lu Tu's capabilities, his recent display had genuinely startled them. Lu Tu reached out to the man in the passenger seat for a cigarette, lit it, and then continued, "Since you've already investigated me, you should know that the sweat I shed is redder than the blood on your bodies. I will never stand on the opposite side of the country." This extremely arrogant statement left the others in the car feeling indignant, but they indeed understood Lu Tu's background and had no way to refute it. The man in the passenger seat no longer underestimated Lu Tu, extending his hand to shake Lu Tu's firmly, introducing himself, "My name is Nya Yun, from the National Security Bureau." "Hello, I can't believe I've stirred the National Security Bureau to personally come and pick me up. What an honor," Lu Tu said with a smile as he tossed the cigarette butt out the window. Since Nya Yun had already revealed his identity, he chose not to hide anything further. "This time our director wants to meet you, but he's worried you might be too young and unruly, so he asked the military comrades to help. Please understand." Lu Tu shrugged indifferently. "I totally understand, treating me like a criminal right from the start." Nya Yun noticed Lu Tu's dissatisfaction, but they always operated this way. without needing to explain themselves to anyone. If it weren't for his admiration of Lu Tu's family background, given what Lu Tu had done last night, they could have simply locked him up and interrogated him later without further discussion. Several cars arrived at the outskirts, at the base of the South China Sea military region. From the entrance, they passed through 5 checks before stopping at a small 2-story building. "Lu Tu, please get out." Lu Tu didn't waste words and jumped out of the car. Surrounded by armed soldiers on guard, he chuckled bitterly. "Looks like you really consider me a dangerous target?" Nia Yun walked alongside him, nodding slightly. "Once you're inside, don't act so carefree. You have no idea how impactful your actions are to our entire National Security Bureau. The strength you've displayed is truly extraordinary. Are you willing to help us?" Now that he was here, Lu Tu no longer hoped for a grand plan. The National Security Bureau had already intervened in the investigation against him. His authority was practically non-existent, and now it all depended on himself. From the goodwill Nia Yun had shown, it seemed the National Security Bureau hadn't classified him as an enemy. At least they had intentions of winning him over. In this situation, Lu Tu felt he needed to showcase his confidence and pride as a rare genius, making it seem reasonable. No matter the field, even if it was a genius at making pancakes, he could never be a submissive person. Lu Tu glanced at Nia Yun and shook his head. "Your position is too low to discuss this with me. Let your department head come talk to me instead." Nia Yun, seeing that he was looked down upon by Lu Tu, felt no anger. After all, he had encountered many such geniuses like Lu Tu, each with their own peculiar temperaments. Moreover, he had intentionally tested him along the way, so it was normal for Lu Tu to be a bit irritable. Through infrared detection, a heavy mechanical iron door opened. Lu Tu showed no reaction on the surface, but inside, he was greatly shocked. It was like something out of a movie. Entering the elevator, after descending for a full 12 seconds, a vast enclosed underground space appeared before Lu Tu. Inside were various holographic projectors and complex instruments that Lu Tu couldn't understand, yet the space was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Nia Yun led him to an office where 3 people were seated at a 10-meter-long desk, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were quite old, one of whom was in military uniform, the stars on his shoulders gleaming. The young woman wore a standard OL uniform and half-rimmed gold glasses, her appearance extremely alluring, to the extent that any man who saw her would be unable to resist the urge to peel her like an egg. The man in military uniform was smoking. Upon seeing Lu Tu, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, extinguished the cigarette, and tapped the table with his finger. The 3 of them raised their heads simultaneously to size up Lu Tu. "Young man, sit." Lu Tu didn't even glance at the suited man and the OL woman, first smiling at the military man. "Hello, chief." Everyone was sharp, they all understood what Lu Tu meant. However, the military man, Huojin, particularly liked Lu Tu's straightforwardness. Coupled with Lu Tu's background, coming from a military family gave Huojin an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Huojin glanced at the other 2, who had stern expressions, and said in a deep voice, "I'm Huojin. Speaking of which, Senior Lu Yiding is a hero who came from our Shanghai, so you don't need to be so formal with me." Lu Tu smiled. "I felt a sense of warmth when I first saw you. Your profile looks a lot like my second uncle's, except my second uncle is a farmer and doesn't have your charisma." As soon as he said this, the other 2 couldn't help but frown, looking at Lu Tu with impatience, thinking that this kid had some nerve. Nia Yun stood honestly to the side, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "The commander of the Shanghai military region was being polite to you, and you really dared to take advantage of it?" Chief Huo was known for his bad temper, and Nia Yun worriedly glanced at Lu Tu. But to everyone's surprise, the usually decisive Huojin couldn't help but laugh. He knew Lu Tu was only 19 years old and didn't mind his brashness. Being a soldier or a farmer, both contribute to the country. Essentially, they are the same. It's just that some people don't build the nation properly and think about destruction instead. That's a big problem. Lu Tu, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh and sat down in the chair opposite Huojin. "Uncle Hua, you're right. The thing I hate most in my life is those bastards who suck the blood of the common people." As he said this, Lu Tu deliberately looked at the 2 from the national security, especially the OL woman. If Pangda was right about what he said last night, this woman should be the one sent by the Song family from the capital. At this moment, the suited man spoke up. "Let's get to the point. I'm Long Yuan, the head of national security for Zhonghai province. Lu Tu, can you explain how you went from being a bullied youth to someone who can take on dozens and even accurately predict dice rolls?" As soon as this question was asked, all 3 of them looked at Lu Tu with intense gazes. This question was crucial for them. Ding! Mission triggered, overthrow the Song family from the capital. Do you accept? Lu Tu, of course, accepted. Last night, after I had just dealt with Tao Tian and his son, I immediately received a reminder from Pang Dawei, saying that the Song family in the capital was looking for trouble with me. It was obvious that the Song family was not a clean family either, and I had no psychological burden in dealing with them. Lu Tu disliked the passive situation of being interrogated. He turned to the OL woman and curiously asked, "May I ask who you are? You don't have the authority to ask questions. Please answer Director Long's question directly." Seeing the woman's heavy hostility towards him, Lu Tu didn't take her words to heart at all. He turned to Long Yuan and said, "What I am about to say is very important. Please dismiss those of lower ranks to ensure safety." Huojin looked at Lu Tu with a half-smile, half-amused expression. This situation was precisely because the national security was viewing Lu Tu as very dangerous, so they specifically borrowed the location of the South China Sea military region to interrogate him. As an observer, he found this kid more and more likable. Daring to challenge the senior leaders of national security, he had many secrets, and with his family background, it would be a pity if such a good seedling did not join the military. Long Yuan, on the other hand, appeared much more serious and stern. He fixed his gaze on Lu Tu and asked slowly, "Can you take responsibility for what you just said?" Facing Long Yuan's oppressive gaze, Lu Tu showed no signs of fear. Instead, he easily met his gaze and nodded, "I can take responsibility for what I said." Long Yuan decisively said, "Good. Song Yushi and Nyeyun, you two go out and wait for me." The OL woman was indeed from the Song family. She glared at Lu Tu indignantly, thinking that she was sent by her family to investigate him. But now this kid had sent her away. How could she investigate now? Song Yushi stood up and looked at Huojin, acting coy, "Uncle Hua, can you help me?" But was interrupted by Huojin waving his hand, "You've had a long journey, you should rest first." As Song Yushi passed by Lu Tu, she huffed heavily before reluctantly leaving. In the large conference room, only the three of them remained. Long Yuan urged, "Lu Tu, go ahead and tell us what happened." Lu Tu smiled sheepishly at the two. "Can I have a smoke?" Long Yuan nodded, watching Lu Tu busy himself with smoking and drinking water. After a while, he completely lost his patience and was about to explode. In fact, he was thinking of a countermeasure, how to explain it. After all, the changes in his body were visible. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his trump card. Suddenly, he had a brainwave. After all, the end of science is metaphysics. Why not pull it towards something mysterious? Let them research as they please. Which scientist would dare to jump out and say that what our ancestors left behind is false? Lu Tu cleared his throat and mysteriously said to the two, "Aren't you curious why I've become so strong?" Huojin and Long Yuan immediately became interested, their eyes sparkling. "Why?" "Because my family has a secret." "What secret?" "My grandfather once told me that every other generation in my family gains a bloodline transmitted superpower, as long as the person who awakens this bloodline." Huojin suddenly interrupted him, "Wait, are you saying you have superpowers?" Lu Tu blinked his genuine eyes and nodded, "Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, how could I suddenly become so strong? Haven't you seen that I've grown quite a bit recently?" Long Yuan waved his hand, and a holographic screen appeared on the desk in front of him, showing surveillance footage of Lu Tu from a month ago at school, alongside footage from last night. A month ago, Lu Tu's height was 182 centimeters, and now it is 191 centimeters. Although his bones have not completely closed, and there is a possibility of further growth, it is impossible for him to grow this much in a month. Unless, Huojin frowned and added, unless he injected himself with the super gene drug secretly developed by America. Put. Lu Tu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had just casually made up a story and sat there seriously listening to the two analyze it, not expecting their thought processes to be even more exaggerated than his. Lu Tu cried out in injustice, "I haven't had any contact with anyone from Amelia. I haven't even had a shot of cephalosporin in the past year. Where would I get the super gene medicine?" Long Yuan nodded, "I know that. I've investigated everyone you've come into contact with in the past month, and there are indeed no foreign forces. Now, continue with your, superpower." Lu Tu rolled up his sleeve and extended his arm in front of the two. "Do you see this?" The two looked at him in confusion, poking his arm with their fingers. "See what?" "Look at my muscle density. Can't you tell that my muscle density far exceeds that of an average person?" Both shook their heads at the same time. "Really can't tell." Lu Tu was helpless. "You might not believe it, but one day I had a strange dream about my grandfather. I thought it was just because I missed him too much, but in the dream, he passed on to me a breathing technique." Even the usually composed Long Yuan couldn't help but curse, "Damn." However, Huojin was particularly interested, muttering to himself, could there really be metaphysical techniques in this world? Lu Tu was not polite, standing up and cupping his hands to the two, casually pointing to a place 50 meters away. "Do you see that pen on the table over there?" The two nodded at first, we see it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tu vanished like a wisp of smoke, and by the time they saw him again, he was already standing in front of them, holding that pen. It was only 5 seconds later. Wow! Huo Jin and Long Yuan were so shocked that they stood up, not even caring that their chairs fell over. Their eyes were filled with complex emotions, hard to describe whether it was fear or excitement, but it was definitely complicated. General Hua, how many seconds do you think he just took? 6, maybe a bit more. Long Yuan tapped the touchscreen on the table, and a number appeared, 4, 95 seconds. He let out a bitter laugh. 100 meters in under 5 seconds, this is no longer human. The current world record is 9, 58 seconds, which means he finished the 100 meters while Bolt was just starting. What's more critical is that he also made a return move. Huo Jin and Long Yuan exchanged glances. Even though they had been staunch materialists all their lives, at this moment, they had to start believing Lu Tu's wild claims. Perhaps he really had such a great opportunity? Otherwise, why would scientists from all over the world become so superstitious about metaphysics in their old age? Anyone who has run 100 meters knows that if his 100-meter time is 12 seconds, but he has to run a 50-meter return, he might only be able to do it in 15 seconds. After all, he first has to rely on his legs to dissipate the forward momentum and then quickly reignite his explosive speed. In such a situation, achieving a 100-meter time of 4.95 seconds is astonishing. The same word popped into both their minds, Superman. We have Superman in our dragon country, ha, truly a blessing for our dragon country. Huo Jin looked at Lu Tu with fiery eyes. Having spent his life in the military, he understood what Lu Tu's abilities represented. Although modern warfare is all about information and industrial strength, or a cheap drone can replace a trained soldier, everyone knows that unless a nuclear war breaks out, it will ultimately come down to ground forces, as evidenced by the current situation on the Russia-Ukraine front. From Huo Jin's observation, Lu Tu not only had a massive enhancement in physical fitness, but his reflexes should also be several times better than an average person's. If such a person were to carry out special missions, it would be incredibly efficient. As easy as flipping a hand to observe a pattern. Even when it comes to the most common task of controlling drones, he can operate more of them than others and with greater precision. If he could pass on the method to strengthen Lu Tu, it would elevate a large number of soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom, potentially saving more lives in the event of a war. Huo Jin was immersed in this beautiful fantasy, and his gaze unconsciously became fervent. Who among the sons of China does not wish to achieve great deeds and establish a remarkable legacy? He excitedly stepped forward and grasped Lu Tu's arm, his eyes sincere as he said, "Child, quickly tell Uncle Hua how your grandfather taught you in your dreams." Lu Tu immediately realized that Huo Jin was not giving up. Fortunately, the lie he had previously concocted included a mention of bloodline inheritance, but he also knew that he had to come up with something new to quell the wild ideas of these two. He helplessly spread his hands. "Uncle Hua, it's not that I don't want to say, it's just that I really don't know how to describe it. This thing is like certain aspects of life. It's innate. If it's meant to be big, it will be big, and if it's meant to be small, it will be small. It's not like muscles that can be developed later." A flicker of disappointment crossed Long Yuan's eyes, but he quickly regained his enthusiasm. "Are you saying that you are the only one like this in the world? Do you have any other siblings?" Lu Tu shook his head sadly. "You've all seen my file. My family is gone." Huo Jin, still not giving up, asked, "Didn't you say your grandfather taught you a set of breathing techniques? Would you mind teaching Uncle Hua?" Lu Tu pretended to be troubled. "Well, that might not be very good." Long Yuan slapped his thigh. "Don't worry, the country will definitely not treat you unfairly. Just demonstrate a small part for us to see. If it really has great use, I and Director Huo will definitely report it truthfully to the country." Huo Jin nodded seriously. "You wouldn't doubt us, would you? Then you might not find many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom you can trust." Lu Tu knew he had no other choice. Huo Jin and Long Yuan were already the highest authority he had come into contact with. Even if he didn't trust them, he had to believe in them. "In that case, I can only make a decision that goes against my ancestors." The two of them stared at Lu Tu excitedly, their eyes almost reaching out like claws. Lu Tu stood there slowly, mainly because he didn't know how to perform. He couldn't just sit cross-legged and meditate, could he? That would be too fake. Even a lie had to be somewhat plausible. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered the Ba Duan Jin he had learned in physical education class. This should be the traditional skill he was best at, and he had even scored full marks in the exam. He took a deep breath, and now Lu Tu's lung capacity was extraordinarily impressive, causing his chest to swell. This scene made Hua and Long feel a bit dizzy. "Here it comes, here it comes." The two were excitedly rubbing their hands together. After striking a very standard starting pose, Lu Tu slowly exhaled the turbid energy from his body and then began to perform the Ba Duan Jin with precision. "Good, it has that flavor." Long Yuan couldn't help but praise. However, Huojin's expression shifted from excitement to a slight frown. Why does this set of movements look so familiar? It was fortunate he said it, as Long Yuan also began to feel it was familiar. Lu Tu, who could run 100 meters in 4.95 seconds, had started to perform the Baduanjin slowly, and the expressions on their faces became quite strange. It was as if they had eagerly arranged to meet a beautiful online friend, only to find out not only was she a catfish, but she was also the lady frying dough sticks outside the neighborhood. An awkward situation. After 2 minutes of performing, Lu Tu continued undeterred, adhering to the principle that one must complete a full set of Baduanjin before releasing any energy. After another 3 minutes, even Huojin, who was very composed, couldn't help but advise, Lu Tu, that's enough. Lu still ignored the two of them. These two were usually busy people with countless tasks, so how could they have so much free time to watch a college student perform Baduanjin? However, they wanted to get angry at Lu Tu but couldn't find a reason. After all, it was their strong request for Lu Tu to demonstrate for them. They didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn, insisting on completing the entire set. They could only sigh helplessly, pick up the chairs they had knocked over earlier, and sit down to smoke together. Finally, after 10 minutes, Lu Tu stopped from his slow pace. At this moment, he felt good. It really was quite useful. Ever since his physical condition improved, he hadn't felt the need to warm up for a long time, but after he fully performed a set of Baduanjin, he felt his entire body was invigorated. Lu Tu cupped his fists towards Huo Long, saying, "Gentlemen, I hope I didn't embarrass you." The two forced a smile, looking a bit awkward, and pointed to the chairs in front of them. "Please, have a seat." Long Yuan spoke first. "Are you saying your grandfather taught you a set of Baduanjin in a dream?" Lu Tu added, "Not entirely. There's also a set of Tai Chi behind it. Would you like me to demonstrate that for you as well?" Huojin waved his hand. All right. I won't deny that Baduanjin is a treasure of traditional culture, but even if you practiced it for a lifetime, you probably wouldn't achieve the same transformation as you." Lu Tu openly admitted, "Yes, it's probably due to my bloodline. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. And I suspect my grandfather had such abilities too. Otherwise, how could he be the only one to return when the three brothers went out together?" After exchanging glances, Long Yuan got up and went to a sterile cabinet to retrieve a device. "Would you mind if we took a blood sample for testing?" Lu Tu extended his hand without hesitation for him to draw blood. If the system's improvement potion could be detected, then he wouldn't need to hide anymore. After drawing 300 cc of blood, Long Yuan placed it in the device. 3 minutes later, the test report came out, and he shook his head in disappointment. "It seems the only one with extraordinary talent is you. There are no unusual components in your blood." Huojin suddenly asked, "Can you explain how you saw through the dice cup?" "Uncle Hua, as a soldier, you must believe in intuition, right?" Huojin stared at Lu Tu in confusion. "Don't tell me you hit the jackpot twice just by instinct." Upon hearing this, Huojin quickly stood up, pulled out a sidearm from his waist, and pointed it at Lu Tu. "Guess how many bullets are in my gun?" Lu Tu had long anticipated this move, deliberately waiting until the moment of foresight before speaking. "Your gun has no bullets." "Really?" Huojin's expression remained unchanged as he clicked off the safety of the sidearm, shocking Long Yuan beside him. He quickly got up to restrain Huojin's hand. "General Hua?" Lu Tu provocatively leaned his head closer to the gun's muzzle, pointing to his temple. "Uncle Hua, pull the trigger." Long Yuan whispered sharply, "Lu Tu." The atmosphere became tense, with Long Yuan knowing that Huojin was deliberately testing Lu Tu, but this method of testing might be too rough. Huojin suddenly retracted the sidearm with a cold snort. "You little brat, you've got some guts." To everyone's surprise, in the next second, Lu Tu swiftly snatched the sidearm from Huojin's hand, infuriating him. The gun was a soldier's life. Having it taken away was a serious taboo. Just as he was about to reprimand Lu Tu, he saw Lu Tu, with the safety off, aiming the gun at his own head and pulling the trigger. Long Yuan was shocked. He didn't know if there were bullets in the sidearm. He didn't want Lu Tu, a future hope of Long Country, to encounter any accidents, but it was too late to stop him. Click! After the crisp sound of the gunshot, Long Yuan was stunned in place, and he realized that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. The only person daring enough to seize the commander's gun and fire it in the most critical area of the Zhenghai battle zone was probably Lu Tu. Lu Tu's series of actions flowed smoothly. After finishing everything, he casually pushed the gun back onto the table and said, "Now do you believe me?" Long Yuan looked worriedly at the sullen-faced Huojin beside him. He was about to speak up to plead for Lu Tu when he resolved in his heart that if Huojin insisted on pursuing the matter, then their national security would definitely step in to protect Lu Tu. Huojin suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha, this young man really has guts. You're the first in decades to dare to snatch my gun. I believe you. Long Yuan took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Congratulations, you have passed our national securities test. I will report everything I saw and heard today truthfully, and perhaps I can congratulate you in advance. Hey, Long, what are you talking about? Lu Tu is one of us from Zhanghai, and he has such deep ties with our Zhanghai battle zone. How can we let him join national security? I think we should keep him in the battle zone for some training. Seeing that Huojin was getting desperate, Long Yuan argued back, General Hua, you are mistaken. Lu Tu has already proven that his path to rise cannot be replicated. Only by joining our national security can he maximize his abilities. Huojin, not backing down at all, slammed the table. A good man should serve in the military. Besides, Lu Tu comes from a family of loyalty and valor. His ancestors were all soldiers. Staying in the Zhanghai battle zone will ensure he receives our focused training to uphold the glory of our Huaxia. Although Long Yuan's position was lower than Huojin's, he represented the entire national security at this moment and also slammed the table, adopting a stance of unwavering resolve. Who says serving the country can only be through the military? We need high-caliber talents like Lu Tu. And to put it bluntly, if your Zhanghai battle zone truly valued Lu Tu, how could you let him be robbed of even the poverty relief funds? This statement was like a slap in Huojin's face, leaving him speechless and turning red with anger. He glanced at Lu Tu, who was leisurely spinning a pen with his fingers. He knew this situation was very unfair to Lu Tu, and in the end, it would be Pang De who would step in to settle it, but he still wanted to continue fighting. Regardless, Lu Tu has the blood of a soldier flowing in him. He should serve in the military. Seeing that Huojin was starting to act unreasonable, Long Yuan snorted coldly. There's no point in saying more. Let's lay our sincerity on the table and let Lu Tu make his own choice. Alright, Lu Tu, if you are willing to join our Zhanghai battle zone, we will promote you to captain and utilize all the resources of the Zhanghai battle zone to train you. With the national military machine of the battle zone as your backing, no one will dare to look down on you anymore. Long Yuan scoffed. I thought it was a big deal. It's just a captain. An outstanding master's or doctoral graduate could easily become one after a couple of years. Can Lu Tu be compared to an ordinary person? It's better to join our national security. All your skills are meant for national security. As a young person, you should also go to internet cafes. After you join us, you can target those spies trying to incite discord online, catching them through the internet, and you can even operate above local laws. How exciting is that? Moreover, after you join the Zhanghai battle zone, you will have to leave Zhanghai University. I know you just started dating Zhang Daqiao's woman. Young couples in love are definitely sweet. If you join our national security, we won't give you any tasks most of the time, and even if there are tasks, they will only be near Zhanghai, which won't interfere with your family life at all. After hearing this, Lu Tu's expression changed. You know, Long Yuan truly lived up to being a leader of national security. His words hit the nail on the head, knowing exactly how to address the issue, and he was indeed somewhat moved by Lu Tu. Huojin saw the expression on Lu Tu's face and knew that things were not looking good. He still wanted to negotiate, but he heard Lu Tu laugh and say, I can see your sincerity, but I think the national security is more suitable for me. Damn it! Huojin couldn't even remember how many years it had been since he felt this lost. He slumped down in his chair. At that moment, Long Yuan, like a child who had just won a candy, patted Huojin on the shoulder and said, Old Hua, you can't blame me and Lu Tu for this. You know Lu Tu's background, he has finally stabilized his life, and you want him to leave his girlfriend. Who could accept that? But soldiers can take care of their girlfriends too. Long Yuan sighed slightly. You might not be aware of the current situation outside. There are too many people cheating, and how many hearts have been broken. Let's not even mention it. This is not something you and I can control. Don't worry, I will definitely nurture this good seedling well. Of course, Lu Tu would not give up on Huojin's connection so easily. It had taken him a long time to establish some relationships, and even if he didn't want to join the Zhanghai war zone, he still wanted to develop this into his own network. He comforted Huojin, Uncle Hua, I told you that you look a lot like my second uncle. Huojin shot him a glare. Then why don't you go to your second uncle? Although I can't go, I can send your second uncle a gift. What gift? Huojin and Long Yuan both asked curiously. Lu Tu took out a piece of paper and quickly sketched the structure of an airplane with his pen, pushing it forward, the blueprint for the 7th generation fighter. What the hell? Huojin took the A4 paper and was shocked, his pupils shaking. His eyes immediately landed on the speed of 15 Mach, and only then did he start to believe that Lu Tu had drawn an airplane blueprint. Huojin's hands began to tremble as he held the paper. Although the blueprint was very rudimentary, it already outlined a rough shape and some basic parameters. He had seen every generation of domestic fighter jets, and even the latest 6th generation models were familiar to him, but the airplane shape Lu Tu had drawn was something he had never seen before. Moreover, it looked completely inconsistent with aerodynamics. It resembled. Huojin thought for a moment and finally found a word to describe it: alien product. He handed the blueprint to Long Yuan. Take a look. Long Yuan held the blueprint and turned it around for a while before hesitantly asking, is this round thing an airplane? Huojin glanced at Lu Tu in confusion. You can't be serious about this being an airplane, right? Lu Tu nodded. That's right. This is the blueprint for the 7th generation fighter I designed. Huojin and Long Yuan exchanged glances and smiled. It seemed that people really do laugh when they are at a loss for words. Little Lu, I believe you can lift a cauldron, but you, a freshman majoring in Chinese language and literature, say you designed a 7th generation fighter blueprint? You little brat. Even jokes have their limits. If you don't want to serve in the war zone, you don't have to come. There's no need to fool me with these superficial network game models, Huojin said with considerable dissatisfaction. Initially, he had been overwhelmed by the surprises Lu Tu had brought him, but after Long Yuan's reminder, he finally understood. The people who designed the 6th generation fighter jets were the top talents in the world of physics and mathematics, having immersed themselves in this field for decades, and it was only through the tireless efforts of countless individuals that they succeeded in their research. But Lu Tu, a kid studying the humanities, actually dared to shamelessly claim that he had designed a 7th generation fighter blueprint. Mathematics and physics are not like history and geography. If you don't know, you don't know. You can't fake it even a little. Lu Tu shrugged nonchalantly. You can just ask a professional, and you'll know whether I'm joking or not. Huojin glared at Lu Tu with dissatisfaction and urged Long Yuan. Lu Tu is not one of us in the Zhenghai war zone. You go ask. Long Yuan wanted to refute but felt helpless. After all, he had already invited Lu Tu to join the national security. He sighed and took the blueprints. Tell me the truth. If this is just some random data you jotted down, then let's pretend this never happened. However, Lu Tu confidently replied, this is the 7th generation fighter I designed. If it weren't for the chaotic international situation lately, I wouldn't have brought it out. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan could only nod helplessly. Alright, I'll go find someone to verify it. After all, you haven't officially joined the national security yet, so it won't be a loss for us. He dialed a number and leaned in to ask, Old He, sorry to bother you. Hey, it's Xiaolong. So, I have a nephew who suddenly claims to have developed a blueprint for a 7th generation fighter. Sorry to trouble you, I'll send it to you right away. He then took a photo of the blueprints drawn by Lu Tu and sent it over. The underground office fell into a long silence, the three of them staring at each other without speaking. Lu Tu felt a bit proud. He had taken the initiative to present the 7th generation fighter blueprints, yet they still didn't believe him. On the other hand, Huojin and Long Yuan thought that no matter how strong Lu Tu was, he was still just a physically strong kid who had just come of age, and he needed to continue developing his character. 5 minutes later, Long Yuan's phone rang. He smiled at Lu Tu and said, You owe me a favor. I used my personal connections to reach Old He. Lu Tu scoffed. He had enough confidence in the rewards from the system. If his blueprints were fake, it would only indicate one thing, that the person verifying them wasn't competent. But as soon as Long Yuan answered the call, he heard the now 80-year-old Old He on the other end, excited like a young man. With a strong voice, he exclaimed, 7th generation fighter. This is the blueprint for the 7th generation fighter. Where are you now? I'm already on my way to the airport with my assistant. I need to see your nephew immediately. Long Yuan's expression changed drastically. Yet, he still cautiously asked, Old He, have you verified it accurately? My nephew, although he is exceptionally talented, he has just come of age. Old He was furious and cursed on the phone. What the hell do you know about genius? I've seen more geniuses than you've eaten salt. Do you think your nephew is just a genius? Stop talking nonsense. I'm getting on a plane right now. Send me your location. Long Yuan told Old He was in the South China Sea combat zone, and only then did Old He feel reassured, knowing that being in a combat zone meant this genius was safe. Huojin looked at Long Yuan, sensing he wasn't pretending, and immediately asked, What did Old He say? Long Yuan smiled wryly. Old He said that it indeed is the blueprint for the 7th generation fighter. What? Huojin looked at Lu Tu in disbelief, trying to figure out what was going on with this kid who kept surprising him. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and whispered mysteriously, Lu Tu, this isn't something your grandfather told you in a dream, is it? Long Yuan looked at him in shock. No, General Hua, you have to believe in science. Huojin pointed at Lu Tu and roared, in front of this little brat, you want me to believe in science? Can science make someone run 100 meters in under 5 seconds? Can science allow a 19-year-old liberal arts student to research a blueprint for a 7th generation fighter? Lu Tu smiled sheepishly. Uncle Hua, you got it wrong this time. It wasn't my grandfather who told me in a dream. Long Yuan slammed the table. See, I told you to believe in science. Lu Tu continued, My grandfather only studied for 2 years in a private school during the old society. How could he possibly tell me in a dream? It was my dad who told me in a dream. Hua and Long were stunned, looking at each other. Keep making stuff up. Don't tell me your whole family is in the spirit world, knowing everything and even coming to tell you in dreams. That's right. Lu Tu simply laid it all out. After all, his abilities were unreasonable, but he had brought them out for real, so what could they do? Huojin's emotions grew increasingly agitated. As the commander of the war zone, he understood all too well the kind of transformation the emergence of the 7th-generation fighter would bring. It was important to note that even Emilius had yet to develop a 6th-generation fighter, while Longwa's newly unveiled 6th-generation fighter had already achieved a terrifying combat loss rate of 110 against Emilius' 5th-generation fighter in simulations. If the blueprints for the 7th-generation fighter were genuine, with Longwa's complete industrial system, mass production could be realized within 2 years. By then, even if a third war broke out, Longwa would have nothing to fear. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart. Xiao Lu, if you were previously like a humanoid secret weapon, do you know what you are now? What? As long as old he comes to confirm that your blueprints are correct, you will be the key figure in the great rejuvenation of Longwa. You are the son of this weathered family, destined to restore its glory. Long Yuan rubbed his hands together in excitement, confident that old he's expertise would not be wrong. Now they just needed Lu Tu to provide the complete parameters and detailed blueprints. He set aside his earlier authoritative demeanor, smiling kindly at Lu Tu, and asked with concern, "Dear nephew, you came here early in the morning. I remember you haven't eaten yet, right? Are you hungry? Should I have someone bring you something to eat?" Long Yuan's words reminded Lu Tu of his unfinished system task, to bring down the Song family. Lu Tu immediately replied, "Uncle Long, I am actually a bit hungry." Long Yuan pressed a button on the table and spoke to someone outside. "Nia Yun, have someone bring me some good food, and make sure it's a large portion." Lu Tu seized the moment and said, "Uncle Long, have that beautiful lady from earlier make it for me." "Ha, is there a problem?" "No problem." A knowing smile appeared on Long Yuan's face, one that men would understand, and he directly dialed the other party's number. "Song Chushi, make me something to eat and bring it over." Song Chushi was momentarily taken aback. "Okay, director, what do you want to eat?" Long Yuan looked at Lu Tu. "Dear nephew, what do you want?" "For breakfast, just something casual. I'll have 10 baskets of crab soup dumplings, 2 bowls of beef hand-pulled noodles, and a spicy hot pot with some vegetables to dip." Long Yuan spoke in a commanding tone into the phone. "Did you hear that?" Song Chushi had already heard Lu Tu's exaggerated request and was struggling to suppress her impatience as she replied, "Okay, director." Long Yuan emphasized, "These things must be made by your own hands. Have Nia Yun film you while you work. We need to leave a record." After hanging up, Song Chushi's face darkened. Even with her natural beauty and exquisite makeup, her anger could not be concealed. Nia Yun, who had also heard the order, chimed in, "Miss Song, hurry up. The director has a bad temper. Don't think just because you're from the Song family that you can ignore orders once you're in our national security." With a cold expression, Song Chushi suppressed her fury and said in a low voice, "I know. No need for you to worry." Saying this, she got into a car and headed to the cooking team stationed at the Zhenghai war zone to borrow their facilities to fulfill the order. In the underground office, despite Lu Tu's significant contributions at that moment, he did not show a hint of pride, sitting there like a well-behaved child. Having lived 2 lives, he understood deeply that no matter how great his contributions were, if he wanted to seek power, he had to be capable. Otherwise, a single word from someone else could ruin his future, a well-known example being even the immensely powerful Fahai had to listen to Su Shilin, the top scholar. While the 3 waited for old he, every seemingly casual word of concern was actually a way to inquire about Lu Tu, or one could say, to test him. Huojin noticed that despite Lu Tu's young age, he spoke maturely and steadily, neither servile nor arrogant, and he felt even more admiration in his heart. Long Yuan had the same thought. He had already reported the matter up the chain. As long as elder he confirmed it, once Lu Tu submitted the complete blueprints and parameters, he would definitely secure a significant benefit for Lu Tu. "Little Lu, didn't you say you felt a strong connection when you first saw me?" "Yes, Uncle Hua. Why don't you just recognize me as your godfather? My daughter is just a few years older than you." "That won't do, Uncle Hua." "Why not?" Huojin was a bit angry. With his status, he could say a word, and countless people would rush to kneel and recognize him as their godfather. Why was this kid still unwilling? Lu Tu explained, "Because I already have a godfather." "Who?" "Pang Dawei." Huojin's expression shifted from cloudy to clear, and he laughed heartily. "So it's old Pang. You don't need to worry, I'll have a word with him." He then dialed Pang Dawei's number and got straight to the point. "Old Pang, it's Huojin. I want to ask you something. What is your relationship with Lu Tu? Pang Dawei felt a bit anxious. He knew that the Song family and the national security would be looking for Lu Tu today, but he didn't expect Huijin, as the theater commander, would also be seeking out Lu Tu. Commander Hua, hello. To be honest, Lu Tu is my adopted son. Has he gotten into any trouble? Huijin laughed. Old Pang, you really are fortunate to have such a capable son. I see this kid is quite likable and was planning to adopt him, but he said he already recognized you as his godfather, so I specifically called to ask for your opinion. Pang Dawei had long since accepted Lu Tu wholeheartedly and genuinely hoped for his well-being. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, so it seems we brothers share the same view. Brother Hua, this kid Lu Tu has had a tough life and has suffered a lot. Now that there's one more person to look after him, I'm more than happy. How could I have any objections? Huijin laughed heartily. Old Pang, speaking of which, it's been half a year since we last met, right? Why don't you come to the Shanghai theater now, and let's catch up? Pang Dawei politely declined. My identity is sensitive, so I won't go for now. Let's have a good drink during the new year. Please pass the phone to Lu Tu. I want to say a few words to him. Huijin switched the phone to speaker mode and handed it over. Pang Dawei succinctly said, Little Tu, a real man doesn't sweat the small stuff. Since Commander Hua values you so much, you should accept it graciously. Remember to be generous. Got it, Godfather. After hanging up, Lu Tu saw Huijin looking at him with a smile in his eyes. He was very familiar with the process of recognizing a godfather and said loudly, I am grateful that Uncle Hua does not disdain me. Lu Tu was willing to recognize Uncle Hua as my godfather. With that, he knelt on the ground. Lu Tu held out a cup of tea and offered it. Godfather, have some tea. Huijin took the tea, took a sip, and quickly helped Lu Tu up, laughing heartily. Good son, Huijin, have a son now. At that moment, Song Chushi and Nyayun happened to walk in with food and stumbled upon the scene. As soon as those words were spoken, Nyayun and Song Chushi were frozen in place. If Nyayun hadn't reacted quickly to remind Song Chushi, the food in her hands would have fallen to the ground. Song Chushi had received orders from her family to use her identity and national security to sanction Lu Tu in Shanghai. Who would have thought that she hadn't even exchanged a few words with Lu Tu before being sent away? Just now, she didn't know what means he had used to make the dignified young lady of the Song family be at his beck and call. She was just preparing to use the pretext of delivering food to probe the situation, but who knew that in less than an hour, this nameless brat had actually recognized Huijin, the top commander of the theater, as his godfather. Moreover, Song Chushi noticed that Long Yuan looked at Lu Tu with such warmth. If she didn't know Long Yuan well, she might have doubted whether he was originally from Chengdu. Who was Huijin? He was the highest commander of the Shanghai theater, one of the 5 major theaters of Long Country, one of the most influential figures in Long Country, standing at the top of the pyramid. How could he possibly recognize a young brat as his godson? Lu Tu's background was clear to her. Apart from having the title of a loyal descendant, he was utterly useless. Long Yuan saw Song Chushi and the other two and urged, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the things over. My dear nephew hasn't even had breakfast yet. With that one sentence, he shifted the blame onto Song Chushi and the others. They could only feel anger but dared not speak out. After all, Long Yuan was their superior. Even though they had their own family connections backing them, within the National Security Agency, no matter what family power you had, it was all useless. Strict adherence to the hierarchy was enforced. Song Chushi suppressed her shock and placed the spicy hot pot on the table, then took out 3 sets of utensils. Long Yuan waved his hand, Remove ours, this is mainly for my dear nephew. Song Chushi was taken aback. What kind of place was this? This was the highest secret command center of the Shanghai military region. By rights, her position didn't qualify her to enter here. She was only able to use the space thanks to the National Security Agency's favor. And Lu Tu could actually eat hot pot here so openly? Many military secrets were researched here. Who among those who could sit here for meetings wasn't a strategic expert or a think tank member? Lu Tu, of course, was not polite and reached out his hand toward Song Chushi. She glared at him in dissatisfaction and impatiently handed over the chopsticks, but Lu Tu had no intention of taking them, and the chopsticks fell to the ground. Long Yuan was displeased. How do you do your work? Are you showing me this kind of attitude? You can't even handle this little thing. Go get me a clean pair right now. Song Chushi felt extremely wronged. It was clearly Lu Tu's intention not to take the chopsticks. When had the dignified young lady of the Song family ever suffered such humiliation? But when she saw Long Yuan and Huijin frowning at her, she had no choice but to swallow the rest of her words. I'll go get it right now. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Throughout the whole time, Nyayun, who had been watching from the side, seemed much more astute. He had figured out Lu Tu's extraordinary nature, Being treated this way was definitely not ordinary. He quickly placed the food he was holding respectfully in front of Lu Tu and took out a precious silk scarf from his pocket, placing it on Lu Tu's left side. Seeing that Lu Tu's cup was empty, he hurriedly refilled it, maintaining a smiling and enthusiastic attitude throughout. After doing all this, he smiled and said, "If you need anything, just call me. I'll be waiting outside." Long Yuan nodded. "Shan, yeah, you can go now. I'll call you if there's something." After Nye Yun left, Song Chushi came back to deliver a pair of chopsticks. Just as she was about to exit, she happened to bump into Elder He, who was walking in briskly with his assistant. "Where's the great talent? Let me meet this prodigy." Song Chushi knew Elder He and sweetly called out, "Grandpa He." The other party glanced at her impatiently, too lazy to respond, and walked straight past Song Chushi toward the conference room. Lu Tu naturally did not dare to be negligent. He genuinely admired a national pillar like Elder He and quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks to stand up. Huojin also stood up and saluted Elder He, who stepped forward to shake hands, saying, "General Hua, long time no see. Elder He, you still look so spirited and vigorous." Elder He didn't have time for pleasantries. His gaze naturally fell on Lu Tu, who was also observing Elder He. Elder He was dressed simply, in a Zhongshan suit and leather shoes, but despite being 82 years old, his eyes were clear, and as he observed Lu Tu, his eyes sparkled with surprise. Long Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to help Elder He sit down. "Remarkable presence, young man with good looks." Lu Tu humbly smiled. "Elder He, you're too kind. I learned about your great achievements on television when I was young. You've always been one of my idols." This statement was made neither too humble nor too arrogant, and it was quite liked by Old He. He enjoyed the wildness of young people, as life would be too dull without it. However, the male assistant brought by Old He snorted coldly, seemingly very dissatisfied with what Lu Tu had said. Old He introduced, "This is my most prized disciple, Gao Yang. Today, I brought him along to broaden his horizons with me." Lu Tu cupped his hands and said, "I dare not. I am still young and need Old He to point out my mistakes." Assistant Gao Yang had frowned since he entered, and at this moment, he could no longer hold back and asked, "Since my master and I are already here, hurry up and take out the blueprints. How can you still have the mood to eat hot pot?" Old He looked at him disapprovingly but did not speak to stop him. He indeed wanted to see the blueprints for the 7th generation aircraft, or else he wouldn't have rushed here on a private plane. Lu Tu held great respect for someone like Old He and had originally planned to start drawing immediately, but he didn't expect this young disciple to dare to act so arrogantly, and Old He showed no intention of stopping him. He intended to take out the blueprints, but it was not that simple. Without mentioning any conditions for exchange, should he just hand everything over without a word? Old He was indeed someone who devoted himself to academic research, so it was normal for him not to care about these things, but such words should never come from a young disciple like Gao Yang. Lu Tu smiled self-deprecatingly and cupped his hands to Old He, saying, "Old He, please forgive me. I haven't had breakfast yet. Let me eat something first. If you two don't mind, shall we eat together?" Although Old He was anxious, seeing that Huojin and Long Yuan allowed him to eat hot pot in such a confidential meeting room, there must be their reasons, and he wouldn't publicly reprimand his student. After all, Gao Yang's thoughts aligned with his own. Gao Yang was extremely dissatisfied with Lu Tu's attitude. He was one of the most outstanding physics talents of the new generation in Long Country and had returned after studying abroad, dedicating almost all his time and enthusiasm to work. Finally, he became Old He's disciple, and while researching the national sword, this nameless kid actually looked down on Old He and him. "A person as careless as you could never design such blueprints. If you just want my master to provide false validation for your academic work, you probably have the wrong person." Upon hearing this, Lu Tu put down his chopsticks, looked at Gao Yang, and shrugged helplessly, saying, "You think I'm careless?" Gao Yang nodded without hesitation. "In my opinion, a meeting room is meant for academic discussions and meetings, not for eating hot pot and spilling soup everywhere. How can someone like you design a 7th generation aircraft? I suspect you must have plagiarized from somewhere." As soon as these words were spoken, Long Yuan and Huojin's expressions darkened, and Lu Tu, unusually, slammed the table and stood up. "The sketches have been seen by Old He. Since you don't believe me, why come here to slander me? Is it just because I had breakfast in front of you? Do you think I look down on you? Am I not rigorous enough? Have I plagiarized someone else's design?" He turned to Old He. "I respect your great achievements, but that doesn't mean your authority allows you to tarnish my character. It is impossible to know the complete blueprints for the 7th generation aircraft. You two should go back and continue your research. Just work harder in the direction of my sketches. Perhaps there is hope to develop it within 20 years. Ding! Task triggered. Take revenge on He Tongxing and Gao Yang. Do you accept the task?" "Accept, of course, I accept." Lu Tu was already dissatisfied with these two. He Tongxing, relying on his contributions, looked down on him from the bottom of his heart, not to mention Gao Yang, that hot-headed kid. Originally, he intended to hand over the blueprints for the 7th-generation aircraft to the other party for research, for the sake of the country. At least it would allow Tongxing to earn a medal from Long Country, but he didn't expect the other party to have such character, so there was no meaning in continuing the cooperation. He might as well do it himself. Gao Yang was also taken aback. Hearing Lu Tu's mockery, he coldly said, "Do you think we can't do it? We can only rely on your sketches for research?" Lu Tu didn't want to bother with him anymore and directly looked at Old He. "Old He, I'm sorry, but you can leave now. This matter ends here." Huojin and Long Yuan naturally felt quite annoyed with Gao Yang, this emotionally inept guy, and after exchanging glances, they tacitly approved of Lu Tu's actions. Old He was also angered by Lu Tu's words, his old face turning slightly red, and he turned to scold, "Gao Yang, sit down and control your emotions." Gao Yang, unable to contain his anger, wanted to say something, but when he saw Old He's gaze, he reluctantly sat down not far away. Old He gestured to Lu Tu, saying, "I apologize for Gao Yang's disrespectful words, but you must understand the urgency of us researchers. After all, the blueprints for the 7th-generation aircraft are right in front of us. Who wouldn't be anxious?" Only then did Lu Tu smile faintly and continue eating as if no one was around. He was indeed hungry. Ever since his physique had strengthened, his meal portions had become extraordinarily large. At that moment, he was happily indulging in his food, savoring every bite, and even Huojin and Long Yuan couldn't help but swallow as they watched him eat. Old He, suppressing his impatience, waited for Lu Tu to finish. The moment he saw Lu Tu wipe his mouth, he immediately asked, "Are you done eating? Can you give me the blueprints now?" Lu Tu asked in confusion, "When did I say I would give you the blueprints?" Old He's expression instantly fell, and behind him, Gao Yang angrily rushed forward, scolding, "We came all the way from the laboratory in Yinjing, and you actually won't give them to us?" Lu Tu laughed loudly. "What a joke! I only asked Director Long to verify the authenticity of my blueprints, and I didn't say anything after that. You came here on your own. Who invited you?" This statement left Old He and Gao Yang speechless. Lu Tu was indeed correct. They had been too excited and hadn't asked anything before rushing over. Old He was so furious at Lu Tu's words that his hair stood on end, slamming his hand on the armrest of his chair in anger. "No, you must hand it over to the country." Lu Tu calmly nodded. "Old He, you're right. I will definitely hand it over to the country, but it will never be to you." Gao Yang shouted angrily, "The teacher is the most authoritative expert in the field of aircraft in Manhwa. On what grounds do you refuse to give it to us? I think you want to rebel." Hearing Gao Yang's incoherent words, Lu Tu laughed. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Huojin and Long Yuan immediately looked displeased at Gao Yang. Long Yuan said, "Just an hour ago, Lu Tu has already become a member of our National Security Department. Please think before you speak, young comrade. By putting on such a high hat, are you implying that our national security also wants to rebel?" Upon hearing that Lu Tu had joined the national security, Tongxing and the others' pupils trembled. What kind of person can join the national security? Even the most prominent family scions must have the corresponding skills to join. Since Lu Tu had already joined the national security, it proved that he had not only sought them out to verify the authenticity of the 7th-generation aircraft blueprints. Tongxing recalled several competitors in the academic field. Even though everyone was contributing to the country, the honor belonged to oneself, and he would not allow this opportunity to fall into someone else's hands. Gao Yang was left speechless, finally realizing he had misspoken. He was just a small researcher at the institute. Perhaps he could still rely on his teacher's influence in the research field, but in front of the national security, he was nothing more than a small fry. He quickly apologized to Long Yuan. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn in my excitement. I didn't mean it that way." Long Yuan looked at him. "Gao Yang, the youngest son of the Gao family in Modu, one of your family's 4 listed companies is a drone company named Xinjiang, which you took over a year ago. Am I right?" Behind Gao Yang, everything had become soaked with Long Yuan's words. He looked at Long Yuan in terror. The seemingly gentle man could recount his background and current situation as if they were family heirlooms, and it was even a matter of internal communication within their family. What kind of terrifying intelligence network could achieve this? He dared not be stubborn any longer and quickly bowed seriously to Long Yuan. "I truly apologize. I am just overly obsessed with academia. Please forgive my rudeness earlier." Long Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. "You are brought here by He Lao, and you are his most prized disciple. You can voice any doubts about academia, but if you want to leverage that to pressure others, you need to think it over carefully." After hearing this, Tongxing's body stiffened, and he no longer dared to present himself with the air of authority. He leaned closer to Lu Tu. "Comrade Lu, we are all working for the country. Our nation's 6th-generation fighter has just been unveiled, and you happen to be handing me the blueprints for the 7th-generation fighter. Once the research is successful, our military strength will be significantly enhanced. At that time, Lu Tu interrupted him with a wave of his hand. He Lao, cooperation is mutual. I respect your academic dedication and your contributions to the country, but I also have to consider your character. From my observations just now, I feel we cannot cooperate. This statement was a slap in the face, clearly indicating that Tongxing's character was lacking. A prominent figure in academia was openly questioned about his character by a mere young adult, which infuriated him greatly. Gao Yang, feeling indignant, took out the sketch that Lu Tu had drawn earlier and pointed to a specific area. I think the design of the fuselage is incorrect. It completely violates aerodynamic principles. Such a round shape will have greater wind resistance than a triangular one. How can you achieve the 15 Mach speed you mentioned? He Lao, seeing Gao Yang shift the topic to academia, immediately perked up and questioned. The reason we came here was to meet this genius of yours, not to say that your design is perfect and feasible. Can you explain it to us now? Lu Tu ignored their questions and looked at Long Yuan. I plan to establish my own company to independently research and manufacture the 7th generation fighter. Tongxing was the first to raise an objection. Do you know how much funding and talent is needed to research the 7th generation fighter? Have you considered the issues of confidentiality and the complete industrial chain supply? Gao Yang disdainfully glanced at Lu Tu, as if looking at a fool. You think you can create a company to independently develop the 7th generation fighter? Lu Tu smiled casually. What you mentioned applies to you, but the blueprints I am researching are, to be precise, the mass production blueprints for the 7th generation fighter. At this moment, the previously silent Huojin spoke up at the right time. I can provide the talent. We have plenty of reliable high-end talent in the Zhonghai battle zone. We can also provide funding, and if that's not enough, I believe Pang Dawei can also represent the Zhonghai Provincial Committee to invest some. Lu Tu looked at Huojin and gratefully said, Thank you, Godfather. With your support, I can completely achieve quantitative production of the 7th generation fighter within a year. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Tongxing slammed the table and stood up. Nonsense, childish. Do you know what level of mass production entails? Even if you have the blueprints, completing mass production requires a complete industrial upgrade of the entire national industrial system. Lu Tu calmly took a sip of tea. I know. Then do you know how much manpower, resources, and time the country will need to invest in your idea? Do you think we are lacking in character just because you naively believe so? Lu Tu continued to nod. Are you done speaking, He Lao? If you are done, please leave. Tongxing stubbornly refused to budge. No way. I cannot watch you waste the country's resources. Unless you draw the blueprints completely, I will not make a decision after just one look. Lu Tu was so infuriated that he laughed. He symbolically looked at Long Yuan and asked, Uncle Long, if I want to implement my plan, do I need to get Old He's approval? Long Yuan replied, No need to trouble Old He, just need to report to the central authority for approval. Lu Tu made a gesture of invitation. Old He, please excuse yourself for a moment. The following content involves the core technology of our dragon country, and it would be somewhat inconvenient for you and your esteemed disciple to stay here. You! Gao Yang angrily pointed at Lu Tu, wanting to spit out some trash talk, but fearing Long Yuan and Huojin, he had to swallow his words. Seeing his defiant expression, Lu Tu snorted coldly. Do you know where you went wrong? Gao Yang waved his hand defiantly. I'm not wrong. You're just deliberately toying with us. Lu Tu shook his head slightly. Your mistake lies in being too arrogant. Those who are capable can indeed look down on others, but not everyone is willing to give you face. In front of me, you have no right to act all high and mighty. Tongxing laughed heartily upon hearing this. All right, I have no right to act high and mighty in front of you. I'm old, and the future of the country belongs to you young ones. With that, he left the underground combat laboratory with Gao Yang. Long Yuan frowned and said, Lu Tu, what you just said was a bit too much. Lu Tu waved his hand nonchalantly. I think it's fine. He can question my abilities, but he absolutely cannot launch personal attacks right from the start. Should I hand over the blueprints for them to study? Am I indebted to them? Long Yuan nodded silently, knowing that Lu Tu had a point. Indeed, Tongxing had roughly verified the authenticity of the blueprints, so there was no need for doubt, but they had come in trying to use their status to pressure Lu Tu. However, they overlooked the fact that these blueprints were conceived by Lu Tu himself, and had nothing to do with them. What right did they have to pressure Lu Tu? Just because he was young? Huojin had never had a good impression of these old fogies, and now seeing Lu Tu daring to confront Tongxing directly, he looked at him with even more admiration. Let's talk. What conditions do you need to be willing to submit the blueprints to the state? Lu Tu thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers. 1. The blueprints are designed by me, so I must be the overall commander, and I also need to be involved in the process. Agreed. 2. I want to invest some funds and take a share in the industrial chain. Long Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. I can apply for this on your behalf. They should agree. After all, this is something everyone understands. 3. Yesterday, I caused a bit of a stir at the Tao family casino, and soon someone came looking for me to teach me a lesson, which seems to have implicated my adoptive father, Pang Dawei. Is this true? Long Yuan frowned upon hearing this. You're talking about the Song family, right? You might not understand fully. There's an old man in the Song family who, although retired, cannot be sanctioned by anyone when it comes to his achievements. Lu Tu waved his hand. I'm not asking you to sanction the Song family. I want my adoptive father to advance from a deputy to a principal position. Huojin was very puzzled. What does this have to do with him? You could easily take the credit for yourself. At your age, after some experience, you will surely be in a high position in the future. Lu Tu's expression became serious. Before I met him, I was a poor kid who couldn't even fill my stomach. I could only have steamed buns with cold water for every meal. It was my adoptive father who saw potential in me, gave me a chance, and recognized me as his godson, allowing me to feel the warmth of family. If I achieve success, and the first thing I do is not to repay that kindness but selfishly only want to climb higher, then what kind of person would I be? Huojin's expression darkened as he recalled how Lu Tu had been bullied earlier. They in the South China combat zone didn't even know about it. If it weren't for Pang Dawei, perhaps there wouldn't even be a Lu Tu today, let alone the blueprints he designed. Thinking of this, Huojin slammed the table. What nonsense is this Song family? They are not even from my faction. Son, your godfather will help you solve this. Long Yuan hesitated to speak. I can understand your feelings, but do you think the personnel arrangements of the Zhonghai Provincial Committee are something you and I can influence? Do you really think I am omnipotent? Lu Tu said confidently, that's because they still don't know the energy contained behind this blueprint of mine. I trust both of you, so I might as well speak frankly. I possess technology that can elevate productivity to a level that Longhua has not achieved in all these years. Both Long Yuan and Huojin were in positions of power, and they certainly understood the significance of what Lu Tu was saying, looking at him in disbelief. Even if you can't just pull a rabbit out of a hat. You have to present something corresponding for me to fight for you. Look, just now he said he couldn't change the personnel appointments, and now he can apply for it. Even if Long Yuan is a mid-level leader in national security, what is the essential difference from selling cars? Lu Tu smiled without speaking, pulled out a piece of paper, and his pen flew across it, producing a rustling sound. A few minutes later, Lu Tu handed the paper to Long Yuan. This is a new type of energy I came up with while designing the 7th generation aircraft. According to the material ratios I wrote, you can obtain a new type of fuel that is even stronger than high-grade borosilane. Long Yuan took the paper, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became, asking curiously, what are the raw materials? I need to have someone calculate the cost. Lu Tu grinned. I don't think that's necessary, right? The raw material is just the ubiquitous gutter oil. What? You mean gutter oil? That's right, kitchen waste is fine too. It's all about refining. I think the so-called new energy on the market doesn't deserve the name. It essentially still generates electricity through fire, wind, and water power. Only my new type of fuel qualifies as new energy. Lu Tu continued. Moreover, this upgraded product is not just about fuel. Son, don't hide it from your godfather. Is what you're saying true? Huojin was already shocked to his feet. Long Yuan was about to take out his phone to take a picture, intending to send it to the relevant authorities for testing, but was snatched away by Lu Tu, who was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, his hands were empty, and he looked at Lu Tu excitedly. You have to verify this for me. Lu Tu smiled wickedly. I could give this to any country in the world, and I'm sure they wouldn't refuse a personnel appointment, right? Long Yuan panicked. You brat, give it to me first. I'll apply for you as soon as I verify it. Lu Tu slowly shook his head. Uncle Long, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust the higher-ups. Just in case, I want you to call them. I'll talk to them personally. Long Yuan was dumbfounded. He looked at the 19-year-old boy in front of him, never expecting Lu Tu to be so bold. Most 19-year-olds, let alone meeting their direct superiors, would be flustered and terrified even when encountering officials at the county level. After a long silence, Long Yuan spoke. All right, I'll consult the vice elder right now. Long Yuan stood up and dialed a number, detailing the situation before handing the phone over. Lu Tu, the elder wants to speak to you. Lu Tu took a deep breath. This was the vice elder of Longhua, someone he could only see occasionally on the news. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. He could only try to remain calm and not show any weakness. Hello, I am Lu Tu. Not bad, young comrade. You have so many inventions in the field of science. Are you saying that if I don't promote Pangda, you won't hand over your inventions to the state? The question weighed heavily, and Lu Tu felt a bit tormented inside. After pondering for a moment, he nodded emphatically, right. If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. After a brief silence, the entire combat laboratory was eerily quiet, and Lu Tu's heart raced wildly. He was gambling, betting that his request would not be a big deal for the vice elder. At that moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Young man, you have guts. You are the first to speak to me like this. I hear your physique is quite extraordinary? Lu Tu knew he had to reveal more of his cards quickly, so he candidly admitted, yes, elder, ordinary people cannot approach me without using firearms. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I agree to your 3 requests, but on the condition that your research is genuine. I believe, given your family background, you would not betray your country. Hearing the vice elder's promise reassured Lu Tu. Someone in that position would not easily go back on their word, as the consequences of doing so would far outweigh harming a Lu Tu. Thank you, elder, I will submit my design. I will have Long Yuan negotiate with you later. You young people are the rising sun, the future of the nation is in your hands. Understood, elder. Lu Tu hung up the phone. Although the vice elder did not lose his temper and maintained a steady tone throughout, the invisible pressure from being in such a high position made Lu Tu's palms sweat a bit. After finishing his tea in one gulp while sitting in his chair, he began to write out the extraction process for the new type of fuel, which he handed over to Long Yuan. Long Yuan immediately sent it to a confidential agency for testing, and an hour later, the results came in. Long Yuan excitedly patted Lu Tu on the shoulder and laughed. Little Lu, you really are our lucky star. The experimental results for your new energy source are out, proving to be about 5 times that of the existing aerospace fuel. Huojin was also overjoyed. Doesn't this mean a tremendous leap for our country's aerospace industry? We can now leave Europe and America far behind, making it impossible for them to catch up this century. As those who interacted with Lu Tu, Long Yuan, and Huojin would also have a significant mark on their resumes from this event. During this time, Lu Tu had been sketching by hand. He planned to divide the original 7th-generation aircraft blueprints into 3 phases and submit them to the state in order, which was his backup plan. Long Yuan and Huojin understood him very well. As long as this project could be initiated, it would signify a technological revolution for Longwa. After all, Lu Tu not only provided upgrades in fuel but also various material enhancements, enough to bring about a leap in the heavy manufacturing industry of Longwa. After completing all this, Lu Tu stood up and stretched. It was then he noticed that Huojin and Long Yuan were staring at him without blinking. Godfather Long, uncle, aren't your eyes tired? The two awkwardly smiled and rubbed their tired, sore eyes. Not tired, hee. If there's nothing else, I should be able to leave now, right? Long Yuan excitedly said, I'll send someone to take you back to school right away. Your conditions will be approved soon. During this time, you can find Pang Dawei to help you register a company and get a piece of land approved, preferably in Shanghai. The future Shanghai will become the new headquarters for the country's high-tech industry. Lu Tu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. It was indeed in line with his original plan. Huojin patted his shoulder and smiled. Son, just do your best. You don't need to worry about talent. I'll arrange it for you, so you can rest assured. Whether your godfather can be promoted to general depends on you. Lu Tu chuckled. Don't worry, Godfather, I will definitely help you get there, so I can bask in your glory too. Stinky kid, let me send some people to protect you in secret. After all, you're like a national treasure now. Lu Tu effortlessly lifted the heavy conference table in front of him, his expression unchanged as he said, I don't think that's necessary. Just send someone to protect my girlfriend. The daughter of the Zheng family, right? Leave it to me. I'll send a few clever ones. Huojin pounded his chest. Thanks, Godfather. I'll take my leave now. After leaving the combat laboratory, he found Song Chushi, He Tongxing, and Gao Yang on the ground. Their expressions were the same upon seeing him, anger mixed with disdain. He Tongxing was a bit better. He first extended an olive branch, saying, Little Lu, have you thought it over? If we collaborate on the research and development, I believe we can have results in just a year. Lu Tu sighed helplessly. Old He, it's not that I want to say this, but can you really go around blabbing about such things? Don't you see there are outsiders here? He glanced at Song Chushi, and only then did He Tongxing realize he had misspoken, quickly adding, Little Song is not an outsider, she won't speak carelessly. Lu Tu sneered, she may not be an outsider to you, but she wishes I were dead. Do you think we have any need to cooperate? After saying that, he nodded to Nye Yun, take me back to school. Song Chushi shouted angrily, Lu Tu, wait a minute. Lu Tu shot her a sideways glance, and you are? My name is Song Chushi, from the Song family in Yanjing. I want to talk to you about Tao Tian. Lu Tu couldn't be bothered to respond to her and directly shoved past her shoulder to get into the car. But this provoked Song Chushi's temper. Seeing that she had already mentioned the Song family and Lu Tu still refused to give her face, she threatened, "Don't think that just because you recognize a bunch of godfathers everywhere, I can't do anything about you. The Tao family is a dog of my Song family. You have to look at the owner when you beat a dog. Lu Tu, are you listening to me?" Seeing that Lu Tu ignored her completely and had already opened the car door, Song Chushi finally exploded. Relying on her strength as a 6th-degree black belt in karate, she delivered a fierce kick aimed at the back of Lu Tu's head. "Watch out!" Nia Yun reacted immediately, but he was too far from Lu Tu to intervene in time. Lu Tu didn't even turn around. He reached out and grabbed Song Chushi's ankle, throwing her 10 meters away without a hint of pity, causing her to crash heavily onto the concrete ground, unable to move. Lu Tu got into the car with ease, and Nia Yun had no choice but to hurry after him, as escorting Lu Tu back to school was his primary task. As the car drove past Song Chushi, it suddenly came to a stop. The window slowly rolled down, and Lu Tu looked ahead with deep eyes, speaking to himself, "So what if it's the Song family? This is Shanghai, you can't run wild here. Times have changed. Actors who have exited the stage should enjoy their old age." With that, the engine roared, and they drove out of the Shanghai military district. Left behind was a furious Song Chushi, her gaze venomous as she watched Lu Tu leave. She would remember this grudge. How dare he be so arrogant? When had the Song family ever been looked down upon like this? He was just an orphan with no parents, running around recognizing godfathers, yet he had the audacity to scold the Song family. "Lu Tu, I will make you kneel before me, kiss my right foot, and beg for my forgiveness." Half an hour later, Nia Yun drove Lu Tu back to the dormitory building, leaving him with his number. "If you need anything, just let me know. This is my personal number, available 24/7. Lu Tu knew exactly what Nia Yun was thinking. From the very beginning, Nia Yun had thrown him an olive branch. The more friends, the more paths, especially since Nia Yun was with the national security. He naturally accepted this goodwill. "Thanks, brother Nia. Let's keep in touch." As soon as Lu Tu opened the door, he saw a graceful figure rushing over and crashing into his arms. Jiang Shi sobbed with tears in her eyes. "I heard my dad say that you seemed to have caused a huge mess yesterday, and today you were taken away by someone. I begged my dad, but he said he couldn't intervene because his rank is too low. They must have made things difficult for you. At worst, we won't study in Shanghai anymore. Let's go abroad together." Lu Tu was deeply moved. In his time of poverty, those who helped him were few, with Pang De being one and Jiangxi another. Not to mention that after their feelings had rapidly intensified, he had long since recognized her in his heart. Lu Tu gently stroked Jiangxi's hair and smiled. "Silly girl, didn't I come back safely? My dad wouldn't lie. He said you got into big trouble, and this matter can't be trivial. I'll go back and plead with my dad to help." Lu Tu straightened Jiangxi's shoulders and wiped her tears with his hand. "The reason I went to cause trouble was to ensure that no one dares to bully us in the future. I'm glad that this time I succeeded." Jiangxi exclaimed in surprise. "They won't cause you trouble anymore? Not only will they not trouble me again, but I mean from today on, the entire Longwa won't have to look at anyone else's face anymore. No one can bully us. I don't have such grand ambitions. Anyway, if anyone bullies you, I'll help you." Lu Tu leaned down and kissed Jiangxi's lips. "I love you, baby." Jiangxi let out a soft moan. Even though this wasn't their first intimate contact, she couldn't help but blush deeply at Lu Tu's teasing, allowing him to take whatever he wanted. What Lu Tu did that day was 10 times more thrilling than anything he had experienced in the first half of his life. Now that he had succeeded and felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment, he was eager to share this joy with Jiangxi. The way he shared was rather inappropriate for children, so we skip ahead an hour. An hour later, Lu Tu lay in bed smoking, while Jiangxi rested her head on his chest, drawing circles with her fingers. "Are you saying you want to start a business? Do you need me to ask my dad for help?" Lu Tu's hand gently pinched her flat abdomen. "Old Jian looks down on me, so there's no need to trouble him." "My dad doesn't look down on you. It's mainly that your dad's rank is too low to be of any help." Just as Jiangxi was about to explain for Zhang Daqiao, she heard Lu Tu speak so self-satisfiedly and nudged his chin with her head. "Don't speak ill of my dad, baby." Jiangxi looked up, blinking her innocent big eyes at Lu Tu. "You're so good that I want to keep wanting you until you want to escape." Lu Tu's hand slid down Jiangxi's smooth spine, resting at her unique waist, and he pinched it hard. Jiangxi let out a delicate cry, tightly wrapping her arms around Lu Tu's waist. "Promise me, no matter how big a mess you cause, I'm willing to bear it with you, but just one thing, you can't have other women." Lu Tu gazed into Jiangxi's eyes and nodded seriously. "Okay." Jiangxi turned to sit up, taking the initiative for the first time under Lu Tu's shocked gaze. She pressed her finger against Lu Tu's lips. "I remember. Anyway, you can't lie to me. even if you have to deceive, it must be for a lifetime. The two fell back into the bliss of love, and the entire room was filled with enchanting pink bubbles. This battle, intermittent, surprisingly lasted from evening until dawn. When they were both extremely hungry, Lu Tu finally ordered takeout on his phone. Jiang Shi had already fallen asleep from exhaustion, and Lu Tu suddenly felt inspired. He went to the window, pulled back a corner of the curtain, and soon saw a delivery guy being stopped by someone, who personally handed over the takeout to him. Lu Tu had been waiting outside the door for a long time. As soon as the knock sounded, he pulled the door open to see a man about 188 meters tall with a buzz cut, his face full of righteousness, whispering, "Mr. Lu Tu, if you need takeout or anything in the future, you can just tell us to buy it. The food outside poses safety risks, and I hope you can understand." Lu Tu took the takeout but stopped the man, asking, "What's your surname, brother? How many of you are there?" "My name is Li Tao, and there are 4 of us." Lu Tu took out a stack of cash from the room and stuffed it into Li Tao's hands. Li Tao wanted to refuse, but Lu Tu ordered him to accept it, explaining, "In this cold weather, you've worked hard. Even if you don't want it, you can send it home to buy a new piece of clothing for your family." Li Tao roughly counted the money, realizing there was about 400,000. His hands trembled slightly from excitement. He had carried out many secret protection tasks, but those in high positions had only ever shown verbal concern. Only Lu Tu had given them real money. Although it was somewhat against the rules, no one lived purely on passion. Everyone needed food, clothing, and shelter, especially soldiers like them, who were often away from their families and felt a heavier sense of debt. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. If there's anything in the future, just let us know." Lu Tu woke Jiang Shi to have a late-night snack before falling into a deep sleep again. Li Tao and the others were sent by Huizhen, and they could be completely trusted in terms of safety and professionalism. Now he had no worries and could focus solely on taking revenge on the Song family. A descendant of the Song family dared to lay hands on him in a war zone. It seemed the Song family was utterly arrogant. Lu Tu devised a plan to lure the enemy into a trap. Dealing with such a deeply rooted large family required careful and cautious steps. The next morning, Lu Tu woke up feeling refreshed, but Jiang Shi clearly did not share his good spirits and was still lost in sleep. Not wanting to wake her, he left directly. Lu Tu had no habit of reporting to women. If men were to do things, women should not interfere in every matter, or nothing would get done. As soon as he stepped out of the corridor, he noticed Li Tao, who should have been hidden, squatting by the flower bed, making a phone call while idly digging in the soil. Unbeknownst to him, a deep pit had already formed in front of him. Lu Tu smiled knowingly. It was obvious he was on the phone with his girlfriend. He didn't bother with him and planned to visit the Pang family to inform them about his promotion. Lu Tu's principle was that good deeds should be recognized. Whether he was returning a favor or purely helping, the other party must know about it. He waved to call over other bodyguards to drive him, when suddenly he heard Li Tao shout in pain, "We've only been married for 5 years, and you want a divorce?" Lu Tu and the bodyguard exchanged glances. To be honest, loving gossip was in the nature of people from Long Country. If there was excitement, they would watch, and that person must have been through detox. The ears of Lu Tu and the bodyguard perked up instantly, and neither spoke, their eyes occasionally glancing toward Li Tao, slowly moving closer to him. Li Tao's words grew increasingly intense, and it was easy to guess that the woman on the other end of the line was speaking harshly. "You want to sue me for divorce? You're already at the courthouse? Do you know I'm still on a mission? Who has the time to mess around with you? Didn't I just transfer you 100,000 last night? What do you mean I haven't been involved in the child's growth? I'm serving. Do you know what serving means? I'm protecting the country, serving the people. I've never gone out to fool around. Yan Dongping, is this marriage really over today? Which court in Shanghai are you at? I'm coming over right now." Lu Tu quickly took out his phone with the bodyguard, pretending to scroll through it. At that moment, Li Tao hung up the phone and happened to see Lu Tu and his teammates. After hesitating for a long time, he still walked over. His voice was hoarse and exhausted, making one feel a pang of heartache. "Mr. Lu, may I take half a day off? I have some matters at home that I need to resolve." Since he was asked, how could Lu Tu obstruct him? Just by listening to what they said, he could roughly guess the reason. Li Tao was serving the country, yet the other party blamed him for not being involved in the child's growth. Lu Tu thought there might be a misunderstanding during this time, and since Li Tao was assigned to protect Jiangxi, as a man himself, Lu Tu could understand Li Tao's feelings at that moment. He felt that the matter regarding Pang Dawei could wait, and he patted Li Tao on the shoulder, saying, "How about this? I'll accompany you. I'll help explain to your wife that you are indeed on a mission." Li Tao awkwardly refused. "That wouldn't be appropriate. After all, it's my personal matter." Lu Tu said firmly, "I have connections in the court." "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Lu. I'll go drive." Lu Tu instructed a few others to continue protecting Jiang Shi in the shadows, telling them not to worry about Li Tao's matter, he would handle it well. Sitting in the car, Lu Tu both persuaded and inquired about the couple's relationship status. Li Tao could only sigh helplessly. In the 5 years since we got married, I have indeed spent very little time with her and the child. But when we got married, she knew my situation. I wasn't a soldier after getting married. How could she, as a military wife, not understand? Lu Tu had a strong suspicion that Li Tao had been cheated on, but out of sympathy, he didn't expose it. His heart gradually grew cold. He said nothing else. If someone dared to ruin a military marriage, even if it wasn't Lu Tu's business, that person would have to pay for it with a lifetime of regret. Before long, they arrived at the People's Court of Wuda District in Zhanghai City. Li Tao called Yen Dongping, only to find out that she had just gotten out of the passenger seat of a Porsche. Just that one glance made Li Tao furious, and he prepared to confront her, quickly running up to grab Yen Dongping's shoulder, demanding, "Who is that person inside?" Seeing Li Tao arrive, Yen Dongping, even more assertive than him, declared, "What does it have to do with you? We are here to file for divorce today. That means we are no longer related." Lu Tu, encouraged from the side, Li Tao, hit her. Beat this pair of scoundrels to death. But unfortunately, even though Li Tao was furious, he couldn't bring himself to strike. Li Tao's chest heaved with anger. If it weren't for the fact that I still have a mission, I would fight this pair of scoundrels. Lu Tu could understand him. At this moment, no matter how outrageous Yen Dongping and that bastard were, in Li Tao's eyes, they were the public, and he couldn't lay a hand on them. Otherwise, the repercussions would be too severe. It seemed that Yen Dongping and her companion were well aware of this, which was why they dared to come to court to file for divorce so recklessly. But they had the misfortune of encountering Lu Tu, and today, this matter was destined not to end well. Yen Dongping showed no fear of Li Tao, even leaning her face closer to his hand, shouting, "I know you're tough, go ahead, hit me if you dare." The man in the driver's seat of the Porsche also got out, sporting a big belly and a gluttonous appearance. He adjusted his Hermes crocodile belt and mocked, "I heard Ping Ping say you're boring and rigid. It seems to be true. Today, you obediently agree to the divorce, and I'll give you 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses." It's not easy being a big soldier. Li Tao could no longer hold back. He swung a punch. "Fuck you, how dare you insult my profession." However, that punch aimed at the big-bellied man was blocked by Yen Dongping. Li Tao, as an elite assigned to protect himself, managed to hold back his fist even at such a close distance. Yen Dongping seized the moment and let out a wail, "Help! Someone's trying to kill me!" The big-bellied man, with a concerned expression, held Yen Dongping in his arms. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the courthouse parking lot rushed forward to intervene. Lu Tu quickly stepped in front and explained, "The couple had a dispute, but there was no physical altercation. I was just watching." The court staff then shot a glare at Li Tao. "No fighting here. Whatever happens, there are laws to handle it." Li Tao, feeling frustrated and angry, glared at the couple, while Yen Dongping, seeing her plan succeed, looked up at the big-bellied man with a charming smile and sweetly called out, "Honey, help me up." This smile was clear to Lu Tu, and just because Li Tao could endure it didn't mean he could. Just as he was about to act, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, random task triggered, teach Yen Dongping and Han Dongjian a lesson. "Do you accept?" Lu Tu shouted internally, "Perfect. You too, I want you to wish you were dead." Seeing Li Tao clench his fists, his eyes bloodshot and trembling, it was clear his adrenaline was surging, and he was on the verge of losing control. Lu Tu quickly pressed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Don't do anything rash, let me handle it for you. I'll make sure you vent your anger." Although Li Tao didn't know who this 19-year-old was, he understood that someone who could have a war zone commander like Huojin personally send protection was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, during this time, he had to follow Lu Tu's orders. As a soldier, obeying orders was his duty, and soon his professionalism overshadowed his anger. He reined in his emotions and stood behind Lu Tu, saying, "Yes." Lu Tu disdainfully looked at the couple and provocatively asked, "Dare to go to court together? What's there to be afraid of? Let's go." Yen Dongping pushed Han Dongjian and whispered, "You go back and wait for my good news." Lu Tu had Li Tao follow him, then took out his phone and called Long Yuan, getting straight to the point, "Uncle Long, do you have someone at the Zhanghai courthouse?" Are you in trouble? I can call their leader. By the way, your plans are very effective. The deputy elder has already agreed, and they will promote Pang De this month. Good, arrange for a few more people to come over. Also, Uncle Long, I want to ask, what are my current permissions?" Long Yuan, a senior leader in national security, was sharp enough to understand Lu Tu's intentions just from his words and reminded him, "You technically don't have law enforcement authority. If it's regarding foreign spies, you can handle it as you see fit." Lu Tu chuckled, "Got it, thanks Uncle Long. Have the people you send to assist me keep an eye on a white Porsche with the license plate XXX when they arrive at the courthouse parking lot." Understood. After hanging up, Han Dongjian stood there, stunned, as he realized Lu Tu was making that call just 3 meters away from him. He had never seen anyone as audacious as Lu Tu. Not only was he openly seeking connections in the courthouse parking lot, but he was also doing it right in front of Han Dongjian. Han Dongjian, being around 40, saw Lu Tu's youthful appearance and strong demeanor and shouted, "You little brat, who are you trying to scare? Do you think I was raised to be afraid?" Lu Tu paid no attention to Han Dongjian's bluster, casting him a cold glance, too lazy to even respond. In his eyes, Han Dongjian was already a dead man. He strode into the courthouse, where the judge and clerk were already in position, indicating that Yen Dongping had made an appointment earlier. "Everyone, please set your phones to silent, and the audience, please be quiet. We will now proceed with the divorce case of Li Tao and Yen Dongping." At this moment, Li Tao sat in the defendant's seat, the once spirited ace of the Zhenghai war zone, a 188-meter tall man, now drooping his head like a defeated rooster. In contrast, Yen Dongping wore a calm and confident expression, a smile on her face as she cast a disdainful glance at Li Tao and Lu Tu. "Please state your reasons, plaintiff." Yen Dongping began, "I have been married to Li Tao for 5 years, and our son is 3 years old this year. In these 5 years, Li Tao has spent no more than a month at home. He has neglected his duties as a husband and father, failing to maintain harmony in the family. In fact, he hasn't contributed a single cent to the household. All the car and mortgage payments have been made by me." The judge flipped through the materials submitted by Yen Dongping, which indeed proved that every month's loan payment was deducted from her account. He turned to Li Tao and asked, "Does the defendant have any evidence to submit?" At this point, Li Tao was already disheartened, shaking his head in silence. The judge prompted again, "Do you have any evidence of having contributed money to the household?" Li Tao shook his head again. "I always paid in cash, with no evidence." Upon hearing this, Yen Dongping became agitated, raising her voice. "As if you earn a lot, you still take money from home? Have you ever cared for the child as he grew up? Have you ever asked about the expenses during holidays? Were you ever there when the child and I were sick? I've never seen such a useless man. You have no money to provide a good life for your wife and child, and no time to be with your family. A man like you deserves to die." Even the judge and the clerk couldn't help but frown and say, "Silence. It's not your turn to speak now." After asking Li Tao a few more questions, to which he had no evidence to provide, even the judge found it difficult to handle. All the evidence pointed to the fact that Yen Dongping's claims were valid. Yen Dongping spoke up, "He hasn't contributed a single cent to the house or the car, so they shouldn't belong to him. He has never cared for the child. I have to take care of him myself. Let him leave the marriage with nothing." The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. Li Tao, an elite from the South China Sea battle zone, a man who had never cried through blood and sweat, now had tears streaming down his face as he despaired. "My monthly allowance is 8,000 yuan, and I have given it all to you every month. I have 2 years left before I retire, and I will definitely make it up to you then. Why are you doing this to me?" Upon hearing this, Yen Dongping exploded. Ignoring courtroom decorum, she stood up. "Do you have any transfer records for the money you gave me? If you have evidence, show it." The judge also asked, "How did you give this 8,000 yuan every month?" At this point, Li Tao wore a mask of pain, covering his forehead with his hands. "I transferred it to my mother, who would then bring cash over and help take care of the child." Yen Dongping retorted, "You're talking nonsense. Is that little allowance enough to support a child? A man who can't be relied upon is as useless as a pig climbing a tree. You really know how to flatter yourself." Li Tao suddenly glared at Yen Dongping. "You cheated during our marriage, flirting with other men. Do you know you're destroying a military marriage?" The judge perked up at this. He already knew Li Tao was a soldier, and Yen Dongping's request for divorce seemed unreasonable. He quickly asked, "Is this true?" From the audience, Lu Tu suddenly spoke up, "That's not true. That man is Yen Dongping's cousin." Li Tao misunderstood. Li Tao looked at Lu Tu in confusion, wondering why he was defending that couple. Destroying a military marriage could at least land them in jail, but when he saw the look Lu Tu gave him, he chose to believe him. Ultimately, suppressing his anger, he signed the divorce papers. The judge could only helplessly announce the verdict. "This court declares that you are officially divorced. The car, house, and custody of the child will belong to the wife." Yen Dongping jumped up happily like a victorious hero, while Li Tao kept pounding his head with his fists. He didn't blame Lu Tu, he only blamed himself for being useless, unable to keep his son. Lu Tu pulled him up and said softly, "What does a man have to fear without a wife? Come with me." Yen Dongping looked down at Li Tao and coldly snorted, "See? I told you to hang out less with these worthless friends. At a critical moment, not a single one of them is reliable." With that, she hummed a little tune and walked out of the courthouse. But when Yen Dongping arrived at the parking lot to look for Han Dongjian's Porsche, her vision suddenly went dark, and she was dragged into a car and taken away. Li Tao walked out of the courthouse dejectedly, and Lu Tu offered him no comfort, only mentioning a location. Go to the Beifeng machinery factory site in the northern suburbs of Shanghai. I have a task for you. Although Li Tao was nearly going mad with frustration, he still followed Lu Tu's instructions and drove to the construction site. Upon arriving, Li Tao was stunned. The vast construction site was empty except for a group of sharply dressed men and a nearby excavator. And there, trembling and bound, were Yan Dongping and Han Dongjian, whom he wished to tear apart. Li Tao finally understood why Lu Tu didn't want him to use military marriage to punish these two. It turned out to be like this. Lu Tu patted his shoulder, his expression stern, and said, "The law is only suitable for punishing bad people, while beasts must be made to suffer worse than death." Lu Tu signaled, and Nie Yan swiftly removed the blindfolds from Yan Dongping and Han Dongjian, spitting in disgust. "Damn, what a pair of adulterers! Your man is serving the country, and you dare to cheat on him." When Yan Dongping saw Li Tao still there, her fear instantly vanished. She shouted at Li Tao, "What kind of man are you, Li Tao? I'm just getting a divorce, and you bring so many people to kidnap me? If I expose this, you won't even be able to serve in the military. I'll have you imprisoned." Han Dongjian, hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine and cursed Yan Dongping in his heart for being an idiot. He quickly pleaded, "Everyone, let's talk this out. It's really not my fault. This was all Yan Dongping's idea. I was just driving her. I'm at most a DD driver." As soon as they finished speaking, Nie Yan kicked them in the back, sending them sprawling on the ground in a heap. He angrily shouted, "I checked. Yan Dongping, you have a total of 132 hotel records in these 3 years, averaging once a week. You haven't been idle at all." Lu Tu turned to Li Tao. "What do you think we should do with them?" Han Dongjian quickly nudged Yan Dongping with his body and whispered, "What the hell are you still doing? Hurry up and admit your mistakes to your husband. Clarify that those over 100 times weren't with me." Yan Dongping looked at Han Dongjian in disbelief. "Dongjian, didn't you say we would bear everything together?" Han Dongjian didn't dare to look at her, instead pleading with Lu Tu and Li Tao, "Gentlemen, I haven't known her for long. I really have nothing to do with her." "I'm innocent." "Han Dongjian, you ungrateful bastard. Every time you didn't have money to fuel your car, it was my money you used. You eat my food and drink my drinks, and now you say you have nothing to do with me?" As soon as these words were spoken, Han Dongjian felt his heart turn to ashes. He could clearly sense the murderous intent in the gazes of everyone present. Especially after Li Tao heard this, he could no longer hold back and questioned, "Are you saying that the 8,000 yuan I give you every month is what you used to support this man?" At this point, Yan Dongping's heart had completely collapsed, and she screamed, "Yes, I spent it on him. I spent it willingly, so what? Spending money on him and going to hotels doesn't mean I did anything wrong. You don't have time to be with me, and I can't find someone else to keep me company? I'm a person too, and I'm a woman. Can't I find someone to relieve my loneliness?" A series of roars made Nie Yun and the others feel overwhelmed. They usually only encountered such extreme remarks online, but they never expected to see it in reality today. One by one, they urged Li Tao, "What do you think we should do with these two bastards?" Lu Tu angrily said, "You really know how to follow the formula. Today, it would be unacceptable not to take your lives." Li Tao's eyes were already bloodshot. With the last bit of rationality, he looked at Lu Tu and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I'll handle the rest myself. I want them dead." Lu Tu certainly understood his mindset. He just wanted to take this matter upon himself, but was that outcome worth it? A man of iron and bone sacrificing his life for these two bastards? Lu Tu would not allow such a thing to happen. Lu Tu immediately ordered, "Li Tao." Li Tao instantly straightened up, standing tall like a javelin, and shouted, "Yes, I command you to go up and beat them hard. Don't worry about the law, just remember, they can't die at your hands." "Understood." The next second, Li Tao moved, directly pouncing on the two, abandoning all the military combat skills he had learned, and venting his anger in the most primal way. He tore with his hands, bit with his teeth, and in no time, Yan Dongping let out a heart-wrenching wail, "I was wrong. I was really wrong. Stop." Lu Tu took the cigarette Nie Yan handed him, lit it, and sneered, "Wrong? How could you know you're wrong? You just know fear." Li Tao, hit them hard. In her panic, Yan Dongping caught sight of Han Dongjian beside her, who was crawling backward in horror. She was furious. "Han Dongjian, are you still a man? Hurry up and help me beat him." At that moment, Han Dongjian didn't even dare to make a sound. How could he fight back? He scanned the surroundings at Lu Tu and the others, who were eyeing him like hawks, and quickly knelt down, bowing his head. "It really has nothing to do with me. If you beat her, just don't hit me. I'm willing to give you all my money." Nie Yin kicked Han Dongjian in the face, breaking his nose on the spot, and spat disdainfully at him. "You're just a 12-year-old old Porsche. Do we care about your little money?" Lu Tu impatiently waved his hand. "This bastard talks too much. Give him some intensity." Hearing this, Nie Yun and the national security personnel he brought all grinned. They were all men, and just hearing about such things was infuriating. Now they finally had a chance to act. Moreover, this was Lu Tu's order. They all knew Lu Tu was a big shot in national security, even Long Yuan had to hold him in high regard. Now that they were about to take action, it was simply exhilarating. One by one, they excitedly approached Han Dongjian, surrounding him with a flurry of punches and kicks. Han Dongjian, with his fat body, was being beaten like a pig ready for slaughter, writhing on the ground. Meanwhile, on Yen Dongping's side, Li Tao was continuously slapping her face. You dare to steal someone. You dare to be ungrateful. Others raise little white faces. You raise a fat pig for your mother. Each slap knocked out a few teeth, and Yen Dongping was already in a daze, her eyes vacant as she received the slaps. This was the first time in her life she felt fear from Li Tao. After more than 10 minutes, even with Li Tao's stamina, he was getting a bit tired. At this point, Yen Dongping was already gasping for breath, lying on the ground, twitching like a pile of mush. Li Tao saluted in front of Lu Tu. Report, mission accomplished. Lu Tu nodded without acknowledging Li Tao. His anger had been vented, but Lu Tu's had not. Lu Tu looked at Nia Yun. Is there anything to wake them up? Nia Yun felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. He had thought that this pair of scoundrels would be let off, but unexpectedly, Lu Tu was on the same wavelength as him and immediately pulled out a syringe from his bag. With a mysterious smile, he said, "Of course I have it prepared in advance." Lu Tu pointed at the two of them. "Give them a shot to perk them up." Once the stimulant was injected into Yen Dongping and Han Dongjian, they finally felt the excruciating pain coursing through their bodies. What terrified them even more was that their nightmare was far from over. Next, they had to face the boy in front of them, who was even more frightening than Li Tao and the others with their fists and feet. The smiling boy was a greater threat. Lu Tu looked at Li Tao and said, "You wait in the car for me. You don't need to see what happens next." Li Tao, with a determined gaze, replied, "I won't back down. I would rather these two bastards have no place to be buried." Since that was the case, Lu Tu didn't insist further. How are you going to torture us? Don't you fear the law?" Yen Dongping mustered the last bit of courage, trying to awaken Lu Tu's sense of reason. Lu Tu chuckled lightly. "When you cheated during your marriage, using Li Tao's allowance for your lover, did you think about the law? Oh right, cheating in marriage isn't illegal, just immoral, right?" Hearing this, Han Dongjian nodded repeatedly. "That's right, cheating in marriage isn't illegal. You gentlemen have taught us a lesson, so let's not make a big deal out of this." But the next words sent chills down their spines. "I'm just a strange person. Since you have violated morality, I will too, and today I will do something illegal. Come on, bury them alive." Among the national security personnel, there was someone who could operate an excavator. That guy had been eagerly waiting on the excavator, wanting to jump down and kick a few times but was afraid of getting punished. Now, hearing that he still had a role to play, he couldn't stop smiling, revving the excavator to its maximum power. In just a few scoops, he dug out a pit over 2 meters deep, even waving the excavator's arm to greet them. "Hurry, throw them in here." At that moment, Yen Dongping realized that what Lu Tu had said earlier was true. He really had no intention of letting her live. Her mental state completely collapsed, and disregarding the fact that her toothless mouth was leaking air as she spoke, she crawled to Li Tao's feet, pleading, "For the sake of our years as a couple, spare my life. I won't divorce. I promise to be a good wife, taking care of you and raising our children." Li Tao impatiently kicked her aside. "Now you remember our marital bond? You forgot what you said in court." "I haven't forgotten your earlier face. You shameless woman, I have served for 8 years without making any mistakes, and you drove me to this point. How dare you ask for my forgiveness? Get lost." Li Tao didn't indulge her, dragging Yen Dongping to the edge of the deep pit and throwing her in. He then turned to Han Dongjian. At that moment, Han Dongjian's groin was already soaked, a faint stench wafting up. "Ancestors, it really has nothing to do with me. This woman seduced me, saying she was lonely and cold. I was momentarily bewitched and made a mistake, but I even advised her not to get a divorce." Nia Yun couldn't help but curse. "Then you deserve to die even more, wanting to spend Li Tao's money without getting a divorce." Hearing this, Li Tao spat and kicked the nearly 200-pound Han Dongjian into the deep pit. The two of them trembled in the pit, starting to blame each other. "It's all your fault for insisting on a divorce. You damned me." Yen Dongping sobbed. "Didn't you say you had power? Call your connections to save us. I'll save your mother." Lu Tu approached the edge of the pit, clapping his hands to interrupt their quarrel. "Stop acting. I've seen through your strong bond. If you get out, it won't take 3 days before you reconcile again. How about this? I'll give you a way out." The eyes of the two reignited with hope for life, and they kept bowing to Lu Tu, saying, "As long as you are willing to let us go, we will agree to anything." Lu Tu smiled wickedly, called over Nia Yun, and whispered a few words. Nia Yun's eyes lit up after hearing it. Brilliant. Nia Yun jumped into the pit first, tying the two of them up tightly, then using a long rope to connect them, directing the excavator to lift them into the air. Whoever bites through the rope and falls first will live. Upon hearing this, both of them looked at each other in shock. Han Dongjian said, Ping Ping, I have elderly at home and children to take care of, just let me live. Yan Dongping scolded, You bastard, didn't you say in bed that you would protect me for a lifetime? You should let me live. Does what you say in bed count? Yan Dongping didn't care about that anymore and was the first to stretch her neck and start gnawing at the rope above her. Seeing this, Han Dongjian immediately took action, but due to his long-term drinking and betel nut chewing, and not brushing his teeth were not as good as Yan Dongping's. As he saw his progress lagging far behind Yan Dongping's, he grew desperate and kicked her in the abdomen, causing her to loosen her grip on the rope. Yan Dongping was also tough. She kicked Han Dongjian between the legs, making him tremble in midair like a cooked shrimp. The two of them hung in the air, attacking each other, completely devoid of their past sweetness. All their vows became mere ghost stories in the face of life and death. After 10 minutes of struggle, Yan Dongping was the first to bite through her rope and fell into the deep pit, her shin bone making a sickening crack in an extremely awkward position. At that moment, she ignored the pain of her fractured ankle and excitedly waved at Li Tao above the pit, Honey, I did it, save me. At the same time, Han Dongjian also fell into the deep pit. He suddenly grabbed Yan Dongping's neck fiercely, nearly making her eyes pop out. Lu Tu looked at Li Tao beside him and whispered a few instructions. Without saying a word, Li Tao jumped into the deep pit and punched Han Dongjian in the neck, sending him to meet the king of hell. At this moment, Yan Dongping, who had narrowly escaped death, looked at Li Tao, whom she had publicly humiliated earlier, and was surprised that he came down to save her. The guilt in her heart reached its peak as she hugged Li Tao's thigh, crying uncontrollably. Honey, I knew you still cared about me, only you truly treat me well. I was blind before, I was really wrong. I will serve you like a cow or a horse for the rest of my life. I love you, honey. But after talking for a long time, she didn't hear Li Tao's response. A wave of despair surged in her heart. When she looked up, she saw Li Tao looking down at her with a mocking gaze, clearly not believing a word. Li Tao reached out to touch Yan Dongping's scarred face and said softly, Don't get me wrong, I saved you because I can't go against Mr. Lu's rules. I wasn't that angry about your infidelity. After all, I really spent very little time with you. But when you deny all my efforts, treat me like a turtle slave, and trample my dignity underfoot, you already wished for my death. Honey, I was wrong. Li Tao resolutely shook her off and climbed out of the deep pit. Go down and keep Han Dongjian company, you don't deserve me. In your next life, you two can continue to be together as cows and horses, but don't come looking for me. With the roar of the excavator, a cloud of yellow sand covered Yan Dongping's vision. She wanted to struggle, wanted to explain, but no one could hear her anymore. The brief scenes of her life flashed before her eyes like slides, and at this moment, perhaps she would finally realize her mistakes. Until the pit was filled, Li Tao knelt before Lu Tu with a thud. Mr. Lu, you have preserved my last dignity as a man. From now on, my life belongs to you. Lu Tu helped him up. Do you know why this happened? Li Tao was taken aback and replied blankly, I don't understand either. Why am I so good to her, yet she treats me like this? Lu Tu sneered, It's precisely because you are too good to her. Of course, you can care for your wife, but you must not be blindly good to her. Once the balance of feelings starts to tilt, everything you do will seem like a given to her. Do you think that by giving her all your allowances every month, she will appreciate your kindness? You may be an excellent soldier, but you don't understand human nature. Seeing Li Tao lost in thought, deeply dejected, Lu Tu patted his shoulder and said, Of course, the main issue is that you chose the wrong person. You just made a mistake in the questions, while Yan Dongping and the others made a mistake in the people. It's a different nature. You don't need to worry about this matter. Just follow me and work hard in the future. At this moment, Li Tao was already in tears, not expecting that a man of his stature would be so moved in front of a man younger than him. He had already made up his mind to follow Lu Tu and nodded heavily. I will go through fire and water for you. Lu Tu, after hearing this, said nothing and left directly. In his view, Li Tao was simply too old-fashioned, as if he had been brainwashed, filled with thoughts of loyalty. Nia Yun poked Li Tao's arm and whispered, What loyalty at this time? Loyalty should be reflected in actions. Hurry up and drive. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Li Tao then realized and quickly jogged a few steps to the car. Although Lu Tu hadn't instructed Nia Yun, he believed that with Nia Yun's intelligence, this matter didn't require his intervention. It was just about dealing with two scoundrels. He categorized this as, after thinking for a while, he came up with a good term: acting on behalf of heaven. Go to the Shanghai Provincial Party Committee compound. Lu Tu only brought Li Tao with him. After buying some supplements at a mall they passed, they arrived at Pang Dawei's home. It was the weekend, and Pang Dawei should be at home. After all, to give him a surprise, it had to be unexpected. As soon as they reached the outside of Pang's standalone house, they saw Lu Sanji wiping a car. When he saw Lu Tu, he smiled and tossed the towel into a bucket, wiped his hands half dry on his clothes, and pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes to offer. Lu Tu didn't mind, took out a lighter, and lit one up, and the two squatted by Pang Dawe's car chatting. "You're here? Yeah. You look spirited. You must have settled things? Yeah. You're impressive. You managed to handle such a big situation. It seems you'll be on the fast track from now on. I also have to thank Sanji for helping me the day before yesterday. It saved me a lot of trouble. Just a small matter. You should thank your godfather. He didn't sleep all night." Lu Tu extinguished the cigarette but in a flower pot planted by Pang Dawe, stood up, and shouted into the house, "Godmother, godmother. You little rascal, you still remember to visit your godmother." Lin Lan was sitting on the sofa reading. When she saw Lu Tu, her smile crinkled, and she quickly took off her reading glasses and got up to greet him. "Godmother, I've been busy with my studies lately, so I haven't come by." Lin Lan smiled without saying a word. She certainly knew what Lu Tu had been up to recently, but since he was unwilling to talk about it, she didn't ask either, inviting him to sit down and wash some fruit for him. At this moment, Pang Dawe also came down from the study upstairs and sat down beside Lu Tu. "Everything okay?" "It's fine, just small matters." After hearing this, Pang Dawe smiled and nodded. He wasn't worried about how Lu Tu would fare under Huojian's guardianship. He only knew that much. He wouldn't actively pry into what Lu Tu had experienced in the Zhenghai battle zone. That was a taboo. The two stared at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Lan sat down, and Lu Tu suddenly spoke up. "Godmother, do you want to move to a bigger house?" Lin Lan smiled and looked him over, saying, "You want to get Godmother a bigger house? But Godmother can't have that. Your godfather's housing is regulated and can't exceed the specified area." Lu Tu pretended to be clueless and laughed. "In that case, let's have Godfather take a step further and upgrade from a deputy to a full position." This remark made Lin Lan and Pang Dawe chuckle, and they teased, "You little rascal, you think too highly of yourself. Your godfather has spent his whole life in the officialdom and wouldn't dare to think of that position. You sure have some guts." Lin Lan shot Pang Dawe a glare and scolded, "This is called a son having prospects. Not everyone is as cautious as you." Pang Dawe wasn't angry. He took a sip of tea and said, Yes, I'm getting old. The future belongs to these young people." Lu Tu actually felt grateful to Pang Dawe and Lin Lan from the bottom of his heart. After all, they truly didn't mind that he was an orphan, especially Lin Lan, who accepted Lu Tu wholeheartedly. So even though he had just taken out 2 people an hour ago, he still acted like a good boy in front of Lin Lan. Clearing his throat, Lu Tu saw the two looking over and smiled mysteriously. "I've already applied to the deputy elder to help Godfather advance. The position of the governor of Zhenghai will soon be his." Crack! The glass in Lin Lan's hand shattered, and she looked at Lu Tu in disbelief. "Who are you talking about? The deputy elder? How do you know the deputy elder?" Even the usually composed Pang Dawe's hand trembled as he held the teacup. Especially when he heard Lu Tu mention the deputy elder, he began to believe it, but then he thought, how could the personnel appointments of the Zhenghai Provincial Committee listen to a 19-year-old kid? He couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "Little Tu, just say that at home, don't go spreading it outside." "Who's spreading it? I exchanged with the deputy elder yesterday. He personally promised to promote you." "What?" Pang Dawe and his wife were completely dumbfounded. Lin Lan even sent Aunt Zhang, the cleaning lady, out and closed the door tightly before sitting back down. "You mean you exchanged something with the deputy elder for your godfather's future?" Lu Tu picked up an apple and took a bite, mumbling, "Yeah, I used the Long Yuan phone to make the call." Upon hearing Long Yuan, Pang Dawe finally believed most of it. His mind raced as he lowered his voice to ask again, "What did you exchange with the deputy elder?" Lu Tu smiled wickedly, "The mass production blueprints for the 7th generation machine." Pang Dawe's pupils contracted. "You have that? How did you get it?" "I invented it, and it has already been verified by the state. That's why I had the deputy elder promote you to the top position and put this series of industries all in Zhenghai." Pang Dawe was stunned for a few seconds when suddenly he received a phone call. He quickly stood up from the sofa and respectfully finished the call. Trembling, he placed the phone on the coffee table and then laughed heartily, ha ha ha. As he laughed, the corners of Pang Dawe's eyes gradually became moist. "Good boy, how can I handle such a repayment from you?" Lu Tu smiled calmly, "I just want Godmother to live in a bigger house." At this moment, Lin Lan was already in a daze. She had never heard such a fantastical story and looked at Pang Dawe for confirmation. Pang Dawe nodded and said, "The old leader called me, saying the appointment will be finalized on Monday." My goodness, child, you actually helped your godfather take a step further. Do you know how many years your godfather waited to reach this point? Lin Lan's emotions were even more agitated than Pang Dawei's. She grabbed Lu Tu's arm, tears streaming down her face as she looked at him. Lu Tu handed her a tissue. Godmother, don't cry. If it weren't for Godfather's hard work over the years, even if I exchanged something, the vice elder wouldn't have agreed. So this is all Godfathers do. What does the good child want to eat? Godmother will make it for you. I want to eat garlic ribs, braised pork, and fish-flavored eggplant. Eat heartily. Godmother will make you big bowls. Pang Dawei observed Lu Tu the whole time, knowing how precious this gift Lu Tu had given him was. It wasn't just about promoting him to the top position, it was also about providing a brilliant future industrial chain. Once the mass production of the 7th generation machine took shape in Shanghai, this tremendous achievement would naturally be credited to him, and a smooth path ahead was guaranteed. Even reaching a national level with only a few dozen people was not impossible. What shocked him the most was Lu Tu's reaction. He was humbled despite his achievements, behaving like a child who had just received a certificate. What kind of family could raise such an outstanding young person? Even though he understood human nature well, he couldn't fathom that such great virtues and exceptional abilities could be concentrated in a 19-year-old child. As someone well-versed in history, he knew that when such a person appeared, they would change the course of an era. He looked at Lu Tu, who still wore a humble expression, and felt even more delighted. Today, let's have a good drink and talk about the future planning of Shanghai. If outsiders heard this, it would be a big deal. The top leader of Shanghai actually wanted to discuss the future planning of Shanghai with a college freshman. The key was that Shanghai's planning had to consider Lu Tu's opinions. How infuriating was that? Soon, the meal was ready, and Pang Wan was called back by Lin Lan's phone, bringing the family together again. When Pang Wan learned that her father's promotion was arranged by Lu Tu, her gaze towards her younger brother was filled with admiration and awe, and she surprisingly raised her glass to toast Lu Tu. After clinking glasses with Pang Wan, Lu Tu downed his drink. Sister, what do you usually do? Me? I started a clothing studio with a few friends. So you're the main person in charge? Pang Wan pouted at the mention. I study law, fashion design is just my hobby. To put it bluntly, we are just a few tailors. I really don't like the term main person in charge, even the pedicurists outside call themselves that. Everyone burst into laughter. Lu Tu didn't know much about Pang Wan, and this was the first time he discovered her cheerful personality. Lu Tu suggested, Sister Wan, how about I invest in you to set up a factory with a few production lines? Do you have orders for me to fulfill? Lu Tu nodded. In the future, Shanghai will see a surge of enterprises, and work uniforms will be essential. You can take care of that. Pang Wan was momentarily stunned, but seeing Lu Tu and Pang Dawei's calm expressions, she was a bit bewildered. How had Lu Tu gained such power in just a few days? Then she thought about how Lu Tu could help her father get promoted with just a word, and it made sense. But I want to do high-end designs, not work uniforms. Lu Tu thought to himself that Pang Wan truly was the daughter of a wealthy family. Her standards were high. Who said the work uniform orders I give you have to be of poor quality? You can design them like luxury goods. Workers deserve to wear beautiful and stylish clothes too. This statement struck Pang Dawei and the others like a thunderclap. Indeed, they had unconsciously associated work uniforms with poor quality, durable, and rough, as if workers were meant to dress poorly by nature. Lu Tu continued, I have already discussed it with the vice elder. I will also be involved in the industrial supply chain downstream, so when the time comes, I hope my godfather can allocate me some land to build a factory. Pang Dawei immediately agreed, no problem, the 7th generation machine is an urgent project. Just go ahead and do it. My godfather will help you clear all obstacles. Thank you, Godfather. I don't mind if the land is a bit off, but it must be large enough. How big do you want it? The bigger, the better. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Lu Tu first downed his drink and then said loudly, I have always had a question. Why is it that everyone is working so hard, yet the boss keeps shouting about not making money and suffering losses every year, while I see them changing luxury cars without a hitch? Since the vice elder has agreed to let me take the lead this time, I want to undertake a business that won't be criticized. Reject all labor dispatching, raise the treatment of all employees, and build free housing, schools, and hospitals, so they can stand tall here. I want to see if such a business can actually make money, and whether I will end up crying poor. After he finished speaking, deep shame washed over the faces of those present. Their backgrounds limited what they could think of for the people. Even Pang Dawei, who had sworn under the banner, could not serve the people in every aspect. But here was Lu Tu, young and still in school, with such lofty ideals and ambitions. It was known that he could now negotiate with the vice elder, and a single word from him could determine Pang Dawei's career path. The first thing he thought of after achieving success was not to show off like other wealthy people, buying luxury villas and yachts, partying with celebrities and drinking champagne. His first thought was to have Pang Dawei allocate larger land so he could take care of the suffering lower-class people. Clap, clap, clap. Pang Wan was the first to applaud, already moved to tears by Lu Tu's words. Having grown up in an environment filled with extravagance, she had seen too many indulgent people, but this was the first time she had truly encountered someone who did not forget their original intention. Even Pang Dawei couldn't help but feel emotional, influenced by Lu Tu's passion. He waved his hand grandly and said, "Godfather supports you. We must make this happen." A decision that could change the fate of 30 million people in Shanghai quietly emerged at this roundtable. "Thank you for your support, Godfather. Although I have ideas, I still lack the most important element." Pang Dawei smiled mysteriously. "Good kid, you've written a grand speech waiting for me here, right? Isn't it just a lack of funds? Godfather will allocate it for you." Just as Lu Tu was happily about to agree, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting that Yen Dongping and Han Dongjian have completely died, calculating the completion of the event. The completion of the revenge event is rated A, reward, a mysterious recipe for treating love brain, which can erase a certain painful memory of the user, allowing them to forget the pain of love. Lu Tu wondered why this reward had not come earlier. It was too disappointing. What did Love Brain have to do with him? Not to mention, Love Brain was even more annoying than a warm man. It still had to line up behind the dog. Wait! Lu Tu suddenly remembered a movie he had seen, Ashes of Time, which featured a drink that made heroes flock to it. Drinking it could help one forget troubles and reshape their life. Who knows? There might actually be a market for it. After all, there were currently no alternative products on the market. Whether rich or poor, young or old, everyone had an unforgettable emotional entanglement. Wasn't there news recently about a 70-year-old man who, despite opposition, married his first love? Who knows what those two old folks were thinking, at an age where they could barely hold each other up while feeding dentures? In that case, this thing still has a market. Looking at the prescription, it's all ordinary Chinese medicinal herbs, like ginseng, scorpions, and, the more I look, the more it resembles a tonic for enhancing male vitality. Seeing Lu Tu in a daze, Pang Dawei patted him and said, "Once the appointment in the 7th generation project come through, I'll immediately hold a meeting to get your approval. But don't have too high expectations, the finances are tight, and we can't spare much money." Lu Tu smiled and said, "Thank you, Godfather. With your support, the people of Shanghai will have better days ahead." After that, the few of them clinked glasses and enjoyed a harmonious meal. After dinner, Lu Tu suggested to Pang Dawei that the Shanghai municipal government should step in to acquire the Tao family's insurance company. This was exactly what Pang Dawei had in mind. The reason he tolerated Lu Tu causing a ruckus in the casino was that he had already thought of this. The two hit it off, and Pang Dawei stated that as soon as his appointment came through, they could take action directly. Leaving the provincial party compound, Lu Tu still had 550 million in cash on hand. He initially thought it would be confiscated by the national security people, but it was still in his account. It seemed this was either Long Yuan's or someone higher-up's intention. The blueprint he had just described to Pang Dawei wasn't all just bragging. With someone backing him, how could he not take advantage? Such a good project, if he didn't profit, would he let other rich kids take it? By overseeing it personally, he could not only make a profit but also ensure quality, at least avoiding the quality issues that worried the public. With others, it was hard to say. If it were the old Lu Tu, he might not have dared to think this way, but now, who had a worse background than him? His backing wasn't just national security and the Shanghai military region. He wasn't worried about money. Even if the finances couldn't allocate the funds he hoped for, he had other ways to obtain large sums. With the ability to foresee 10 seconds into the future, entering a casino felt as easy as going home. It seemed he needed to make a trip to Portugal and Australia soon. The casinos there were hundreds of times larger than the Tao families, causing countless families to break apart. This could be considered taking from the people to use for the people. As soon as he got in the car, Lu Tu unexpectedly received a call from Officer Su. "Hello, Officer Su. I'm just informing you that the verdict for Ding Zhang, Wang Hao, and others has come out. The death penalty will be executed a week later." Lu Tu suddenly became interested and asked, "Can I see them one last time?" Officer Su hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes, I'll notify the detention center and give you 10 minutes for visitation. Just don't let the inmates get too agitated." "Thank you, Officer Su." Lu Tu hung up the phone, casually found a pharmacy by the roadside, pulled out the prescription for the love-struck brain, and used the pharmacy's machine to make a pill. Just thinking about what he was going to do to Ding Zhang at the detention center made him unable to suppress a laugh. He had Li Tao drive straight to the detention center, and after registering at the entrance, he was led by the guard to the visitation room to wait. Before long, he saw Ding Zhang enter, handcuffed and shackled. As soon as Ding Zhang saw Lu Tu, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He never expected the first person to visit him would be Lu Tu. "What are you here for?" Lu Tu maintained his calm smile. "I'm here to see you one last time. I heard you're going to die." Ding Zhang was speechless. He could tell Lu Tu was here to mock him. He knew what had happened. He had only bought a small bag of a few grams of contraband. But when he returned to his room with a KTV girl, the police came and found a full 2 kilograms in his bag. He had tried to use various connections, but it was like sinking into the sea. Only then did he realize he must have offended someone he shouldn't have. Ding Zhang glared at Lu Tu in anger. "You're still as annoying as ever. If we were in school, just based on that sentence, I could beat you to the point where you wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. But you're about to die, and you don't even have the right to breathe free air." Ding Zhang said fiercely, "Don't be arrogant, my dad is still outside. I'll have him come find you." Lu Tu feigned surprise and said, "Your dad? You still don't know that he was arrested for stabbing someone and assaulting a police officer? You must have set my dad up." Lu Tu smiled wickedly. "Not just him. Your relatives and friends will soon be reunited in prison." "Fuck you, Lu Tu. You must have set me up too." Lu Tu sighed softly. "If you didn't break the law, how could I possibly set you up? Actually, I somewhat regret it now. I shouldn't have reported you so early and sent you to prison. It seems I ended up protecting you instead." Just as Ding Zhang was puzzled, he saw Lu Tu pull out a pen, which, under his fingers, crumbled into powder as easily as plastic. Ding Zhang stared at Lu Tu in disbelief, unable to speak for a while, secretly terrified. If that grip were on him, wouldn't he be covered in bruises? Lu Tu patted him on the shoulder and comforted, "Enjoy the last few days of your life. I won't let you die so easily. For all the bullying you've done to me, I'll return it double." "Lu Tu, please let me go. I'm still so young. I just made a mistake, and I'm willing to spend my life making it up." Taking the opportunity, Lu Tu flicked a pill into Ding Zhang's mouth, then stood up and said, "Make it up? If you can still talk to me, it's only because I'm in a good mood. If you say any more, I'll kill your whole family." With that, Lu Tu left, leaving Ding Zhang slumped in the chair, his face full of despair. He looked at Lu Tu's back, filled not only with boundless hatred but also deep fear. He covered his face in pain. At that moment, he had many vicious curses stuck in his throat, but he despairingly found he couldn't speak. It was then he suddenly realized how foolish he had been when targeting Lu Tu. Clearly receiving poverty assistance, he continued to live carefree. Why provoke him? Just as Ding Zhang was in agony, his eyes suddenly cleared, and he blinked at the guard, asking, "Hey, why am I here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the guard impatiently took him away, unable to help but curse. "With your kind of behavior, you still want to act cute with me?" Ding Zhang shouted in terror. "Why are you locking me up? You've been sentenced to death for drug trafficking. Why do you think you're locked up? Talk more, and I'll throw you in a solitary cell." Endless fear engulfed Ding Zhang again. He truly couldn't remember what he had done to end up in the detention center, and according to the guard, he had already been sentenced to death? Hadn't he just started his freshman year? What was going on? Ding Zhang began to curse and act crazy, and the guard, thoroughly annoyed, thought he had gone mad and directly locked him in a solitary cell. Ding Zhang had almost come to terms with death, but after Lu Tu's dose of medicine, he completely forgot the painful memories. Death itself is not terrifying. What is terrifying is the waiting process when one knows death is approaching. And now, Ding Zhang was about to slowly savor this taste of fear again. Just after leaving the detention center, Lu Tu received a questioning call from Officer Su. "What exactly did you say to Ding Zhang? He's gone crazy. He keeps saying he's innocent and wants to go back to school." Lu Tu laughed. "I just reminisced about the good times at school with him. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance." Officer Su had no choice but to hang up. He had checked the surveillance but found no evidence of Lu Tu giving Ding Zhang the pill. After all, Lu Tu was just too fast. Even Lu Tu couldn't help but praise himself as a genius at tormenting others, coming up with such a brilliant idea. Now he was in a great mood, without a trace of guilt or self-reproach. Did those bastards ever show a hint of sympathy when they bullied him to the brink of death? Perhaps he would have let Ding Zhang die a quicker death. After getting into the car, Lu Tu took out a leftover love pill and tossed it to Li Tao. "Want to eat it?" Li Tao turned back while waiting for the red light. To be honest, I don't want to," Lu Tu said with understanding. "Not wanting to eat is natural, but what if I told you that eating this pill could help you forget all the harm Yan Dongping has caused you?" After hearing this, Li Tao stuffed the pill into his mouth without a second thought. "Then I'll eat it. Aren't you afraid I gave you poison?" Li Tao chuckled and scratched his head. "My life belongs to Mr. Lu. Even if you really want me dead, you would still take care of my child." Lu Tu nodded secretly. "Guess I didn't help the wrong person. From now on, you just..." Just as he was speaking, Lu Tu clearly felt that Li Tao's gaze had changed. Li Tao, who had been immersed in sorrow earlier, now had eyes as clear as if he had just joined the young pioneers. "Mr. Lu, please continue," Li Tao said, pulling out a pen and paper from his pocket, looking eager to learn. Lu Tu waved his hand. It's nothing, let's go to the airport. Taking this opportunity, Lu Tu called Nya Yun. Could you help me buy a ticket to Portugal and Australia? Also, could you handle the permit and other procedures for me? Nya Yun was taken aback but quickly agreed. I'll take care of it right away. Do you need me to bring someone to accompany you? Just you and Li Tao. Buy tickets for the three of us, and I'll reimburse you later. Nya Yun laughed. What do you need to reimburse for such a small amount? I can't wait to go on a mission with you. Lu Tu thought about it and agreed. Whatever he gave Nya Yun later would be worth much more than this amount, so he didn't mind. Alright, I'll wait for you at the airport. An hour later, they arrived at the waiting hall of Shanghai International Airport. Lu Tu had never flown before, so he naturally didn't have any VIP treatment, nor did he have that habit. He also casually informed Zhang Shi over the phone that he would be on a business trip for a few days. After sitting for a while, he suddenly heard a surprised exclamation. Wow, the campus heartthrob is over there. Lu Tu looked up in confusion and saw Wei Zixuan, who had flirted with him under the girls' dormitory that day. She was accompanied by another girl dressed just as flamboyantly, whose name Lu Tu couldn't recall. The two excitedly came over and sat down next to Lu Tu. Wei Zixuan naturally placed her hand on Lu Tu's shoulder. What a coincidence, Junior. Are you going to Portugal and Australia too? Lu Tu took her hand off and said, Stay away from me, I have a girlfriend. Wei Zixuan's companion, Ding Mingqi, exclaimed and sat intimately on Lu Tu's right. Are there still such good men around? So what if you have a girlfriend? We won't eat you. Lu Tu glanced at Ding Mingqi, whose nose was obviously a bit red. Having a girlfriend doesn't matter, I just don't like your kind of plastic face. Ding Mingqi's expression darkened instantly, and she glared at Lu Tu in dissatisfaction. Is being handsome so impressive? You can't even speak properly, you really have no emotional intelligence. Lu Tu retorted sharply. You aren't even worthy of me using emotional intelligence to talk. Ding Mingqi disdainfully curled her lip. AUV, do you think you're so impressive? You're just sitting in economy class like us, waiting here. I thought you were going to the VIP lounge to eat beef noodles. Wei Zixuan saw that Lu Tu was still as aloof as ever and was also rude to her best friend, so she mocked. Where's your campus beauty girlfriend? Are you planning to sneak off to Portugal and Australia to cheat, deliberately not inviting her? Lu Tu showed no signs of embarrassment and nodded calmly. Yeah, are you two going over the weekend to work as escorts? You bastard. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're handsome. Being handsome is useless, having money is what counts. Lu Tushuan nodded in agreement. Yes, I also think having money is better. Ding Mingqi patted her backside and stood up. Sitting with someone as poor as you lowers our status. If you see me in Portugal or Macau, don't you dare say hello. We can't afford to lose face. The two ran over to sit across from Lu Tu, occasionally mumbling something. Just by looking at their expressions, it was clear they were up to no good, but Lu Tu couldn't be bothered to argue with such women. That would truly lower his status. Before long, Ding Mengqi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she poked Wei Zixuan beside her, saying, Look quickly, there's a handsome guy in a suit over there. Wei Zixuan followed her gaze and indeed saw a young, handsome man in a sharp suit wearing sunglasses. Just by his demeanor, it was clear he was from a wealthy family, especially since he was followed by a dozen bodyguards. The two, who usually enjoyed reading stories about domineering CEOs, were instantly excited. They immediately ran over to strike up a conversation. In their line of work as gold diggers, the competition had become fierce in the past 2 years. If they didn't seize the opportunity with such a quality man, they would be snatched away by other gold diggers in no time. One had to admit that Wei Zixuan and the others were quite proactive. They approached the CEO with a charming smile, saying, Excuse me, handsome, could you do us a favor? Can you help us check if the B24 boarding gate is around here? The CEO was none other than Nya Yun, who had just finished his paperwork and arrived. Coming from a prominent family with 3 generations in business, he was finally able to enter politics in his generation. How could he possibly be interested in a woman like Ding Mingqi? Moreover, he had a mission at hand. Nothing was more important than Lu Tu's schedule. Impatiently, he brushed past the two and walked straight up to Lu Tu, respectfully saying, Mr. Lu, the paperwork is all set. Shall we go to the lounge and sit for a bit? Lu Tu waved his hand nonchalantly. Let's just wait here. Time is running out. All right. Nya Yun waved his hand, and the group of bodyguards behind him all stood at Lu Tu's back, their professional demeanor clearly not something that could be faked. Lu Tu was used to being low-key, but this time he was going to Macau to make a big splash, so he naturally wanted to be a bit more ostentatious. He believed that on this flight to Macau, there would definitely be people related to the casino, such as chip runners. Sure enough, in the waiting area, many people, upon seeing Lu Tu's youthful appearance and the entourage behind him, looked delighted and quickly took out their phones to send messages. A big fish has arrived. Wei Zixuan was so excited that tears almost streamed from the corners of her mouth. Previously, she only thought Lu Tu looked good, but now she saw him as the perfect man in her heart and immediately went to the restroom to touch up her makeup. After looking in the mirror, she felt something was still lacking. She decisively stood up, dragged her suitcase into the restroom, took off her turtleneck sweater, and pushed her cleavage up dramatically. Ding Mengqi, unwilling to fall behind, also went to the restroom to change into her carefully prepared battle attire, black stockings from Balenciaga and diamond-studded high heels from Jimmy Choo. Wrapping herself in a wool coat that covered the little fabric she had on, she walked confidently back to stand in front of Lu Tu. Lu Tu looked puzzled and asked, "Do you two have something to discuss?" "We do," Wei Zixuan and Ding Mengqi said in unison, and as they spoke, they unfastened their coat belts, revealing their alluring figures to Lu Tu. Ding Mengqi leaned close to Lu Tu's ear, her posture extremely suggestive as she whispered, "Do you like it? We can go out to sea and have fun in Macau." Wei Zixuan was even more direct, pushing Ding Mengqi aside and plopping down next to Lu Tu, wrapping her arm around his, continuously pressing against him. "Brother Lu Tu, when you go to Macau to have fun, you can't be without a female companion, so why not let me join you?" Lu Tu pulled his arm away. "Senior, why do you call me brother?" Wei Zixuan smiled charmingly. "How annoying. Don't just call me sister. I could call you dad if you want." Lu Tu glanced at Wei Zixuan's thigh without changing his expression. "If it really comes to that, just buy a toy. Don't act all flirty with me. Nia Yun, have them leave." Nia Yun had long had enough of the two of them and impatiently ordered them to be sent away. Just as it was time to board, Lu Tu and the others took another passageway. Lu Tu couldn't claim to be unperturbed, but he was aware that countless eyes were on him, and it wasn't worth ruining his reputation and standing for two women who had undergone cosmetic surgery. The announcement for boarding began, and Lu Tu only took Nia Yun and Li Tao with him, not allowing any other bodyguards to follow. This action made those observing him start to think. 2 hours later, when Lu Tu landed, Nia Yun suggested, "Brother Lu, after such a long journey, why not relax a bit first?" Since Lu Tu was at the airport, he deliberately acted high profile. How could he possibly go play now? "Women only cloud my judgment. I'm here to secure startup funds in Portugal and Macau." Nia Yun secretly clicked her tongue. How many people around the world dream of getting rich overnight in Portugal and Macau? The reality was that casinos opened one after another, and there had never been a report of a casino losing money. Although Lu Tu's skills displayed at the Tao family's underground casino were indeed impressive, this was Portugal and Macau, renowned worldwide. The experts gathered here were not something the Tao family could compare to. At least, they wouldn't turn against you over a few $100 million. There are many casinos in Portugal and Macau, like Wynn and MGM. Which one has foreign capital? MGM, it's controlled by a company from Las Vegas. Lu Tu nodded. "Then let's go to MGM." Soon, the three of them arrived at MGM's casino. As soon as they got out of the car, a woman in a high-end professional outfit greeted them. "Mr. Lu, this way please. I'm the client manager at MGM. You can call me Xiao Qian." Lu Tu nodded nonchalantly. "Do you know me?" Xiao Qian smiled brightly. "Since the moment Mr. Lu landed, countless people in Portugal and Macau have been waiting for you." This was the effect he wanted. The more attention he attracted, the more sense it would make when he made a fortune later, avoiding a lot of tedious troubles. Xiao Qian gracefully led the way, her slender waist truly captivating, turning back with a smile. "Mr. Lu, how much in chips would you like to exchange?" Lu Tu didn't waste words and directly took out his card. "Exchange 100 million for fun." "All right, please have a seat here, Mr. Lu." Xiao Qian respectfully took the bank card. Although she didn't know Lu Tu's background, she could find out that it was his first time in Portugal and Macau. Many big bosses came here to play, and 100 million was really nothing. Soon, Xiao Qian had someone bring over the chips. "Mr. Lu, would you like me to explain the gameplay?" Lu Tu was here to make money. He had no time for idle chatter, directly refusing. "I just like to play dice." With that, he stood up and walked towards the dice table. Li Tao swiftly took the chips from the server's hand. Xiao Qian's group didn't feel awkward at all. After being ignored, her smile remained unchanged as she followed along. Dice was a relatively popular game, straightforward and suitable for all ages, so it was packed with people and no seats available. Lu Tu still followed his usual routine, scanning the crowd, and in front of a dejected middle-aged man, he tossed out 10,000 in chips, saying, "Brother, take this to another table for some luck." The middle-aged man had been playing for a day and night. If it weren't for the casino's ample oxygen supply, he might have collapsed long ago. Hearing Lu Tu's words, his eyes lit up as he took the chips. "Thank you, boss. Wishing you good luck." Nearby, a plump woman saw this and quickly advised, "Little brother, don't sit at his unlucky spot. This guy's luck is terrible. He's lost 12 hands in a row." Whoever sits there is doomed. The middle-aged man wanted to refute, but he couldn't find the words, so he could only close his mouth in frustration. Lu Tu smiled casually. I believe in everything, except for the supernatural. With that, he sat down. With empty hands, Xiao Qian timely offered a cigar, but Lu Tu politely declined and Li Tao took out half a pack of Li Kun cigarettes he had brought from Zhanghai. I can't get used to smoking without inhaling. This one feels just right. Xiao Qian laughed. Mr. Lu, your taste is truly unique. May I ask if you would like something to drink? Lu Tu snapped his fingers. Coke, Pepsi. The others, seeing his extraordinary demeanor and unwavering confidence, instinctively regarded him as a sudden rich fool. Such people were common in the casinos of Portugal and Australia, and despite his current bravado, they believed he would be hiding in a hotel crying within 3 days. The dealer naturally ignored this little episode. He couldn't let the guests disrupt his rhythm, as he had strict regulations on how many rounds he needed to open each hour. After shaking the dice cup, he smiled and said, Everyone, please place your bets. Lu Tu was still waiting for his 10-second prediction range. When the numbers 345 and a big 12 appeared in his mind, Lu Tu directly beckoned Li Tao with his finger. Big. Li Tao quickly placed a bet of a whole 100 million on big. This move left the gamblers present dumbfounded. Even though they had long been accustomed to the super-large casinos in Portugal and Australia, they had never seen anyone bet like this on dice. Even the account manager, Xiao Qian, was stunned. Although she hoped Lu Tu would place a heavier bet, she didn't want him to have no gaming experience at all and lose everything right away. That would be a huge loss for her. She cautiously suggested, Mr. Lu, why not make the first bet a little smaller? Lu Tu replied unhappily, Are you teaching me how to do my job? Sorry. Xiao Qian felt extremely disdainful inside. Earlier, she thought Lu Tu was quite charming, but she didn't expect him to behave just like everyone else at the gambling table. At this moment, she sneered inwardly, thinking, Don't come begging me for a loan when you lose everything. Lu Tu tapped the table twice with his fingers, urging the dealer, Open the dice cup. Nia Yun observed from behind Lu Tu, wondering how he could be so confident without doing anything. Did he really have some special ability? He quickly dismissed that thought. As a member of the national security, he would know if there were any special ability users around. The other gamblers at the table looked at Lu Tu with various expressions. Some envied his wealth, some mocked his overconfidence, some admired his looks and wealth and wanted to have his children, while others hoped he would lose everything so they could introduce him to credit products. In the savage environment of the casino, human nature was laid bare without any disguise. The dealers at MGM were undeniably professional. Upon seeing such a large bet, they didn't even blink, revealing the dice cup with a calm demeanor. 345, Big 12. Congratulations to this gentleman. Silence fell, a pin drop could be heard. At that moment, within a 2-meter radius of the sick bow table, everyone seemed petrified, forming a stark contrast to the bustling crowd in the casino. Incredible, truly incredible. With the surprised scream of a plump woman next door, everyone finally reacted. The gazes that had previously been directed at Lu Tu now turned fervent. They had come here to win money, and the massive dopamine rush from winning was palpable. Seeing Lu Tu win 100 million chips with just one hand, the 200 million chips in front of him piled up like a small mountain. Everyone was ecstatic. In such a situation, as long as the gamblers weren't completely out of their minds, they would symbolically start betting along with the big winner. Boss, what are you buying next? Asked a square-faced man at the same table, his face full of flattery. Lu Tu couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Hey, I don't know how to play. Can you teach me how to place a bet? A woman with a popular internet celebrity face giggled from across the table. Lu Tu glanced over and felt annoyed, replying curtly, If you can't even play dice, you should eat more fish liver oil to boost your brain. The commotion here was accurately reported to the higher-ups at the casino. When the secretary arrived at Zhang Yufei's office with a pad in hand, she replied without looking up, Just 100 million? That's enough to say the client has a problem? As the overall head of MGM Group in the Asia-Pacific region, she was rarely seen and certainly wouldn't worry about a gambler winning 100 million. She had seen too many of these situations. The casino had many experts specifically tasked with catching gamblers cheating, and none of those experts reported anything, so they naturally ignored the secretary's mention of an anomaly. No, General Manager, this person is different from the other guests. He just sat down and went all in, then won 100 million. At that moment, Zhang Yufei understood why her usually composed secretary, Su Si, was so flustered. As soon as she took the tablet, she spotted the striking Lu Tu in the crowd, who was currently betting a total of 200 million chips on a small number. Although she couldn't hear the sounds, she could tell from the actions of those around him that they also trusted his judgment. Almost simultaneously, all the gamblers around placed their chips on the small number, such a one-sided situation was the casino's greatest taboo. Zhang Yufei patiently continued to watch, and when she saw the dealer reveal the dice, the numbers were shockingly 144, with a total of 9 points. Even though she was used to big scenes, she knew this kid was not simple. She immediately ordered, "In 1 minute, I want all the information on this person, and immediately notify Uncle He to bring people over to take a look. If necessary, have someone replace the dealer, and let the game continue." Yes. Zhang Yufei rubbed her temples tiredly. Recently, someone in the group had been targeting her, and now she encountered this unknown young master. Even if he wanted to make a fortune at MGM, he wouldn't use such a method. Soon, Lu Tu's information appeared in her hands, and after frowning and reading it all, she exploded in anger. "Just a mere orphan of a first-class meritorious service, and he dares to cause trouble at my MGM?" She instructed her secretary, "Tell Xiao Qian to find an excuse to take this Lu away if necessary. Don't give me any trouble." Yes. At this point, Lu Tu already had 400 million chips in front of him, and those betting with him had also made a fortune, causing the dealer to break out in a cold sweat. He hesitated, constantly glancing at the surveillance above, wanting someone to come down and replace him. He couldn't handle such a master. The key was that he had been observing Lu Tu the whole time, and the other party had only lightly tapped the table once when urging him to reveal the dice. At other times, he hadn't even touched the betting table. A voice rang out from the crowd, strong and robust. "Huh, Xiao Lu, you can go take a break." The dealer sighed in relief and quickly retreated. At that moment, an elderly man in a Tai Chi outfit, around 70 years old, approached and looked at Lu Tu, saying, "Little brother, you're amazing. I fear I haven't encountered a master like you in 30 years. Lu Tu cupped his hands in a humble gesture. "You flatter me. I believe the masters you met 30 years ago were even better than me." The old man laughed heartily, his voice booming like thunder, causing the champagne nearby to tremble. "I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. I'm He Tiandao." When He Tiandao's name was mentioned, everyone present was taken aback. Many veterans who had frequented the casino for years had naturally heard of the gambling prodigy He Tiandao, who had been famous in the provinces, Hong Kong, and Macau 30 years ago. They had long heard that he was hired by MGM as a consultant, and they didn't expect to witness such a spectacle today. The surrounding people stopped gambling and gathered to watch the excitement. "May I ask your name, little brother?" Lu Tu, with the surname Lu, and the character for slaughter. What a murderous name. "Since that's the case, little brother, do you mind if I change the dealer?" Lu Tu waved his hand. "Of course I don't mind. It would be best if it's a master. That would be interesting." He Tiando didn't waste any time, rolling up the wide sleeves of his Tai Chi outfit. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement, waiting for He Tiando to show his skills. He Tiando, under everyone's gaze, pinched the acupoints on his arm and chuckled awkwardly. "It's going to rain soon, and my rheumatism is acting up a bit, so I won't embarrass myself. I'll let my disciple take over." The crowd immediately felt disappointed. This was indeed a chance to see his skills, and their eyes were filled with disdain as they looked at He Tiando. "Little ghost, you come and take my place." Even Lu Tu became interested, curiously looking at He Tiando, wanting to see who his beloved disciple, Little Ghost, was. A tall, thin man with glasses stepped forward and cupped his fists at He Tiando, saying, "Master, you go rest, I'll handle it here." The crowd was still puzzled about who this person was, able to take over the gambling from He Tiando, and only Lu Tu couldn't help but spray his cola out, exclaiming, "What the hell, Prince of Ghost Hands?" The newcomer was none other than Prince Qin, who had recently lost to Lu Tu at the Tao family casino despite cheating with dice. Lu Tu finally understood why He Tiando was so unreliable. It turned out to be a legacy from his school. Prince Qin naturally recognized Lu Tu and said darkly, "Lu Tu, our paths cross again. I won't lose to you today. And let me correct you, my surname is Wang. This time, I want to bet my life against yours." The scene instantly erupted. Everyone knew that Prince Qin's master was He Tiando, a figure from the old generation of the underworld who had gambled lives in the past, and it was said that there were still people who owed him 3 fingers. All eyes turned to Lu Tu, eagerly awaiting his response, anticipating the unfolding of this extraordinary battle. Lu Tu sneered, "Bet my life? You have a worthless life. Why should I bet mine against you? I'm here to make money. Do you think I would risk my life just because some random person shouts a few words?" At this, the crowd fell silent, realizing that Lu Tu's words made sense. He had chips worth 400 million. If it were them, they wouldn't agree to Prince Qin's unreasonable request either. Prince Qin stared at Lu Tu in shock. In his understanding, gambling masters like himself and Lu Tu would at least maintain the demeanor expected of a master. Even if they didn't agree to a life bet, they wouldn't mock him. He deliberately taunted, "Are you afraid?" Lu Tu impatiently shouted behind him, "Security! Quickly take this madman away. He's wasting my time to make money." Prince Qin didn't expect Lu Tu to be so thick-skinned. He was sent by the casino to catch him cheating, yet Lu Tu turned the tables and accused him. Furious, he shouted, "Lu Tu, do you dare to gamble with me or not?" At that moment, Tiendo slapped his shoulder hard and whispered, "What have I taught you? As a gambler, you need to stay calm at all times. You've already lost before the game even started." It was then that Prince Chin was shocked to realize that Lu Tu had, with just a few words, shattered his confidence of winning, making him lose his rationality in anger. He didn't even know how it happened. Twice when facing Lu Tu, he was easily provoked emotionally. Ding! Mission triggered. Do you accept Prince Chin's revenge challenge? The mission had finally triggered again. Just now, he indeed didn't want to gamble his life against Prince Chin. After all, the other party really could cheat. However, since the mission appeared and he possessed the ability to foresee the next 10 seconds, it put him in an inherently unbeatable position, so he chose to accept. Seeing that Prince Chin had regained his composure, Lu Tu grinned, "I almost scared you. Since you want to risk your life, then I'll grant you that." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. The crowd looked at Lu Tu with a hint of fear in their eyes. Despite his youth, he showed no mercy when it came to taking action. Before the gambling even began, a psychological battle had already commenced. It seemed that Tiendo had cracked Lu Tu's strategy, but in reality, Lu Tu had subtly gained the upper hand. Prince Chin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and said, "Then let's settle this in one round. Please place your bets." Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Tu, eager to see what he was preparing to bet on, hoping to make some money themselves. However, as the seconds ticked by, Lu Tu made no move other than scratching his face. The gamblers nearby urged him, "Come on, brother, you accepted the challenge, didn't you?" On the surface, Lu Tu remained calm, but inside he was on the verge of cursing. There were just too many onlookers who thrived on chaos. He could only foresee the situation within 10 seconds, and so far, he hadn't sensed the exact numbers. He guessed it was because everyone around him was waiting to place their bets, which indirectly extended the time for rolling the dice indefinitely. Prince Chin looked at Lu Tu in confusion and called out, "Please place your bets. Once you buy, you can't change your mind." After repeating this 3 times, Lu Tu still sat motionless, showing no intention of betting. "What are you playing at? Are you going to gamble or not?" Prince Chin urged impatiently. Lu Tu shot him a glance. "I only agreed to one round to settle the outcome, not necessarily this one. Is this a place for forced transactions?" His words left Prince Chin momentarily speechless. With a cold expression, Prince Chin nodded and said, "Fine, I'll count to 10 and then we'll start." 10, 9. As the countdown began, the surrounding gamblers grew anxious. Not being able to make a fortune felt worse than death. In an instant, their admiration for Lu Tu turned into hatred. Lu Tu didn't care. He was indifferent to offending these people. He continued to wait for his ability to take effect. When Prince Chin counted down to 5, the numbers appeared in Lu Tu's mind. Yet he still didn't move, fearing it would give Prince Chin the chance to cheat and change the numbers. When the countdown reached 2, Lu Tu decisively made his move. He placed all 400 million chips on the big in front of him. "Stop betting." With Prince Chin's loud shout, the gamblers who were about to act found their hands frozen in midair. Even Prince Chin was caught off guard. He hadn't changed the numbers yet, and now everyone's gaze was fixed on his hand. He had lost the best opportunity to cheat, but he could still take a gamble, betting that Lu Tu wasn't that supernatural and couldn't predict the numbers every time. At that moment, the surrounding gamblers glared at Lu Tu with resentment. "Why didn't you place your bet earlier? You made it so we couldn't bet." "Exactly. I've never seen someone so selfish. I think you're doing this on purpose to screw us over." Lu Tu disdainfully glanced at the gamblers. "I knew you would curse me like this. Why should I be magnanimous with you lot in this place?" The gamblers, feeling indignant, fell silent. Earlier, they had hoped Lu Tu would win so they could profit alongside him. Now that Lu Tu was so arrogant, they were more inclined to see the casino win and wipe out this arrogant fool. Lu Tu then stood up and declared loudly, "As per the old rules, since we are gambling our lives, to ensure fairness, we must have someone else roll the dice. Are you scared?" Lu Tu smiled wickedly. "Scared? Of course, I'm scared. I'm afraid of you, the cheating Prince Chin, so I invite Xiao Qian to roll the dice." "Me." Prince Chin didn't want to give up. He was still searching for a suitable opportunity to cheat and change the dice numbers. If he really lost his life to Lu Tu, he could only imagine the kind of treatment he would receive, and just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Xiao Qian pointed incredulously at her own nose. In fact, she had long received instructions from her boss to take Lu Tu away, but she hadn't expected it would involve her as well. Lu Tu, with gentlemanly grace, grasped Xiao Qian's fingertips and led her toward the dealer's position, while the surrounding gamblers urged, "Roll, roll, roll." Xiao Qian blushed and smiled at Wang Ziqin, saying, "Mr. Wang, could you please step aside?" Wang Ziqin sighed inwardly, knowing he had lost his chance to change the dice. He Tiando patted his shoulder again and whispered, gambling doesn't always mean losing. It's a 50% chance. What are you afraid of? Hearing this, Wang Ziqin regained his confidence, perked up, and joined the crowd, clenching his fists and shouting, "Roll, roll, roll." Xiao Qian slowly lifted the dice cup, revealing 3 dice showing 446. Her voice, like a celestial melody, reached everyone's ears. 4466, 14 points big. At that moment, a system reward echoed in Lu Tu's mind. You have completed the task. Calculating event completion level. Detected event completion level is A. Reward, range of foresight ability increased from 10 seconds to 30 seconds. The entire venue was stunned. The vast MGM casino fell into an unusual silence, as if everyone could hear their own racing heartbeats. Although many were dissatisfied with Lu Tu's decision not to let them bet along, they had to admit that he was not just a master, he was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Some even began to suspect that Lu Tu had a little ghost helping him, otherwise, it would be impossible to predict so accurately. It should be noted that this round involved not just 400 million in chips but also his life. Everyone present looked at Lu Tu with shock, a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. Few could dominate a place like MGM for decades, yet here was this seemingly young and handsome boy, who had achieved it. Wang Ziqin slumped in his chair, the color in his eyes instantly drained, his gaze resembling that of an aging man, clouded with a layer of pale gray. His eyes no longer moved, and the 3 dice showing 446 seemed to have taken away all his vitality. He muttered repeatedly, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, how can you guess so accurately every time?" The gambling expert Tiando reached out, wanting to pat his beloved disciple's shoulder again to give him the courage to regain his confidence, but his hand froze in midair, unable to fall. Finally, he sighed in disappointment and fell silent. Lu Tu snapped his fingers, "Change this 800 million into larger chips. It's hard to handle." Upon hearing this, everyone understood his intention. He did not plan to stop here but wanted to continue gambling. He didn't even ask for Wang Ziqin's life. Perhaps to Lu Tu, Wang Ziqin was just a worthless life, not worth mentioning. Xiao Qian glanced awkwardly at the surveillance camera above her head. She felt helpless about executing the orders from above. It was impossible to forcibly take away such a big winner like Lu Tu in front of so many gamblers, right? That would be equivalent to ruining MGM's reputation. Who would dare to come here to play in the future? At that moment, a cold, authoritative voice came from the back of the crowd. "What are you standing there for? Do as Mr. Lu says." Xiao Qian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly jogged a couple of steps to stand behind the person, whispering, "Sorry, boss." The newcomer was Zhang Yufei, the president of MGM's Macau division. She didn't even spare a glance at Xiao Qian, walking straight up to Lu Tu and politely extending her hand. "Hello, I am the person in charge here, Zhang Yufei." Lu Tu shook her hand lightly, expecting it to be as smooth as silk, but to his surprise, he felt some unsoftened calluses at the base of her fingers, suggesting that she was accustomed to handling firearms. "Is there something wrong, Miss Zhang?" "Mr. Lu is truly extraordinary. By the looks of you, are you planning to continue playing?" Lu Tu directly ignored the implied threat in Zhang Yufei's words and nodded. "Of course, this is just the beginning. You at MGM aren't planning to kick me out, are you?" "Of course not, we just want to invite Mr. Lu to the VIP room to play. It's quieter there, and you can enjoy yourself more." "Would Mr. Lu be willing to grace us with his presence?" Lu Tu smiled casually. "Ms. Zhang makes a good point. Let's change the place to continue playing, but I need to take care of some matters first." Zhang Yufei glanced at He Tiando and left the casino hall first. He Tiando understood Zhang Yufei's intention. It was clear she wanted him to give up on Prince Qin. After all, he had lost his life to Lu Tu in the gamble, and what followed was something even his master couldn't help him with. However, as he passed by Lu Tu, he suddenly stopped. "Mr. Lu, one should spare others when possible, I think." Lu Tu abruptly interrupted him. "You think? When did it become up to you to think? If I lost, would you let me go?" He Tiando glared at Lu Tu in anger. "I'll be waiting for your esteemed presence in the VIP room. Are you going to gamble your life with me too?" "Humph." He Tiando stopped talking and also left the hall. At this moment, only the helpless Prince Qin remained. He looked blankly at Lu Tu. "My life is here. Take it." Nia Yun, upon hearing this, slapped Prince Qin across the face and scolded, "Since you lost, you should go commit suicide, not shamelessly let us take your worthless life." Prince Qin nodded dully. "I will, please give me 3 days. I want to go back and see my mom." Lu Tu gave Nia Yun a look, and Nia Yun immediately understood, grabbing Prince Qin by the collar and taking him away. The few of them squeezed through the crowd and arrived at an empty private room. Nia Yun threw Prince Qin to the ground and asked, "How much do you know about your master, He Tiando?" Prince Qin, furious, replied, "Don't think you can pry into my master's secrets." "I won't say anything." Li Tao stepped forward and stomped on Prince Qin's face, cursing, "Your life belongs to Mr. Lu." If you don't talk, I'll kill you. Prince Chin suddenly raised his head. Just kill me, my reputation is already ruined, I have no face to live. Li Tao was about to act but was stopped by Lu Tu, who squatted in front of Prince Chin and adjusted his collar. I didn't expect you to have some integrity. You're not afraid of me killing you. Are you not afraid of me causing trouble for your family? Prince Chin, enraged, said, You dare? But as soon as he spoke, his expression wilted. He knew Lu Tu really would. After all, he had seen the tragic fate of the Tao family father and son. My mom has ALS. She doesn't have much time left. Please, don't harm her. Lu Tu's smile remained. Then tell me, what special skills does He Tiando have? After hesitating for a moment, Prince Chin said, My ghost hand skill was taught by He Tiando, but that's not his ultimate skill. His ultimate skill is mind reading. Mind reading? Lu Tu frowned. Yes, my master is best at playing cards. He can accurately deduce the opponent's hand based on every tiny change in their eyes. Combined with his ghost hand, that's how he achieved today's success. But my master has a fatal weakness in gambling. Lu Tu became interested. What weakness? He has PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder. He needs a very quiet environment during gambling. He can't tolerate any noise, or else his deduction ability will fail. Mr. Lu, please spare my family. Lu Tu patted his face. I'll give you 3 days to settle things with your mom. Come find me at Zhenghai University in 3 days. With that, he stood up and left. Are you not worried that I will run away? Prince Chin was startled. Lu Tu stopped in his tracks. You can't run away. This statement struck at the heart of Prince Chin. He knew he might be able to escape, but his mother couldn't. Thinking of Lu Tu's ruthless methods towards the Tao family, he instinctively tightened his sphincter, a chill rising in his heart. 3 days from now, I will come as promised. Lu Tu no longer paid him any mind. Prince Chin's life held no value for him. The only worth had already been drained. Although he didn't fully believe Prince Chin's words, they could still serve as a precaution. Nia Yun quietly asked, Mr. Lu, do you need me to control his family? Lu Tu subtly shook his head. No need to be so uncouth. A patient with ALS doesn't warrant targeting. Let's focus on the matter at hand first. He knew that the gambling match in the hall just now was merely child's play. Now that they had entered the VIP room, the real battle was just beginning. Lu Tu strode out of the lounge with Nia Yun and Li Tao, elegantly pushing open the door to the VIP room under the envious gazes of the crowd.